Chapter 1. Skillfully evading 2 or 3 spells that were cast in her direction, she elegantly appeared at the threshold of the abandoned house, silently pointing her wand at a wizard. In the next moment, she found herself suspended upside down. "It's the counter-curse gloves," Victoria exclaimed loudly, swiftly pivoting her wand towards herself and landing gracefully on her feet. Bran showed no inclination to glance her way. Instead, he cast a stunning spell, which prompted the targeted wizard to reflexively shout, "Armurus." The stunning spell failed to take effect. However, Bran remained unfazed, stepping forward to flash behind another wizard, deftly sidestepping a malevolent curse. This wizard immediately attempted to apparate, reappearing not far away. "My leg!" he cried out, having successfully relocated his upper body while his right leg remained behind. Only 2 remained. Victoria cast a shield charm to deflect the disarming spell, then countered with a formidable barrier. The spell shattered the ground around the wizard, sending him hurtling away, unconscious. Bran aimed his wand at the last remaining wizard, who promptly discarded his hood, relinquished his wand, and raised his hands in surrender. "I yield." Bran then turned his attention to the separated wizard, waving his wand with a sharp crack, reuniting the wizard with his leg. Before the latter could utter a word, he was swiftly knocked unconscious by Bran. "And this as well," Victoria remarked, effortlessly casting a stunning spell to incapacitate the rolling wizard on the ground. Bran waved his wand, extinguishing the flames that had been engulfing him. "Where is Annie?" Victoria inquired directly. The surrendered wizard took a breath and replied, "She's inside. Richie is watching her. Leaving only one person to keep an eye on her is your folly." "But then again, you were never particularly clever," Victoria retorted gleefully, flicking her wrist at a burlap sack, from which all the stones cascaded out, transforming into doves that took flight. "The remainder is 100 galleons, Victoria stated. The sack on the ground swiftly shrank into a small pouch, which she picked up, weighed in her hand, and tossed to Bran, before turning to the surrendered wizard. "Kid, lead us inside and make Richie surrender quickly." "Is that it?" Bran found it hard to believe on the way here. He had expected to encounter some malevolent fiends. As if reading Bran's thoughts, Victoria cheerfully explained, "They are, well, the minions of an old rival of mine, all too familiar. Their strength is actually quite formidable. I alone cannot handle all 7 of them at once. My urgency stems from the fact that they crossed the line first by laying hands on Annie." Bran nodded, keeping his wand trained on Kid's head. Suddenly, the dilapidated door of the house swung open, revealing a disheveled man with a dazed expression. A little girl with red hair and green eyes followed closely behind, her face lighting up with delight upon spotting Victoria as she sprinted towards her. "Sister, Uncle Richie was just about to take me to buy ice cream," Annie exclaimed with innocent charm. Kid gazed at Richie in despair. "I signaled you. You should have operated away with the little girl." "Oh, you won't listen, save your breath," Victoria said, stepping forward to pat Annie on the shoulder. "This is precisely why I said it was a mistake to leave only one person watching Annie. She is a natural hypnotist. I've taught her only a little, yet she's already quite skilled. Annie, let's head home. Don't forget, Uncle Richie is treating us to ice cream." Annie made a playful face. Chapter 3. The Creditor Arrives. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. After stunning Kid and binding the remaining wizards together to toss them into the abandoned house, Victoria expressed her gratitude to Bran, of course omitting her unfortunate encounter with the counter-curse gloves that had backfired the upside-down charm, and prepared to leave with Annie and Richie. Bran surmised that Richie was likely to serve as a hostage. "Oh, by the way, I heard you have a keen interest in ancient magic. I found this in the house. It appears to be a magical ring from a pure blood family of the 13th century. It should be devoid of magical power. You could sell it as an antique," Victoria said before departing, tossing Bran a tattered ring. "I'm not interested," Bran replied curtly. He had accrued a debt of 5,000 galleons. Because of such trinkets, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about him would know. Victoria was merely mocking him. "What do you mean by that?" "It means I possess extensive knowledge of ancient artifacts," Victoria replied. "Take it or leave it. Next time, don't meddle in my affairs. In fact, I have more money than they do." she warned the potion shop as she turned. The door of the potion shop slammed shut with a resounding bang. Watching the trio depart, Bran whistled and casually shoved the ring into his pocket. Regardless, the money is real. He was now ready to seek a meal. He had initially ventured out to forage for food, fortuitously accepting a commissioned task, which had drained his energy, leaving him even hungrier. Unfazed by the fact that he was still clad in a muggle t-shirt and shorts, Bran directly apparat to Diagon Alley, making a beeline for the Leaky Cauldron. To be honest, Bran recalled that there were numerous restaurants in Diagon Alley that surpassed the Leaky Cauldron in quality, but adhering to the mindset of a traveler, he chose to come to the Leaky Cauldron as a pilgrimage. However, upon seeing it firsthand, Bran grew more concerned about the food hygiene standards that might lead to food poisoning. The predominant colors and environment here give off a rather grimy impression, Bran complained, though his mouth did not cease its movement. Quite delectable. He would certainly return. After indulging heartily, Bran leaned back in his chair, contentedly observing the people around him. At the next table sat a family enjoying their meal. A little boy was teasing a little girl, while their mother urged him to stop. At another table, a witch donned in a tall pointed hat sat with a black cat on the table, stroking the feline with a dreamy expression. Nearby, a bespectacled wizard appeared, rather melancholic, muttering to himself, "Are the interviewers all trolls? Soon they'll know who is truly qualified, without having taken a single bite of his meal." Intrigued by the myriad of characters in the magical realm, Bran suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his pocket. He fished out the ring, noticing it bore incomprehensible engravings. It was radiating heat. What on earth? Bran warily placed it on the table, casting a protective charm over it. However, the ring did not explode as he had feared. Instead, it began to glow. Bran fixated on it as wisps of white smoke emanated from the ring, rushing towards him at a speed too swift for him to evade. Damn it! Bran quickly began to assess whether something was amiss with him. Nothing. He patted himself down, detecting no changes. He even dashed to the restroom to check his face. No problem. Still as handsome as ever, Bran affirmed, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He had relaxed by this point. Yet, upon returning to his seat, he noticed some discrepancies. Firstly, his magical energy had fully replenished. As he realized this, he swiftly cast a minor spell that cleansed the grease on the table. The sensation of casting felt invigorating, akin to being brimming with energy, entirely unlike having just emerged from a battle. Secondly, he discovered that his mind brimmed with new knowledge, and his magical prowess seemed to have increased. This is some foundational knowledge about spatial magic. Bran closed his eyes, earnestly recalling. Had he not been sure that he had previously known nothing about this subject, he would have never recognized the newfound knowledge as anything unusual. It felt as if he had naturally retained information after thoroughly reading a book. Strange. Bran opened his eyes and picked up the ring. It had dimmed further, the engravings appearing quite blurred. Could it be that Victoria misjudged? Is there still residual magic within? He could not ascertain whether the recent occurrences were a result of his own condition or of the ring's. The people around him paid no mind to his earlier erratic behavior. The family had risen to settle their bill. The witch continued to pet her cat. The bespectacled man was rummaging through his plate, mumbling, "The troll interviewers have no appetite. I doubt my earlier commotion was too loud. I wonder if they simply didn't notice due to the noisy environment or if they genuinely couldn't see the glowing, smoking ring," Bran pondered, returning the ring to his pocket and standing up. "Don't go, Bran brother," a cheerful voice called out to him. Bran turned around, instantly recognizing the speaker. Owen Lask. He gritted through clenched teeth, the spokesperson of a scam ring that had swindled him out of 5,000 galleons with a series of convoluted contracts. "I was just about to head to your jack-of-all-trades shop to find you," Owen Lask said with a grin, his brown hair and eyes, disheveled appearance, and hooded gray robe giving him a rather unkempt look. "I have a matter that requires you to accompany us." "Not interested," Bran replied coldly, his right hand tightly gripping his wand. Owen noticed this, but showed no signs of his smile waning. Owen amiably remarked, "We need your combat prowess, Mr. Reed. We are embarking on a treasure hunt at the ancient, noble pure-blood family's ruins. Should you accompany us, ensuring our safety and being at the forefront to disable all traps, we would consider alleviating your debts." "A most advantageous arrangement," Wouldn't you agree? Bran fixed his gaze on Owen, who remained unhurried, naturally settling before him and smacking his lips. The ale at the leaky cauldron should be quite delightful. At that moment, Bran contemplated that Owen appeared to be an exceptionally powerful wizard, one who likely could not simply eliminate him to absolve the debt. The two fell into a silence for a while. Ultimately, Bran nodded. Owen exclaimed with delight, "That is splendid news, my brother Bran. I have a contract ready, to my territory for signing." "You must present a clear offer," Bran replied. "Of course, that poses no issue," Owen said, undeterred. The two exited the leaky cauldron and apparat to Bran's establishment, entering sequentially. Owen commented, "I fear you might require some funds, brother Bran. State your price, and tell me where you intend to go." Bran promptly produced parchment and a quill. "Oh, certainly. We are headed to the enchanting estate of the Gaunt family," Owen joyfully declared, adding, "located in Little Hangleton." Harry Potter sat in the bedroom of number 12, Grimmauld Place, engaged in conversation with Ron and Hermione. The bedroom door swung open. "Professor Dumbledore." Harry rose respectfully, while Ron and Hermione appeared somewhat flustered. "Ah, you are all here?" Albus Dumbledore nodded, getting straight to the point. "Harry, I'm afraid our lessons will require some practical components starting tomorrow." He blinked behind his half-moon spectacles. Chapter 4. The Performance. "You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. We could apparate there," suggested Owen Lask. "I have never been there, and I do not trust you," Bran stated bluntly. "Oh, my brother Bran, you are placing me in quite a predicament." Owen feigned sorrow. Bran deliberated on the specific terms. "Your offer must be crystal clear, with each galleon and canoe distinctly marked. Thus, if we enter and return in scathe thanks to you, I shall absolve you of 50 galleons. If I discover what I seek, I shall forgive you 150 galleons. How does that sound?" "That's it," Bran inquired. "What else would you expect?" Owen patted Bran's shoulder. Bran scoffed, "And scathe thanks to me? Shouldn't you consider the potential strength of the curses that may exist there? What if I incur greater losses as a result? How can you be utterly oblivious to the dangers that may lie ahead?" Moreover, Bran thought that was the Gaunt family estate, housing one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. And Voldemort was still very much alive. "Quite terrifying indeed, brother Bran, truly terrifying," Owen remarked, yet his expression belied any real fear. "Basic danger warrants 100 galleons. Additional losses inflicted upon me start at 200 galleons and will increase based on circumstances. Finding what you desire, should the mission succeed, will cost 500 galleons, also subject to increase." "Regardless, you shouldn't need to pay such a sum," Bran stated. He had a vague inkling of what Owen's so-called desired item might be. The Gaunt family would not have left behind any treasure. Yet, how could he possibly know? "Too expensive, brother. Far too expensive," Owen lamented, shaking his head. "You must reduce it by half, at the very least. Then you must tell me everything in detail, honestly. Based on your expertise in tomb, raiding go no. I mean, exploring ancient magical ruins, what level of danger do you anticipate?" "Danger? Oof." Owen rose, casting a shadow over the entire table. "The Gaunt family? Pah! A dilapidated shack. I am truly curious how some pure-blood families manage to maintain peacocks and reside in lavish estates, while others produce a horde of half-breeds and become extinct." He began to pace. What danger could a run-down house possibly pose? Except for the fact that my brother, who ventured inside to search, returned unscathed only to drop dead the following night. 150, 300 with increases, 800 with increases. Bran calmly raised the stakes. In truth, he was well aware of what the danger would entail. The dark magic laid by Voldemort himself on the Horcrux. Owen's unfortunate brother would have merely triggered a trap during the search, falling victim to a curse, and it would be no surprise if he perished at any moment. "I'm quite enraged, Reed," Owen declared, continuing his pacing. "One of my brothers, who has accompanied me for many years, has passed away in silence. Who would have anticipated such an outcome? For Merlin's sake, this is a wretched, decaying wooden shack. What danger could possibly exist? Had I known it would be this way, I would have preferred to spend a bit more to hire a decoy."
Bran raised an eyebrow, finding it difficult to trust the words of a con artist, an expert in deception. He thought nonchalantly that this was, in fact, a risk-free venture for him. All he needed to do was to enter, exert a modicum of effort in locating the desired item for Owen Lask, and then retreat to safety, thereby fulfilling the task. Whether he would succumb to the curse of the soul object was beyond his concern. Owen babbled incessantly. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, he fell silent. When I inquired if he had found the item, he nodded and then promptly fainted. One among us took it upon themselves to tend to him. I considered rushing in, but without him regaining consciousness. There was no one to inform me of the item's whereabouts. I contemplated searching for it myself, yet my worry for him held me back. He remained unresponsive, perpetually unresponsive. Bran, arms crossed, quietly observed Owen's performance. I have waited 2 days. Bran read, Owen exclaimed excitedly. My brother Ed has yet to awaken. We tried to feed him, but his mouth would not open. We employed numerous spells, yet he remains unresponsive. I know something is amiss. This must be some form of powerful dark magic. I pride myself as a master of the arcane arts, Bran, renowned throughout the Balkans and Eastern Europe. Yet I cannot unravel it. I cannot awaken my brother, who has been by my side for over a decade. Indeed, I am the most skilled con artist in the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and even all of Europe. Bran mused to himself. Despair engulfed me. I sought out someone stronger than myself, but I could not transport him through the apparition. The dark magic surrounding him was unlike anything I had ever encountered. This might indeed be true, Bran contemplated. The dark magic set by Voldemort could hardly be deemed absurd. We resolved to set out under the cover of night, riding broomsticks and nightmares, heading to St. Mungo's or anywhere that could save my brother. Owen gestured animatedly. Then, he died. His heartbeat ceased, and his body grew cold and rigid in an instant, precisely as we were preparing to depart. Angela rushed over, weeping, to inform me. Ed is gone. I asked her what she meant by that, but she was too distraught to articulate her thoughts. I hurried over, only to discover that his body had already turned cold. He would never awaken again. The last act he performed was to nod in response to my question. How absurd. Bran. My brother's final gesture was to acknowledge my selfish inquiry. Owen sank back into his chair, his face flushed, eyes brimming with tears. On the verge of breaking down. 150, 300, and bidding goes up. 800 and still rising, Bran stated. Owen stared at him incredulously. How can you be so cold-hearted, Bran read? He accused. I am only cold-hearted towards specific individuals, Owen Lask, Bran replied, his expression devoid of emotion, struggling to suppress a fit of laughter. In just a moment, the flush of Owen's face, the redness around his eyes, and the tears welling up vanished entirely. He regarded Bran with a playful glint, while Bran stood unwaveringly in his gaze. Very well, Bran read. I accept this price, Owen chuckled lightly. Bran slid the contract forward, and without a glance, Owen signed it. Excellent, Bran remarked, reciting the incantation. Dozens of golden threads sprouted from the paper, elongating until they entwined the hands of both men. Owen scrutinized the threads in silence. At last, the threads gradually merged with their hands, disappearing entirely. Owen shook his hands, donned his hood, and said, I will come to find you tomorrow morning. He exited, vanishing through apparition. Bran glanced at the evening sky, suddenly feeling a wave of ennui wash over him. The setting sun cast a muted orange light upon the ground, mingling with the dark hues of Nocturne Alley, suffusing everything with an eerie yellow tint. Dilapidated. This was the first word that came to Bran's mind. Unlike the sensation of seeing the world for the first time at noon, he now comprehended why Nocturne Alley was populated solely by outlaws and destitute souls. Yes, the Muggle world. As he pondered what to do for the night, inspiration struck Bran. He cast a warming charm upon himself, still clad in short sleeves and shorts, and set off towards Gringotts. Chapter 5, Siblings after meandering through the bustling heart of London. Bran felt a sense of monotony once more. Shopping had never been his passion. He casually found a spot to crouch down, immediately feeling the uncomfortable poke of his wand in his pocket, forcing him to hold it in his hand as he slowly squatted, watching the sky grow darker and the streets teeming with pedestrians. The sun lingered reluctantly on the western horizon, casting a dim, orange hue upon the building across from Bran, where lights began to flicker on. Ah, the magical world, Bran sighed, rifling through his pockets, feeling a desire to light a cigarette, despite not being a smoker, leaving him uncertain of what the future held. Alter the narrative? Yet the plot had already taken this shape, perhaps using a touch of magic to aid his foresight to become a figure of authority in the Muggle world. Regardless, for him, a half-blood wizard, Voldemort was an insurmountable obstacle. Pursuing greater power? Ah, and my parents, Bran thought with a wry smile and a shake of his head. As night descended, Bran stood, tucked his wand into his pocket, and turned around, only to realize he had been squatting at the entrance of an internet CAF. This was amusing. Bran entered with excitement. Playing on a computer was always a delightful pastime. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of profanities. A tall, portly man was furiously hurling insults at a skinny individual, who, despite his frail physique, matched his volume in a furious retort, seemingly engaged in a playful exchange of accusations of cheating at their game. I retract my words. Bran helplessly approached the front desk. Behind the counter stood two individuals, one tall and one short. A girl in her 20s, with yellow hair and freckles, and a noticeably underage boy with black hair, his thick bangs obscuring his forehead. Are we going to ignore them? Bran pointed to two people nearby who were loudly cursing. The girl glanced at him and shook her head. Our shop's rule is to maintain a lively atmosphere, unlike other internet cafes that are eerily quiet. Soon, customers will intervene. The boy added, his voice slightly muffled. They will handle it. They are not actually going to fight. Jack and Matthew are good people. The girl asked, how long are you playing? I don't know. It depends on my mood, Bran replied, casually placing 20 on the table. This is just a deposit. We'll settle up later. Without waiting for the girl's response, he chose an empty seat. The internet CAF was indeed bustling. There were many patrons around him. To his left, someone was engrossed in a game Bran couldn't recognize, while to his right, another seemed to be working. Just as the girl had said, everyone was engaged in loud conversations. StarCraft, StarCraft, StarCraft. Bran murmured to himself as he awaited the boot up. The CAF had recently installed this popular game released earlier in the year. Bran logged in and played several rounds on the local area network, except for one match where the opponent's skill far surpassed his own, leaving him yearning for a confusion spell. The gaming experience was quite enjoyable. Then you have lost, haven't you? Bran seized upon an opponent's mistake, launching a direct assault. And his opponent typed GG. Is something wrong? Is your time up? After taking a sip of water, Bran noticed the boy had been watching him intently from behind. No. The boy stared at the screen. You are amazing. Did you not use magic? The abrupt change in conversation nearly caused Bran to choke. No. I mean. Is that a way to compliment someone? He glanced around. The CAF remained loud, and no one seemed to pay attention to the boy's words. The boy lowered his head slightly, his bangs nearly covering his eyes. He then stepped closer to Bran, pointing at the long object protruding from Bran's pocket. My sister is a witch. You are one too, right? That is a wand, isn't it? He asked, his tone tinged with sadness. Bran was momentarily taken aback. How old are you? 11, the boy replied. My sister's school sent me a letter, but I don't want to go. I would rather have my sister teach me magic than leave her for such a long time. You should go to school to learn. It might be better, Bran said patiently. The other patrons were engrossed in their own worlds, all wearing headphones. What is your name? I am Samuel, sir, the boy answered. All right, Samuel. Bran lifted the boy onto his lap. An 11-year-old was certainly big enough, yet it was no problem for him to sit on Bran's long legs. Now, can you tell me why you don't want to go to school? Because I don't want to leave my sister, Samuel whispered. When my sister was still in school, our parents died in a shooting. I am afraid that if I leave her, something will happen. Bran found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he gently said, your sister is a capable witch. She can protect herself. You must go to school and study diligently so that you can protect her when you grow up. But I can learn beside my sister. Samuel's eyes widened, suddenly misty with emotion. I am really scared that if I leave, my sister will disappear. Can you teach me magic, Brother Bran? He pleaded. Bran fell silent. Looking into Samuel's dark eyes, he found it difficult to refuse the boy's request, yet he did not wish to deter him from receiving a proper education at Hogwarts. Are your parents ordinary people? He inquired instead. Yes, Samuel replied. After Voldemort's rise, Death Eaters would surely hunt down wizards of Muggle descent. But as long as Dumbledore is around, Hogwarts will always be the safest place. I am not worried for myself. I only worry about my sister. Samuel's voice grew softer. Please, Brother Bran, you are the only other wizard I know besides my sister. Just as Bran was about to respond, the blonde girl rushed over, her expression anxious. Samuel, why are you running around bothering others again? Sir, has Samuel caused you any trouble? Samuel slid off Bran's lap and stood to the side, his hands clasped behind his back. No, Samuel has been very well behaved, Bran assured. That is good, the girl said, taking Samuel's hand. I will not disturb you any longer. My name is Rebecca. I hope you enjoy your internet surfing. Brother Bran was just about to teach me some magic, Samuel suddenly interjected. Rebecca looked around nervously, ensuring no one was listening before saying, it is like this. Bran nodded. She seemed to understand, biting her lip in hesitation, her demeanor mirroring Samuel's. All right, she finally said, we can go to the rooftop. Rebecca called over a tall, thin, bespectacled boy sitting nearby. Bruce, please keep an eye on the shop for a bit. Bruce nodded in acknowledgement. After rummaging through the front desk for a moment, she returned, saying, we can go up now. Bran's gaze fixed on the wand in her hand. It appeared to have been cleverly disguised as a long pin. Rebecca noticed his stare but seemed unconcerned. She first glanced at Bran's pocket before locking eyes with him. Can we leave now? She asked. Bran understood her meaning, spreading his hands in a shrug. The group followed Rebecca as she led them away from the noisy crowd toward the back stairs of the CF. This area was deserted, dimly lit, with only faint light filtering in from outside. Fluorescence flickers, the blonde witch remarked, as a glimmer illuminated the stairs from the tip of her wand. We walk side by side, Rebecca maintained her vigilance. Brother Bran will not harm us, Samuel defended. However, Rebecca still held her brother tightly, offering no reply. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the small space. Bran and Samuel's shoes shuffled, while Rebecca's slippers made a soft pattering sound. After a while, Rebecca broke the silence. Up here are various apartments, but very few are actually occupied. In the past, due to the magical disturbances caused by Samuel, many believed the place to be haunted, prompting numerous residents to relocate. Bran responded with an understanding hum. Rebecca then inquired, "You must be around my age, right? Which house did you graduate from?" "Gryffindor." Bran replied casually, his left hand tucked into his pocket as he followed along. "Is it difficult to access the Gryffindor common room?" Rebecca asked. "There are no barrels in the Gryffindor common room. As far as I know, only Hufflepuff has those," Bran answered. "I graduated from Hufflepuff." Rebecca replied nonchalantly as they reached the rooftop. Instead of ascending, she pointed her wand at the door and uttered, "Alohomora." The door swung open, and the three entered the rooftop, bathed in the silvery light of the full moon. The night sky over London, perhaps due to light pollution, revealed few stars. "All right, Samuel, do you have your wand?" Bran asked as he approached the railing, glancing down at the street illuminated by a few streetlights, with cars occasionally passing by. "I brought it," Rebecca said, producing a well-wrapped wand from her pocket and handing it to her brother. Samuel carefully unwrapped the layers and grasped the wand in his right hand. "What I am going to teach you is a very simple spell, found in your first-year textbook," Bran explained as he drew his own wand from his pocket, noticing that Rebecca was about to raise her wand. However, Bran dismissed this, understanding her eagerness. "It's called the levitation charm, and it allows an object to float into the air. Like this." Bran waved his wand and declared, "Wingardium Leviosa." Almost simultaneously, Rebecca exclaimed, "Armurus." Samuel turned to look at his sister, and the atmosphere grew awkward. "Can I learn the spell my sister just cast?" Samuel asked, turning back to Bran. "That's the shield charm, which is taught in higher years. You aren't ready for that yet," Bran calmly explained, as a steel pipe floated beside him. Rebecca's face flushed red. Samuel attempted to wave his wand at the steel pipe and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa," but the pipe remained motionless. "Firstly, that's a bit too large and heavy for a beginner," Bran elucidated. "You need to find something lighter." He then retrieved a small stack of pounds from his pocket. "This small amount should do just fine." Bran pointed his wand at a steel pipe, transforming it into a desk upon which he placed the money. "Secondly, remember to pronounce the spell as Wingardium Leviosa. The gar should be elongated and clear." Samuel repeated, "Wingardium Leviosa." The stack of pounds shifted slightly. "Progress. Try a few more times," Bran encouraged. The practice continued for over half an hour, and by the end, Samuel could finally make the stack of money float. He was overjoyed, unable to contain his smile, while Rebecca watched him with a proud grin. After the practice, Bran effortlessly transformed the remaining steel pipes into 3 chairs, and the trio sat down to chat, primarily with Bran amusing Samuel. He even conjured a small display of fireworks, eliciting peals of laughter from Samuel. "Magic is truly wondrous," he exclaimed with awe. "Bran, tell us more stories." The Greek said, "All right, you win." He shared much of his portion with me before storming off. Professor Spencer is a good man. He later married an exceedingly wealthy woman and experienced the power of money, leading him to resign. Hogwarts lost a great professor. "Is that possible?" Samuel asked with wide eyes. "Indeed, I was in my 3rd year. It was quite unfortunate. The following year's professor was quite malicious, named Quirrell. He attempted to steal the headmaster's philosopher's stone, but Harry Potter thwarted him. Harry Potter is amazing. Bran, you are amazing too. Harry was only a year older than you at that time. I will work hard and strive to study diligently at school," Samuel declared earnestly. Bran recounted several more tales, and eventually, Samuel fell asleep in his sister's embrace. "Thank you," Rebecca murmured, holding Samuel close. "I apologize for doubting you earlier. I am truly sorry. I was too sensitive." "It's all right," Bran waved off her concerns. "I must take my leave." As he stood up, he suddenly noticed Rebecca's bracelet glowing, emitting wisps of white smoke that drifted into his body. "Oh, this in the future, you won't have to pay at our CAF. I truly appreciate it." "Samuel has never been this happy," Rebecca babbled. "He was so downcast. Do you like this bracelet? It was left to me by my mother, who received it from her own mother. Isn't it beautiful?" Rebecca raised her right hand for Bran to see. However, to Bran, the bracelet emitted a radiant white light, while Rebecca seemed oblivious to it. "Can't you see? I mean, are both your parents muggles?" "My mother is a witch," Samuel had never known. He believed magic could accomplish many things and could not fathom a witch succumbing to a gunshot. This cannot be allowed. No, the plot is resembling that of young Voldemort. You must help him understand that magic is not omnipotent. He must know. He must possess a correct understanding of this strange power. "I will," Rebecca contemplated. Her bracelet cast a soft white glow against the dark rooftop, gradually dimming. After bidding farewell, Bran used apparition to return home directly. Rebecca remained seated in the chair, with Samuel nestled in her arms. After sitting in silence for a while in the dark, she rubbed her right wrist and muttered, "Why is it so warm?" She carefully tucked the bracelet into her pocket, leaning back in the chair as she gazed at the silent sky. Chapter 7. An unusual journey. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. The morning sun streamed through the window as Bran yawned and rolled out of bed. The previous night, the knowledge imparted by Rebecca's bracelet had not only restored and enhanced his magical abilities but also provided a scant portion of information regarding transfiguration. He wondered if perhaps he had already known much of this knowledge, which allowed him to grasp a small fragment, or if the bracelet itself possessed only this limited amount of wisdom. Is this a golden finger? Bran pondered while shaving in front of the mirror. It seemed he ought to search for similar artifacts to experiment with. So far, the commonality between the bracelet and rings appeared to be their antiquity, marking them as magical items. I suppose I cannot distance myself from tomb raiding, he mused, setting down his razor in frustration. Open the door. Bran, open the door. Owen Lask shouted from downstairs with a raspy voice. Unfazed, Bran continued his morning routine, eventually shouldering his backpack. Donning a short-sleeved hoodie and trousers, he had developed a particular fondness for Muggle clothing, especially hoodies, and slowly descended the stairs. Since you were unwilling to believe that we could simply apparate together, we must resort to riding broomsticks, Owen suggested, patting the two brooms standing beside him. The sight of the brooms instantly reminded Bran of the experience of flying on one, nearly making him feel nauseous as he leaned against the doorframe. No. We shall use Muggle transportation instead. There are no planes in Hangleton, Owen kindly reminded him. Do you think Muggle transportation only consists of planes? We can drive there. Bran replied with indifference. Very well, as you wish. Irvine exhibited an unusually compliant demeanor, allowing you to take the lead. Thus, their peculiar journey commenced. Bran sat on the swaying bus, observing Irvine's pale complexion, and sympathetically offered him a box of motion sickness medication. What is this? Irvine inquired weakly. Something to alleviate your current condition, Bran replied with an impassive tone. Marvelous, Brother Bran. Trusting your judgment, I shall forego checking whether this medication is dubious, Irvine remarked. Giving a thumbs up, he had already changed out of the gray robe as per Bran's request, donning Muggle attire, a gray long-sleeve sweatshirt and trousers, which he had purchased himself. Irvine meticulously read the medication's instructions, and after Bran's refusal to respond, he politely inquired about the meaning of a certain word from the person beside him, before retrieving his own water to take the medicine as instructed. The bus continued its bumpy progression. Both Irvine and Bran reclined, eyes closed, seeking rest. The day was overcast, with the sun not particularly bright. England seldom experienced sweltering heat. The interior of the bus was filled with the murmurs of a few passengers, while most were in a drowsy slumber. After a while, Irvine suddenly spoke up. This is remarkably effective. Thank you so much, Brother Bran. Bran, disinterested, did not respond. Were it another individual, they might have felt a sense of trust and camaraderie by now, but he did not. He recognized that Irvine was aware of his aloofness. Bran continually reminded himself that this was the swindler who had deceived him out of 5,000 galleons, leading him to his current plight. Yet, Irvine remained blissfully unaware of any self-deprecating realization. He continued, I graduated from Durmstrang. In my opinion, it pales in comparison to your Hogwarts. Why would he utter such words? Knowing that emotional appeals held no sway over me? Bran pondered, bemused by Irvine's peculiarity today. Bran maintained his stoic demeanor, feeling the ring nestled in his pocket. It was the Fiendfire ring, which he had hastily purchased for a hefty sum of 150 galleons that morning when Irvine was sent to procure Muggle clothing, before swiftly returning. Perhaps Irvine had noticed, but he did not mention it. Bran understood what Irvine sought, the Resurrection Stone. He was uncertain how Irvine had acquired this knowledge. While the Gaunt family was easily traceable, the treasures they possessed remained elusive. Perhaps Irvine, accompanied by his team, had meticulously scoured the history of this decrepit family, seeking clues. As tomb raiding constituted part of their business, how Irvine had come by this information was irrelevant to him. He merely wished to destroy the ring embedded with the Resurrection Stone to safeguard Dumbledore's life. This would simplify matters significantly, and bring a glimmer of hope for peace to the drastically transformed wizarding world. Balkans are impoverished, Brother Bran. Irvine rambled on. I met Angela at Olympus. She was a beautiful, naive Austrian woman, wholly devoted to historical research. I once deceived her into believing I had discovered the remains of the Sphinx. And she fell for it. I was quite foolish, Brother Bran. I led her to a secluded cave, intending to make advances. Guess what? She subdued me instead. Yet, we ended up becoming friends. Can you believe it? Bran mused that either Angela possessed a mental ailment, or Irvine was fabricating tales. What woman would befriend a man who had once attempted to harass her? He mentally organized the knowledge he had gleaned from the rings and bracelets over the past few days. Regarding Joy, I have an abundance of tales to share. He is a tall Russian fellow, robust and fond of strong spirits. I met him in a tavern in Minsk, where we both became thoroughly intoxicated. Who knew he looked down upon my drinking capacity? These theories seemed rudimentary. With his limited scholarly understanding of magic, he could only vaguely surmise their validity. Bran continued to rest his eyes. Angela, Joy, Ed, Harlan, we were all captivated by the legends of vampires in Romania that year. We decided to embark on a journey there, coupled with a bit of adventure. Angela read extensively about vampires before we left. Little did we expect, Brother Bran. The moment we disembarked from that plane, we were swindled out of every penny. Bran opened his eyes, leaning closer to Irvine, whispering, Is this your justification for swindling me and Colbert out of 10,000 galleons? A fascinating story, Mr. Lasky. Before Irvine could respond, a man next to him leaned in. Intrigued, if you ask me, the Romanians are truly cunning. My wife and I were swindled during our honeymoon there by a tour guide. You never know, sir. Irvine smiled, nodding at the muggle before retreating, as if he had not heard Bran's previous remarks. Is that why you refrained from mentioning magic? To engage a muggle in conversation? Bran mocked softly. Things have changed significantly, Brother Bran. Irvine maintained his smile. My brothers, and indeed my sisters, and I have spent many years together. We share similar dreams and aspirations. We have endured countless trials, shared immense joy. To me, they are my family. Yet life will incessantly strike you down, reminding you that you do not deserve to live as you wish. You do not deserve to fulfill your dreams. You do not deserve to become who you aspire to be. Ultimately, we all become slaves driven forward by the whip of life, he concluded, taking a sip from his water bottle. How right you are, sir. The man who had previously conversed with Irvine exclaimed, sitting just across the aisle. His exclamation drew the attention of several people. Bran remained silent, gazing out the window. The sun slowly emerged from behind the clouds, resembling a reluctant performer hesitant to take the stage. This truly was an exceptionally peculiar journey, Bran reflected. Chapter 8. The village of Little Hangleton. The bus rumbled into the village of Little Hangleton, at which point there were no passengers remaining apart from Irvine and Bran. We've reached the final destination. Please disembark promptly, the driver urged. Irvine and Bran rose to collect their belongings and exited the bus. Little Hangleton appeared just as dilapidated as Nocturne Alley. Now it was evening, and Bran found himself at a loss for words, staring at the familiar ruins before him. Reminiscent of the scene from the previous evening in Nocturne Alley. Let us find something to eat. The taste may not be delightful, Irvine suggested. Since you are familiar with this place, lead the way, Bran replied, leaning against a roadside sign, unable to resist the urge to light a cigarette. The two walked silently into the village. Nestled within a valley, the village was small, and they soon arrived at the only tavern, the Hangman's Tavern, which was beginning to buzz with activity. Upon entering, whispers rippled through the crowd. Isn't he gone? Why has he brought someone back? Fish and chips, steak and ale pie. And a large mug of butterbeer, Irvine ordered as he approached the bar, startling the owner, who was busy polishing glasses. Do you have spaghetti? Bran inquired. No. The owner shook his head. Then I'll have fried shrimp and chips with peas, egg yolk sauce, sausage, and mashed potatoes, along with a soft drink. Not drinking. Brother Bran? Irvine remarked after hearing his order. No, Bran replied. Butterbeer, not even a sip? Irving smacked his lips. Not drinking. Good man. Irving gave a thumbs up. Let us not pretend we're on such familiar terms, Bran, he said, a hint of irritation in his tone. What trick was Irving up to be honest? It made him a bit anxious. A con artist exhibiting some behavior must have a motive, yet Irving had yet to reveal his purpose. Bran quickly finished his meal. The taste was indeed lackluster. He took a sip of his drink, watching Irving leisurely savoring his food. You may have forgotten we have matters to attend to. We're not here for a vacation. Bran was reluctant to try this juice again. He could still sense a hint of mutton in it. No rush, no rush. I'm the client, am I not? Irving relished his food. It's quite unpleasant, Bran remarked. To me, it's delightful, Irving replied, taking a sip of beer and continuing his unhurried meal. The tavern was filling with patrons, their lively conversations and laughter creating a stark contrast to the quietude surrounding the two of them. Have you heard? The old Gunter House's rickety wooden cabin is haunted again. It must be the work of outsiders. A gossiping woman glanced at Bran and Irving. Jimmy said while chopping wood. He caught a whiff of something foul. Enough with that. I've seen giant bugs crawling in the woods. Bran dismissed the absurdity of their tales. There had to be some commotion. With so many people in Irving's group, it was inevitable. But afterward, these stories were surely just the fabrications of ordinary folk. Let us buy another drink, shall we, Bran? This round S on me, Irving proposed, chewing with his eyes closed. A euphoric expression on his face. No, it tastes like mutton, Bran flatly refused. It felt awkward to listen to stories without something in his mouth or a drink to sip. Who cares about your con artist's history? He snapped. A glass of milk, Bran finally called out to the bartender behind the counter. Huh, you're a character. Who comes to a tavern for milk? Irving laughed heartily, then shouted to the bartender, that milk S on me. Laughter erupted in the tavern, all eyes on Bran, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Your milk. The waitress sauntered over, placing a steaming mug of milk on the table, casting a flirtatious glance at Bran before turning away. Ah, youth, Irving sighed, in my younger days. Not many girls toss me glances like that. Perhaps you're not as handsome as I am, Bran blurted out, then immediately regretted his words, feeling utterly mortified. Huh. Irving laughed again, taking a sip of beer while gazing at Bran. You remind me of Adrastus, Bran. He had dark hair, was young and handsome, just as confident and cheerful, though his eyes were black. He was Greek. Irving picked up a fry and popped it into his mouth. He later died, right there in the cold Finnish ground. After we escaped that ruin, Angela gave him a proper burial. Finland is far too cold for a Greek lad like him. Greece is truly a splendid place. That S where you con me out of 5,000 galleons, Bran quipped. Ah, you finally mentioned your companions. Where are they? Irving hesitated, his hand trembling slightly as he held the fry, but Bran, fixated on his eyes, did not notice. They're camping outside. I told them to ensure our guest is well taken care of, the one capable of leading us out of this predicament, Mr. Bran read. The mercenary whose name has spread throughout the underground magical community in Europe over the past 2 years. I don't need such flattery, Bran retorted, irritated. He seemed to have an inkling, yet also felt utterly clueless. You tricked me into signing a contract that left me with a debt of 5,000 galleons, remember? Spare me the emotional appeals and tales of woe. Irving gazed at him somberly, his disheveled brown hair falling slightly. He left his seat and approached the bar. 2 rooms for me and my brother for the night, he instructed, slapping a few gold galleons on the counter. Oh, wait, damn it. He retrieved the coins, bowed his head to count the money, then handed over some pounds instead. Now, Bran, brother, I think it's time to rest, Irving said as he returned to his seat. Why? Will the dark magic grow stronger at night? Bran replied sharply. Irving's lips moved, then he managed to smile. Bran, brother, while you've gained quite a reputation, there are things you have yet to witness. Only Angela, Ed, and I have experienced them. During our visit to a ruin in America, why don't your companions stay in the tavern? Bran pressed. Because they need to keep an eye on the Gunner estate. Irving answered smoothly. What if I insist on going now? Bran continued his interrogation. Irving blinked, and in an instant, he seemed to shed all the emotions of the day. Enveloped instead in an enigmatic aura, he regarded Bran with a light laugh. If you insist, I cannot stop you. Then let us rest for the night, Bran concluded. He approached the bar to inquire about the lodging options, only to return disappointed, having confirmed that there was only one suite available. Let us head upstairs. Sweet dreams. Irving laughed, he said. Irving's hand had already delved into his backpack, and Bran warily eyed it. However, Irving withdrew his hesitating hand. Thank you, Bran, brother, he said. In what felt like a fleeting moment, he reverted to the weary Irving Lask of the day. Chapter 9, The Gunner Estate. You can search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Baidu. That night, Bran struggled to sleep. The bed was uncomfortable, after enduring more than an hour. He finally remembered he was a wizard and transformed the bed into something more comfortable. Before bed, Irving had brought over a bottle of beer and a large cup of milk to reminisce about the past, which Bran had declined but accepted the warm milk. This directly led to him waking several times to use the restroom throughout the night. In the morning, vibrant green trees swayed outside, and the summer breeze carried the sweet melodies of birds. Bran lay stiffly in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I didn't sleep well. Today is ruined. He wearily glanced at the door, where polite knocking sounded. How did you sleep last night, Bran, brother? Came Irving Lask's voice. Let me sleep a bit more. Bran replied, remaining motionless in bed. All right, you rest. I'll go find Angela and the others, and I'll come back later. Was what he said about his companions true? Bran pondered. He had contemplated this question last night and ultimately concluded that it was quite likely Irving's associates had already been compromised. Of course, this was merely speculation. Upon reaching the village of Little Hangleton, Bran had seen no sign of the so-called team Irving had mentioned. The way Irving had dodged questions and offered unreasonable explanations only fueled Bran's suspicions. However, what Irving said was not impossible. It was standard procedure to set up camp nearby and monitor the target. Moreover, if his teammates had indeed been compromised, Irving would have no need to reminisce for an entire day. Even though Bran had never contemplated his dubious friends, he could not help but wonder why they had yet to meet despite arriving at their destination. This was a clear indication of a flaw in their plan. As for the tales recounted by Owen, Bran found himself genuinely perplexed. The narratives were captivating and deeply affecting, yet he was well aware that Owen, familiar with him, should have known that Bran would not respond favorably to such stories. Nevertheless, Owen continued to ramble incessantly throughout the day. Regardless of his monologue, the Horcruxes must be destroyed. Bran felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, but he recognized this as a prime opportunity. If Owen had not left behind any surveillance in the tavern, he could stealthily assess the situation before making a decision. In a daze, he got out of bed, yawning as he washed and dressed. After ordering breakfast, he remained in a semi-conscious state, staring blankly at the table. Richard was simply too envious and could not bear to see others thrive. The tavern was nearly deserted in the morning, allowing Bran to overhear a nearby old man utter those words from a few tables away. Envy. Ron Weasley was indeed plagued by jealousy, Bran mused. Growing up in the shadows of his brothers and befriending such remarkable individuals made him inherently susceptible to such feelings. The 7th installment truly captured this sentiment well, especially with the Slytherin locket that resonated with his psyche. Suddenly, Bran felt as if he had awoken from a long, deep slumber, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Perhaps everything was beginning to make sense. The Horcrux possessed a beguiling power over individuals. Owen had fallen prey to its allure during his exploration. Moreover, with the death of his friend at the hands of Voldemort's dark magic, the Horcrux could exploit this psychological vulnerability, enticing him and his companions to acquire the Resurrection Stone, ultimately leading them to confront the Horcrux and meet their demise. The Horcrux drained the magic and life force from these individuals, growing ever more powerful. It was likely that Owen, having suffered severe psychological trauma, had managed to break free from the Horcrux's enchantment, yet his mind had become unhinged, teetering on the brink of collapse. His intelligence fluctuated, leading him to act out of a simplistic desire for revenge for his fallen friend, perhaps mixed with a sense of resentment over the unattainable resurrection stone. Foolishly summoning Bran to attempt to resolve the issue. The tales he shared were merely an uncontrollable expression of his nostalgia for his friends. Lying about his companions still being alive was perhaps a ploy to create an illusion of control, a facade of an ordinary mission intended to deceive Bran into participating. The more he contemplated, the clearer everything became, as if a stone had dropped into still water. Bran swiftly finished his breakfast, sought out an unoccupied space outside, and cast the disillusionment charm, making his way to the Gaunt residence. According to the original text, the Gaunt house was situated in that direction, atop a hillside, nestled within the nearby forest. He jogged along the small path, confident he was on the right track. From this trail, he could see the Riddle house on the opposite slope. There, he found Owen Lass crouching by the roadside, puffing away at a vintage pipe, his back turned to Bran. "Ah, Bran, dear brother, why not sleep a little longer while I go back to find you?" Owen inquired, puzzled. "I fear I must resort to some violent means to destroy that house," Bran replied, noting the swift changes in Owen's expression. "No," Owen interjected, "there's something I need inside." "Have you forgotten your covenant? First, let me meet your friends. Angela, Harlan, Joy? Where are they?" "They're dead," Owen stated, still puffing on his pipe. "It would be advantageous for you to refrain from lying," Bran said patiently. "Covenants can be altered, but lives are paramount. That place is now a den of danger. Allow me to destroy it. I am capable of doing so. What will happen to what I need if you blow up the house?" Owen asked, lifting his head. His expression unchanged, a strange aura enveloping him. If Bran had previously interpreted this as a mere shift in Owen's temperament, he now had ample reason to suspect it was some form of manipulation by the Horcrux. "If you truly require it, you may retrieve what you need inside later. I must first eliminate the threat," Bran asserted. With his left hand gripping the ring of fiery wrath and his wand poised in his right, he directed it at himself. Threads of golden light began to emanate from his arm, dissipating into nothingness. This was the loophole left by the Covenant's maker. It was not an unbreakable oath. Bran approached the Gaunt residence slowly. The decrepit wooden house was not far from the path, and he quickly laid eyes upon it. A dead snake was nailed to the door. "They're all gone. All dead. Only the resurrection stone can bring them back. The resurrection stone is a sacred artifact. One of the Deathly Hallows." Owen continued to smoke his pipe. At that moment, flames erupted from the ring in Bran's left hand, shooting directly toward the Gaunt house. In just a second or two, the fierce fire consumed a vast stretch of forest, a monstrous blaze licking clean everything in its path, roaring and expanding outward. The scorching air seared Bran's skin, yet he managed to activate the countercharm on the ring just in time, sending forth silvery waves that extinguished the fire at its destructive pace. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he turned to Owen, who stared at him with vacant eyes. "It is over," Bran declared. "It knows everything now," Owen replied. A wave of irritation surged through Bran. Did this man even comprehend his actions? Was his theatrics merely a form of amusement? If he killed him, he would be free from the burden of 3,000 galleons. For Owen had already been affected by the Horcrux. He appeared weak, posing no threat of retaliation. Suddenly, Owen glanced down at his palms. "Ah, I see now. I just brought it out," he murmured dreamily. In his palm lay a ring, adorned with a black gemstone engraved with the Peveril crest. Chapter 10. Memory. You may search Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. Bran plunged headfirst into the frigid air, his feet meeting the icy ground. After a brief moment of dizziness, he realized he could not control himself. He was silently following a group of individuals, acutely aware of his heavy breathing and the sensation of his boots crunching against the ice. Where am I? The sensation of entering this realm felt akin to stepping into a pensive. Is this a memory? But why can't I control myself? No, this is not me at all. Though his physique and stature bore a striking resemblance, Bran discerned that the self he could not control was entirely different from his own. In other words, he was experiencing someone else's memory from a first-person perspective. It must be so, he thought, despairing over his current predicament. This force had yanked him into the memory without his consent, and in the body of another, Bran had no opportunity to steer the course of events. He could only mechanically observe the actions that had already transpired within the memory. What was happening outside? Owen had actually taken the ring out. My fiery wrath had burned brightly, Bran pondered. In truth, mulling over these thoughts was the only thing he could do. "We've arrived," he heard a man ahead say. That was Owen's voice. Owen's memory? Bran, who had been keeping his head down, lifted it to gaze at the immense rock protruding from the snowy ground. The boulder towered 4 stories high. Is this the entrance to the ruins? Bran sensed himself speaking, his voice that of a young man. Yes. According to the literature I have read in our recent visit, beneath us lies the oldest magical relic in Finland, where legendary magical creatures are said to be buried. A woman nearby remarked. Bran turned to her. She was a blonde, her hair a striking golden hue, standing out vividly against the snowy backdrop. I suppose they won't give birth in their graves? Bran quipped, eliciting a ripple of laughter from those around. Serious now, Adrastos, Owen admonished. This is only your second expedition. There are many dangers you have yet to encounter. So, I am now Adrastos, a name mentioned in passing by Owen. Is he referring to the Greek who perished in Finland? The blonde woman just stated that this is indeed Finland. Am I destined for a near-death experience? Or perhaps to perish alongside Adrastos? Very well, Captain, it shall not happen again, Adrastos replied. Bran even discerned the Greek accents rolled R in Adrastos' speech. Clearly, Adrastos took Owen's words lightly as he resumed joking with the tall, robust Russian named Joy. The blonde woman approached Owen. Here, Angela, Owen said, moving to a corner of the rock, pointing at the enormous symbols above. There are inscriptions here. Fortunately, I had studied some of this runic script in advance, Angela remarked, gazing at the monumental symbols on the boulder, which should be the only script of this era. I guess correctly. You are always well prepared, Owen mused. Their meaning is, those who pass through the first gate offer blood as sacrifice. Those who pass through the second gate repay with spirit, a perilous warning. I believe we must take it seriously, Angela stated earnestly. Then she beckoned. Everyone, gather around. This door requires our blood. It is an ancient rite. Without hesitation, everyone stepped forward and pricked their hands. Adrastos followed suit, producing a small knife to cut his wrist, blood spilling onto the stone without a sound. Bran, however, felt an agonizing sting but could not cry out. Healing as before, Adrastos swiftly pointed his wand at his left wrist and murmured. The gushing blood ceased, and the wound quickly scabbed over. The rock rumbled ominously, splitting apart to reveal a vast staircase. It descended into darkness, with no end in sight. These steps are not meant for humans, Angela declared, her complexion appearing quite pale. Adrastos, panting, sat aside to eat a bit. Not bad, Bran commented on the taste. We are about to traverse a gate, having offered our blood as sacrifice, Owen pondered. And what of the second gate? To repay with spirit? That sounds like certain death. There are many, many mystical gates. We must tread carefully, Angela warned. She sipped from her cup, her complexion improving significantly. We can set out, if we delay too long. The gate may close. One by one, they entered the doorway. Once the trailing Adrastos stepped inside, the massive door thunderously closed behind them. Adrastos turned, staring at the door. The glow flickered. In unison, they cast illumination spells, light spilling forth to banish the surrounding darkness. Adrastos followed suit. Bran gazed down the staircase, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. Old rule, do not cast spells indiscriminately here. Thus, we cast a levitation charm upon ourselves, Owen reminded. Everyone muttered incantations under their breath. Once finished, Adrastos complained. With so many steps, how long must we jump? By the time we arrive, we will have wasted half the time. I encountered similar stairs in the pyramids of Mexico, Owen replied calmly. In my previous team, there was a fool who proclaimed, we are wizards, comrades. He then flailed his wand like a baboon, attempting to transform those massive steps into ordinary ones for us to stroll upon. Unfortunately, he turned into stone the very next moment. Thankfully, the counter curse only affected him. Otherwise, his recklessness could have doomed us all. Adrastos fell silent. Angela reassured. It won't take long. The larger the steps, the fewer we must jump in total. Each jump takes less than a second. The 6 of them leaped down the staircase step by step. After what felt like an eternity, the colossal staircase wound around several bends. And Bran found himself growing exceedingly bored until Angela finally announced, here's the hall. As Adrastos landed, his gaze was immediately captivated by the scene before them. Before them stood a hall soaring several dozen meters high, suffused with an ethereal blue light, supported by numerous ancient Greek columns that upheld the entire dome. At the end of the hall lay a massive sarcophagus, easily the size of a building if stood upright. Crowning the sarcophagus were countless blossoms. A bright blue light, remarkably conspicuous even in the Azure Hall, streamed from the void above the throne behind the sarcophagus, illuminating it. The Tomb of the King of Giants, Angela whispered. Chapter 11. Whispering you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Though the initial spectacle was awe-inspiring, it was, in truth, rather unremarkable. For a group well-versed in the arcane, this ancient magical era's relic could only be deemed of mediocre significance, lacking truly astonishing elements. Soon, they began to move about the hall, seeking valuable artifacts. Adrastos trailed the main group, mumbling in Greek, words Bran could not comprehend. Historical records indicate that 4,000 years ago, when the Egyptians constructed the pyramids, Finland was indeed ruled by a race of giants, Angela exclaimed excitedly. This tomb confirms my hypothesis. The kingdom of giants in Finland possessed formidable magic. I have a hunch that perhaps here lies part of the answer to why the magical realm has waned over generations. Adrastos glanced back at the grand spiraling staircase, sensing something lurking in the shadows. The group advanced cautiously toward the flower-adorned sarcophagus. Angela continued her explanation. The ancient scroll we unearthed at Olympus states that the tomb of the giant king would be as magnificent as his palace on earth, where he would rest upon his throne, exercising his power in the afterlife. According to the records, this hall served as the venue for the giant king's audiences with his ministers. Behind the throne would be passages leading to other parts of the palace. Doors. Owen interjected suddenly, do not enter those passages. They may count as gates. Crossing the second gate means certain death. We shall explore within this hall. Angela nodded solemnly. For a brief moment, the six stood in silence, wands raised, meticulously scanning for anything of value. Their breath, visible as white mist, shimmered with blue light. Clearly seen in the illuminated hall, Bran was utterly perplexed. The history of magic taught in school had never suggested that giants could cultivate civilizations and possess their own kingdoms. Historically, notable giants were often depicted as brutal and savage, like Cyclops slain by Odysseus. Where are the magical creatures you mentioned? Adrastos inquired, glancing around. There remains much about the ancient era that we have yet to uncover. Angela let out a soft sigh, her finger pointing towards the colossal coffin. According to the records, that magical creature was the closest companion of the giant king during his lifetime, buried alongside him, an entity that did not exist in any of the tomes I could find. The hall was eerily empty, devoid of any semblance of relics. 6 individuals, led by Owen and Angela, cautiously traversed most of the hall, finding nothing, as Joy remarked. Owen furrowed his brow, saying, "If the ancient scrolls are erroneous, we can rectify the inaccuracies." Angela immediately responded, her gaze lifted towards the dome adorned with 88 constellations. "But it may cost you your lives to amend the records," Bran pondered, contemplating that perhaps this Greek had met his demise in such a manner. "There are no mechanisms." Adrastos interjected. The stout man beside Joy chuckled lightly, explaining for Angela's benefit, "As long as we do not approach the coffin, there should be no traps." The giant hoped that even tomb raiders would kneel before the throne of the giant king in submission. The ancient scrolls also claimed this place would be filled with the treasures of the giant king. Harlan, another seemingly ordinary man, countered, analyzing the unfounded materials as a farce. "Our safe arrival here is nothing short of a miracle," Owen reassured. "You are overly anxious, Ed. Our experiences thus far have mirrored the ancient scrolls, which is why we regard them as our most reliable source. Do you not feel it growing colder?" Adrastos inquired like a schoolboy. The 5 turned to him, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "It is somewhat chilly. Everything in this place emanated an icy aura. Even the blue light appeared frigid." Adrastos shivered. Owen's expression shifted. "Someone is watching us," Joy remarked in a dreamlike tone. Nearly 2 meters tall, he closed his eyes, his demeanor tranquil. "Is it you, Bessie?" He caressed a column as if it were a lover. Adrastos stared at him wide-eyed, attempting to lighten the mood for the others. "He never mentioned Bessie to me. We must leave. I hear it speaking. Something is awakening." Ed exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at the coffin. The flowers adorning it rapidly withered. Owen approached and slapped Joy twice across the face. Joy jolted awake. I think I dozed off." Angela, undeterred by all this, exclaimed with excitement. "This is a magnificent opportunity. The civilization of giants is the most ancient magical culture I can trace. We need to understand the origins of magic. There is nothing here except flowers and blue light." Ed screamed. He was still staring at the coffin, now devoid of flowers. All the blossoms had turned to black ashes, swept away by a gentle breeze, swirling in the air. "We retreat," Owen suddenly declared. Angela shot a sharp look at Owen, who gulped nervously, his face a mask of anxiety. "Babylon." It was then that Bran heard it, a whisper as thin as a thread, seemingly faint yet distinctly audible. When he attempted to discern the sound, the whisper morphed into meaningless hissing. He could even feel the breath of the speaker as if someone were leaning over him, blowing cool air against his ear. The sound of swallowing followed. Clearly, Adrastos had heard it too. He anxiously kicked his boots, inhaling sharply. "Is someone speaking?" This revelation allowed Bran to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed this murmur was a remnant of past memories. The moment Angela heard the first word from Owen, her expression turned to one of terror. "We leave now." She tapped her backpack with her wand, causing a powder to erupt and float in the air, quickly coalescing into solid form. "We cannot apparate." She spoke rapidly, and in the next moment, all the broomsticks flew out from everyone's bags. "Get on, run," she shouted. Adrastos opened his mouth, but complied immediately. Everyone swiftly mounted their brooms, soaring out with a whoosh. They must have been using specially modified broomsticks, as they flew remarkably fast. Perhaps due to the experience of this memory through another's perspective, Bran felt no discomfort. The 6 ascended the staircase, the indecipherable whispers growing louder, an ancient essence awakening behind them. Bran felt his head threatening to explode from the torment of the whispers, as if a steel needle were stirring his brain. So it must be Adrastos' experience as well, he thought, enduring the pain. If this were merely a mental spell, it would not invoke such panic. There must be an underlying truth. "Why have we been flying for so long?" Adrastos shouted. "Hey, run, run, run." Owen shrieked in a frenzy. The blonde witch flying ahead turned her head 180 degrees, her eyes fixated on him, a smirk curling at her lips. "Bran, read. I've caught you," she said. Chapter 12. The resurrection stone. The world crumbled away like receding tides, disintegrating inch by inch. Bran felt himself plummeting, continuously descending, until he suddenly landed, kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. "Hello, Tom Marvolo," Riddle said. Bran struggled to rise, gazing at the figure before him. He had black hair and dark eyes, strikingly handsome. Voldemort. More accurately, the youthful form of Voldemort. Without a second thought, Bran attempted to apparate, yet he remained rooted to the spot. He quickly sought to draw his wand, but his pockets were empty. He stood defenseless before Voldemort, despite it being merely a fragment of a soul. Tom Riddle tilted his head, regarding Bran with a smirk. Perhaps due to his age of 17, he was slightly shorter than Bran. He appeared almost corporeal, toying with a wand in his hand. In an instant, Bran recognized it as his own. It took me quite a while to find you, Tom said reproachfully, circling around Bran. Owen Lask has concealed both of you within his most dreadful memory. Even I would not wish to linger here for long. Bran noted that they were now in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, with the 4 house tables cleared and stacked aside, creating a vast open space. Not far away. Owen lay in a state of uncertainty, clad in a gray hoodie. This is not real, Bran asserted. Why choose this place to meet me? Hogwarts, Tom exclaimed. There is no student in Britain who has not graduated from Hogwarts, is there? Bran offered no response. He had a suspicion about what they were engaged in. This was not merely an illusion. It resembled a realm akin to the spirit world. Even if the soul within the Horcrux influenced the external world and absorbed life force, it would not possess any physical form. He quietly initiated his mental occlusion. Tell me, Bran read, is the outside world under the control of Lord Voldemort? Tom Riddle inquired eagerly. Yes, Bran replied. Interesting. Tom lowered his wand. Your answer differs from theirs. I am a master of legilimency, Bran read. I have seen the memories that matter. He threatened. Is that so? Bran chuckled instead and asked, what about it? He sensed a formidable will attempting to penetrate his consciousness. The technique was raw and immature, yet its power was formidable, likely augmented by the life force and magical energy absorbed from countless souls. Ineffective, Tom, Bran scoffed. Your hollow threats hold no weight with me. In truth, however, his mental defenses were on the brink of collapse. If Severus were my mentor in mental shielding, this would be far simpler, he mused. Bran's vision blurred before him as that will relentlessly battered against his mind, akin to a hammer striking an anvil. Tom let out a frustrated exclamation. The world shattered once more. Bran lay on the ground, panting as he beheld the shifting surroundings. They were in a tavern, spacious and filled with a throng of people. Voices rose in raucous laughter, glasses clinked, and merriment echoed. There, at a table, sat Owen Lask, Angela Engel, Colbert Nielsen, and Bran himself. We seek those with ambition in this endeavor, Owen spoke with unwavering confidence, to explore the relics of the world. To part the mists of history in search of truth. You will witness landscapes unseen in your lifetime, marvels beyond your wildest imaginings. He took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips. Have you ever pondered why the historical records of our world are so vague and riddled with gaps? Why, nearly a century ago, we had Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, yet no such great wizards have emerged since? He looks down upon me, does he not? Tom queried. Bran remained silent, striving to calm himself, for this scene ignited a flame of fury within him, an anger he had never anticipated feeling over that deception. This is irrational, he admonished himself. Though he was indeed furious, it did not warrant a reckless urge to confront Owen and end his life. It is the Horcrux within me stirring these emotions. Tom curled his lip in disdain. Join my team, Owen fervently urged. Together we shall witness and explore. Bran exchanged a glance with Colbert at the table. Angela's eyes suddenly sparkled with an unusual magic, and the two turned to face her, evidently ensnared. Never did I imagine such a seemingly virtuous lady would resort to such tactics, did you? Especially considering how reliable and knowledgeable she appeared in Owen's memories. Tom relished. Bran observed himself and Colbert, both adorned with satisfied smiles as they signed the contract. It ignited, leaving marks upon all 4 of them. 5,000 galleons, Tom exclaimed. You are quite enraged, are you not? Uncontrolled emotions erupted within Bran. The more he attempted to rein them in, the more chaotic his thoughts became, making it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Look at your mate, how joyfully he laughs. Tom clapped his hands, and all activity in the tavern came to a halt, freezing on Bran's contemplative expression and Colbert's smiling face. He indeed had reason to be merry, did he not? One of the wealthiest Muggle families in all of Britain. With a mere wave, they could settle a debt of 5,000 galleons while you toil away in a rundown alley. A filthy mudblood is superior to you. Tom spat with contempt. Another flame of jealousy ignited. This is not the case, Bran despaired. I rejected Colbert's assistance. I chose this path. Yet he quickly relinquished that thought. Did he not? An insidious voice hissed within him. You rejected him, and he was quick to agree, as if he understood you. He ought to have pressed that 5,000 galleons upon you. Otherwise, how could he call himself your brother? The world exploded into shards of blackness before swiftly reassembling into the corridors of Hogwarts. Colbert and Bran leaned against the corner wall, conversing, while behind them, Professor Klaus Hartmann and Harry and Ron stealthily approached the lavatory. They are on their way to the chamber. Tom hissed, my snake is dead, Harry Potter. He bellowed in fury. You lied, Bran read. He turned to face Bran, who still lay on the ground. With a flick of his hand, Bran was lifted into the air. The pain was excruciating. Bran writhed in agony, the torment nearly incapacitating his thoughts, as he fought with all his might to suppress a scream. Yet the pain also severed all his confusion. His anxiety, anger, fear, jealousy, and irritation vanished entirely. Grasping a fragment of clarity, Bran realized Tom was gradually becoming transparent, the entire world shimmering with increasing translucence. He felt the power within him. The very force that had once been so feeble, now seizing the contents of Victoria's ring and Rebecca's bracelet, slowly absorbing something. More and more magic flowed into Bran's being. It was the Resurrection Stone. Chapter 13. Albus Dumbledore. Tom noticed his increasingly transparent body and, without hesitation, unleashed a killing curse, but Bran deftly evaded it. Bran Reed stood, extending his right hand, sensing he could command this power. The world shattered like porcelain, fragments falling away. Bran tilted his head slightly, gazing at Tom as he snapped his fingers. All illusions dissipated as if light were consumed by a black hole. The midday sun poured down upon the path outside Little Hangleton, where the scorched earth still radiated heat. Owen Lask lay by the roadside, tobacco spilled from his pipe. His right hand lay limply open, a ring falling to the ground. There, amidst a thick shroud of black mist, the furious Tom Marvolo Riddle stood beside Owen, flickering in and out of solidity. It seems you have discovered the Resurrection Stone set into the ring and made a reckless move to establish a connection with it. Bran advanced, intensifying his absorption of the stone's magic. Tom's mouth gaped open, yet no sound emerged. Let me guess. You discovered it after absorbing the life forces of those individuals? Bran continued. Within the ring you reside, set with one of the most renowned artifacts in magical history. How enticing it must be to consider the power you could wield if you could harness this artifact. You are not human. You are Tom, he screeched hoarsely. The black mist surrounding him thinned. The ring glowed with a fierce white light, competing with the sunlight. Countless tendrils of white mist coalesced into beams of light, growing ever more intense. Bran found himself enveloped in the haze. He stepped forward, stirring the clouds. If I am not human, ask those you have personally slain. What do they perceive you to be, Tom? Tom Riddle's form dissipated entirely. The ring lay quietly on the ground, silent, no longer emitting any clattering sounds or bizarre black mist. As Bran approached, ready to pick up the ring, a hand seized his foot. Do not touch it, Owen said. Weak yet resolute. He slowly sat up, trembling hands grasping his pipe, clicking it a few times before lighting it. Is it dead? Not entirely, Bran replied. But it has lost most of its power and can only hide within its shell. Certainly. However, there remains a strong likelihood of potent dark magic at play. Owen drew a puff from his pipe, sitting on the ground while gazing at the sky. I am nearing death, dear Bran, he declared. Bran raised an eyebrow. Is that so? This torment has ravaged my mind, corroded my spirit, and drained my life away. I am on the brink of death. Owen coughed. Before I pass, I have a matter to entrust to you. Still clutching the pipe, he trembled as he retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, flattening it out. This is my bank statement. It's in America, precisely 3,000 galleons. It now belongs to you, Bran. He handed the parchment to Bran, continuing to cough. Also, Angela is not dead. Find her. Bran accepted the parchment, scrutinizing it closely. This appears to be genuine. He then nonchalantly tucked it into his pocket. Now, do I need to levitate you into the tavern for all the muggles to witness, or can you manage to rise on your own? Owen paused his smoking, setting down the pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, irritated. My primary vocation is archaeology. Ah, a tomb raider, then, Bran teased. Owen wobbled to his feet. At the very least, I have cleared your debts and even gifted you an additional 200 galleons. Do not speak to a better-than man in such a manner. Surely. Owen, do you truly consider your life worth only 200 galleons? Bran jested. My life bears little value, Owen replied, resuming his smoking and gesturing towards the ring on the ground. What shall we do with this? Ordinary means will not destroy it. Bran shook his head. My cursed ring is a one-time use item. I am not skilled in that particular magic. Do you have any inkling of what it is, Owen Lask? Bran feigned ignorance regarding the object. Spare me the act. Your understanding of it surely surpasses mine. Owen waved his hand dismissively. It is a Horcrux. As for whose Horcrux it is, I am unaware. The boy seems rather enamored with Voldemort. Bran laughed openly this time, prompting a curious look from Owen. Oh. It's just that if Tom were aware of your perspective, he would undoubtedly be furious. I could not care less. I wish for him to perish. The two continued to scrutinize the ring on the ground. Owen awkwardly spoke up. Is that Resurrection Stone authentic? He gazed at Bran with hopeful eyes. Fake, Bran replied. He closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge emanating from the Resurrection Stone. Its essence is a formidable mental magical construct that, when the user rotates the stone for mere seconds, retrieves all information regarding the individual the user yearns for, conjuring a deceptive spiritual apparition. Furthermore, whether it is due to the creator's malevolence or not, this apparition will attempt to lead the user towards self-destruction. The magic within that stone now wholly belongs to him. How can we know unless we try? Owen countered insistently. Though he did not pick up the object, standing there conflicted for a moment before saying, it would be best to destroy it on the spot. I can summon fire, though it is somewhat difficult to control. Then do not release it, Bran replied without hesitation. Owen awkwardly coughed. Then we must opt for a safe method to secure it in a protective container. I have no secure container. Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore appeared on the small path outside Little Hangleton, the very path Bob Ogden had once traversed into the Gaunt residence. Chased out by Morphin wielding a knife, Harry believed he had acclimated to long-distance apparition. If the vast expanse of land scorched by fire was not merely an illusion caused by long-distance apparition, that is. Ah, Harry. I fear our inaugural practical activity has encountered some issues, Dumbledore said after a pause, his tone seemingly imbued with amusement. He strode purposefully towards the two figures several meters ahead, with Harry following suit. Both were clad in Muggle attire, one with brown hair and the other with dark hair. The dark-haired man had his back to them, engaged in conversation. If there is truly no other option, I shall have to remain here to watch over it while you seek your secure container. You would do well not to flee directly. It would be quite disheartening after all we have endured together. However, Harry did not perceive the man's words as particularly sorrowful. Hermione's voice echoed in his mind. The brown-haired witch impatiently advising, mind your tone, Harry, observe how they communicate. Mastering legilimency first requires one to be an emotional savant. Although it was not Hermione teaching him legilimency, I believe these two amiable young men may be inclined to assist an elder in unraveling a mystery, Dumbledore cheerfully suggested. The brown-haired man before them exhibited an expression of awe and trepidation, while the dark-haired man turned around. He appeared not much older than Harry, with striking blue eyes. He beheld the affable Dumbledore. Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore, or rather, Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 14. A fate altered. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Harry felt it prudent to allow Professor Dumbledore to address the matter, thus silently stepping back to diminish his presence. The professor turned, winking at him before inquiring of the dark-haired man. May I inquire your name? Bran Reed, sir, the dark-haired man promptly replied. Ah, Dumbledore mused, Gryffindor graduate, was it? Just a few years ago, if my memory serves me correctly? Indeed, sir, Bran acknowledged. Harry keenly observed how Bran appeared increasingly at ease upon meeting Dumbledore, as if finally having found a sturdy support. And this gentleman? Owen Lask, headmaster. It is an honor to meet you. The brown-haired man placed his right hand over his heart and bowed to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings, and inquired with an interested tone, what transpired here? His voice was kind yet undeniably authoritative. As you can see, Professor, Owen is my employer, Bran replied, as if addressing a challenging question posed in class. He engaged my services to locate a magical artifact, which possesses unimaginable power and malevolence. We exerted every effort to vanquish it. Indeed, that is correct, Owen concurred. It appears indestructible. Bran's cursed ring misfired. We only triumphed by exhausting it. Yes, I purchased the cursed ring for 150 galleons to avoid any uncontrollable incidents. Regrettably, uncontrollable incidents did occur, Bran lamented. Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles sparkled with light. He turned to face the fire-scorched landscape, extending his right hand to grasp the air, nodding slightly. Now, Mr. Reed, may I examine this so-called magical artifact imbued with unimaginable evil? The elder's tone was a normal request, yet it bore an irresistible quality. Harry could not resist inching closer, striving to discern the object. Owen obediently stepped aside, pointing to the seemingly innocuous ring on the ground. Dumbledore bent down to scrutinize the ring, while Bran felt a slight perspiration forming on his palms. He sensed that the most crucial moment was approaching. Dumbledore paused in silence for a brief moment. You were unable to destroy it, were you? The headmaster inquired. Bran gazed at the most illustrious white wizard in all of Europe. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he suddenly felt that everything about him was within grasp. As if the gentle winds and clouds had dissipated, leaving only a weary and haggard ordinary man. Perhaps it is just my knowledge of that history and past. Merely my own dramatization, Bran reassured himself. No, Owen immediately responded. Do you have a way to destroy it, esteemed professor? His voice brimmed with urgency. In fact, I do. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses perched on his crooked nose. I fear that our purposes for coming here are quite similar, both pertaining to this magical artifact. Owen rubbed his hands together. For a fleeting moment, a look of turmoil and anguish crossed his face. If that is the case, I wish to destroy it myself, headmaster. The headmaster did not respond immediately but stared intently at the ring on the ground. It was at this moment that Bran noticed Harry Potter. As expected, Harry had indeed reached adulthood, tall and slender, dressed in Muggle attire. Boldly, Harry poked Dumbledore and asked, Professor? The old headmaster withdrew his gaze, pondered for a moment, and said, Mr. Lask, since you wish to personally destroy it, please tell me what you know about it. I have nothing to hide, headmaster. The ring is set with the resurrection stone. Owen replied candidly, but now, to touch the resurrection stone, one must first confront the ring. Ah, indeed. To touch the resurrection stone is to confront the ring, which evidently harbors profound dark magic. Dumbledore nodded in appreciation, his expression akin to a proud teacher celebrating his students' 12 outstanding NEWTs. It seems the maker of this ring inadvertently created something significant. He inclined his head towards Harry. I apologize, Harry, this practical exercise may have incurred more errors than anticipated. In the next moment, the old headmaster, like a medieval swordsman, conjured a long sword from thin air, its hilt adorned with a ruby the size of an egg. The elder handed the sword to Owen. Go, destroy it. Owen trembled as he accepted the longsword. Is this the sword of Gryffindor? You should possess a wealth of knowledge in history and ancient artifacts to form your own judgment. Dumbledore's glasses glimmered. The brown-haired man remained silent, his face a mixture of hatred, disgust, and pain, his gaze fixated on the seemingly innocuous ring. He raised the long sword and struck downwards. In an instant, a great cloud of black mist engulfed him without warning. Bran glanced nervously at Dumbledore, only to find the old headmaster unfazed, returning a friendly smile. I am quite curious, Mr. Reed. If I recall correctly, your N.E.W.T. scores are sufficient for you to secure a well-paying position in the Ministry of Magic. I was deceived, burdened with substantial debt, which compelled me to choose my current profession. Sir, Bran replied resignedly. I understand. Sir, will Owen be all right? If his anger and hatred towards the ring, along with the love concealed within him, are genuine. He shall be fine, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. Such was Dumbledore's manner of speaking. Nonetheless, Bran gripped his wand tightly, prepared for any unforeseen events. The black mist suddenly dispersed, revealing the brown-haired man, panting heavily. Owen grasped the sword, gasping for breath. The ring floated in the air for less than a second before it fell weakly to the ground, a prominent crack appearing on it, emitting wisps of black smoke. We succeeded, Bran sighed in relief. He watched as Dumbledore strode forward, assisting Owen and conjuring a chair from thin air for him to sit upon. Owen's complexion was pale. His body slumped in the chair, utterly drained. Sir, Bran attempted to remind him. Dumbledore, undeterred, picked up the ring, bringing it close to his eyes. The black stone popped out effortlessly. He held the ring in his left hand while subtly twisting the black stone with his right. Nothing happened. In that fleeting moment, it seemed to Bran that he heard a sound akin to a string snapping somewhere, or perhaps the final piece of a puzzle falling into place. It was the sound of destiny being altered. I shall remain here for a while, Owen said weakly. We can take you to St. Mungo's, Bran suggested. No need for trouble. I am waiting for a friend. Owen lay motionless in the chair. She will take good care of me, if you insist. Trust in your wilderness survival skills, Bran couldn't help but tease. With a soft pop, he too vanished from the secluded path. Owen lay there for a long time, until the sun gradually set. The starlight of the English countryside scattered across the ground. He stirred. A golden-haired woman emerged from the forest. Angela, Owen spoke. Angela Ingle gazed at the frail man before her in silence. It's all right, Owen whispered. It's all over. He propped himself up, approached the woman, and gently kissed her beneath the starry sky. Chapter 15, The Order of the Phoenix. Bran Reed, following his conversation with Dumbledore. First apparat to the tavern to settle his bill, then apparat to a corner of Grimmauld Place. Compared to the countryside, London was noticeably warmer. The afternoon sun beat down mercilessly on the square, which was devoid of pedestrians. Bran quietly cast a cooling charm on himself and found a shaded spot to sit, awaiting Dumbledore and Harry's arrival. Now, at last, it was quiet, allowing him to organize the multitude of thoughts that had been swirling in his mind. As he nibbled on the bread he had purchased, he contemplated. The most noteworthy aspect was his current abilities, which set him apart from others. Or perhaps one might call it a golden touch. To date, 3 incidents had occurred related to this ability, all of which involved ancient magical artifacts. Accompanied by phenomena seemingly imperceptible to others, absorbed the magic within these items and imparted some magical knowledge. From the fact that old Dumbledore's manipulation of the resurrection stone yielded no results, it was apparent that this ability primarily functions to disrupt, at least temporarily, the magic of these artifacts. Numerous questions lingered. What defines an ancient magical artifact? How ancient must it be? Why can it not automatically absorb the magic from the multitude of magical items prevalent in the contemporary magical world? Furthermore, how does one define a magical item? Why did the Elder One at Dumbledore's hands not react with me? Is this magical knowledge random, or does it correlate with the attributes and background of the items? Can it be trusted? This ability seems to have begun to be under my initial control, no longer merely a passive aura. I must seek more opportunities to experiment further. Secondly, there was Owen's memory. What other secrets lay hidden in this significantly altered magical realm? What was that voice? The creatures in the underground ruins? The disparate giant kingdom and the long-buried history suddenly found me, this golden touch, oddly well-suited for archaeology? Bran yawned. The events of that morning had indeed been exhausting. Why have old Dumbledore and Harry not arrived yet? Reflecting on this, Dumbledore did not attempt to test me today. Bran, drowsy, gazed at the houses numbered 11 and 13, hearing the rock music blaring from number 11, while number 12 stood mysteriously absent. Indeed, as a commendable graduate of Gryffindor, who would dare to intrude upon a student's thoughts without cause. Recalling his conversation with Dumbledore, he still felt somewhat disoriented. The headmaster had almost seamlessly invited him to join the Order of the Phoenix, to which he had hesitantly acquiesced, leading to Dumbledore's suggestion that he rest before awaiting their arrival at Grimmauld Place. I have a small inquiry, Mr. Reed. Are you willing to join us in opposing all those who covet what we hold dear? It need not necessarily pertain to Voldemort. Although the organization was indeed founded in response to him, a few hours prior, Dumbledore had remarked casually, Owen's armchair had been repositioned to the shade, and he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Harry had volunteered to investigate leads at the village cemetery. Bran momentarily lost his train of thought before speaking. You are aware that I believe Voldemort has returned, correct? I'm not certain, but I am delighted that you share my perspective, Dumbledore replied with his characteristic cheerfulness. Bran hesitated for a moment before articulating, I would be most willing, Professor. What is its name? The Order of the Phoenix. Harry, having just returned from apparition, interjected. I found something. Dumbledore leaned closer to examine the old items in Harry's possession, a clock, a cup, and a burlap sack, evidently too self-assured to conceal his findings. My apologies, Mr. Reed. If you would be so kind, please wait for Harry and me at Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore offered with a slight nod to Bran. I indeed hope to create a future without regrets. Coming to his senses, Bran gazed at the non-existent number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, Snape, the Weasley twins, and many more. Although the current trajectory of this world diverged greatly from the one I once knew, I still wish to salvage something. Direct participation in events would prove far more efficient. And one more thing. Bran retrieved the parchment that Erwin had given him from his pocket. It was a document that allowed direct withdrawal from the relevant bank. Surely, I shan't have to make a trip to America because of this. As he tucked away the paper symbolizing 3,000 galleons, Bran caught sight of an old man and a young boy approaching him. Old Dumbledore in front, with Harry trailing behind. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long, Dumbledore said apologetically, handing him a ceramic cup. This is a potion for your spirits, to help you recover. Thank you, Professor, Bran replied politely, glancing at the viscous brown liquid in the cup before swallowing it in one gulp. A warm sensation coursed through his body, dissipating all fatigue and drowsiness. He felt invigorated, as if he had just awakened to the morning sun after a long night's rest. Now, regarding your joining the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore said calmly, the headquarters is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place, between numbers 11 and 13. An old and dilapidated house appeared abruptly. This newly manifested structure struggled to push its neighbors aside, ultimately standing seamlessly among the rows of houses in the square. As if by magic. Indeed, it was magic. Bran chuckled at his own metaphor as he followed Dumbledore and Harry toward number 12, Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore led Bran and Harry into the kitchen. A figure was already bustling about inside. Molly Weasley, clad in an apron, was preparing soup, while a knife on the cutting board deftly chopped vegetables beside her. Upon hearing their arrival, she turned around. Ah, Albus, how wonderful to see you, Molly exclaimed joyfully, setting down the spoon she had been stirring the soup with. And Harry, have you finished your activities? This is? Molly, this is Bran Reed, Dumbledore introduced. A young wizard of integrity and kindness, recently graduated, who was willing to join the order. Molly furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Bran seriously. This is indeed a commendable endeavor. But do your parents know? Bran found himself at a loss for words. Young people should not act too impulsively. It is always good to discuss matters with family. While the decision is ultimately yours, your family ought to be aware of the noble pursuits their son is undertaking, Mrs. Weasley advised. I will, Bran assured her. Dinner will be ready shortly, Albus. Will you stay to eat? No, I am rather busy, Dumbledore replied. Mrs. Weasley and Harry began to chatter away. And he turned to Bran. Mr. Reed, may I call you Bran? Of course, Bran quickly replied. Well, Bran, I may require a moment of your time before dinner. I have a few minor inquiries. Do not worry, it is not a rigorous interrogation aimed at you, but rather regarding your encounter with Erwin and that magical artifact. Not a problem, Professor. He needed only to recount the events truthfully, omitting the fact that aside from Erwin, who was knowledgeable and experienced, few should be aware of the Horcruxes. We can find a quiet room, Dumbledore suggested. Chapter 16, Dinner at Grimmauld Place 12 in a dimly lit room. An old man and a young man shared the space. Rita Skeeter would undoubtedly write it this way, Bran mused to himself. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room illuminated. He sat down at the table, and 2 floating ceramic cups appeared beside him. Pumpkin juice? Dumbledore inquired. No, thank you. Bran politely declined. I do not care for pumpkin juice. Would you prefer something else? The headmaster kindly pressed. Hot milk, please, with a wave of his hand. A cup floated toward Bran. He accepted it, examining the cup, which was adorned with charming patterns and cartoon designs. He took a small sip, awaiting the headmaster's questions. To avoid disrupting your inaugural dinner at the headquarters, let us get straight to the point. Dumbledore also took a sip from his cup, hands clasped, gaze fixed on Bran as he scrutinized him through his fingers. The dimly lit, dust-laden room seemed to transform into his office. Bran, do you know what this ring is? Dumbledore asked directly, tossing the ring onto the table. A large crack ran through its center, and a stone was set within it. To be honest, I am not quite sure, Bran replied innocently, but it should pertain to mental magic. It drew us into numerous illusions. What kind of illusions? Related to my and Erwin's past memories. What form did it take in your illusions? Were they people you recognized? No. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes. Dumbledore spoke quickly, and Bran responded at a similar pace, striving to keep his sentences concise. Did your companion and employer share his suspicions regarding the identity of this magical item? No, sir. Dumbledore's blue eyes locked onto Bran. As far as I am aware, Erwin Lask is the most renowned expert on magical history in Eastern Europe, a principal contributor to several magical history journals, and a distinguished master of magic. This implies that a wizard of Erwin's caliber ought to be aware, does it not? Perhaps he knows, but he did not disclose to me what it is. Very well. Mr. Reed, I expect everything regarding this magical object to remain confidential. Any information concerning it must not be leaked, understood? This relates to our war with Voldemort. Understood, sir. Dumbledore appeared remarkably nonchalant, as if the conversation bore little significance to him. He stood up, waved his wand, and both cups vanished. Thank you very much, Bran. If you're willing, I have matters to attend to. Enjoy your dinner. Upon entering number 12, Grimmauld Place, Bran's intuition was in a frenzy of warning. He exerted effort to suppress the surge of attraction emanating from within him. The first question was answered. This object was inherently a passive aura. Following behind Dumbledore as he exited the room, Bran reflected on the earlier doubts raised regarding his own abilities. However, he was now in a position to decide whether to activate or deactivate the aura. As he stepped into the kitchen, he found a group of individuals already seated. Upon seeing Dumbledore, they erupted in cheers. "Professor, we are so glad you could come," exclaimed two identical red-haired youths in unison. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "Allow me to introduce a new member, Bran Reed. Some of you may know him. I shall not stay for dinner. Enjoy your evening." As soon as he finished speaking, he hastily departed. All eyes turned towards Bran, who tentatively said, Hi. Oh, it's you. Bran, sit here." George Weasley and Fred Weasley exclaimed joyfully. One of the twins, indistinguishable from the other, patted the empty seat beside him. Bran didn't mind and took a seat. He recognized nearly everyone at the table, the twin brothers from his year, the inseparable trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, Professor Lupin, the handsome man with disheveled hair, who must be Sirius, and undoubtedly, the silver-haired Fleur Delacour. This is Bran, our year's academic prodigy, who achieved 6 outstanding in E.W.T.S. Just a notch below Hermione. One of the twins seated next to Bran whistled. Hermione immediately cast him a glance, and Ron subtly eyed Bran. "Excuse me, but are you Fred or George?" George answered cheerfully. "But, I'm sorry, I'm actually George. We're classmates after all, not the silent type." Another twin lamented. "No fooling around, Fred," Mrs. Weasley admonished. "You even dare to call yourself our mother. I made sure to pay attention this morning. You can't fool me anymore. George is George, and you are Fred," she said, her tone surprisingly cheerful. "Nice try, mate," the real George said. Cutting a piece of bread. "Eat up, dear." Mrs. Weasley brought a set of cutlery and placed it in front of Bran. Bran thanked her and began to feast heartily. Harry, Lupin, and Sirius were engaged in hushed conversations, while Hermione and Ron huddled together, appearing on the verge of a kiss. "Bran, how did you join the Order of the Phoenix?" Fred asked loudly. "Well, I encountered Professor Dumbledore and Harry while addressing a magical incident. And then Professor Dumbledore extended an invitation," Bran replied. "That's it?" George asked incredulously. "Indeed," Bran nodded earnestly. "Mom, look," Fred protested. "You said others received 6 outstanding in E.W.T.S. Frankly, I think it's a miracle you two graduated without flying off on broomsticks and dropping out." Mrs. Weasley expressed her discontent. "Your father and I believe your capabilities are not sufficient to join the Order. Are you working at the Ministry now, addressing magical incidents?" George inquired. No. I'm a freelancer, mainly accepting commissions," Bran answered vaguely. 6 outstanding in E.W.T.S. should land you an excellent job at the Ministry," Fleur suddenly interjected. Her speech slightly slurred, and her accent notably heavy, contrasting with her appearance. "Bran has his own dreams, right?" Fred cheerfully remarked. "Not everyone aspires to work at the Ministry. Of course, Hermione is the exception, with her particular objectives," he quickly added. "You are?" Despite knowing who she was, Bran feigned ignorance. "She is Fleur, Bill's fiancée, whom he met in Egypt." George interjected before Fleur could speak. "Yes, I am Fleur Delacour," she said, proudly nodding her head. "And soon to be Bill's wife." Bran felt a twinge of sentiment as the timeline converged, despite Fleur's absence from the Triwizard Tournament. "Everyone, introduce yourselves." Mrs. Weasley seemed slightly displeased by Fleur's words. She clapped her hands to garner everyone's attention. "Bran, I am Mrs. Weasley, as you can see, the mother of these red-haired lads." "All right, Mrs. Weasley," Bran promptly bowed. The three conversing quietly turned to face him. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, they each introduced themselves. Chapter 17. Transfiguration Contest. You can search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Baidu. "So, Bran, do you have a permanent shop or something?" After some dinner conversation, Lupin asked. "A permanent shop would make you a conspicuous target," Sirius added. "Of course, since you've just joined the Order, not many know of your existence yet. However, as subsequent actions unfold, your presence will inevitably attract attention, and your shop will become a target." "I do," in Nocturne Alley, Bran shrugged while savoring a piece of pudding. Everyone turned their gaze towards him once more. "I can't help it. I'm poor," Bran clarified yet again, exasperated. Explaining for what felt like the umpteenth time that his residence in Nocturne Alley did not signify that he was an evil dark wizard or inclined to become one, but rather due to financial constraints. "Will help if you're facing economic difficulties, mate," Fred sympathetically patted Bran on the shoulder. "We were once in the same boat. Opening a shop is incredibly tough. We even considered Nocturne Alley, but a joke shop aimed at students there would diminish foot traffic." "Thank you. But I don't really need it right now," Bran expressed his gratitude. "You know, establishing a shop in Nocturne Alley isn't without its advantages," Harry suddenly interjected. setting down his cutlery as if contemplating. It means we gain better insight into the underground world's movements and could effectively utilize resources from there. After speaking, Harry looked towards Sirius for support. Sirius affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, replying, "Well, that is true. We must consider whether Bran is willing to shoulder the risks involved and whether he possesses the capability to bear such responsibilities." "Bran is incredibly skilled," Harry asserted, prompting Bran to look at him. "Yes, he is quite impressive." Harry seemed troubled. Bran understood this was due to the involvement of Horcruxes, and he couldn't reveal the full extent of the situation. Regarding today's magical incident, his performance was remarkable. "My practical activity with Professor Dumbledore was to investigate that." He ultimately used Bran's words to help concoct this lie. "In a way, I regret not having taught Bran," Lupin said, teasingly as he chewed on his food. "You know, I just remembered that my previous defense against the dark arts professor, Klaus Hartmann, specifically mentioned several students in a letter to me, and Bran was among them. In fact, Bran is already quite renowned in the underground world." "Really?" Fred asked incredulously. "Moderately so," Bran humbly replied. "I can finally connect the person to the legend." Lupin continued, still gnawing on his food. "Bran Reed. Many have mentioned this exceptionally capable mercenary. None of the commissions he accepted ended in failure. His strength is equivalent to that of several incompetent Aurors from the Ministry combined. He handles matters efficiently, though his prices are a bit steep." Lupin mimicked another's tone while finishing the latter part. Bran chuckled along. "If Bran is indeed that formidable, we finally have another capable fighter," Sirius mused. "As opposed to a fool like Mundungus. We mustn't be prejudiced against others." "Sirius," Lupin replied seriously. "Dung has provided us with much useful information. I'm not disputing his intelligence. I'm merely stating he is a fool. That is a fact." Ron burst into laughter, while Hermione furrowed her brow. "Why didn't you tell us about the mercenaries from the beginning?" Fred chided. "Freelancers. Look at him. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was the second coming of Rita Skeeter." "Mercenaries? How thrilling." George agreed. "This kind of work must be perilous, right?" Mrs. Weasley inquired with concern. "Do your parents know, dear?" "They do," Bran replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he recalled his own parents. Although he had spent 3 days struggling to assimilate the memories of this life, he and the original personality were essentially identical. However, he remained a traveler from another world. "Remember to visit home often," Mrs. Weasley urged. "I shall," Bran reassured her once more. "Bran, are you taking 6 N.E.W.T. courses?" Hermione asked. "Is it true that the world of true scholars requires excellence in all elective subjects?" "No, I chose 7. I didn't excel in herbology," Bran replied. "I have potions, charms, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, herbology, muggle studies, and ancient runes. I opted for arithmancy instead of muggle studies, as I hail from a muggle background. So I find it somewhat unnecessary." Hermione pondered, suddenly animated. "Professor McGonagall has always said she couldn't decide whether I or a senior student was her best pupil." "Was that student you?" "Perhaps not. Hogwarts has many exceptional students," Bran humbly responded. "Who else could it be?" Fred fanned the flames. "You are the most formidable student in our year. I propose a transfiguration duel," Hermione declared solemnly. "That is not out of the question." At that moment, an idea flashed across Bran's mind regarding how to assess his magical capacity. He resolved to exert himself to create a model through transfiguration. The more intricate the model, the greater the indication of his growing magical prowess. Transfiguration had always been his favored and most proficient form of magic. The duel commenced, except for Fleur, who excused herself hastily with, "I must see Bill." Everyone gathered at the designated training area in number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius had somehow procured 2 large stones, which he placed before Hermione and Bran. "I have an idea. We can transform this stone into Hogwarts," Bran suggested. "Only using transfiguration?" Hermione asked excitedly. "Indeed. You know, just conjure a model. It will be a significant test of your transfiguration skills and magical strength." "This will be exceptionally challenging," Sirius remarked. "That's all right," Hermione replied earnestly. "I will learn a great deal." "Let us begin," Sirius announced. Bran closed his eyes, and images of Hogwarts towers and the castle's exterior began to manifest in his mind, recalling every window, corridor, and door he had traversed. Revisiting these memories caused him waves of pain. "Honestly, I have no idea what Hogwarts looks like from the outside," he heard Ron's voice say. "Hogwarts. I'm truly a wizard now, and quite a powerful one at that." Bran opened his eyes, unconsciously waving his wand. His focus remained solely on that massive stone. Initially, 3 spires materialized, followed by windows, battlements, the surface textures, and bricks of the castle, culminating in the grand entrance, and then the internal structure. The stone gradually hollowed out, and he felt increasingly strained. The rough staircases, corridors, and classrooms began to take shape. He glanced at Hermione, the brown-haired witch seemed to have completed her work, presenting an exquisite model of Hogwarts before her. Bran smiled at her, turned back, and continued fixating on the stone. The entire castle rested atop the stone. The base of the stone collapsed thunderously, gradually spinning into a stone platform, upon which walls rose, and a section of the Black Lake emerged, surrounded by dense trees. Almost there, he thought, moving closer to the forbidden forest, tapping his wand, causing a small cottage to rise and spin into view. Upon completing this, he felt he had nearly exhausted all his energy. This seems to be my limit, he mused. I concede, Hermione admitted. There are still many details within the castle that you do not grasp. Hermione interrupted him. What I created was merely an aesthetically pleasing exterior. While you infused detail into the castle's interior and completed the surrounding elements, these uniquely shaped trees. Hermione approached, touching one of the trees in the forbidden forest. She turned to look into Bran's eyes. This is nothing short of a miracle, Bran read. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Chapter 18. The mission you may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. It must be said, it was indeed an impressive duel. Lupin was examining Hermione's model, which was a stunning castle replica, exquisitely crafted and vividly lifelike. He tapped the model and turned to inspect Bran's. These trees appear quite varied. How did you achieve that? Bran reflected on his state while casting, replying, memory, imagination, focus. I believe I understand, Lupin nodded. Transfiguration is a profound art. You have likely entered a realm unique to true geniuses. The ability to alter your surroundings at will is a remarkable manifestation of transfiguration talent. You flatter me, Professor Lupin. Perhaps next time I may not fare as well, Bran replied modestly, with only the two of them remaining in the training room. As others gradually departed, Lupin called Bran aside. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Lupin gestured for them to find a place to sit. Once both were settled comfortably on two plush sofas in a corner of the training room, Lupin continued, You have joined the Order of the Phoenix. We do not have any extravagant initiation ceremony. When we require your assistance, we will typically notify you via Patronus. The more you participate, the more familiar everyone will become with you. Do you know the Patronus charm? No, Bran admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he truly struggled with that spell. Despite having all the necessary conditions, he found it challenging to summon a joyful memory during practice. The tip of his wand always felt stiff, producing only thick, billowing smoke. Fortunately, throughout his 2-year career, he had never encountered a situation that required the use of the Patronus charm. Lupin frowned in contemplation. Bran recognized him as a seasoned, well-regarded defense against the dark arts teacher. I understand this situation, Lupin said slowly, given your demonstrated proficiency in other forms of magic. It can only be attributed to this rare circumstance. Your Patronus may be too powerful for you to summon at your current age and magical level. I can't quite discern if this is a blessing or a curse, Bran remarked casually. A curse, perhaps. A typical Patronus can manage most tasks. And using one for communication is the most convenient method. Fortunately, Hermione has provided us with a new idea. Lupin rummaged through his pocket, producing a coin. This is a substitute. You can cast the Transfiguration charm on it for important notifications, and the board at headquarters will heat up and glow. Someone will always be watching. And they will notice. Bran took the coin, jesting, what if I happen to lose it? It was still Hermione's idea. This device is equipped with an anti-theft mechanism. Lupin remarked. To activate it for the first time, one must use their own fingerprint. Thereafter, one must always verify their identity through a fingerprint scan before sending any notifications to headquarters. Hermione is truly a genius. The fingerprint lock on Dumbledore's army coins reminds me of certain concepts in the Muggle scientific community. Truly, the Muggle studies in E.W.T. is exceptional, Lupin jested, opting not to delve deeper into the topic. The next matter at hand is of utmost importance, one that has required considerable manpower. Lupin retrieved a piece of paper from his coat and said slowly, this is a task assigned directly by Dumbledore himself. Bran leaned in to take a look. The page was filled with dense tables listing personnel and their shifts, making it resemble a schedule from a sweatshop. After Harry narrowly escaped from the grave where Voldemort was resurrected, Dumbledore convened the Order of the Phoenix within hours, Lupin stated solemnly, emphasizing that this task was also given at Dumbledore's behest. While the overall danger is minimal, its significance cannot be overstated. Your timing is impeccable. We need to reallocate some personnel to other tasks. He paused momentarily before continuing. Most believe that Harry Potter and Voldemort are natural adversaries. A notion stemming primarily from that fateful night 17 years ago when he lost all his power. He spoke with a hint of sadness, adding that few are aware of the prophecy that had previously articulated much about the relationship between the two. This prophecy resides within the Department of Mysteries. Bran attempted to frame his thoughts. Do you know the content of the prophecy? No, Lupin replied. The crux lies in Voldemort's desire to possess that prophecy. Dumbledore was quite prescient. 2 months later, Voldemort's minions within the Ministry began to reveal cracks in their facade. The story of Voldemort's power within the Ministry is another tale altogether. Returning to the task at hand, we must ensure Voldemort does not obtain this prophecy. Is Harry aware of this? No. Dumbledore indicated that he would learn of it in due course. Bran frowned. Then why not infiltrate the Department of Mysteries to retrieve or destroy the prophecy? That is indeed our current endeavor, though hope is faint. Lupin appeared somewhat weary. We still require a double assurance. This is the table you see. It outlines the times when members of the Order will be monitoring the entrance to the Department of Mysteries. Is Harry learning a clemency? Bran suddenly inquired, seemingly out of context. He is. Lupin regarded him with curiosity. Since graduation, Harry has been living here with Sirius. He has expressed interest in becoming an Auror, but Dumbledore has decided to take him under his wing for further instruction. A few days ago, he requested Snape to teach Harry occlumency. My intuition tells me that this will be a disaster. Indeed, Lupin nodded in agreement. I expect Dumbledore will take it upon himself to teach Harry soon. If that is the case, then Voldemort's deception about Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mysteries will not transpire. But what means will he employ to obtain the prophecy? You know. In Professor Snape's class, I try to remain silent, keeping my head down to avoid any deductions from Gryffindor, Bran pointed out. I am aware of this, Lupin sighed. He folded the paper, cleared his throat, and said, that as about all concerning your assignment, given that you've just joined the Order, future urgent actions may involve you. I will send you the times for your surveillance via Al tomorrow. Thank you, Professor, Bran replied earnestly. I have not taught you. I cannot bear the title of Professor, Lupin chuckled. Call me Lupin, or Remus, if you prefer. Very well, Professor Lupin. Once Lupin departed the training room, Bran leisurely retrieved his wand. Expecto Patronum, the dark-haired youth murmured. The tip of his wand glowed faintly, emitting large puffs of white mist, yet the mist failed to take form. Well, no matter, we shall address it later. Bran stood, stretched, and closed the door to the training room. Chapter 19. Outpost service. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Coo. While seated at his desk, engrossed in his studies, Bran turned his gaze toward the window. The gentle morning sun streamed in at an angle, warming his face. He set aside his transfiguration notes and ink-stained quill, cautiously opening the window. A brown figure swiftly darted inside. Coo. The plump, round-faced owl landed on the desk, tilting its head to inspect the book before glancing at Bran. Bran chuckled helplessly as he removed a small scroll of paper tied to its leg. Coo. Once Bran had taken the paper, the owl joyfully hooted a few times, flapping its wings as it soared out through the open window. The scroll was tightly rolled, refusing to unfurl by hand. Bran took out his wand and tapped it. The paper then relaxed and unfolded. Meet at the usual place on August 27th at 2 p.m. Was the brevity of the message due to concerns about interception? August 27th, 2 weeks hence. Hogwarts would soon be in session then. Bran tapped the scroll again, and it promptly ignited, the ashes whisked away by a gust of wind into the trash bin. 2 weeks until it's my turn? The manpower doesn't seem that strained, so they afforded me a little buffer? He chuckled at the thought, recalling the old joke about the world ending and needing to finish one's homework first, a humorous take on priorities. The usual place must refer to number 12, Grimmauld Place, with specifics to be discussed later. Yesterday, Sirius specifically instructed Bran to apparate to the steps to avoid unnecessary attention. There is no need to worry about the 27th. Time is on my side. Bran languidly leaned back in his chair, gazing at the sunlight and blue sky outside. Life is truly splendid. Aside from the lurking presence of Voldemort, I also have 3,000 galleons waiting to be withdrawn. 3,000 galleons waiting to be withdrawn. But that is in another country across the ocean. Bran immediately sat up and pulled out a piece of paper, beginning to write a letter. Dear Tomb Raider Mr. Owen Lask, the 3,000 galleons withdrawal note you left me is merely a piece of paper. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying me to the United States to help retrieve the money. After all, it is your savings, and your assistance would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, I am still unclear about which bank to approach for the withdrawal. I am unfamiliar with life across the ocean. Yet your stories suggest you are becoming quite the local magnate in North America, so it would only be right for you to lend a hand, wouldn't it? Just a small favor, after all. If you don't help, are we still brothers? Yours sincerely, Bran read. Upon completing his letter, Bran returned the quill to the inkwell, humming a little tune as he tucked the parchment into an envelope. Casually grasping a handful of sickles, he descended the stairs and stepped out. The narrow, winding alley was sparsely populated, yet Bran, clad in Muggle attire, strode past with a sense of purpose, meandering into Diagon Alley. As the sole designated commercial center of the British wizarding world, Diagon Alley buzzed with life, far surpassing the quiet of the alley he had just left. Though it was still morning, numerous patrons had already gathered outside popular shops, particularly the Weasley Wizard Wheezes, which was alive with chatter. Regardless of the commotion, it bore little significance to Bran. Men typically ventured out with specific intentions. He made a beeline for the Owl Post office, attracting curious glances with his conspicuous Muggle clothing along the way. Welcome to the Owl Post. Upon entering, a cheerful red-haired girl bowed to him, her face adorned with a bright smile. Are you here to send a letter, may I ask? It was evident. Bran shrugged, raising the letter in his hand. Sending a letter without a package is mainly charged according to the owl you choose, she explained with a smile. You can select an exceptional owl based on the estimated distance for your letter. Bran, observing the restless owls in the cages set up in the lobby, remarked. I have often wondered, if I do not know the recipient's location, only their name, how can the owl find them? Owl magic is indeed a profound study. The girl replied with a grin. Many believe that owls are magical creatures. These delightful, plump birds provide us with invaluable assistance in delivering messages to family and friends from afar. They truly work hard. Just then, a round-faced, plump owl swooped down and perched on the girl's shoulder, curiously eyeing Bran. She gently patted the owl and said, not now. The owl hooted twice and flew away. If you are uncertain of the recipient's whereabouts, I can help you select a suitable owl, the girl offered, still smiling at Bran. You wouldn't deliberately choose an expensive one, would you? Bran replied cautiously. Certainly not. We are the only post office in Diagon Alley. We would never tarnish our reputation. The girl said, exasperated. You can ask your friends about our usual prices. Fine, although I suspect only the most expensive owl could locate him. Let us head upstairs. The upper floor was a vast room filled with a myriad of owls flitting about, creating a lively atmosphere. Bran followed the red-haired girl, occasionally ducking to avoid a jovial owl. These owls are specifically trained for delivering complex messages. They are quite delicate and can only carry letters, but they are significantly faster. She informed him, leading him to a corner. There lay 5 owls, each with a cozy nest carefully lined with neat grass. They're arranged according to the distances they can travel, the girl explained. The white one on the left can only deliver to Birmingham, while the black one on the right can reach most places in Europe. Do you have any owls that can fly across oceans? Bran inquired once more. His curiosity was not due to doubt about Owen's ability to travel far within a night, but rather genuine interest. We do, she replied confidently. But the corresponding price is considerably higher. And how do those owls rest? That's not a secret. They are quite intelligent and find ships to rest upon. Bran stroked his chin and asked, what is the price of the one on the right? 1 galleon per delivery. And the left one? 7 sickles. That is quite expensive. It is indeed. We invest a great deal in these owls. Their ability to locate a person with just a name is no mere trick. Regardless, I will select the one on the right. Bran produced a gold coin, flicked it, and tossed it to the red-haired girl. Without hesitation, she accepted it. Allow me to send your letter. Davin is somewhat shy. The girl took the letter and patted the black owl's head. It stood up, regarding her with an unfriendly gaze. She cheerfully remarked, a task awaits. The owl, dubbed Davin, suddenly perked up, flapping its wings and circling briefly before snatching the letter and soaring out. All done, the girl exclaimed. See? Quite simple. Will it truly find him? Bran asked, a note of concern in his voice. Trust it. She laughed. I'm Tracy. If you return to the post office, remember to give me a good review. Chapter 20. Pure Blood. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Victoria. Are you of pure blood? One sunny day in mid-August, Diagon Alley was bathed in sunlight. Bran reclined in a CAF chair, his legs crossed. A worn copy of Monthly Magical History from years past sprawled across his lap. The article bore the title On the Origins of Pure Blood Supremacy, authored by Owen Lask. I am, replied the blonde which without looking up, clad in a modest black robe tailored to appear less oversized. Bran closed the magazine and sat up straight. Which family do you hail from? He inquired. From Spain. Victoria lifted her gaze. My surname is Gomez. You should recognize that I'm from there. The sight of a blonde, blue-eyed Spaniard was indeed rare. Bran pondered thoughtfully. I must be a genetic anomaly then? Victoria retorted, her tone slightly irritated. Your coffee. You actually know the term genetic anomaly. Does the wizarding school in Spain also study muggles? Bran approached to take the coffee. To put it this way, if I wish to apply to Oxford University, while you aim for a muggle university, you must read muggle literature, Victoria replied, flicking her golden hair. Well, I wish you success. Bran took a small sip of his coffee, wincing at the heat, then reopened the magazine to continue reading the article. The latter part of this article does not serve as evidence for pure blood supremacy. It meticulously outlines the contemporary research conducted by the author, aiming to demonstrate that wizards of pure blood lineage and those of mixed or muggle descent are, at least in modern times, indistinguishable. After consulting historical texts, it is indisputable that most renowned wizards throughout history, often referred to as possessing extraordinary magical abilities, were predominantly pure blood wizards. The following data is presented, with references listed at the end. The author may elucidate the reasons for this phenomenon from a different perspective, attributing it to the authoritative dominance of pure blood aristocratic wizards, as well as the inherent social and educational advantages they possess. This undoubtedly sheds light on why such records appear in historical texts. However, recent archaeological evidence gathered by the author suggests otherwise. Below is an investigation conducted by the author's team regarding the so-called pure blood nobility narrative in modern times, encompassing samples from 23 European countries and 130 wizards. The origins and reasons for the pure blood nobility discourse in ancient times remain subjects for further research and archaeological validation. Author, Owen Lask. Acknowledgements, Angela Engel, Ed O'Neill, Joy Sokoloff, Harlan Carter. In memory of Adrastus Catopodus. References, a photograph is attached at the end, featuring Owen and all the members of his team, with the Eiffel Tower in the background, each person wearing a joyful smile. Bran took another sip of coffee and turned the page. Welcome, said Annie, dressed in a muggle server's attire. He looked up to see a familiar figure entering. Rebecca, Bran called out to the hurried witch with her head down. The blonde-haired witch wore a hooded robe, but had not put the hood up. Oh, Bran. Rebecca seemed a bit flustered upon seeing him, glancing around. What a coincidence, Bran remarked with a smile. I haven't been to your internet CAF for a few days. How is Samuel? He's well, Rebecca replied, visibly anxious, looking around again. This is just an ordinary CAF in Diagon Alley, Bran said, puzzled. And the owner is someone I know. Victoria, he called out. The blonde witch, who had been reading with her head down, glanced up at him before returning to her book. You see? Bran shrugged. I have an appointment here. I didn't expect to see anyone else. Rebecca swallowed nervously. She instinctively sat down, but quickly stood up again. Oh, I won't disturb you then. Maybe Samuel will soon have a brother-in-law, Bran chuckled. A dark-haired man nodded at Victoria, folded his magazine, and exited, causing the bell to jingle. After a moment, Bran, having cast a disillusionment charm, appeared behind the counter, right behind Victoria. The cloaked witch immediately turned, staring in Bran's direction. Bran, surprised, mouthed, "Can you see me?" Victoria shot him an annoyed glare, picked up a quill, and hastily scribbled on a piece of paper. This is still my territory. Do you think I have intimate arrangements? I'm here to see who that girl is meeting. Bran continued to mouth. What? Interested in her? Besides, you're probably younger than her. Isn't it a bit shameless to call her a girl? Victoria wrote back. Welcome, Annie said again. A tall, brooding figure entered the CAF, wearing a hood, appearing to be a man. Victoria put down her quill and looked up. The man made the bell jingle again, impatiently clicking his tongue, seemingly displeased with the bells. Rebecca. He gruffly addressed her, pulling a chair away violently and sitting down opposite her. Are you, or are you not, interested in ordering a drink? Rebecca stammered. Having now donned her hood, her face hidden in shadow. Humph. The man's face was also obscured in shadow as he glanced at Victoria and pushed a piece of paper toward Rebecca. You don't have much time left. Blonde witch, he said menacingly. Rebecca took the paper silently, tucking it away. The figure hidden beneath the black robe seemed to tremble. The man surveyed the surroundings, disdainfully snorting at the feminine artistic decor. Don't hope for any salvation. As if this CAF could provide any, he scoffed. He stood up, adjusting his hood. Half-breed scum. He spat at Rebecca and prepared to leave. Stop, Victoria said. Is this your setup? The man retorted at Rebecca. It's none of your business, I implore you. Victoria urged as Rebecca shut her eyes in desperation. Do you think I would fear a woman like you? The man laughed heartily, striding toward Victoria, drawing his wand. Do you think I would fear a golden-haired witch? Stupefied. Bran, Victoria, and Annie exclaimed simultaneously. Wands in hand, they cast a red light that struck the man. He fell to the ground. However, nothing happened on Annie's side. Annie, Victoria frowned. I couldn't help it, sister. Annie stuck out her tongue. In any case, he doesn't seem to be very bright. Bran materialized, stepping forward to cast a further stunning spell to prevent the man from regaining consciousness. Rebecca watched in shock at the unfolding scene. It's Antonin Dolohov, Bran said, lifting the hood to confirm. Do you remember last month's mass escape? We caught a big fish. Now, Rebecca, Bran turned seriously. What can you tell me about your association with an escaped Death Eater? Chapter 21. I don't get seasick. Do you owe money too? Bran asked in astonishment. Antonin Dolohov had been bound, and Victoria had informed the Aurors to come for him. Bran sat opposite Rebecca, ordering her a cup of coffee while she sipped delicately. I don't know if Victoria added something, but Rebecca looked much better after drinking the coffee. My parents actually left us no money at all. I borrowed from someone, but the profits from the internet CAF are minimal. What made you think of opening an internet CAF? Bran mused. It was suggested by a classmate at Hogwarts, Rebecca replied, avoiding eye contact. He excelled in Muggle studies and is of Muggle descent. He told me this field has great prospects, especially with Muggle computers. However, after I borrowed money with his help to open a shop, I found that while the income is considerable, the costs are equally high, and altogether the profits are insufficient to repay my loans. They've already sent several thugs to find me. Really? Bran glanced at the unconscious Antonin Dolohov. You don't know that this thug is a Death Eater who just escaped last month? Yes, the blonde witch lowered her head. Let me take you home, Victoria approached. Looking compassionately at Rebecca. I can help you with your debts. Rich lady, Bran exclaimed loudly. Leave, Victoria took Rebecca's hand, not looking back. Remember not to let this uncle steal our money. P.S. eyeing our wealth. Victoria squatted down, advising Annie, and then stood up confidently, leading Rebecca away. Brother, Bran shouted. All right, sister. I will absolutely not let the bad uncle steal a single penny. Annie revealed a sweet smile. It's my brother, Bran exclaimed weakly. Annie rolled her eyes at him and sat down in a chair to continue playing with her little trinkets. It was amusing to Bran that such a small child would roll her eyes at someone. He shook his head, chuckling softly. He returned to gazing out through the large window at the street outside, then took out a Phoenix Society coin. Fiddling with it for a moment before drawing his wand to transform it, capturing a Death Eater, Antonin Dolohov, who was working for a lending company. Annie, he called. Is there something, uncle? Annie blinked, asking innocently. If I leave and Victoria hasn't returned, have her notify me which lending gang Rebecca is looking for. What is a lending gang? I'll remember everything. Don't worry, brother Bran. Hey, Bran shook his head. A round-faced, plump owl flew in through the door, jingling with bells. It hurriedly darted to Bran, dropped a piece of paper, and swiftly flew away. Such a busy owl, Bran remarked as he unfolded the paper. There were only a few brief lines, arriving in a few seconds. Owen. This was the reason Bran had come to Hope CAF in the first place. The day before, He had received a reply from Owen, who wanted to arrange a time and place, and thus Bran had settled on this location. You're quite extravagant. Using an owl to announce your arrival, Bran said towards the door. Owen Lask entered, creating a jingle with the bells. Annie stared in shock. She hadn't had a chance to say welcome. Just SOSO, Owen said, with a pipe in his mouth, dressed in muggle clothing, which starkly contrasted with Bran's standard black wizard robes. Smoking is prohibited here, sir, and he said angrily, unsure whether she was upset because of Owen's smoking or because he interrupted her chance to greet him. All right, little one, Owen replied, halting his attempt to light the pipe and putting it away. Why are you dressed in muggle clothes? Bran countered. Since you last suggested I buy a set. I found muggle clothing to be incredibly convenient. Owen winked. What do you think of this outfit? Angela helped me pick it out. It's just average, Bran commented. TCH. Owen sat down. So, for this afternoon's tickets, I'll take you to America. How much? Bran asked, concerned about the price. Not much. A transatlantic fast ship. 50 galleons, and it arrives in a day, Owen said casually. He noticed the monthly issue of Magical History in front of Bran. Are you interested in my article? He inquired. Actually, I am somewhat intrigued, Bran admitted honestly, especially regarding this section about how pure-blood wizards acquire their power. I've received letters that could fill the CAF. Berating me for my shamelessness, Owen replied, taking out his pipe again, though he did not light it. I must be crazy to believe that a wizard's power comes from animals. I have something to tell you, Bran said. I have another companion for our trip to America. The bell above the door rang again. A tall man entered, with golden hair and blue-gray eyes, wearing a black jacket. My buddy here is somewhat interested in clearing my debts, Bran said. Bran, the blond man exclaimed as he approached, giving Bran's shoulder a friendly thump before sitting down and glaring coolly at Owen. Ah, Cobert, Owen nodded at him, another old friend. There are many things that require explanation. Owen Lask, Cobert said in a deep voice. In fact, Bran's brother, Owen replied nonchalantly, I also have a companion. The bell rang once more. Annie irritably called, Welcome. A striking blonde woman entered, tall and standing at least 6 feet. My wife, Angela, Owen said affectionately, wrapping his arm around the blonde witch. Angela sat down, sincerely looking at Bran and Cobert. I am truly sorry, Bran and Cobert. I will not defend our actions, but I hope to contribute to this act of atonement and earn your forgiveness. The past clings to me like a parasite. I only wish to apologize to the 2 young souls from back then. She stood and bowed deeply. Cobert's tone softened involuntarily. I learned about Hangleton Village from Bran, and I am sorry as well. Calm down, Bran quickly intervened. Let's pause for a moment. We're merely here to withdraw some funds. Angela burst into laughter. Owen waved his hand, saying, My wife tends to be quite serious. As I mentioned, I've booked a fast ship for you, which will take just a day and a night to reach New York. Magic-powered, arriving at the magical port, so there's no need to worry about muggle visas. 50 galleons per person. I don't get seasick, Bran stated abruptly. Cobert laughed, and Owen couldn't help but smile. Upon seeing Angela's puzzled expression, Owen explained. Bran gets motion sickness on flying broomsticks. So that's how it is. Angela covered her mouth, chuckling. We'll head to the port at 1 in the afternoon. We can arrive in New York by 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Owen glanced at the clock. There were still over 2 hours left. I have a few things to attend to. Bran said, You can wait here. Afterward, we can go out for a drink or something. Of course, I don't drink, he added. Chapter 22. One more thing you can search on Baidu for Harry Potter. We graduated. Received. Kingsley is on his way. At the entrance of the internet CAF. Bran glanced at the transformed text on the coin, pocketed it, and hummed a tune as he waited. As expected, it wasn't long before Victoria, dressed in a black wizard robe, emerged, striding past Bran without even glancing at him. Hey, Victoria, Bran quickly called out. The witch turned around. Has it been so long that you've completely changed your outfit? She remarked, looking Bran up and down. Walking in the bustling streets of London dressed like you. That's quite conspicuous, Bran replied. A friend of mine said, Muggle clothes are indeed very convenient. I feel the same way now, he added. In such a rush to send your sister home? Victoria tossed her golden hair back. Let's return to the CAF and chat. The oars capturing wanted criminals should be arriving soon. They moved to a secluded corner and disapparated back to Hope CAF. Upon entering, they saw Annie awkwardly operating the coffee machine, once again missing her chance to say welcome. Using child labor, deduct 10 points, Victoria, Bran said lightly. Cobert and the others were still seated, surprised to see Bran. Let me guess, Cobert checked his watch. Your task was to spend 20 minutes changing into a new outfit and bringing back a beautiful lady? This beautiful lady is the CAF owner. And I figured you might be thirsty for coffee, so I went out to bring her back. Sister, Annie exclaimed upon seeing Victoria, abandoning her task and rushing over. Uncle Bran said he wanted to know. I know, well done, Annie. Victoria gently patted Anne's head. I have some matters to discuss with the boss. So you two carry on. Bran understood and waved his hand at Cobert and the others. Victoria also nodded towards her guests, saying, If you have any drink requests, please wait a moment. My sincerest apologies. The two quickly made their way to a small private room. Victoria closed the door, cleared her throat, and got straight to the point. She inquired about the loan borrowed from the Malfoy family, tossing a piece of paper onto the table. Bran picked up the paper and quickly scanned it. It was a loan contract. Was this given to you by Antonin Dolohov? He asked. Perhaps, she replied, not directly answering my question about what she had received from Dolohov. I informed her that revealing the lending powers behind this could mean she might not have to repay the loan, and she hesitantly handed me the contract. Are you certain you wish to absolve her of her debts? Bran posed this awkward question. It's too much. Victoria frowned, but as I mentioned, once we confirm the connection between the fugitive Antonin Dolohov and the Malfoy family, she might not need to repay the loan. Indeed, Bran nodded in agreement. He glanced at the contract, drew his wand, and with a flick, produced an identical copy. He took the contract. For backup. Is that acceptable? Just in case. Of course. Welcome. And exclaimed as Kingsley and Toby entered the CAF. Originally, the department had sent Toby and another person, but Kingsley insisted on coming himself upon receiving the news. Upon entering, Toby's gray eyes quickly locked onto the trio engaged in conversation, before shifting to the little girl sitting behind the counter. Where's the CAF owner? Toby asked, his voice hoarse as he fixed his gaze on it. That would be me. With a light stride, Victoria approached the counter, lifted and down from her high stool, and added, I have the criminal secured in the broom cupboard, right over here. Toby eagerly followed her, but Kingsley did not. His dark eye swept over Victoria and then landed on Bran. Bran approached and whispered, Antonin escaped and has ties to the Malfoy family. He then handed the contract to Kingsley, adding, the owner will provide material evidence. This is a backup. Ah, a scream echoed from the broom cupboard. Kingsley discreetly tucked the contract away, without comment, and moved forward. All right, folks. Bran clapped his hands, attempting to draw Cobert and the others' attention. Cobert exaggeratedly yawned. Finally, he said after finishing his yawn, at Kelly Patrick's Flavor Restaurant, Owen is treating. We can head to the port after we eat. Victoria bid farewell to the skeptical Toby and the stoic Kingsley, placing her hands on her hips as she surveyed the now quiet CF. And, we're closing for the day. I need to step out for a moment. She called to the little girl, who obediently nodded. After gently patting the girl's head, she confidently exited the CAF and closed the door behind her. The witch operated directly to a narrow alley near the internet CAF, coincidentally encountering a high school student taking a shortcut. Forget it all, she calmly stated. The student blinked in confusion and continued on, as if she had merely walked past from the other side of the alley, rather than appearing out of thin air in the alley's center. She stowed her wand and strode purposefully toward the internet CAF. Perhaps due to the daytime, there were numerous vacant seats in the CAF, yet it remained bustling with chatter. Victoria first glanced toward the cash register, where a tall, thin man with glasses sat. Hello, may I ask if you're here to use a computer? The bespectacled man inquired. I would like to know where Rebecca is. Is she resting in her room? Victoria replied. Oh, it's you. The man suddenly realized, apologizing. I should have recognized you from your attire. Yes, the boss is resting upstairs in her room. Take me to her, Victoria commanded assertively. The man opened his mouth, glancing around nervously. There won't be too many customers during the day. Just take me up. Victoria's tone softened. All right, all right. The man suddenly appeared dazed, gazing at Victoria in a docile, infatuated manner. She sighed. The bespectacled man obediently led Victoria to a room on the third floor and then returned to his duties. Rebecca? Victoria knocked on the door, announcing, It's me, your sister. I've come to see you. No response came. Rebecca, are you there? Victoria knocked harder. The Aurors have taken Antonin. They might need you as a witness. Still, there was no reply. The witch drew her wand, and the door lock clicked open. Inside was a simple single room, furnished with just a bed, a makeshift bedding area, and a table cluttered with miscellaneous items. Samuel lay on the bed, either unconscious or asleep. Rebecca was nowhere to be found. Victoria sighed heavily. She approached the bed, confirmed Samuel was unharmed, and softly uttered, Guardian Spirit. A peacock without its feathers materialized in the air. Kin, please help me find information on a Hogwarts student named Rebecca. The peacock vanished in response. After a moment, she summoned the peacock again, instructing, Bran, I'm afraid there's another matter. Come meet me at the internet CAF. Chapter 23. The unconventional duo you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidil. Bran, overwhelmed by Victoria's mature and authoritative tone emanating from the ethereal peacock, felt a headache coming on. You seem a bit busy. Is there a charge for these matters? Owen inquired. The four of them were seated at Kelly Patrick's Flavor Restaurant in Diagon Alley, with various dishes already arriving at their table. If I could charge for this, I certainly would, Bran retorted, setting down his chopsticks as he had ordered Chinese, and stood up, stating, as you can see, understood, Cobert mumbled, not lifting his head as he continued to eat. Take care of yourself, Angela advised. She's always so kind. Owen remarked in astonishment. Bran then operated directly from the restaurant to the rooftop, where he had spent the night chatting with Samuel and Rebecca, hastily descending the stairs until he collided with Victoria, who was pacing on the third floor. Oh, I didn't expect you to come from above, Victoria remarked. My ship departs in an hour, Bran warned. Is Rebecca in trouble? She hasn't appeared where she should be. Victoria pointed to the room she faced. Bran peered inside and saw Samuel lying safely on the bed. Others are wizards. They can go wherever they please, Bran replied. Don't rush to offer excuses like perhaps she just went for a walk or maybe she used apparition and wasn't seen by anyone downstairs. I know your ship leaves in an hour, Victoria interjected. She handed Bran a piece of paper. Look at this, she said. Bran, puzzled, unfolded the paper. Why do these people leave trails on paper? If it were me, I would have burned them all by now. The Dark Lord awaited, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Victoria. I have sent someone to investigate Rebecca, the witch. Clad in the meticulously tailored black robes, solemnly declared. Given that she has borrowed money from the Malfoy family and has been threatened by Antonin Dolohov. We should not be surprised, Bran reasoned. Yet, a sense of surprise lingered within him. You are still quite taken aback, Victoria remarked, resuming her pacing. The term Dark Lord echoed in her mind. You cannot deny that Harry Potter now must believe, she continued. Why? Victoria turned to him, positing that perhaps it was merely a group of dark wizards masquerading under the name of the Dark Lord. Consider this. What makes Rebecca so special as to warrant the Dark Lord's weight? Perhaps she seeks to rally some strength. Skilled witches capable of the ironclad charm are becoming increasingly rare, Bran speculated. That is hardly a sufficient reason, as you well know. All right. Let us set aside the matter of whether Voldemort has truly returned. Regardless of his status, I believe this is merely a pretense under his name. Yet the situation remains dire. We require a thorough investigation, Victoria asserted, her complexion reddening with evident agitation. Do not even think of using the Veritas room on the muggles downstairs. Bran grumbled, raking his fingers through his hair. You see, as someone who accepts nearly every commission, I often find myself substituting for Aurors. But you are still not one of them. There are many powers granted to Aurors that you do not possess. We are utterly at a loss, devoid of leads. Reporting to the Ministry of Magic would be futile. They are all incompetent, Victoria pointed out. Do not fret. Perhaps Rebecca will return in a few hours. Perhaps even now. Bran and Victoria turned towards the door. There stood the blonde-haired witch, vibrant and beaming, as if in splendid health. She approached and embraced Victoria. Thank you for your concern regarding my safety, she expressed with gratitude. Where have you been? Victoria inquired. I stepped out to buy some lunch, Rebecca replied cheerfully. Her voice resonant. She turned to Bran. Explain this. Bran held up a piece of paper. Oh, that, Rebecca dismissed lightly. Just a threat from an old classmate. What sort of old classmate would threaten you in Voldemort's name? Upon hearing the name, Rebecca's expression flickered with fear for an instant. She then clarified. Just an old classmate from Slytherin. Slytherin? Indeed, Rebecca answered innocently. Did you not tell me you were a Hufflepuff? Bran questioned skeptically. Did I? Rebecca tilted her head, recalling. Look over here. Rebecca, Victoria exclaimed joyfully, having approached Samuel's bedside, addressing the still boy while turning back. What a surprise. Rebecca replied, equally delighted. Surprise. Victoria shouted. And in the next moment, doused Rebecca with an entire bottle of water. Rebecca rolled her eyes and collapsed. Victoria hurried to support her. You certainly do not follow the conventional approach, Bran remarked, half amused, half concerned. She has been hit with the soul-sucking curse. Victoria first examined the unconscious Rebecca, noting that her unconventional methods stemmed from her preparedness for various situations. What I just poured on her is a potion similar in composition to Gringotts anti-theft waterfall. Quite expensive. I must say, the witch lamented. According to the caster's intent, she will merely exchange pleasantries with us before disappearing to do who knows what. Victoria laid Rebecca on the floor. She is a good sister, she said. Indeed, Bran mused, hoping she would not become embroiled in such chaos again and would simply run her internet CAF. And I truly did not know she was a Slytherin. She is a half-blood witch, Victoria shook her head. I really do not favor the sorting system at Hogwarts, truly. Heaven knows how a half-blood would be treated in Slytherin. Disguising oneself as a harmless Hufflepuff is a traditional Slytherin skill. Regardless of the reasoning, Bran attempted a joke. The two fell silent for a moment. It was Bran who broke the silence first. Rebecca's situation may merely be a microcosm, whether you acknowledge it or not. Voldemort's return has ushered in a resurgence of dark forces more formidable than before. The escaped Death Eaters, the anxious wizarding community. The rift between Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. Victoria remained silent, her countenance somber. But now, I must first go to America to claim my 3,000 galleons. Bran patted the witch's shoulder, adding, while caution is never misplaced, do not let these matters ruin your spirits. At least for the sake of the Dementors. Goodness. The mere thought of the Ministry losing control over the Dementors, allowing them to roam freely in the streets, makes me want to relocate from Britain, Victoria gasped. You should go ahead. I can stay here and look after her until she awakens. Allow me to address some issues. Bran did not linger. With a soft click, the room was left with two slumbering figures and Victoria alone. She sat at the bedside, her expression slightly haggard. Chapter 24. Mid-ocean, the four walls of the room were painted a ghastly white, the bright, glaring lights rendering all shadows powerless. The windows stood wide open, revealing an inky darkness outside. After a considerable time, the sound of waves reached from afar, until an endless murky tide inundated the room, submerging everything. Chairs and furniture floated. And Bran felt a heaviness in his chest, as if his throat were constricted, rendering him breathless. He drew forth a slender wand, only to despair at his inability to cast a spell. At 5 in the morning, Bran reawakened from his nightmare, gasping for air, a cold sweat drenching his back. The clock in the room ticked hypnotically. He sat up in bed, the sound of the sea battering against the ship audible outside. Do not leave. He heard Cobert above him murmuring, still lost in dreams. Bran fumbled his way down from the bed, dressed, and opened the wooden door. The cool morning sea breeze brushed against him, sharpening his senses. The vessel was small, and it was not long before he reached the deck. Leaning against the railing to gaze at the sea, Bran had never been fond of sailing. A solitary ship adrift in the vast, boundless ocean, utterly isolated. The surrounding waters seemed to possess an insatiable hunger, threatening to consume all, and their only refuge was not the reassuring land, but rather the frail and pitiful vessel beneath their feet. This was the very definition of helplessness. After a while, the pitch-black sky began to brighten, softly veiled as if cloaked in gossamer, with a faint light visible where the sky met the sea in the distance. The ship advanced silently toward an unseen coastline. To avoid detection by muggles, the entire vessel had been cast under a silencing charm. Bran gently retraced his steps. Upon reaching his room's door, he collided with Owen. Up so early? Owen raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. Had a nightmare, Bran replied tersely. Owen's expression subtly shifted. Dreaming of nightmares at sea is not a good omen, he observed, moving outside. Why not head to the dining room for breakfast? Uncertain whether it was the house elf acting as a chef, despite the early hour. The dishes appeared promptly on their plates as the two individuals entered the restaurant and called out their orders. It seems that reaching middle age can be quite challenging, otherwise. One wouldn't rise so early, Bran remarked while eating. The brightly lit restaurant was empty save for the two of them, devoid of even a waiter. The magical realm had pioneered a self-service ordering system without human attendants. After boarding the ship the previous day, Bran and Colbert shared a room, while Owen had paid extra to stay in a more luxurious double room with Angela, seemingly on vacation. The inexperienced virgin knows quite a bit, Owen retorted. After conversing for a while, Owen steered the topic towards Bran's nightmares. What is there to inquire about? Are you overly superstitious? Bran replied, puzzled by Owen's question regarding his dreams. Just tell me, was there water or the sea in your dreams? Yes, Bran answered thoughtfully, chewing on his bread. The dream lacked substance. I was nearly drowning in a room before waking abruptly. Owen pondered this. What kind of room? He asked. A stark, pale one. No details? I can't recall. Do you have a background in dream interpretation? Bran questioned skeptically. Indeed, Owen confessed, I can be considered an expert in divination. I believe such things stem from innate talent. When you experience enough, you can discern simple omens. Bran fell silent. Owen, deep in thought with a knife in hand, sighed. Do you know why I care about your nightmare? He asked, spearing a pudding with his fork. Superstition? Divination talent? Intuition? Similar past experiences? I too have had nightmares. Bran halted his eating, eyes wide as he stared at Owen. The brown-haired man's t-shirt displayed a cartoon and the words, I feel lucky today. Tell me you're not trying to scare me on purpose. I'm not, Owen replied. I was in my own home. The sea poured down from above, drowning everything. For heaven's sake, it was a house at the foot of the Alps. Then we ought to leave this ship immediately. Let us go wake Colbert and Angela. Bran decisively stated. I concur, Owen agreed. The fact that they both had similar dreams spoke volumes in the magical world. We could ask them if they experienced similar dreams. The two hurried back, only to hear a sudden, sharp scream. Angela! Owen shouted anxiously, and in the next moment, he vanished. Bran, feeling helpless, quickened his pace to their room, bursting through the door. I woke up to find you missing. Angela appeared shaken, tears streaking her face as she clutched Owen's hand. Owen sat on the bed, comforting her, repeating that everything was all right. Bran felt a dark line form across his forehead and muttered, I'll go get Colbert, before leaving. He didn't notice that, in the next moment, both the man and woman on the bed mechanically turned their heads to watch him leave. The corridor floor grew increasingly damp, water seeping from all sides. Bran's heart raced. Had the disaster already begun? Hey, wake up. He returned to his room, shaking Colbert, who slept like a log, producing loud snores. Bran paused, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. Having shared a room with Colbert for 7 years, he had never heard him snore. He drew his wand, and the covers on Colbert's bed flew up, revealing a gigantic pig lying there. Wake up! Wake up! A booming voice from Owen reverberated in his ears. Bran jolted up from the table. The restaurant remained brightly lit, and before him lay the breakfast Owen had ordered. An unfinished baguette rested on the plate. Had he dozed off? He felt Owen tapping his head, and then Owen drew his wand, ready to cast a spell. Stop! Bran shouted. Owen halted, awkwardly smiling at him. Answer me, where did we first meet? Greece? Specify. At the Shell Tavern in Athens? Incorrect. Bran felt his heartbeat quicken. He had first met Owen at the renowned tourist site, the Parthenon, where Owen discovered that he and Colbert were wizards and invited them to join. Suddenly, it felt as if a large bottle of water had been poured over his head. Bran jolted up again. Owen Lask held a bottle in his hand. Wait. As Owen attempted to speak, Bran immediately interrupted. How much is your life worth, Owen Lask? Owen momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. An expression of realization crossing his face as he calmly replied, 200 galleons. Did you graduate from Gryffindor or Slytherin? I graduated from Durmstrang. Did you lay hands on Angela Engel the first time you met her? Owen's face flushed slightly. I fell in love with Angela Engel the first time we met. Wholeheartedly. He declared. Damn it. Bran exhaled deeply. I understand now. A dream within a dream. Owen put away the bottle. When did I fall asleep? Bran asked. After I said, we should go wake Colbert and Angela and ask them if they had similar dreams. You simply slumped over the table and became motionless. I tried several methods. But it was only after pouring a bottle of wake-up water over your head that you stirred. Whatever we are facing, Bran said gravely. It has likely already begun to target us. Chapter 25. The fall you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. Harry Potter felt drenched in sweat. He could hardly fathom that his father was such a person. Potter. Snape trembled with anger. Get out of this room. I never want to see you again. Now, leave. Harry stumbled out of the room. Ron and Hermione, having heard Snape's furious roar, gathered at the door to catch Harry. It truly was a disaster. On the way upstairs, Ron couldn't help but complain. Why doesn't Dumbledore teach you personally? Hermione sighed deeply. Harry shook his head. Perhaps he is dealing with some significant matters. Indeed. There are serious issues, Hermione replied. Voldemort's influence within the Ministry of Magic is steadily expanding. I've only been in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for less than a week, and already there are calls to purge Muggle-born wizards. Moreover, those antiquated bureaucrats in the Ministry have recently set their sights on Hogwarts. Ginny is still in school. Ron exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Ollivander went missing yesterday. Can you believe it? So yes, Professor Dumbledore is indeed very busy. Hermione, noticing Ron's expression, quickly added, No, I'm not defending Snape's abysmal teaching. He could consult McGonagall or others. I don't believe Professor McGonagall's talent in the blocking charm is significantly inferior to Snape's. Perhaps you could teach me. Harry lay on the bed, weakly smiling as he said, You have practiced remarkably well. Indeed, it's not impossible, but if you truly wish to refine your skills, you will require a masterful teacher, Hermione replied. Harry closed his eyes, feeling an intense pain in his scar. Since graduation, apart from the time spent with Dumbledore, he had not ventured outside this house. There must be a reason for that. Bran could teach him, Ron suggested. It seems Bran is not particularly busy either. His occlumency should be quite proficient. We are not well acquainted with him, Hermione countered. The way you put it, teaching Harry occlumency is such a crucial matter. The argument between Ron and Hermione faded into the distance. Harry felt as if he were floating, surrounded by a pitch-black void, devoid of any light. Suddenly, he saw his pale, slender fingers grasping a wand, and a frail old man curled up before him. Ollivander. He heard his own voice, high and commanding, saying, Explain. I have already told you. Ollivander screamed. I have revealed everything. Everything about the twin wands. Yes, Harry replied with a cold sneer, but Lord Voldemort believes it is insufficient. He desires more. Excruciatingly, Ollivander floated upward, the agony rendering him voiceless. He curled up even tighter. The Elder Wand, he murmured after the spell, his voice barely audible. There is a wand called the Elder Wand. I am well aware of this artifact. Are you questioning my knowledge of magical history? Harry's voice was devoid of emotion. Tell me, where is it? Harry screamed. He collapsed heavily onto the ground. It felt as if his scar might split open. As if Voldemort's curse directed at Ollivander was also affecting him. His vision blurred, and he seemed to see Ron and Hermione approaching. Voldemort sought something. He had to communicate this to others, to Dumbledore. The intense pain caused him to lose consciousness. Hello? Is anyone there? There was no response. Bran and Colbert exchanged glances and forcefully opened the door with a spell. Unsurprisingly, the passengers inside lay asleep, deeply unconscious. We have checked as well. All the passengers are asleep and cannot be awakened. On the other side, Owen and Angela approached, with Angela looking somewhat pallid. She hasn't fully recovered from the nightmare. In her dream, she was exploring an underwater ruin with all the deceased former team members, except for Owen, until everyone vanished one by one, leaving her alone to drown in the ruins. I have already used my revealing water on the three of you. Owen's expression was grave, and Bran, who had just been awake, fell asleep the next moment. I cannot guarantee that the four of us won't continue to experience such occurrences. Continue checking the crew, Bran insisted. Since we cannot escape, we must rally all the awake individuals to resist that entity, and perhaps this is all caused by human hands. Not long ago, after awakening Angela and Colbert, they attempted to apparate. The ship was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, with the nearest island hundreds of kilometers away. The risk of long-distance apparition was immense, yet they still attempted it. They failed. Angela determined that the entire space of the ship had been sealed off. Bran and Owen even had breakfast. Be optimistic. Perhaps we will find a group of trembling house elves in the kitchen, Colbert remarked. The four forced their way into the crew's resting area. One door after another opened, revealing more sleeping individuals. The kitchen, the cockpit, the captain's cabin, Brent said. The four continued their search, with no exceptions. The crew in the cockpit lay motionless. A sailor's hat fallen to the floor. The captain slept quietly in his cabin. Even in the kitchen, two house elves lay sprawled. Okay, Everyone, calm down. Facing a pile of prepared breakfast and the unmoving house elves. Bran took a deep breath and said to the remaining three, I have a hypothesis. The nightmare from last night is merely a precursor. The real first wave of attack occurred while I was having breakfast. Otherwise, those house elves wouldn't have been able to serve me on time. Then why is Owen unharmed? Colbert pointed out. Owen glanced at him and retrieved a mirror from his pocket. His shorts pocket must have been enchanted with a concealment charm. The mirror was completely shattered. I fear we no longer have time to propose and validate hypotheses. Angela's desperate voice came from the window. The seawater is starting to rise. A tremendous fear enveloped the four of them as they exchanged glances. Owen quickly pulled out several blades of grass. Gil's grass, he said, eat quickly. They wasted no time. Swallowing the herbs, Owen handed them. Bran felt his neck split open with Gil's. What about the remaining people on the ship? Angela cried. I no longer have any Gil's grass. Owen shouted back. The sound of rushing water grew louder. Bran cast a spell to bind the four of them together through magical connection, ensuring they wouldn't get lost in the water. They could only surrender to fate. Bran sorrowfully said, casting a bubblehead charm on the two house elves on the floor. Perhaps this is just another dream, Colbert mused. But the suddenly rushing water interrupted his words. In less than a second, the water that had just submerged their ankles now engulfed their heads. Bran felt his gills open and began to breathe. The four struggled desperately to swim upwards. Yet a tremendous, irresistible force pulled them downwards. A powerful, unyielding suction. They began to plummet. Descending through the water as if in free fall, heading towards the deepest, darkest ocean floor. Bran felt a wave of dizziness. The water pressure should have crushed him. Yet it did not. He could see the other three nearby, and even the floating house elves. The ship hit the bottom. The kitchen door swung open, revealing nearby buildings. The seawater rapidly receded, leaving behind warm, dry air. Everyone, Angela spoke first, filled with fear. This is the underwater ruin from my dream. Chapter 26. Destination. Breathing in the dry, warm air, Bran could hardly believe the series of events that had transpired in just a few short hours since waking. Who told him that the Harry Potter world was a low magic realm? Step forward to face the consequences. The four stood firmly on the kitchen floor. As if the water that had just surged in the rapid descent had never occurred. Two house elves remained fast asleep, their bubblehead charms appearing somewhat comical. Although he wanted to suggest that everyone remain still and not venture outside, it was highly likely that they were thousands of meters beneath the sea. And the root cause of all this may very well be connected to those distant buildings. It's not your fault. No one could have predicted this, Owen bitterly remarked. Angela placed her hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and took several deep breaths. This is not the first time. I should have taken my dreams seriously. I apologize. Everyone. Angela's insight was rather profound, Bran thought. He boldly stepped into the corridor outside the kitchen and gazed into the distance. The ship seemed to be docked at a wharf, where a small path stretched far into the horizon. Colbert comforted them. We are ready to disembark. Owen remarked that Angela's dream would prove useful. He approached and took Angela's hand. There were no objections, and they silently made their way to the deck. Upon reaching the deck, Bran looked up, gazing at the dark green, brooding waters that loomed above them. A massive, luminous dome enveloped them, creating a space untouched by the ocean's depths. Owen moved forward, lowering the spare rope ladder from the ship's side. One by one, the four descended. Stepping onto solid ground at the dock, Bran glanced back at the vessel, which was neither particularly large nor small. The Atlantis lay silently at the small dock, as if this were its destined harbor. Angela appeared to have regained her composure. She closed her eyes to reminisce and said, in the dream, I arrived here in the same manner, plunging into the ocean like free-falling into the depths. Our little boat also docked at a pier, supported by a dome. As if beneath the seabed, akin to being on land? Bran inquired. Indeed, she replied. They stood upon the path, gazing at the distant structures, momentarily hesitant to proceed. Owen squeezed Angela's hand, stating, this will be yet another discovery. Angela smiled weakly. I no longer care for the studies of magical history, Owen. Thus, the buildings over there shall be ruins, rather than a civilization of aquatic beings, yes? Remain submerged beneath the sea. I recall that mermaids cannot dwell in the ocean, correct? Colbert glanced inquiringly at Bran, who nodded in affirmation. In the dream, we continued forward, Angela softly murmured. The four of them began to move, cautiously wielding their wands as they surveyed their surroundings. The land appeared exceedingly barren, devoid of life, extending into an empty expanse aside from the path beneath their feet. Will there be any dangers ahead? Bran asked as they walked. Upon reaching a bridge, he realized they must cross one by one. If they tried to traverse together, the others would be thrown into the river. Once touched by the river's waters, you shall be disintegrated. I am uncertain how everyone knew this rule in the dream. He added. Owen's expression grew graver. Whatever lies within that ruin is evidently using Angela to draw us closer. And you have no choice but to approach, Bran supplemented. I dislike feeling so manipulated. Colbert clenched his fists. Angela sighed deeply. Owen remarked, we differ from most archaeologists. They are obsessed with uncovering the romantic escapades of pure-blood families from the Middle Ages or reclaiming treasures discarded during the colonial era under the guise of archaeology. We have encountered too many irresistible forces within the ancient ruins we explore. The group fell silent once more. The distant buildings emitted a glow, complementing the dome's faint light. The bridge Angela referred to was wooden, dilapidated, and appeared precarious, as though it might collapse at any moment. Bran tilted his head to peer over the edge but saw no river. Instead, a vast chasm lay beneath, unfathomably deep, seemingly reaching down to the earth's core. He looked to either side. The chasm extended infinitely in both directions, suggesting that this bridge was the sole passage. Ah, there is another rule, Angela recalled. After crossing the bridge, we must follow the path. Otherwise, one will vanish. The four halted on this side of the bridge, gazing toward the other side, where a solitary path continued toward the distant structures. I will go first, Owen declared. My life is of little value. Angela said nothing but gently kissed Owen. You may come now, Bran called as he crossed the small bridge. Owen, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly followed. I understand why we must follow the path, Bran murmured. Unlike the view from the bridge, the path here was bustling with activity. There were several drunken revelers at tables, boisterous vendors hawking their wares, and a group of young ladies in old-fashioned noble attire who burst into laughter from time to time. Further away, a dragon was engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with a figure clad in wizard robes, while giants wrestled and mermaids sang. This is a typical illusion. I am quite weary of it, Owen commented with disdain. Angela and Colbert approached, with Angela not sparing a glance at the commotion, embracing Owen. Colbert, on the other hand, exhibited a look of astonishment. Just ensure you don't lose yourself in the spectacle as you walk past. Bran patted Colbert on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. All right. The group continued onward. As they progressed, the illusions on either side grew increasingly absurd. Initially, they depicted ordinary human life, but soon magical creatures began to dominate the scene. Fairies, pixies, centaurs, and mermaids engaged in increasingly ludicrous antics, from mundane conversations to bloody brawls, and even more unspeakable acts. Bran felt a wave of nausea and had to avert his gaze, focusing solely on the path beneath his feet. Eventually, they encountered a dragon blocking their way. This dragon was of a size unimaginable to contemporary dragon tamers from Romania. It lay asleep, as colossal as a mountain, its body obstructing the path. We need to treat it as though it doesn't exist and simply walk past, Angela stated calmly. It is a part of the illusions. If you acknowledge its existence, it will truly come to life. As they drew nearer to the dragon, Bran's heart raced. How could one dismiss a creature so vividly real and terrifying? The dragon's tail lay across the path, towering over Bran. They walked straight through it. The tail appeared as though it were truly non-existent. The tension among them heightened as the dragon's grotesque head loomed closer, its eyes shut in slumber. Owen had already stepped into the dragon's body. Bran silently exhaled, relieved that all seemed well. Then, the dragon opened its brass-colored eyes. Chapter 27. Midsummer in an instant. Angela, Bran, and Colbert halted in their tracks. Only Owen, who was leading, remained oblivious. From Bran's perspective, he had vanished within the dragon's form. Let us go, Angela urged in a hushed tone, stepping forward. The dragon seemed to have heard her voice, beginning to twitch its nose as it sniffed the air, searching for intruders in its territory. Bran sprang into action. This illusion had yet to materialize into reality, exhibiting behaviors that suggested an interaction with the real world. Once you accepted it as real, you would have lost. Move, Colbert. Bran called back with concern. Colbert stood transfixed, staring at the dragon's head. Bran glanced at the dragon, clicked his tongue, and prepared to return to pull Colbert along. But it seemed the dragon had already detected them. At that moment, Bran's gaze met the dragon's. The colossal beast unleashed a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of blue flames toward Bran and Colbert, engulfing the two wizards in fire. Angela turned back, her expression unchanged. Owen was about to step forward. She recounted calmly. Bran and Colbert emerged from the flames, erupting into hearty laughter. The dragon settled back down, comfortably resuming its slumber. Even as they passed, the two continued to chuckle. I fail to see what is so amusing, Angela remarked. Irvine impatiently remarked, I don't know either. While Colbert chuckled until tears welled in his eyes. He wiped his eyes and said, however, it is undeniably comedic. Bran cleared his throat and inquired, what dangers lie ahead? They had learned to disregard the peculiar antics of the sentient beings by the roadside. After a moment of contemplation, Angela responded, we are about to reach the ruins. Before we enter, there are no other dangers. Let us remain on this path. The illusions gradually faded. Verdant grass began to appear on either side of the road, interspersed with glimpses of trees. An elderly gentleman, adorned with a top hat and clutching a handkerchief, smiled and wished them safe travels. As they continued, Bran suddenly felt as though he had passed through a curtain. He turned back to find the road transformed. The strange illusions had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of green grass stretching into the distance. He looked up at the azure sky, where a few clouds lounged lazily. The warm sunlight bathed him, evoking a sense of comfort akin to an idyllic summer dream. Has this appeared in your dreams, Angela? Bran furrowed his brow and asked. He remained acutely aware of his location, the deepest, darkest abyss of the Atlantic. Sunlight, grass, blue skies, and white clouds were soothing anywhere, except at the ocean's depths. No, Angela responded, astonished. A few large trees lined the roadside, accompanied by the sounds of birdsong. An orange cat dashed over, rubbing against Bran's leg. The plump feline clung to him, refusing to let go. Let me gather my thoughts, Bran sighed in exasperation. After surveying the surroundings, Irvine asserted, Angela's dream no longer holds relevance. Yet, do not forget that the orchestrator still desires to lead us astray. The perils outside have been averted through Angela's dream. Dreams serve as hints from the instigator. Now that we are here, dreams lose their efficacy, indicating two possibilities. First, we may have temporarily secured ourselves before truly encountering it. Second, the real danger is only just beginning. These alluring scenes might tempt us to lower our guard. What about the cat? Colbert inquired. The satisfied feline lay contentedly at Bran's feet. Let it come along, Angela suggested. Ignore it. It seems inclined to follow Bran. We must continue toward the ruins, otherwise, we shall find no answers. They resumed their journey along the path, surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and the melody of birds, accompanied by the little cat. It appeared as though they were out for a picnic rather than embarking on a perilous adventure into the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, the plump cat meowed. Bran instinctively halted. The orange cat seized the opportunity to nimbly climb onto his shoulder, settling down. The contented cat purred, seemingly ready to doze off. Bran opted to disregard the cat, and the others made the same choice. In the distance, they could finally see the buildings, though they appeared somewhat different from their expectations. This city wall is far more intact than in my dreams, Angela commented. The remaining three nodded in understanding. Irvine's brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. The complete visage of the city unfolded before them. It resembled a medieval town, with towering walls encircling the buildings within. The path led directly to a city gate, complete with a moat and drawbridge. This is hardly a ruin, Bran thought furiously. Halt! A guard clad in medieval armor lazily called from the gate. What brings you to Carmiston? Harry was unaware of how long he had been unconscious. Upon awakening, he found not the concerned faces of Ron and Hermione, but rather Dumbledore's blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore offered Harry a cup. Without hesitation, Harry sat up in bed, presumably having been carried back by Ron and Hermione, and drank the potion in one gulp. A warm sensation enveloped him, providing significant relief. Professor, I saw those images again, Harry exclaimed after finishing the potion. I learned about it from Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore nodded slightly. What you need most now is rest. Then I will personally teach you the art of mental occlusion. For a moment, Harry was at a loss for words. Much of his training after graduation had been facilitated by Sirius, and Dumbledore's so-called instruction had merely pertained to Voldemort. Yet now, he was truly about to learn a magical skill from the greatest wizard in the magical realm. However, Harry did not forget his original mission. He spoke rapidly to prevent the headmaster from interrupting. Professor Dumbledore, I saw Voldemort seeking the Elder Wand. He is tormenting Ollivander. Dumbledore paused for a moment before smiling. That sounds like something Tom would do. What is the Elder Wand, my boy? Some believe it to be the most powerful wand in the history of magic. Possessing it ensures one can never be defeated. Dumbledore's tone resembled that of a storyteller recounting a fairy tale. Do you know where it is? Dumbledore hesitated before replying. In fact, I am well aware of the Elder Wand's location. Chapter 28. Far away, and yet so near you can search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Bayou. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Harry's heart. If Dumbledore knew the whereabouts of the Elder Wand, then Voldemort would have no opportunity to seize it. That is not a concern of ours. Dumbledore casually dismissed the topic. The headmaster stood, appearing somewhat tall in the low room. I apologize, Harry, since you have nearly recovered. I shall take my leave. Fawkes will notify you of the next lesson. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore exited the room. Confused, Harry lay back on the bed, pondering why the headmaster seemed intent on avoiding him. Come in, then. Sirius leaned against the door, tapping on the wooden frame with a smile. He tossed an apple and approached Harry's bedside, offering it to him. Have a bit of fruit before enjoying your specially prepared meal. Harry accepted the apple and took a bite. Professor Dumbledore seems to be deliberately avoiding me, he remarked. Aside from the lessons he schedules himself, he hardly spends more than 10 minutes alone with me. Sirius sat down. Is that so? The headmaster usually doesn't linger in this house for more than 10 minutes either. Don't overthink it, Harry. He is simply quite busy. The order has much to attend to. Well, Harry conceded, I haven't been out in quite some time. Aside from that one outing with the professor, it's been over a month. I am also not permitted to go out, Harry, as I remain a wanted man. Sirius ruffled Harry's messy hair, but that is no longer the case. The headmaster just informed me. Really? Does that mean I can go out too? Harry asked eagerly. It depends on the headmaster's discretion, Sirius replied. Harry's spirits dampened slightly, but he rallied. Let me think. Professor Dumbledore's willingness to allow you to go out suggests that the situation in certain areas has escalated to the point where he does not believe the Ministry's pursuit poses a significant threat. Nor does he think that your still uncleared reputation will have much impact in the current climate. Very astute analysis, Harry. Sirius expressed his admiration. This indicated that the situation outside had deteriorated to an alarming extent. Harry, in a state of agitation, remarked that he had perhaps encountered two visions, both concerning Voldemort. He paused, and Sirius inquired, during the times you fainted, Ron and Hermione mentioned that you were screaming nonsensical phrases, all related to Voldemort? Harry hesitated to articulate his thoughts, fearing that Sirius might perceive him as tainted. However, reason and his trust in Sirius triumphed over his juvenile concerns. He confessed, Sirius, these visions seem genuine. They reflect Voldemort's actions, and I feel as though I can sense what he is doing. In the visions, I am him. I am even certain that just moments ago, he tormented Mr. Ollivander in search of a wand known as the Elder Wand. It took Sirius a while to digest this revelation. This is a perilous ability. I conclude that directly probing Voldemort's mind is not something one such as you should undertake. We have specialists for such matters. I now understand why occlumency is of utmost importance to you, but regrettably, I am not proficient in that magic. Upon mentioning specialists, a look of disdain crossed his face. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore would teach me occlumency differently, Harry said skeptically. Since his graduation, many of his speculations and thoughts had ultimately proven unfounded. Who could tell if this flicker of hope would also be extinguished? Camerston. Do either of you recognize this name? Bran asked Owen and Angela. The soldiers barred their entrance, prompting the four to retreat a few paces. They still dared not stray from the path. The orange cat voiced its impatience with a series of meows. I was pondering. Owen mused. I need a moment to recall. I believe I have encountered this name in some texts. Angela closed her eyes, sitting down abruptly on the ground, completely devoid of ladylike demeanor. Would attending Bin's classes be of any assistance here? Colbert whispered. No, I doubt it would be of any use, Bran asserted decisively. Suddenly, the sense of guilt dissipated. Colbert chuckled. The two of them crouched on the ground, idly awaiting answers from the two historians of magic. The orange cat leaped onto Colbert's shoulder, baring its teeth at Bran. It seems to have taken a disliking to you, Colbert teased. Ignore it. And it may take a disliking to you as well, Bran retorted. He gazed skyward, the sunlight somewhat blinding. A warm breeze swept by, making him feel drowsy. Everything felt so vivid, so reassuring. If we disregard the fact that we are indeed beneath the sea, it is quite comfortable, Colbert remarked. Do not let your eyes be deceived. You may think the grass beneath you is soft, yet it could very well be a stretch of barren rock. Perhaps even strewn with the remains of deep-sea creatures, Owen observed, glancing at the distant soldiers still steadfast in their duty. No leads, Angela stood up. I recall a historian from the 16th century referencing the great wizard Camerston, but it portrayed him as an archetype of immense power. Thus, this great wizard Camerston predated the 16th century, having already become some form of allegory, and was exceedingly powerful, Bran summarized. Yes, apart from that, I have not encountered this name in Muggle history books. However, I can assert that the city before us is a medieval town from the 10th to 11th century. Angela clasped her hands, biting her lip. We have no path to retreat. Since the elements here wish to play games, we shall abide by their rules. We shall enter the city, Owen declared. They resumed their approach toward the city gate, the orange cat leaping onto Angela's shoulder. You again, the guard remarked, devoid of any surprise. We wish to enter the city to procure some supplies. Please, we are merely ordinary travelers, Owen pleaded. Quite a performance. Camerston is under lockdown. Only merchants with permits may enter or exit. Therefore, you may need to seek an alternative route. Liverpool is not far from here, the guard replied regretfully. We are both thirsty and hungry. Please, Bran implored. We were unaware of Camerston's lockdown, nor do we understand the reason for it. We merely followed the map, thinking this was the closest route, which has depleted our supplies. The guard glanced nervously around and whispered, if the Lord discovers that strangers have entered the city, I will be in serious trouble. We will conceal ourselves. Angela appeared on the verge of tears, perhaps unable to withstand the sight of such a distressed beauty. The guard softened his tone. Do not be foolish, my dear. How can you hide? Outsiders are exceedingly conspicuous in Camerston. What about this? Colbert stepped forward, lowering his voice as he produced a small pouch and handed it to the guard. The guard's expression was obscured by his helmet, but he accepted the pouch, peered inside. Inside, I will not take your gold. You may enter the city to rest and replenish your supplies, but please keep yourselves hidden during any inspections. Thank you so much, Angela exclaimed, her tears giving way to a smile. The guard stepped aside, allowing the four of them to enter through the city gate. Throughout the encounter, he exhibited no surprise towards their anachronistic attire or the gold galleons that transcended time within the pouch. Chapter 29, A Millennium in Waiting. Answers at the door upon entering Camerston, Bran felt as though he had traversed a millennium back in time. The muddy streets, dilapidated houses, and the expressionless individuals standing idly by cast an eerie ambience. I do not recall a city named Camerston near Liverpool, Angela whispered to Owen. Neither do I, Owen replied, still clutching his wand. Let us first visit a tavern to gather information. They trudged along the street, their shoes caked in mud. The city's layout appeared straightforward, devoid of elaborate twists and turns. Another suspicious detail emerged. Whenever they attempted to question a passerby for directions, that individual merely stared blankly at them, unresponsive to their inquiries. Such nuances indicated that this was a fabricated city. Otherwise, I would genuinely believe I had traveled 1,000 years back, Colbert lamented. Perhaps your use of modern English rendered you incomprehensible to them, Bran jested. That guard understood our words, and he did not employ archaic English. Moreover, He showed no reaction to our attire or the gold I offered, Colbert pointed out. After some difficulty, they located the tavern. In truth, it was not particularly challenging. They simply followed the road. The Hero's Rest Tavern stood prominently by the roadside, its sign depicting an enormous chalice. Owen opened the door and stepped inside first. The tavern was bustling with jovial patrons, a stark contrast to the silent, expressionless individuals outside. 2 men at one table were engaged in a spirited game of chance, while 2 gamblers at another table shouted animatedly. The orange cat jumped down and darted ahead. Leave it be, Owen advised. Bran's gaze followed the cat, which had scampered to the bar, meowing at the bartender. It seems to be leading us to the bar. Well, we were headed there anyway. The arrival of 4 individuals at the tavern seemed rather grand, attracting the curious gazes and whispers of other patrons. At the bar, only a red-haired boy busily polished a glass, his head bowed in concentration. Any news lately? Owen inquired, leaning closer to the boy while casually tossing a gold galleon in his hand. What news could there be? Carmiston has been under lockdown for a month. I just wish they would lift it so I could fetch my mother from the countryside, the boy replied, lifting his weary gaze towards the 4 of them. What would you like to drink? What is your name, lad? Owen asked. The orange cat had resumed its position by Bran's feet, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It seems to prefer me, Bran whispered to Colbert. If it has taken a liking to you, my suggestion is to scoop it up and stroke its fur, came the advice. The red-haired boy, having glanced over, finally answered Owen, my name is Bobby. Excellent, Bobby, Owen smiled, placing the gold galleon on the bar. Answer me a few questions, without posing inquiries about me or my companions, and this coin is yours. Bobby's eyes widened as he swiftly grabbed the coin. I can buy my mother a winter coat, he murmured. Indeed, I admire such filial piety, Owen encouraged gently. Now, do you know the reason for the lockdown? Bobby's mouth fell open. Yes, remember your promise. I might even add another coin, Owen warned before offering a sweet incentive. It should be related to the church and that newly opened magic school, Bobby replied, pausing briefly. Magic? Bran feigned surprise, to which Bobby solemnly responded, magic exists. Everyone in Carmiston knows. Our chef is actually 2 house elves. He stepped aside just as the 2 house elves emerged from the kitchen, each adorned with comically exaggerated bubblehead charms. Bran exchanged astonished and puzzled glances with Colbert and Angela. May I inquire, are all house elves like this? Sporting bubbles on their heads? Owen asked. Yes, sir, indeed. One house elf piped up. It aids our breathing, sir. The 2 elves busily scurried about, appearing to double as waitstaff. Returning to my question, Bobby, Owen prompted. The church issued a warning to the Lord. They claimed he is indulging in dark sorcery, and if he does not cease using magic in the territory, they will attack Carmiston, Bobby continued while resuming his glass polishing. As for the magic school, it is said to be located in the Slytherin castle. The Lord wished to collaborate with them, but they refused and issued him a stern warning. Upon hearing Slytherin, Bran recognized the identity of the magic school. Can we meet the Lord? Owen persisted. That would be difficult. I am merely an apprentice bartender, and I do not know. Bobby shook his head. You are doing splendidly. Bobby, Owen reassured him, tossing 3 more gold galleons his way. That makes 4 coins. Please arrange a room for us. A room for all 4 of you? Bobby's gaze flickered between them. If we need to stay overnight, we shall book another room. For now, we seek a quiet place to rest, free from disturbances, Owen clarified. The largest room is on the 2nd floor, the 4th door on the right, Bobby replied, pocketing the coins and handing Owen the key. Without further prompting, the 3 companions ascended the stairs. The orange cat trailed behind Bran, who scooped it up and affectionately ruffled its head. Upon entering the room, they found it rather modest. Only a bed, hastily covered with a few sheets, yet spacious enough. Bran and Colbert took their seats. There are few games that allow us to traverse this journey without danger while enabling us to analyze the situation in detail, Angela mused. We have encountered similar ruins before. Owen briefly recounted, where magic had forged a peaceful town, yet peril lurked everywhere. Bran instinctively paused his caressing of the cat, which voiced its displeasure with a soft meow. Am I perhaps too relaxed? He reflected upon himself. As the scene transitioned to the summer sun, with blue skies, lush grass, and fluffy white clouds, he found himself unwittingly at ease, subconsciously dismissing the potential dangers that may lurk here. My abilities have yet to manifest. There should be no potent ancient magical artifacts in the vicinity. Bran finally recalled his almost imperceptible abilities, which ought to prove invaluable on such a journey. This place exuded a certain enchantment that facilitated relaxation. Bran articulated his thoughts, to which Colbert nodded fervently. I sense it too, Owen remarked with concern, rummaging through his pockets to produce 4 vials of potion. These are effective against mental magic. Bran accepted them and downed the contents in one swift motion. He then suggested, well, let us analyze our current situation. Those house elves with their bubblehead charms should provide significant insights, and the slumbering individuals aboard the ship may also be relevant. I have a feeling, Angela interjected uneasily, interrupting Bran, that we may not need to analyze anything further. Her tone began to drift into a dreamlike quality, her body trembling. Owen rushed to embrace her. She quivered as she spoke. The answers will come to us. Chapter 30. The comparison between me and Cobert in the north of the city. Bran ceased his speech and moved to the window to gaze outside. A formidable procession was advancing down the street. At the forefront rode 2 fully armored knights, followed by an opulent carriage, with several infantrymen wielding spears trailing behind. In Carmiston, outsiders were conspicuous. Bran repeated the words of the gatekeeper. "If you mean to say someone has come looking for us, I could not wish for anything more," Owen replied. "For that would allow us to swiftly delve into matters rather than waste time with a non-existent crowd. What if that is the rule of the game? What if your grand entrance into this besieged city contradicts its established guidelines?" Bran countered. "I suspect it has been aware of our every move since we awoke on the ship." Cobert interjected. "What I mean is, you cannot extract anything of value from these 11th century peasants outside. Our interests are evidently aligned with the Lord who abuses magic. Since we intend to meet him, our status as outsiders will inevitably be revealed." Owen spoke rapidly. "I hypothesize that this city has fallen in its conflict with the church in Hogwarts, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the ocean." At that moment, the door burst open, and a towering man clad in full armor entered, scrutinizing the 4 individuals present. "The lady stays. The 3 men come with me. The Lord wishes to see you," he intoned. "Why?" Owen inquired politely, his tone exuding the charm of an 18th century English gentleman. "It is the Lord's command," the soldier replied, tightening his grip on his spear, indicating that only the men would meet her. "Her?" Bran noted the pronoun with keen interest. "Go," Angela said weakly. "I shall be fine. You should be the ones concerned." "Move," the soldier urged. Owen kissed Angela's forehead, assuring her, "We shall return safely, as always." The 3 men followed the soldier out of the room, with Owen casting one last glance at Angela before shutting the door. The soldier remained silent as they descended the stairs, the orange cat trailing behind Bran. The atmosphere on the first floor was tense. Not a sound could be heard. Bobby and the 2 small elves huddled timidly behind the bar, at the tavern's entrance. The procession Bran had observed earlier awaited them, with a crowd gathering at a distance to witness the scene. "Get in the carriage," the soldier grunted, retreating to join the infantrymen in the back, seemingly indifferent to the cat. Bran, Owen, and Cobert exchanged glances before obediently boarding the carriage. The carriage proceeded, its interior devoid of windows, which heightened Bran's anxiety. Owen waved his wand for a moment and remarked, "They cannot hear us now. Thus, this is a cursed city. Everything we see is fabricated, comprising both past images, such as the city itself, and memories from those aboard our ship, like those 2 house elves and the gatekeeper." "The gatekeeper?" Bran expressed surprise. If you do not recall, his voice was identical to our captain's. "Those we can interact with may very well be individuals from the ship or mere illusions conjured from its reading of memories, but that is inconsequential," Owen explained. "I am beginning to suspect the ruins are also illusory," Cobert said anxiously. "Perhaps we are ensconced in a mental realm, and in reality, we are drowning aboard the ship, gradually succumbing." "Do not forget Angela's dream," Owen patiently elaborated. "If we were meant to perish at once, we would do so. A mental realm is unnecessary." Bran, cradling the cat, suddenly sensed something, a magical artifact, immensely powerful. Could this be the architect of our predicament? His heart raced. If so, the path to resolution would be considerably simpler. He simply needed to establish a connection and gradually siphon the magic within, just as he had done with Tom Riddle. "I tentatively surmise that this city fell in its conflict with Hogwarts and the Church, either due to the Lord's own choices or the assaults from Hogwarts and the Church, leading to its descent into the depths of the ocean. We should be able to unearth substantial historical detail shortly, which will be pivotal to our breakthrough," Owen asserted. "This is utterly incomprehensible. Dumbledore could not possibly have constructed such a dome at the ocean's floor, resisting such immense water pressure." Cobert seemed to grasp the concept of an irresistible force. "Carmiston's great wizard, remember? Perhaps he is the Lord," Bran chimed in. He had sensed the magical artifact on an energetic level, and they were drawing ever closer to it. Upon arrival, the carriage halted, and the soldiers outside urged them onward. Bran disembarked first, the orange cat still nestled in his arms. Before him loomed a vast, dimly lit castle. He glanced back, only to find the path behind obscured by layers of murky fog, rendering any trace of Carmiston invisible. "Gentlemen," a figure clad in full armor with a crimson cloak approached on horseback. Dismounting and removing his helmet revealed a handsome visage with striking golden hair. He strode towards the carriage. "Well done," he commended, patting an infantryman on the shoulder before addressing Bran and his companions, casting a brief glance at Owen. His gaze lingered on Cobert and Bran before he announced, "The Lord is awaiting you. Follow me." The castle's interior was exceedingly intricate, under the guidance of the golden-haired knight. Bran, focused on locating the magical artifact, soon lost his sense of direction. The orange cat appeared restless, continually shifting in his embrace. "We have arrived," the knight declared. They stood at the entrance of a conference room, where 2 individuals were embroiled in a heated argument. The knight instructed them to halt and refrain from entering. Bran perked up his ears, straining to listen to the quarrel within. "How dare you accuse a lady thus?" "I certainly dare. If your continued exploration of dark magic and unspeakable entities persists, we shall ally with the Church." "Yes, you heard correctly, Lady Carmiston. We shall cooperate with the Church. I knew you men were untrustworthy. And your 2 lackeys over there," the woman hissed, The ensuing dialogue was entirely in another language, leaving Bran utterly bewildered. He glanced at Owen, who was frowning in deep thought. You are playing with fire. The man finally spoke in English, his voice laced with uncontrollable anger. And what of it? I shall prevail, Salazar Slytherin. I will crush you. The woman laughed maniacally, her laughter abruptly ceasing with a sharp clap. For the sake of your noble lineage, she began, her tone icy, when we meet again, we shall be enemies, Slytherin. You will pay for your arrogance. The man replied calmly, an almost imperceptible pleasure flickering in his demeanor. After a moment, a tall middle-aged gentleman with thinning hair emerged from the meeting room. Clad in a green wizard's robe, he disregarded the four waiting by the door and departed without a glance. Come in, the woman drawled. The blonde knight ushered the three of them inside. The meeting room featured a long table surrounded by several chairs. The woman lounged in the central position, overlooking them with an air of superiority. She was adorned in medieval noblewoman attire, embellished with extravagant rings and a plethora of ornate jewelry. The woman rose, her tall yet slender figure unexpectedly striking. Her beauty was extraordinary, with long white hair cascading down and deep, alluring black eyes. You may call me Lady Carmiston, or simply, my lady, she said, licking her lips and lowering her voice. Lady Carmiston circled around the three of them, suddenly collapsing into the blonde knight's embrace. Oh, look at you. She chided playfully yet remained nestled in his arms. She tilted her head, gesturing towards Owen. You, step outside for a moment. I may summon you later. The blonde knight obediently released Lady Carmiston and forcibly ushered Owen out before returning. Ah, yes, men should be held in the palm of one's hand, Lady Carmiston purred seductively. She took the knight's hand and seated herself in a nearby chair, reclining once more into his embrace. Now, my dark-haired beauty and my golden-haired beauty, she said cheerfully. Though the knight appeared somewhat displeased. Come closer, let me have a good look at you both. Bran and Colbert exchanged glances and slowly took a step or two forward. The orange cat, for bristling, meowed frantically at Lady Carmiston. Yet, the noblewoman seemed entirely oblivious to the feline's presence. What is there to be shy about? She exclaimed. Adam is doing quite well, isn't he, Adam? She laughed dreamily. The blonde knight, Adam, remained silent. Bran attempted to speak but found his tongue seemingly bound, rendering him voiceless. I will let you speak shortly, Lady Carmiston chuckled before continuing. What do you think of Carmiston as a city, my dark-haired beauty? Bran felt his paralyzed tongue regain its mobility and hastily remarked, I could barely utter a word before being silenced again. That magical object seems to be further away from here, evading me. Bran thought anxiously. Your voice is quite pleasant, the lady remarked approvingly. And you, golden-haired beauty? Your eyes are utterly enchanting. However, Colbert remained mute. I will have you obedient soon enough, Lady Carmiston persisted, undeterred. Shall we hold a little competition? Adam, of course, did not respond. The woman continued, a beauty contest. We shall determine who is more beautiful, the golden-haired beauty or the dark-haired beauty. Chapter 31. Breaking the stalemate. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. Lady Carmiston placed her finger on her lips, pondering, how shall we judge beauty? His abilities were insufficient. It seemed he could not trace that magical artifact. Bran slowly sank into despair. He could sense that the object was hidden within the castle. Yet each time he attempted to establish a connection, it would elude his perception, reappearing elsewhere. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from outside. Lady Carmiston's expression darkened instantly. Who dares to vandalize my beloved castle? She exclaimed angrily, rising and striding towards the exit, turning back to firmly close the door behind her. Let us not concern ourselves with the artifact for now. Bran took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood that being chosen by the Lord could signify far more dreadful things, and he and Cobert were already ensnared in such peril. If Lady Carmiston were the culmination of their journey, the mastermind behind it all, why would it lead to such an outcome? Based on their observations and speculations throughout their journey, the individual who guided them here seemingly wished for their safe arrival, only to be devoured by an entity of uncertain nature, whether a historical apparition or a being that had lived for a millennium. No, it could not be so. Lady Carmiston's malice was evident, and he required further information. Adam, Bran broke the silence within the house. How long have you been here? The handsome blonde knight cast a glance at him, his expression void of emotion. The lady allows us to converse, as she desires to witness the scene she wishes to see. A wave of nausea washed over Bran. He repeated, How long have you been here? Adam lowered his head. Counting on his fingers, it should be around 10 days. Lady Carmiston selects only handsome men to enter the castle. I am but a farmer and dare not defy her wishes, for she grants me luxuries I could scarcely imagine. He is not, Cobert whispered. He is a waiter from the ship's restaurant. I recall now, he served me my meal when I went out alone last night seeking a midnight snack. The orange cat began to yowl, and Bran stroked its fur until it quieted down. So, all those who can communicate here possess living counterparts, save for Lady Carmiston. No, there is also Slytherin, with whom they have yet to converse and cannot confirm. Wait, he said to Cobert. Adam seems not to have heard Cobert. Adam, do you know what the lady enjoys doing? I mean in her leisure time. Adam's form suddenly became indistinct. Bran's heart raced as he surmised the truth. This was where his persona diverged. Adam should know. Yet the ship's restaurant waiter could not possibly be aware. The lady enjoys reading. During her free time, she prefers to remain in her study, Adam replied. Is this an automatic bug-fixing mechanism? Bran felt undeterred. Just as he was about to pose another question, Lady Carmiston materialized before them. Why are you being so disobedient, my dark-haired beauty? The woman said with an air of pity. In her right hand, she held the uncertain fate of Erwin. Bran was forcibly drawn before her by an unseen force. The woman's smooth, delicate fingers lifted his chin. Is it not delightful to live within the beautiful dream I have woven for you? The essence of this city is an illusion. All these people are mere phantoms. The buildings may exist in reality, yet they have undoubtedly been enchanted. As if the marks of time had been photoshopped away, this is not a mere replication of history, but rather an idle play, except for Salazar Slytherin. Ah! The lady screamed, I should tear you apart along with this hideous man. In the next moment, she vanished, casting Erwin to the ground. It must be Angela. One cannot fathom what she has done, the orange cat lamented with a mournful meow. Bran. Cobert. Erwin suddenly spoke. I intercepted Slytherin. Slytherin is a different realm. Perhaps this is a contingency he left a millennium ago. He is the key to breaking the impasse. I understand, Bran replied. What did he say? Erwin seemed oblivious to Bran's inquiry, speaking rapidly to himself. Then he asked me, who is the chef at Hogwarts? Of course, it is Hufflepuff. Cobert answered without hesitation. Everything began to collapse. Seawater surged into the meeting room. The dark, murky waters swiftly filled every corner, while Adam, clad in heavy knight's armor, desperately attempted to swim upwards. But the armor was too cumbersome. He cast a pleading glance towards Bran. A wave crashed over him, and he sank. The fluorescent light flickered. Bran held his wand aloft. The oppressive seawater seemed to have no effect on the three living souls. The wand's tip emitted a faint glow, illuminating a small area around him. Cobert also lit his wand. Erwin remained on the ground, weakly stating, Behind you, there is light. Bran turned to find the description of light to be woefully inadequate. A beam of light shot skyward in the distance, akin to the tallest skyscrapers created by modern civilization. The orange cat meowed and dashed towards the beam. It too was unaffected by the flood. The moment this thought entered Bran's mind, he understood. You stay here and look after Erwin, Bran instructed Cobert. Following the orange cat towards the light beam. The fact that the cat was impervious to the flood indicated it was a living being. It might also be Slytherin's hint and assistance. He endeavored not to dwell upon what entity could survive for a millennium. Help me. A red-haired boy drifted by, crying out. I still want to bring my mother to the city. I have saved so much money. I do not wish to die. It was Bobby. Bran instinctively halted. Bobby reached out his hand towards him, and Bran too stretched out his hand on tiptoe. A large hand met a small hand, yet they appeared not to touch. Bran grasped nothing. The seawater continued to rise, engulfing Bobby in darkness. The orange cat meowed again. Bran hurried to follow. Contrary to his expectations, the distance was unexpectedly short. He scarcely had to catch his breath before arriving at the beam of light. The brilliance illuminated only a small area around them, while most remained shrouded in darkness. At the center of the beam lay an ordinary crystal ball. Vapor swirled within, shifting into an infinite variety of shapes. This is it. The orange cat leaped atop the crystal ball. This is the magical artifact. Every cell in Bran's being exuded desire, and he effortlessly established a connection. The orange cat turned to him, its anthropomorphic eyes revealing surprise. What is wrong with this dream? Is the performance not captivating enough? A hoarse voice emerged. Lady Carmiston stepped forth from the shadows, casually discarding Angela, whom she clutched in her hand. Tell me, are you dissatisfied with this performance? The lady inquired. Her voice growing increasingly hoarse and unpleasant. The black seawater receded. Her opulent jewelry, vibrant gown, and fair complexion all faded, revealing a gaunt body, wrinkled skin, a swollen head, and hollow eye sockets. 2 flames ignited within her eye sockets. Her arms and legs gradually twisted, transforming into writhing tendrils. Chapter 32. The Puppeteer. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. The dome shimmered with a faint glow. Amidst the ruins of the castle from a millennium ago, the monstrous Lady Carmiston ensnared the crystal ball with her tentacles. The orange cat sat atop the crystal ball, gazing at Bran with eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Slytherin, Lady Carmiston declared, you are not qualified to condemn me. But he is so powerful. The lady spoke in a lowered voice, her previously seductive and alluring tones now rendered harsh and unappealing. The formidable and captivating man had not experienced the passage of time. While I endure in this world, you would do well to keep quiet, another voice from the lady interjected. A tentacle reached out, tightly coiling around the orange cat, who grasped its own neck with both front paws, desperately attempting to pry free from the grip. Angela spat out a mouthful of blood, her life force fading away. The tentacle constricted tighter. The orange cat erupted into a cloud of smoke, revealing hundreds of layered bubbles. These bubbles sought to escape, yet were pulled back by the tentacle. Indeed, Slytherin, the lady continued, her tone when uttering the name evoking that of a lovesick maiden, though her voice was far too unpleasant. I was utterly unaware that this scene had been added to my script, nor did I know that there was a part where I would argue with him. He indicated a path. Another high-pitched voice declared, he showed the outsiders the way here. And so what? The lady hissed in response, I have arrived at this point. believing that this little girl could delay me, thinking she could grant her companions a moment's respite to allow these foolish swine to ruin everything. The bubbles transformed once more into the orange cat. The cat became ensnared again, exploding into bubbles, only to revert back to its feline form. Slytherin himself studied them. The lady's tentacle lifted the orange cat into the air. The cat remained in a constant state of transformation. He had ventured far beyond me, having glimpsed so much. The crystal ball surged with an even brighter radiance. The lady's laughter pierced the air. The orange cat was thrown to the ground, motionless. I comprehend that, compared to him, I am insignificant, the low voice of Carmiston lady echoed. She extended several more tentacles, ensnaring both Bran and Angela. How much sustenance can you provide me? She declared wearily. Participate more in my puppet show, spend more time in my city. How have we ended up in such a predicament? A tremendous force began to flow into Bran's body. It was successful. He was bound tighter by the tentacles, yet discovered something even more terrifying. His body seemed to crave this magic intensely, absorbing it at an uncontrollable pace. Ever quickening. For 1,000 years, submerged beneath the Atlantic's depths, Lady Carmiston sharply stated, if not for harnessing their power, if not for my research, how could I possibly survive here? When she spoke of survival, her voice became even more piercing, nearly shattering Bran's eardrums. Only you can provide me with a modicum of diversion before death, the lady gloomily continued, to perish within my drama, amidst the oscillation of fear and hope. Alas, our puppeteer has become disobedient. She interjected with a heightened tone. This repugnant creature has been reduced to but one and yet remains defiant. In a fit of rage, the tentacle crushed the orange cat. The cat was thrust back into the relentless cycle of transformation. Bran felt himself on the brink of fainting. It was not the suffocating grip of the monster's tentacle, but the frenzied influx of magic into his body. He could not fathom why it was so immense. While he could hardly restrain its velocity, his body resembling that of a famished giant, ravenously consuming the magic within the crystal ball. Cracks appeared upon the surface of the crystal ball. The ethereal white mist turned gray, then black. Ah, it is a magic absorber, Lady Carmiston realized with sudden clarity. The last scene Bran beheld before losing consciousness was the orange cat, suddenly swelling to the size of a dragon, ruthlessly trampling the grotesque creature beneath its paw. Treasure hunting. Contemplating this phrase, Dumbledore found it somewhat amusing. He stood at the pinnacle of the magical world. No longer the youth enthralled by tales of magic and the Deathly Hallows decades ago. Yet, he still came, paying homage to the 4 founders who established Hogwarts. The hall was strewn with autumn leaves. The elder donned a white robe, gazing up at the 4 towering statues. It cannot be accurately described as treasure hunting. This hall, concealed within Hogwarts, like all the secrets buried within this school, cannot always be uncovered. Moreover, there is no treasure here. Although the discovery of this hall was indeed influenced by Dumbledore's treasure-seeking psyche. In Dumbledore's eyes, the entire hall began to transform. The golden-red Gryffindor statue, the black-yellow Hufflepuff statue, the silver-green Slytherin statue, and the blue-bronze Ravenclaw statue all morphed into vast oil paintings. This was merely one of their extraordinary talents. He and Grindelwald could clearly perceive the shifts and flows of magic, the intertwining forces of magic appearing to them as an oil painting. As vivid as a coffee table or a chair is to the eyes of an ordinary person. Ah, Dumbledore mused. Noticing a tinge of chaos within the previously stable web of magic, he appeared behind the Slytherin statue, grasping a key that had fallen from above. Slytherin. No one can fathom your wisdom. Holding the key, Dumbledore reflected, perhaps except for your 3 companions. The former headmaster pocketed the key, seemingly unperturbed by its sudden appearance. In the next moment, the sunlit hall was completely deserted. A silent breeze rustled a few fallen leaves. Sirius. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry suddenly spoke at the dinner table. What? Sirius Black set down his cutlery, looking concernedly at his godson. What lies behind the door of the Department of Mysteries? An immediate silence fell over the dining table. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Mrs. Weasley was rising to ladle soup, her spoon trembling slightly. Mr. Weasley, who rarely visited, adjusted his glasses. Mundungus Fletcher continued munching on pumpkin pasties without a care. Lupin frowned. Why do you ask that? I had a dream, Harry asserted. I checked the records. The place I dreamed of is the Department of Mysteries. And I can tell you, it relates to what Voldemort desires. Well, Mr. Weasley replied. We've known that for quite some time. It is one of the matters we are addressing. The magical world is becoming increasingly dire. Harry glanced at all the members of the order present, dropping that remark before returning to his meal. Chapter 33. The curtain call of the drama. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Do you see it? That cat, Cobert inquired. I think we should go take a look, Owen said, struggling to rise, while Cobert quickly supported him. All the illusions had shattered, including those water ghosts transformed from the Carmiston residence that had previously besieged them. The two found themselves amidst rubble, with the dim waters slowly flowing beneath a glimmering dome. I could have handled those things alone, Owen stated. You should go help Bran. I trust him, Cobert replied, his tone unwavering. If you wanted me to stay. It meant he did not believe I could assist him, nor did he think he would be capable of confronting any potential danger. Owen chose not to dwell on the topic. The two gradually moved in the direction of the cat, considering the castle had essentially been reduced to ruins. The path was not difficult to find. Meow. Look at it. Owen attempted to pet the orange cat's head, but it dodged away. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. The orange cat led them in a particular direction. Could this feline be a clue to Slytherin? Colbert speculated. I am uncertain. If it is, it may not be a cat at all, Owen replied, pondering the enigmatic events that transpired in this city erased from history. The trio soon arrived at their destination, where the remnants of a room barely came into view. A table stood in the center, upon which lay a crystal ball, marred by a large crack. Angela, Owen shouted, shaking off Colbert as he hurried towards the golden-haired woman lying on the ground, trembling as he knelt to check her breath and pulse. Thank goodness. The brown-haired man, now covered in grime, anxiously rummaged through his pockets until he retrieved a potion, which he poured into Angela's mouth. After a few coughs, she opened her eyes and saw Owen's tear-streaked face. Meanwhile, Colbert approached the unconscious Bran. Noticing he remained still, Colbert crouched down to test his breath but recoiled sharply from the heat. The orange cat sat nearby, observing them both. Owen. He called out to the only other conscious person, noting that Bran's exhalations were hot. Owen, astonished, came over, crouched down, and stretched out his hand, only to withdraw with a hiss. Is he breathing steam? Owen complained, his brow furrowed in confusion. At least he is breathing, Colbert reassured him. The orange cat meowed, capturing the attention of everyone present. I wouldn't dare provoke it, Colbert said, recalling the cat's size comparable to a dragon. Owen nodded in agreement. The orange cat stood atop the table, rearing up as if conducting an orchestra, and a grand curtain rose. On the screen, the opulent Lady Carmiston was conducting experiments, surrounded by dozens of test tubes filled with various liquids. The cat appeared helpless as she pinned it down, her expression twisted into a malevolent smile. The scene shifted to Lady Carmiston holding a crystal ball, with faint lines connecting it to dozens of cats, binding them. More horrific experiments unfolded, and Lady Carmiston gradually morphed into a grotesque monster. Next came a quarrel with a middle-aged wizard in green robes, during which he left numerous traces within the castle unbeknownst to her. The castle exploded, and the entire city sank into the depths of the sea, accompanied by the incantations of shadowy figures, an endless tide of black waters engulfing the screen. The screen flickered back to life, revealing a scene at sea where countless invisible tentacles seized ship after ship, dragging them down. Innocent, adorable cats perished one by one. The orange cat was coerced into attacking the Atlantis, lulling the crew into slumber to siphon their essence, its claws extending into myriad threads like a puppeteer. The cat discovered those still awake and, utilizing the clairvoyant Angela, drew them in, but Lady Carmiston soon caught on, demanding its compliance in her drama. Owen intercepted the green-robed wizard, and the cat's claws made contact with the restless Angela in the tavern. A beam of light connected the crystal ball to Bran, and the colossal orange cat crushed Lady Carmiston. The screen went dark. Owen, Colbert, and Angela were left speechless, profoundly shaken. Are you just an ordinary cat? Angela asked, her voice sweetly curious. A frothy substance swiftly coalesced before the orange cat, forming words. No, and I do not wish to divulge too much. I thank you for aiding my escape from torment. I shall escort you away, return to where I belong, and leave you with the rewards you rightfully deserve. The cat's form gradually became transparent, and a new orange cat leaped forth from the air, appearing slightly daft with several black stripes adorning its body. The original orange cat rematerialized, and words rapidly emerged. It is my gift, my recompense. This play has concluded, my human audience. A flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves back in Owen's grand cabin aboard the ship, Bran reclining on the bed, the striped orange cat nestled beside him, mewing softly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a shimmering glow upon the ocean. They could hear the sounds of neighboring guests yawning and rising. It felt as if they had just awakened from the deepest, longest of dreams. Deep beneath the sea, the softly glowing dome extinguished as the waters surged forth, drowning a fragment of history. My sincerest apologies. Truly, the ship's crew continued to apologize as they neared disembarkation. Among them was Adam, bowing to each departing passenger. The Atlantis had been delayed a full day in reaching New York, and for the other passengers, yesterday was merely an ordinary day overshadowed by technical difficulties. Only 4 individuals were privy to the true events that transpired. Look, Bobby, Colbert whispered, pointing to the ship's deck. Astern. No-nonsense middle-aged woman was leading a red-haired boy with one hand while carrying luggage in the other, exclaiming, At last we've arrived in America. With all the rumors of dark wizards in Britain, it is no place for children to grow. I am eager to reclaim my 4 gold galleons from him, Owen grumbled. I'll be able to retrieve your 3,000 galleons shortly. Why concern yourself with merely 4? Bran chuckled. It is precisely because of this matter that I care about the 4 galleons. Owen lamented. Angela stifled a laugh behind her hand. The 4 of them disembarked, and Bran glanced back at the Atlantis, remarking, This name is rather ill-fated. Chapter 34. $500 and second-rate muggle novels. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Had Angela suddenly turned to control Bran mentally as she had 2 years prior, her fate would have been to be counter-controlled by him. Of course, she would never consider such an act now. Bran hummed a tune, buoyed by his spirits. when one travels, with a companion managing hotels, itineraries, and immigration procedures. Leaving only the pleasure of enjoyment and a substantial sum awaiting withdrawal, one's mood cannot help but soar. If all goes well, let us stay in New York tonight and withdraw the funds tomorrow, Owen suggested. The four completed the immigration procedures for the American Magical Congress and boldly entered New York City. To the Muggle government, they were undoubtedly illegal immigrants, however. Owen confidently stated he had ample means to evade Muggle detection, boldly booking 2 Muggle hotel rooms, known as motels in North America. Wait, Bran interjected. How much does this Muggle hotel cost per night? $500, Owen replied casually. Stop, Bran exclaimed, feeling bewildered. Are you really that wealthy? I've made some investments, Owen said, casting a peculiar glance at Bran. Do you find it expensive? It's not your money. How did you fall to the point of deceiving 2 freshly graduated young wizards into working for you? Colbert inquired. Well, everyone has their struggles, Owen replied. Besides Bran's 3,000 galleons, Owen had also promised to return Colbert his 5,000 galleons. It appeared he genuinely did not care much for money at present. Yet you pretended to care greatly about those 4 galleons owed to Bobby aboard the ship, Colbert remarked. Bran scoffed. That 4-gallon expenditure was utterly wasted. Not so, Irvin countered. The group arrived at the hotel. Irvin cast a confundus charm at the front desk. His wandless magic skills left Bran and Colbert in awe, with merely a friction of his index and middle fingers, without even a snap. The 2 receptionists stared at a blank sheet of paper and confirmed, it indeed appears so, Mr. Bullock. Your registration is successful. I had anticipated some novel method. But it turned out he was evading the ministry's tracking through wandless magic. Bran reclined on the comfortable bed, addressing the orange cat, which meowed in response. According to Irvin's arrangement, he was to share a room with Colbert, while Irvin and Angela would occupy another. However, spurred by Colbert's provocation, Bran successfully secured a single room. When he regained consciousness on the ship, Colbert recounted the events that transpired after his fainting spell. The 4 discussed and came to a general understanding of Carmiston's history and origins, expressing their reverence for the creature that resembled an orange cat. To be honest, Irvin, shaking a bottle of red wine, reflected on the terrifying powers he had encountered in various ruins, which were all intangible. Even if they had been tangible, they would have fled beforehand. This was his first encounter with such a creature in its true form. When Bran informed them that the orange cat had been crushed by Lady Carmiston and reduced to a bubble state, both Irvin and Angela furrowed their brows simultaneously. I have encountered similar entities in texts, Angela remarked, sipping her wine. They hail from another dimension. Irvin referred to it as the void. But that term conjures images of second-rate Muggle games and novels, which I find unappealing. Using such a term might lead one to believe that it exists in a state of utter nothingness akin to outer space, yet this is far from the truth. To Angela's vast knowledge, Colbert toasted, to her even knowing about second-rate Muggle games and novels. Bran, holding a glass of juice, felt it would be awkward to clink glasses with the other's red wine, yet Colbert insisted he partake. So what are you? Coming to his senses, Bran gently stroked the orange cat's head. The cat, adorned with 3 black stripes on its back, innocently meowed. Having experienced 2 incidents related to mental magic, he felt confident in his resistance to such forces, believing that Angela's magic would no longer affect him. Primarily, this confidence stemmed from the fact that the 2 magical artifacts he absorbed were both linked to mental magic. There was one thing Bran did not clarify to his companions, how he had destroyed the crystal ball. Angela mentioned she had received a warning from the orange cat, prompting her to orchestrate a series of explosions in the city to draw Lady Carmiston's attention, thus buying them time to destroy the crystal ball. However, Lady Carmiston arrived on the scene just in time. Without his peculiar ability, he would never have managed to shatter the crystal ball. The term soulsucker echoed in Bran's mind, instinctively sensing it was not a favorable designation. Lady Carmiston was a powerful witch from a millennium ago, her strength rivaling that of Hogwarts' legendary 4 champions. Could her judgment truly be accurate? Regardless, Bran had resolved to investigate everything related to this term when time permitted. He needed to comprehend its essence, as the original host before his crossing possessed no such ability. Moreover, this newfound capability had begun to induce concern within him. He could not forget the overwhelming desire and ecstasy coursing through every cell of his body when absorbing the crystal ball's magic. It was a sensation he detested. Nevertheless, he had garnered much from this experience, most notably, a significant increase in his magical potency. The modern wizarding world lacked a proper mechanism for assessing magical strength. Yet individuals could sense their own magical prowess, and it was said that powerful wizards could perceive others' magic as well. While one's magical power typically increased with age based on personal talent, Bran had experienced a dramatic surge due to this ability. Additionally, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge in the realm of mental magic, encompassing many spells previously unknown to him, most of which he was certain would not be found in any text he could procure. The combination of the Resurrection Stone and Lady Carmiston's crystal ball had endowed him with the capacity to create a vast dreamscape capable of ensnaring individuals without awakening. Lastly, there was this insatiable craving. Upon waking from his slumber, the hunger nearly drove him to madness. With the passage of time, he had regained much, yet that lingering desire persisted. Thus, for the time being, Bran resolved against any of the tests he had previously contemplated regarding his abilities, alongside his own uncertain powers. The mention of another dimension by Angela and the unpredictable nature of Voldemort caused him a throbbing headache. He rose from the bed, barefoot, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the sprawling city of New York. As night fell, the countless skyscrapers and myriad lights beneath the cobalt sky offered him a modicum of solace. He fetched a chair, seated himself by the window to admire the nocturnal vista, and occasionally sipped his coffee. Chapter 35. Take the money and run. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On by you do. Good night, Ron said to Harry. He stepped out and closed the door. In the pitch-black room, Harry found himself alone. He could not comprehend how he had drifted off to sleep. He felt exhausted, perplexed, and bewildered, yet compared to the isolation and hostility he faced during his 5th year due to Parseltongue, he had learned to maintain his composure, attempting to view the actions of others from their perspective, much like Dumbledore. He pondered for a long while. Perhaps this was how he fell asleep amidst the confusion. In his dream, Harry first encountered Ron, who, with an exasperated expression, exclaimed, "Harry, if you had 7 N, B, W, T.S. like Hermione, Voldemort would be terrified." Harry retorted, asserting that it was impossible for him to achieve 7 outstanding grades, as he hadn't even selected 7 subjects. Had it not been for Professor Slughorn's unexpected return to school, he would not have been able to enroll in the Essential Potions class for Aurors. Suddenly, Neville appeared in Professor's robes, announcing that Harry had failed herbology. Ron morphed into Hermione, chastising Harry for his lack of diligence in studies. Harry vehemently countered that he had already graduated and did not require herbology. Hermione leaned in, urging, "You still need to study. Have Sirius intensify your training. Or let Bran or me teach you the mind-blocking spell." At the mention of the mind-blocking spell, Neville instantly transformed into Snape, his visage contorted in a grimace. Bellowing, "Potter, get out of this room." Harry, feeling humiliated, opened the door only to find himself not confronted by Ron and Hermione but soaring above a vast ocean. Rage boiling within him. If Grigovich's claims were true, and the Elder Wand's allegiance was set, he must eliminate that individual, that coward. He arrived at the prison, which now housed only one captive. The defenses posed no challenge to him. With a mere flick of his wand, he incapacitated all the guards and hastened toward the tower. In the room at the top of the tower stood only a frail, white-haired elder, a coward. "You have arrived," the old man mocked. He was unarmed. How could he dare defy Voldemort? The Elder Wand, Harry heard himself speak. His pale fingers gripped his wand tightly. "You will never possess it," Grindelwald laughed heartily. "You are merely a boy still quaking in fear of Albus, brandishing a little stick and calling yourself the Dark Lord." He laughed so joyously that it would soon become his final smile before death. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort uttered coldly. Grindelwald's expression froze for scarcely a second. Seizing the moment before the illusion dissipated, a smile crept back to his lips, leaving Voldemort with an indelible memory of that grin. "No," Voldemort bellowed in rage. Grindelwald had departed, even mocking him in the process. How dare he, a coward? Harry felt as though he were soaring through a dark corridor. The door at the end swung open, and without a glance, he stepped through the correct door amidst a dozen revolving portals. He slowed his pace, strolling leisurely to a shelf brimming with prophecy orbs, retrieving the one he desired. This was the magical world he longed for, where all obeyed him, devoid of irritating resistance. Just then, Harry heard Voldemort's voice, laced with malevolence. His gaze rapidly retreated, returning to the bedroom of number 12, Grimmauld Place. He stared in horror at the ceiling before cocooning himself in his blankets. Voldemort knew. Close your mind, Harry frantically repeated this mantra, desperately recalling Snape's snippets of advice and Hermione's suggestions. He felt exceedingly uncomfortable, lying motionless on the bed, his body stiff and the covers stiflingly warm. Yet, he eventually fell asleep again. Whether it was due to his clumsy mind-closing technique, he did not dream of Voldemort this time. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic in New York, a few hours earlier, Bran was embroiled in a fierce battle when he felt a warmth in his pocket. He promptly pulled out the heated paper, which displayed a brief message: "Withdraw money, see you at the hotel." Glancing at his computer screen, he realized that Colbert had dismantled his base. "Seizing the opportunity, buddy," he complained. "It's been a whole day, and I haven't won a few rounds. Cut me some slack." Colbert looked at him with a hint of amusement. After waking up earlier that day, they had followed Owen around some of New York's most bustling shopping centers, only to realize that Owen's so-called itinerary was merely a guise for accompanying his wife on a shopping spree for Muggle items while flaunting their affection. Consequently, Bran and his companion hastily took their leave. The two gaming enthusiasts had nowhere else to go, diving into an internet CAF to play games all day. Owen left a note indicating that once they were done playing, he would remind Bran and Colbert to come collect their money. Playing with others is all about the perks. "They're utterly inept," Bran remarked casually. Having exited the CAF, they found a secluded corner and used apparition to return to the hotel. Owen and Angela were already waiting at the entrance, waving to them upon sight. "Let's take a taxi," Owen suggested, pointing to a vehicle idling by the roadside. With a sense of curiosity, Bran followed him into the car. "To Gomez Bank," Owen politely instructed, handing the driver a stack of dollars. "You've overpaid," the driver remarked, returning all the money. You are truly a good man, Owen exclaimed gratefully. You didn't Bran inquired. Cast a confundus charm? Indeed, Owen replied nonchalantly. Don't tell me you didn't pay for anything during your shopping spree today. Bran glanced at the driver, who seemed utterly unfazed by the mention of the confundus charm. No, that was Angela's expenditure. She was willing to pay. It was just too expensive. And we could have operated there, but I wanted to enjoy the blurred cityscape outside the car window with Angela, Owen explained. They had indeed been in the taxi for quite some time, and by the time it came to a halt, the sun was nearing its descent. Have a pleasant evening, the driver called as they disembarked. You too, Owen waved back. The Gomez Bank was eerily quiet, devoid of any customers. Owen sighed, commenting, My dear Gomez family wishes to expand their mobile business, yet it has been rather lackluster. Upon entering the bank, Owen led them to the elevator, tapping the button with his wand, signaling them to enter. Once the doors closed, the elevator remained stationary, and just as Bran began to suspect something was amiss, the doors opened once more. The scene outside was drastically different. Employees clad in formal wizarding robes busily weighed galleons while attending to numerous customers, most of whom were also dressed in wizard attire. Owen strode directly to the VIP window, engaging in conversation with the staff behind it. The process of withdrawing money was far swifter than Bran had anticipated. After Owen verified his identity with a series of receipts, a brown-haired staff member presented him with 2 bags of gold. This doesn't seem like a lot, Bran commented, taking the bag of coins Owen handed him. That's because it was subjected to a weight reduction charm and a seamless expansion charm, allowing a simpleton like you to actually lift it. Owen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Hey, I might actually count this to confirm it's 3,000 galleons, Bran chuckled foolishly. Look at you, lacking ambition. Colbert is far more composed than you are, Owen teased. Chapter 36, Living in a Big House. You may search for Harry Potter. We graduated on Bayou. Bran thoroughly enjoyed his North American trip. Later, when he intended to persuade Owen to extend their stay, Owen instead expressed that he and Angela might remain in America for a while longer, with the additional day's accommodation fully covered by Bran and Colbert. Thus, Bran graciously accepted this North American journey as a prelude to becoming a formal member of the Order of the Phoenix. Who would have thought that for a mere hour spent withdrawing money, he would traverse such a long distance and narrowly escape death beneath the Atlantic? Therefore, a few days of leisure were rightfully his. After a week of delightful adventures in America, he finally boarded the ship back to England. Although reluctant to sail, Owen suggested against using Muggle transportation, as they had not brought the Muggle government as passports. It was you who insisted we avoid Muggle means of transport from the start. I still have significant reservations about your choice of speedboat, Bran remarked. Besides, you know that British citizens can easily travel to America, right? Isn't taking a Muggle plane preferable? That would be detrimental to the captain's business, Owen replied sheepishly. Goodness, I finally understand why we have yet to meet the captain. The only time we saw him was when he fainted, and you only knew the city gate guard's voice belonged to him. Thankfully, this journey unfolded without incident. And Bran's fear of boats did not manifest. To express her apologies, Angela purchased them the fastest boat and the finest cabin on board. Upon returning to his abode in Nocturne Alley, Bran's first order of business was to relocate. Where's your luggage? Do you need me to call a moving company? His new landlady, a sternly dressed middle-aged woman, kindly inquired. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Bran quickly shook his head. The rent for a high-rise apartment in central London was already enough to drain his wallet. An exorbitant moving fee would leave him financially depleted. As for the shop in Nocturne Alley, he was prepared to close it without a second thought. The rent had been settled, and Bran thoughtfully posted his new regulations on the door. For customers requiring services, please make an appointment via OWL. I will determine the meeting location. For urgent matters, Bran expressed his inability to assist. With 3,000 galleons in hand and a reputation to uphold, he had no desire to assist others in infidelity cases or feline pursuits any longer. This inclination also stemmed from concerns regarding safety. As the current state of the magical realm was precarious, he could no longer afford to remain in his shop, waiting for clients to seek his services. Handling his own belongings was rather cumbersome. I'm a solitary soul with minimal baggage. It's not a hassle for me, Bran asserted with determination. Very well. Have a pleasant weekend. The landlord shrugged and stepped outside. Bran surveyed the well-decorated abode, furnished with an array of meticulously arranged items, and exhaled deeply before slowly unzipping his suitcase. With a flick of his wand, a cascade of books, clothing, and various enchanted furniture items began to float out, gracefully settling into their designated places. Such feats, which once tested his magical prowess and control, posed little challenge for Bran now. Not residing in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade was primarily due to the antiquated nature of the accommodations there, which did not align with Bran's aspirations for an improved quality of life. Furthermore, the notion of living in a high-rise apartment in London was an idea foreign to most wizards, who seemed to harbor a certain aversion and fear towards the modern Muggle skyscrapers. They preferred the comfort of their quaint cottages or low-rise apartments. For a bachelor, this apartment was sufficiently spacious, offering ample sunlight and personal space. He could even gaze upon the city from his bathtub. One word, bliss, Bran exclaimed. seated on his bedroom bed, admiring the cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The orange cat meowed in agreement. For an entire week, Harry had not dreamed of Voldemort. Dumbledore had scheduled the brain-blocking course, and the news of Antonin Dolahov's capture by the valiant Aurors made headlines in the Daily Prophet. Everything seemed to be improving. Harry was particularly pleased that Hogwarts was about to commence its new term, coupled with the frequent visits from Mrs. Weasley, as no one but Molly could prepare a decent meal, as Mad-Eye Moody openly remarked after tasting Tonk's cooking. Ginny had moved into number 12, Grimmauld Place. Good morning, Professor Lupin. Harry entered the kitchen to find Lupin deep in thought at the table, a sight he hadn't seen in quite a while. Have you made any progress in your negotiations in the underworld? Compared to Voldemort's spies, my contributions are negligible. There are many antisocial elements within the werewolf community, Lupin replied, lifting his gaze with a hint of resignation. Well, I suppose there must be numerous werewolves simply wishing to lead a peaceful existence, Harry pondered. These werewolves could be our natural allies, while those accustomed to a life of crime would be our irreconcilable foes. We must be wary of the moderates. Lupin looked at Harry in astonishment. I didn't expect your reasoning to be so astute. Being cooped up in this house leaves me with plenty of time for contemplation. Harry's tone revealed a hint of bitterness and discontent. Stodgy Boat has been out of contact since yesterday. Mad-Eye Moody entered the kitchen to inform Lupin. Moody, Harry acknowledged. Don't call me Professor, Moody waved dismissively. It seems I must summon Bran sooner than anticipated. Bran Reed? That newcomer? Moody took a seat, sipping from his bottle of pumpkin juice, having heard the name before. He should be an improvement over Tonks. At least she is a competent Auror and the best among her peers. Lupin gazed at Moody with resignation. You'd better send a few who can easily access the Ministry to check on the Department of Mysteries, lest Stodgy is merely napping under his invisibility cloak. Hermione is at the Ministry today, Lupin mused, stroking his chin. She hasn't participated in any public missions for the Order, so assisting with the task shouldn't raise any suspicion. Excellent consideration, but you overlook the well-known friendship among Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Harry Potter. Moody sharply pointed out. From the moment she entered the Ministry, countless eyes have been upon her. Harry lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, it seems I need to summon Bran sooner. Lupin concluded, departing for the room upstairs where the notice board hung. Chapter 37. Work hours. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated, on Baidu. Does the Order of the Phoenix pay a salary? Bran inquired in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Feigning ignorance as he pushed around a portion of what was termed a salad, losing his appetite. Lupin displayed a troubled expression. I just wanted to ask. I've moved. And from now on, all business will be conducted via owls to avoid a gathering of people at my door. Bran acknowledged. Albeit realizing this would significantly reduce minor commissions and, consequently, his income. Requests for assistance in brawls, escapes, or bodyguard duties were relatively few. Many dark wizards are quite affluent. You know, Sirius shrugged. Let us pause, Lupin interjected, sensing the conversation veering off course. Bran, you don't need to stand guard at the Department of Mysteries today. Just check if Stodgy is present over there. The Order has too many sensitive individuals, and Kingsley and Tonks are tied up with work. Understood, Bran replied. Stodgy Bode is an unfortunate soul. He cannot escape the fate of being subjected to the soul-sucking curse. I'm still curious about what lies within the Department of Mysteries. Harry remarked. That is none of your concern, kid, Moody gruffly responded, rising to leave. By the way, Sirius, have you dealt with that boggart upstairs? As the two departed, Bran stood to follow, unsure who had concocted the dreadful salad, which he planned to replace with a proper breakfast on his way out. Lupin began to tidy the clutter of papers on the table. As Harry munched on bread, he suddenly exclaimed, There's a prophecy or back there? ISNT there? The unexpected declaration halted both Lupin and Bran, who exchanged glances and devised a plan. Indeed, Lupin replied nonchalantly. What prophecy is so significant that it requires daily guarding? Harry inquired, irritation creeping into his voice. It pertains to Voldemort, Bran stated matter-of-factly. If it were that simple, why can't I know? Harry asked, somewhat agitated. The specifics of the prophecy remain unknown to us. However, Voldemort is exceedingly eager to obtain it, and thus we cannot allow him to succeed, Lupin explained. We refrain from involving you mainly because you are still a provisional member. There is no necessity for you to know too much. I am of age, Professor. If this matter is as straightforward as you suggest, I don't believe it would pose much of a burden, Harry retorted, storming out of the kitchen. Bran watched him leave, breathing a sigh of relief before casually asking, Who made the salad? Tonks, Lupin replied with a wry smile. Well, congratulations, Bran said awkwardly, aware that the flirtation between Tonks and Lupin was common knowledge. Everyone has their day to progress, Lupin quipped. The elevator shook as it descended to the basement, the doors opening automatically. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day, it chimed. A cold, indifferent voice spoke. Bran stood at one end of the resplendent hall of the Ministry of Magic, observing the bustling crowd as he crumpled the hamburger wrapper. The floor gleamed with a polished shine, while the ceiling constantly transformed with shifting symbols, resembling a colossal bulletin board suspended in the air. The walls were adorned with fireplaces, from which wizards would occasionally appear with a soft pop. The throng of people was overwhelming, each individual ensnared in a sense of oppression. At the heart of the hall stood the famed Fountain of Magical Brethren. Bran barely glanced at it as he made his way to the left side of the hall. Non-employees visiting the ministry were required to register, though Bran was uncertain about the consequences of failing to do so. However, Lupin had advised him against testing the ministry's detection spells, assuring him that registering would prevent him from being flagged as a blacklist individual. Guest registration? A disheveled wizard inquired listlessly from behind a desk. Yes, Bran replied, stepping forward. The wizard produced a slender stick and lazily waved it over Bran, muttering, "Wand." Bran handed over his wand, which the wizard placed on a nearby machine. The device vibrated slightly, and a slip of paper was ejected from its base. The wizard tore off the paper, barely glancing at it before setting it aside. "You may enter," he said, with a healthy dose of skepticism regarding this security system. Bran proceeded towards the elevator. Lupin had suggested using the pretext of visiting a friend, Tonks. However, Tonks was on leave that day. Thus, no one would be there to greet him, allowing him to inadvertently wander into the corridor housing the Department of Mysteries. According to Lupin, the corridor was usually deserted, granting him the freedom to operate without concern. Of course, to ensure absolute safety, using the disillusionment charm was also an option. As long as luck was not so unfortunate as to encounter someone upon exiting the elevator, the entire process would be swift. "What do you usually do if you encounter someone?" Bran inquired. "Typically, one feigns a sudden realization, muttering something like, 'I must have overshot my stop.' It depends on whom you encounter, and your own identity. Adaptability is key. The ministry's elevators tend to be crowded. We would need to don the invisibility cloak unless we reach the 9th floor, where there are fewer people." The elevator boasted over 20 compartments, each besieged by waiting wizards. Bran chose a line with relatively fewer patrons. The doors opened, and a swarm of wizards surged inside. Witnessing the crowd, he decided against following them. After a while, the elevator finally jolted open. Once the occupants had exited, Bran squeezed in with another group. Contrary to his expectations, the wizards crammed inside the elevator exchanged not a single word, enveloped in a profound silence. Bran discreetly pressed the button for the 9th floor, layer upon layer. Observing the others disembark one by one soon turned tedious. He muttered to himself, "I ought to have something to occupy my hands at this juncture." 9th floor. Department of Mysteries, the cold voice announced. Upon arrival, the elevator was indeed empty. With a sense of anticipation that everything would proceed swiftly and simply, Bran stepped out into the corridor. This passage was desolate, devoid of doors or windows, save for a plain black door at the far end. As Bran approached the door, the elevator creaked behind him, ascending slowly. In the eerie silence of the corridor, every sound was amplified, and he could distinctly hear his own breathing. The clamor from the ministry above seemed worlds away. He walked along the corridor's wall and retraced his steps. It appeared that Stodgy was not asleep. Otherwise, he would have encountered some obstruction. If Stodgy had indeed been subjected to the soul-sucking curse, he had either already vacated this place or remained hidden, evading Bran's physical search. Bran retrieved a small vial of potion, which Lupin claimed to be Snape's formula, capable of temporarily piercing the lesser invisibility cloaks and spells. He consumed it, immediately sensing a shift in his vision. The world morphed into a bizarre, colorful oil painting, awash with hues, save for the black door, which seemed to absorb all color. Before the door, a blue silhouette crouched. "What are you doing, stranger?" A voice called from behind Bran, startling him. He turned to find a figure that appeared as a swirling mass of deep blue. After blinking several times, he discerned a melancholic man clad in a solemn black robe, with long hair reminiscent of an artist's. "You seem a bit disoriented," the man remarked calmly. "Ah, I'm lost," Bran stammered, feeling a touch of panic. Getting lost is quite normal. Life is not a track, it is a vast expanse. We run through the wilderness and often lose our way, the man mused dreamily. "Are you a staff member here?" Bran asked innocently. "Work?" The man's tone grew increasingly ethereal. The notion of work conjures many unpleasant associations, like forcing oneself to awaken for dreary meetings or staying late in the office to handle tedious tasks. When one thinks of work, they envision oppression and dissatisfaction. "No, I do not consider myself to be working." "You would rather think of it as research?" Bran suggested. "Research? No." The moment that word is uttered, muggles envision spotless laboratories and meticulous scientists manipulating incomprehensible high-tech instruments, while wizards envision dark rooms where robed alchemists fuss over bizarre test tubes and apparatus. "I do not believe I am conducting research." Bran felt he could not indulge this man in a debate over whether he was working, researching, or merely playing. The potion's side effects caused a sharp pain in his head. He needed to find a way to extricate Stodgy. "Do you require assistance?" The man inquired with a tinge of sympathy. Despite being shorter than Bran, he somehow managed to exude an air of superiority. "If you could escort me outside." "That would be splendid," Bran replied. They were now quite close to the door, and thus to Stodgy. "I came to visit my friend." "Do you think my friend might be behind that door?" "What is your friend's name?" "Nymphadora Tonks." "I do not believe any of my colleagues bear such a name," the man said, lost in thought. "Well then, can you help me find her?" Bran pressed. Unlike Mr. Weasley and others, Tonks was indeed unremarkable within the ministry. She was simply an ordinary Auror, known to few, and none would likely descend to the Department of Mysteries. This fact provided Bran with a distinct advantage. Since he was unknown, this man could not possibly assist him in locating Tonks. Eventually, the man spoke slowly. Hope for ordinary individuals does not reside in the future or the distant. Rather, it lies in finding one's way home. Discover your own path. Well, that's an intriguing way to decline, Bran remarked wryly. So, are you off to work? I mean, are you heading through that door now? Indeed, the man said. On every journey, you encounter many people. I am merely a transient figure in your life. Completing this path is up to you, lost wanderer. Return home. And perhaps we shall meet again. Bran watched him walk away. The man extended his right hand, pressing it against the gate, which slowly opened without a sound. At that moment, Stogie stirred. The blue silhouette crouched on the ground rose and followed the long-haired man, attempting to enter. Damn it, Bran cursed under his breath. Fumbling to retrieve the revealing potion given to him by Victoria and Owen, but it seemed too late. The man had already placed the front half of his foot inside the door when Stogie also stepped out, spirit leaving his body. Bran had no choice but to draw his wand and whisper the incantation. Forgive me, Stogie, for subjecting you to the soul curse once more, he thought. A peculiar connection formed. Bran could feel that whatever he contemplated, Stogie would act upon. It was as if he had joined the ranks of those who wield the unforgivable curse. Stogie halted. The long-haired man had crossed the threshold, and the gate began to close once more. Bran lifted the soul curse. The experience of wielding the unforgivable curse lasted less than a minute. Bran heard the sound of heavy breathing in the air before him. He spoke softly. To be brief, I am with the Order of the Phoenix. You have been cursed. Now find a way to return safely to Grimmauld Place. Upon hearing the name Grimmauld Place, Stogie appeared to set aside any lingering doubts. He replied almost imperceptibly, thank you, and then stepped into the lift before Bran, who followed closely behind. Once in the lift, Stogie removed his invisibility cloak. Before he could utter more than a few words to Bran, the lift arrived at the upper floor, where several people entered. No one engaged Stogie in conversation, and it seemed none recognized him. To maintain the illusion, Bran wandered aimlessly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, fumbled his way to the Auror office, inquired about Tonks, and, receiving a reply, left the Ministry of Magic feeling dejected. Stogie had already vanished from the exit, having disapparated home. The task was straightforward and would not take long. The Ministry was not a den of danger. Many of their own were present, and overall, caution was only warranted to avoid attracting undue attention. Lupin poured himself a cup of coffee. After all, he had only graduated 2 years prior. Many people in his age group are filled with trepidation when entering the Ministry. Sirius remarked. You have not witnessed the reputation of Bran Reed in the underworld. Lupin shook his head. Some werewolves described them as hands stained with blood. Oh, werewolves, vampires, and the like. Observing the raised eyebrow of Sirius, he added, I'm back. Stogie appeared at the kitchen door, taking a seat with a grim expression. I've been cursed. What? Lupin asked, astonished. By whom? It must have been Lucius Malfoy, Stogie stated darkly. I saw him and Fudge descend to the Department of Mysteries just before I lost consciousness. I was quite anxious, but they were merely standing at a distance, conversing. After that, I remember nothing. Someone claiming to be from the Order of the Phoenix rescued me. Ah, yes, that was one of ours, Lupin acknowledged, taking a sip of coffee. How could Malfoy have discovered you under the invisibility cloak? Harry, seated in the corner, suddenly interjected. Who knows what Voldemort has promised Malfoy? Sirius replied uneasily. I didn't even notice you. Lupin looked at Harry in disbelief. I wore the invisibility cloak. Harry explained. But, well, I just want to say, don't be so distrustful. How long does this potion last? Bran complained as he entered the kitchen. Well, if you're still under its effects, we'll need to wait a few more minutes, Lupin began, but was cut off by Bran, who insisted on getting his question answered first. You saved me. What is your name? Next time, I'll buy you a drink. Stogie looked at Bran. If Malfoy was meeting with Fudge, how can we be sure Fudge hasn't been cursed as well? Harry pointed out loudly. Quiet. Sirius interrupted Harry. Bran Reed. Just call me Bran. He replied to Stogie, and let us skip the drink. I don't consume alcohol. Not even butterbeer? Stogie asked. No, Bran replied. Chapter 39. A weary Lupin. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Since the connection between Antonin Dolohov and the Malfoy family was uncovered, the Order of the Phoenix has remained vigilant. Now, Lucius Malfoy personally cursing Stogie confirmed their fears were warranted. What happens if you enter the Department of Mysteries without permission? Harry inquired. Bran went to find the antidote. Snape's wondrous potion had yet to wear off on him, and Lupin, equally perplexed, suggested he seek the antidote from Snape's supply cabinet here. The Ministry will discover it. Stogie will end up in Azkaban, Sirius warned. Stogie exhaled a cloud of smoke. We can't do anything about the Malfoy family. Their operations are flawless. The last trial concerning Antonin Dolohov failed because the Malfoy family shifted the blame onto an intern, clearing their association with the fugitive. Harry furrowed his brow as he gathered his thoughts and said, I thought things were improving, but they are not. First, if Fudge is secretly meeting with someone like Lucius Malfoy, we can hardly be certain whether Fudge has been cursed and whether his decisions are truly his own. Second, Lucius Malfoy possesses some form of power, Perhaps something Voldemort has given him, allowing him to see through Stogie's invisibility cloak. Which likely means our cloaks and disillusionment charms are rendered useless against Death Eaters. Third, I must disclose that Grindelwald has vanished from his prison, and Voldemort has been there. He sought the Elder Wand, but was ultimately disappointed, for the wand is in Professor Dumbledore's possession. Having delivered this barrage of information, Sirius, Lupin, and Stogie were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Bran casually asked as he entered the kitchen. He took some time to locate the antidote, which Lupin had informed him was named Sunflower by Snape. If that is what I think it is, Snape actually knows about Impressionist art. Bran mused. Sirius was the first to respond to Harry. Fudge has necessary procedures in place to prevent him from being cursed. It's a safety requirement for the Minister of Magic. Well, I'm not entirely sure, Harry replied, and you're spying on Voldemort's thoughts. Sirius chastised. I can't just turn that off. I haven't practiced diplomacy in ages. Harry retorted. And isn't it beneficial? I can inform you of Voldemort's actions, he trailed off. Realizing the implications, Bran understood. Harry, you must be aware that such a mental connection is typically bidirectional. Voldemort will eventually discover you are in his mind. Upon his realization, the visions witnessed in dreams may not necessarily reflect reality. Harry was evidently distressed by Bran's subsequent remark. You have identified a significant flaw. I shall report this matter to others and to Dumbledore, Remus reassured, noting that the standard invisibility cloak has become utterly ineffective. At least against Voldemort and his loyal Death Eaters. How shall we guard the entrance to the Department of Mysteries? Sturgis inquired. To be frank, I am quite eager to rescind this task, Sirius declared irritably. I fail to see its necessity, as it squanders our manpower. If we could reallocate these individuals, we could at least mount a substantial offensive against the Death Eaters. I can lend you the invisibility cloak. Harry spread the cloak across the table. Noting it had yet to be penetrated by anyone, save for Professor Moody's magical eye, he added. Moody's magical eye was crafted by a master alchemist, Remus explained. No one can replicate its powers, despite Voldemort somehow managing to see through ordinary invisibility cloaks. Might it be that Snape provided them with it? Sirius suggested slowly. I trust Snape because Dumbledore trusts him. Let us refrain from such internal discord, Remus sighed, gazing earnestly at Sirius's face. If he is indeed a double agent, we, who rely on his potions, could perish innumerable times. Furthermore, I shall convey the issues regarding the Department of Mysteries to Dumbledore, Remus said, rubbing his temples. Lastly, concerning Grindelwald's disappearance, we are utterly powerless, save for informing Dumbledore. There is truly little we can manage. Could he have formed an alliance with Voldemort? Harry asked anxiously. As it is said that Grindelwald was a dark wizard of his generation. He shall not, Bran asserted. Harry, your entire perception of dark wizards is shaped by Voldemort. But anyone who has studied magical history knows that Grindelwald's style is entirely distinct. Indeed, I concur that they would not collaborate. Hermione entered the kitchen, having evidently overheard part of their conversation. Is there anything to eat? She inquired, appearing quite fatigued. None, Remus replied awkwardly. Tonks has yet to return since this morning. I bear some unsettling news, Hermione remarked indifferently. Having learned earlier that the Ministry has decided to take action against Hogwarts, educational reforms, and special teachers are en route. I tried, yet my voice carries little weight, and there was nothing I could do. Approximately an hour past lunchtime, the Weasley family finally arrived to prepare the meal. Ginny joined them in the kitchen to assist, but soon departed with Harry. Sturgis opted not to stay for the meal. I have moved closer to the city center. Bran wrote down his new address on a piece of paper and handed it to Remus, inviting him to visit when possible. Remus forced a smile. I am quite busy. As you well know, there will always be time, Bran replied. Bran. Just as he was about to leave, Harry rushed over to call out to him. The invisibility cloak. Professor Lupin said you must report for duty tomorrow. Harry placed the cloak in Bran's hands. It felt incredibly smooth, akin to water. He couldn't resist squeezing it a few more times. Harry cast him a curious glance. Ahem. Bran folded the cloak neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Thank you, Harry. You are most welcome, Harry replied. Let us all remain vigilant, as we are united in our efforts to rescue the wizarding world from darkness. The boy who lived turned and walked away. Bran stared for a moment at the back of the prophesied savior before departing. Chapter 40. Bran's intentions. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. If Harry were to discover the first deed for which his invisibility cloak was employed, it would undoubtedly alter his perception of Bran. Cloaked in invisibility, Bran stealthily apparat to Victoria's CAF. He hoped the CAF remained open, albeit as desolate as ever. Bran had harbored suspicions regarding Victoria's means of livelihood for some time, yet he lacked evidence. Unlike before, Victoria sat behind the counter, her right hand grasping a quill, her left propping up her head, absently gazing at a piece of parchment before her. Today, she wore a blue dress instead of her wizarding robes. A red-haired, green-eyed girl named Annie was seated at a table, engrossed in her book, her legs swinging idly. Bran crept up beside Victoria, making several silly faces, yet she remained oblivious. Fixated on the parchment, stealing a glance at the content, he discerned it likely contained some form of legal testimony. He quietly took a seat in an adjacent chair. observing as Victoria occasionally pinned a few lines, her golden hair tumbling over her shoulder. The afternoon sun streamed in, casting a golden hue on Victoria's lashes as she furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she halted her writing, tossing both the paper and the quill into a drawer in frustration. "Annie," she called, "I am stepping out for a moment." "Understood," Annie replied. Hey, don't leave." Bran quickly lifted the invisibility cloak. "Ah," Victoria emitted a short, sharp cry. And upon recognizing him, her irritation intensified. "Bran Reed, could you not enter through the front door?" Victoria scolded. She poured him a glass of milk and sat across from him, her expression still somewhat sour. "I just acquired a new invisibility cloak and wanted to test it." Bran admitted sheepishly. "You could have simply walked in and spoken to me directly, and then we could have tested whether my CAF's defenses work against your cloak." Victoria replied tersely, clutching her drink and biting the straw. As the drink neared its end, she sucked noisily. A silence enveloped them for a moment, unable to hold back. Victoria asked, "What kind of invisibility cloak is that?" "Borrowed from Harry Potter." Bran mirrored her actions, grabbing a straw to sip. "So now you have your answer." "That cloak is indeed remarkable," Victoria replied rather irritably. "I taught him for a year and heard about it from the professors." "Upon seeing your signature, I recalled your surname is Gomez. I saw a Gomez bank in New York that caters to wizards," Bran mused. "Oh. You should know that Gomez is not an uncommon surname," Victoria retorted scornfully. Bran waved his hand, opting to change the subject. "Where were you planning to go just now?" "To Rebecca's house," Victoria sighed. "The Malfoy family has distanced themselves from Antonin Dolohov. Rebecca still has a considerable debt to repay." "Were you writing a testimony?" "Yes. But both the good and bad words were thoroughly spoken by Malfoy. They provided their own evidence, which could easily be fabricated. The ministry has not even initiated a proper investigation." Victoria, in exasperation, hurled her empty cup across the room toward the trash can, missing its mark entirely. Annie silently picked it up and tossed it back into the trash bin. Lucius Malfoy was unaware of the considerable sum he had spent to win over Fudge. Now, he was the favored one in Fudge's eyes. Bran remarked that pursuing legal action would be futile against him. "I see, but Rebecca's debts are rather substantial, and I cannot assist in repaying them." Victoria blushed slightly at the mention of her inability to help. "Can you believe it? A full 10,000 galleons." Bran gasped. 10,000? To be precise, she initially borrowed 2,000 galleons, mortgaging her house in the countryside. It was all converted to pounds and invested in an internet CAF. The 10,000 includes interest. Do not tell me she borrowed from elsewhere, for 10,000 pounds would scarcely suffice for opening an internet CAF, Bran exclaimed in horror. Indeed. But those interests are not as terrifying as the Malfoy families. She felt she could manage repayments gradually. Among the many people Bran knew, aside from the enigmatic Dumbledore, who presumably possessed vast wealth, only Owen had casually produced nearly 10,000 galleons. However, Owen did not know Rebecca, unless 10,000 galleons were mere pocket change to him. He would not lend a hand. "Everything would be manageable if we could take down the Malfoy family," Bran joked. Victoria did not find the jest amusing. She appeared pensive and said, "Ollivander's disappearance has indeed impacted every shopkeeper in Diagon Alley. Even the ice cream vendor, Fawcett, vanished yesterday. Voldemort is on the move, and his underlings will seize this opportunity to eliminate those they find undesirable," Bran stated matter-of-factly. "Do you truly believe he has returned?" Victoria inquired, her golden hair untamed today, curling naturally. "If something is factual, it is no longer a matter of belief," Bran replied, suddenly intrigued by a thought. Victoria was also a remarkably skilled witch, having even taught at Hogwarts. If she were willing to join the Order of the Phoenix, they would gain another capable ally. In that case, would you be interested in joining the fight against them? He asked candidly. "Who are they?" Victoria countered. "Voldemort and his Death Eaters." Victoria lifted a cup of ice cream from her plate and took a spoonful. "You may call me cowardly," she finally said. "I am not British, you know? I moved to England for the life I desired. I resigned from Hogwarts due to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Now do you understand? I will not join you." Bran stared at her as she averted his gaze. "It is of no consequence. I am not morally coercing you," he shrugged. "If that were the case, it would be best to relocate to America or even further away, rather than linger here or in Europe. Voldemort is British." Victoria remained silent, continuing to enjoy her ice cream. Annie clattered her way to the back of the CAF where they resided, shutting the door behind her. They resumed their conversation about Hogwarts and the Muggle world. Victoria occasionally chuckled softly in response to Bran's remarks. Chapter 41. Voldemort's Trial and Harry Today. Lupin was still at number 12, Grimmauld Place, so Harry took advantage of the morning's absence of training to discuss his father with him. He had already spoken to Sirius and now sought the perspective of another of his father's friends. He felt fortunate to be able to communicate with either of them at any moment. Had such a situation arisen during his earlier school years, it would have consumed his thoughts for days, but now he had calmed considerably, especially with Sirius nearby. As he ascended the stairs, he encountered Ginny descending. Harry felt a flutter of nerves and offered her a smile, to which she reciprocated. They brushed past each other. Harry approached the door to Lupin's study. It seemed rather absurd to occupy someone else's time at such a moment, potentially for an extended period, especially if Lupin was engaged in something significant that required his attention. He knocked on the door. "Come in," Lupin's voice called from within. "Ah, it's you, Harry." Upon seeing Harry enter, Lupin set down his quill. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "About my father," Harry stated directly, despite feeling somewhat bashful and wanting to expedite the conversation to avoid inconveniencing Lupin. "Ah, that," Lupin smiled, though his expression quickly became serious. "Sirius has spoken to me about this. Like him. I do not wish for you to judge your father based on a recollection from Snape. He was only 15. When I was 15, I was looked down upon by the entire school because I might have been the one to open the Chamber of Secrets," Harry replied, striving to control his tone. Recalling how Sirius had made a thoughtless comment that led to bullying. "I am not excusing his and Sirius's reckless behavior due to their age," Lupin patiently explained. "In truth, I bear some responsibility as well. I lacked the courage to assert that their actions were excessive." Sirius apologized, but he did not extend that courtesy to Snape, Harry noted. "Really?" Lupin smiled again. James and Snape had been at odds since their arrival at school. Their relationship was more akin to mutual antagonism. "I never imagined I would have to choose between my father and Snape, nor feel sympathy for Snape," Harry said. "In any case, what is past, Harry." Lupin reassured him. "Your father was a fool. We all were. That is why I am glad you are not. Regarding the outcome of this matter, I must say that Dumbledore's willingness to personally teach you occlumency is an unexpectedly favorable result. To be honest, I find Snape's teaching methods utterly deplorable." As Harry made his way back, he felt a slight lift in his spirits. "That's it, Harry," he told himself. "Control your emotions. You are of age now. Do not let such matters hinder your fight against Voldemort." Nevertheless, when he lay down for an afternoon nap, he found it difficult to divert his thoughts from the situation. "Stop thinking about it. Close your mind," Harry urged himself. He grew increasingly drowsy, his eyelids becoming heavier. The stifling air in the bedroom made him long for a deep, uninterrupted slumber. He fell into a slumber. His body was supple, strong, and agile as he glided between the gleaming metal bars, slipping past the dark, cold stones. He moved close to the ground, sliding on his belly. The light was dim, yet he could discern the luminous shapes around him. The world unfolded before his eyes like an oil painting, vast swathes of color splattered across his vision. He pressed onward, turning his head to see a corridor that seemed empty. He slowly slid toward the door at the corridor's end, drawing nearer. Suddenly, a silhouette of deep blue-black materialized before him, its outline distinctly visible. Harry had been discovered. The figure stood upright, its bright, blurred contours standing firm before him. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this person. He had been seen, and the gravity of the situation eclipsed all else. This individual blocked the door at the end of the corridor, leaving him no choice. Moreover, the scent emanating from this person was utterly enticing. Lazily, the figure drew out their wand. It was over for him. Harry extended his forked tongue, rising up to attack the person before him, once, twice, thrice. He felt his sharp fangs sink deeply into the flesh, felt the bones of the person's ribs shatter between his teeth, warm blood gushing forth. The figure cried out in agony, slowly collapsing, devoid of sound, slumping against the wall as blood splattered onto the ground. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his forehead, rage coursing through his entire being, and he screamed, "Harry! Harry!" Harry Potter awoke in his bed, realizing he was shouting. He was drenched in cold sweat. The sheets tightly wrapped around him, suffocatingly warm. His scar throbbed painfully, as if pierced by a hot poker. "I beg you," he mumbled incoherently. "Harry." Ron looked at him in panic as he rolled to the edge of the bed and retched. "ESA snake. Harry. Harry." More people rushed toward him, gathering anxiously by the bedside. He took several deep breaths, expelling the remnants from his stomach. "I'll fetch some potion," Lupin said. "What's wrong? Are you seeing those images again?" Sirius paced anxiously. Harry gasped for air, grabbing Sirius's hand, knowing it was crucial. "Tell me, who is on duty today at the Department of Mysteries?" After speaking, he retched again. "Blaine," Sirius replied, his face paling significantly. "Yes, it's him." Harry continued to breathe heavily, unable to comprehend why his scar had suddenly ceased its pain. He felt his strength gradually returning. "He*s in trouble?" Sirius's complexion darkened further. "He*s been bitten. It's serious. I suspect several ribs are broken. There's blood everywhere. I'll contact Tonks, Kingsley, Hermione, anyone at the Ministry." Sirius seemed to accept the validity of his words without question, which relieved Harry. "Take care of Harry," he said, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder, then hurriedly departed. "No, it could just be a dream," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide. "It's not," Harry insisted, closing his eyes. If they continued to dwell on whether it was a dream, precious time would slip away. Blaine might be lying dead in the deserted corridor of the Department of Mysteries. He was only 20, with parents, unlike Harry. A pang of sorrow gripped Harry's heart. "Drink this," Lupin returned, hurriedly handing Harry a vial of potion. Harry glanced at it, a viscous brown liquid, and without further ado, took small sips. He hoped that his warning would arrive in time to save another life. Chapter 42, Voldemort's Temptation. And Blaine had a rather pleasant morning. Awakened promptly by the alarm, he proceeded through his daily routine, preparing a simple breakfast, toasting some bread, and heating up convenience food. Yet, despite the simplicity of the steps. The satisfaction of making it himself rendered it incomparable to anything purchased outside. After breakfast, he hummed a tune and disapparated to the steps of number 12, Grimald Place. Entering carefully to avoid provoking Mrs. Black's screams, he met with Sirius to report his arrival. Then took Harry's invisibility cloak and made his way to the Ministry of Magic. He felt somewhat like a worker clocking in. He entered the ministry via the guest entrance, this time under the pretext of updating his residence information. Unlike last time, a new witch, full of vigor and smiling, conducted his wand check. She took his wand, placed it in the machine, patiently waiting for it to produce a slip, which she then neatly tore off and read aloud with perfect enunciation. Fig tree wood wand. 11 inches. Unicorn hair? Yes, Blaine replied. Not from Ollivander S., I presume? The witch seemed to find herself quite unoccupied and attempted to engage him in conversation. Ollivander primarily uses dragon heartstring and unicorn hair. Phoenix feathers are quite rare. I bought it in France during the summer when I was 11, Blaine explained. Oh, that is quite unique, the witch exclaimed with a smile. Your name is Douglas, correct? She pointed to the badge pinned to Blaine's attire. Yes, he replied casually. Could I have my wand back? You know, I finish work at noon. Would you be interested in going out for a drink? The witch winked, introducing herself as Rachel. She tossed her long brown hair playfully, grinning. Let us see how it goes, Blaine said. I might take a while. Well, I'll wait for you here after work. Rachel replied, handing him the wand. Blaine felt little inclination to converse with her, especially since Lupin mentioned he would be on guard until the afternoon. We'll see then. He answered absent-mindedly, making his way toward the elevator behind the golden doors. As before, he rushed into the elevator, pressing the 9th button. Then casually placed his hands in his pockets, watching as others filed out. Department of Mysteries, a cold voice announced. Unluckily, he again encountered the artistically long-haired man with a melancholic demeanor, who awaited by the elevator, looking haggard. Ah, it's you, the lost one, the man said, halting his stride toward the elevator. The elevator creaked upward. Our fates intertwine once more. Have we met before? Blaine inquired, puzzled. Perhaps we have not. Our world spins in the cosmos like a solitary isle, where everyone claims familiarity with one another, where each professes to have visited places they never have. The man remarked with keen interest. Blaine sensed that his demeanor was encouraging the man to voice these publishable thoughts, so he swiftly changed the subject. Aren't you leaving? I indeed was to leave, but I am no longer to leave now, the man emphasized, his tone suddenly dreamy. I have seen you twice. This must be some kind of omen. You may know my name among the people. I am called Burke. Pleased to meet you, Burke, Blaine replied. Could you tell me where I should go to update my residence information? I was informed that if I move, I should notify the Ministry of my new address for enforcement purposes. The Ministry of Magic, observing people as I delve into certain mysteries, Burke remarked. Indeed, the lost souls. I am neither working nor researching. I am merely observing. I cannot comprehend your words, Bran replied. You are an intriguing individual, lost wanderer. Burke's tone shifted to a more normal cadence. You have visited the Department of Mysteries twice. Perhaps due to the labyrinthine paths of the Ministry. However, I believe fate is ever elusive, Burke resumed his ethereal tone. The route to the Ministry pales in comparison. Life teaches us the resolve to pursue all that we desire. You must extricate yourself from the maze you have constructed. As the lift arrived, Burke cast this remark, gliding in like a specter, turning to smile at Bran. Watching Burke depart and noticing the absence of others, Bran donned his invisibility cloak. He contemplated that next time, as long as no one followed him to the 9th floor, he should wear the cloak inside the lift. He was not entirely pleased with his previous demeanor. If Burke were a typical, meticulous individual, he would naturally harbor suspicions about Bran's 2 episodes of getting lost. Yet, Bran dismissed Burke altogether. To him, Burke was merely an eccentric researcher, spewing esoteric jargon that only Trelawney would appreciate alongside profound platitudes of life. It was uncertain which direction his research might be taking, Bran mused idly. The corridor of the Department of Mysteries was dimly lit. Unlike the bright magical sources found on the upper floors of the Ministry, a trickle of light seeped in from outside. How did they pass this tedious time? Bran's boredom intensified. Was he to remain motionless, gazing at this door? He felt compelled to discuss the necessity of this with Dumbledore. The prophecy ball occupied a significant amount of their manpower, indeed. Though the prophecy ball was crucial, if Bran recalled correctly, it foretold the dire consequences of Voldemort marking his opponents, imparting unimaginable power to them. There were surely better ways to prevent Voldemort from acquiring it. For instance, expanding influence within the Department of Mysteries. At this thought, Bran began to regret not having called out to Burke earlier, yet he was not well acquainted with him. What of Bode? He seemed to know Mr. Weasley. Regardless, it was advantageous to amass more allies, provided they were not traitors. If Voldemort indeed had minions within the Ministry, he would soon realize that, barring himself or Harry Potter, any attempt to breach the Department of Mysteries was utterly futile. Alternatively, Voldemort might exploit magic to dismantle the rule that only those involved with the prophecy could access the prophecy ball. At that moment, Bran heard a rustling sound. He turned to discover a colossal serpent slithering down the corridor toward him. Chapter 43, An unexpected conclusion, this serpent was immense, flicking its tongue, creeping along the cold floor with a fearsome presence. Nagini, Bran crouched down, observing the great serpent approaching him. Since he had already chosen to oppose its master, he would leave a memorable impression. He rose, cast off his invisibility cloak, and lazily drew his wand. The serpent detected him, rearing up, preparing to launch a lethal strike. In the next instant, the serpent was neatly severed in two. Its head thudded to the ground, twitching for a moment before becoming still. A wisp of black smoke slowly emanated from Nagini's remains, dissipating into nothingness. Bran waved his wand casually, causing the serpent's corpse to vanish from sight. Allowing your prized pet to roam freely was a grave mistake. He donned his invisibility cloak once more, crouching down, addressing the direction from which Nagini had approached. If I cannot handle a mere serpent, I might as well retire to play games. There will be many more errors for you to commit, Voldemort. He even yawned, continuing to guard the door. Before long, a man and a woman hurriedly exited the lift, gazing in astonishment at the empty corridor. It was pristine, devoid of any traces. The woman, with a shock of pink hair, Bran recognized as Tonks, not bleeding and awaiting transport to St. Mungo's. The man stepped a little closer, and Bran realized it was Kingsley. Why had two members of the Order of the Phoenix arrived at once? We must consider whether he might have been concealed by the cloak or transferred elsewhere. Kingsley's dark face bore a hint of concern, as long as he was alive. The transfer would be problematic. There's no scent of blood, Tonks sniffed, furrowing her brow, softly calling out, Bran? Bran? Finding their conversation increasingly absurd and surmising the reason for their descent, Bran peeled off his invisibility cloak. What is going on? Why have both of you come down suddenly? He inquired. You're completely unscathed, Tonks exclaimed, astonished at his lack of injuries. What is your name? Kingsley asked abruptly. Bran Reed, he replied honestly. In which CAF did you provide me with evidence regarding Antonin Dolohov? The Hope CAF. Bran stood up, feeling his legs stiffen from squatting for too long. Are you suspecting I am a Death Eater in disguise? This is a necessary procedure, Kingsley stated, lowering his wand. We received word that you were attacked by a giant serpent while on duty, your ribs shattered and blood flowing. Yet we arrived to find you well. Oh, the giant serpent, Bran realized. Are you referring to this one? He waved his wand, and the just-concealed corpse of Nagini reappeared before the three of them. Tonks involuntarily gasped. It was cleaved in two, she remarked in astonishment. A giant serpent indeed, Kingsley mused. It must be over 10 feet long. He circled the serpent, clicking his tongue in wonder. Voldemort's pet serpent, Bran commented. He was overly confident in his snake, allowing it to roam the Department of Mysteries alone. Kingsley glanced at him. Half teasing, half resigned, in these dark times, this serpent has attacked many renowned wizards. Voldemort's confidence in his serpent is warranted. Most wizards simply cannot evade its swift strikes. You are truly remarkable, Bran. Tonks marveled. I must work twice as hard. That means I gained an advantage. It never detected me beneath the cloak, Bran reflected. Lucius Malfoy could see through Stagi's invisibility cloak and cast the Imperius curse upon him, yet Nagini had not noticed him. This could only be attributed to the Deathly Hallows. The spell he had employed to slay Nagini was of his own invention. After moving, he had taken the time to read a book on the art of phasing and splitting, combining it with the spatial magic knowledge gleaned from Victoria's old ring, thus crafting a technique capable of precisely severing anything. His lack of creativity in naming led him to choose a simple and unadorned name, Cut. The essence of this magic lies in altering an object's coordinates in space to create the appearance of it being severed in twain. Thus, Bran was confident in his ability to slice through nearly anything. However, like all forms of magic, it has its drawbacks, since it employs magical power to manipulate reality. It can be countered. The basic iron armor charm can effectively mitigate much of its impact, and it demands a considerable amount of magical energy. Bran quickly concluded that, aside from showcasing his prowess in a flashy manner, Cut had little practical use, preferring instead to rely on traditional transfiguration spells during combat. Of course, describing it as a spell is somewhat inaccurate, as a true spell requires associating the process with specific incantations and gestures, enabling others to learn and comprehend it. This was an area Bran had not explored further. Hence, Snape, who could invent spells by the 7th grade, could truly be regarded as exceptionally gifted. Harry's invisibility cloak seemed remarkably reliable. Tonks remarked, pulling Bran back to reality. So, has my watch ended? He inquired eagerly. The pink-haired woman glanced awkwardly at Kingsley, her hair gradually shifting to a ginger hue. Perhaps we should report back to headquarters. Given the circumstances, it is unnecessary to linger here. The death of his snake was no trivial matter. It could attract more attention. Kingsley made a decisive choice. He drew his wand and quietly incanted, summoning an elegant, shimmering lynx that leapt into existence from the air. No harm done. Voldemort's snake is dead and on its way back, he said in a low tone. The lynx vanished instantly. The Patronus truly was quite convenient. Bran envied the place where the lynx had disappeared. I would gladly trade my Patronus for your ability to instantly slice Voldemort's snake in half, Tonks blurted out, instantly regretting it. Well, perhaps not with the Patronus. Let us go. Bran, put on the invisibility cloak, Kingsley instructed, conjuring a small bag from thin air, which appeared bottomless, allowing him to effortlessly stow the snake's corpse inside before pressing the button for the upward lift. I am here to update my residence information, Bran reminded. Forget about that. As long as you haven't been discovered down here, there's no need to go through the motions. What if I am discovered? Kingsley halted and immediately asked. Who would find you here? A man claiming to be Burke, full of life lessons and charming metaphors, Bran replied. Forget about Burke. He hardly concerns himself with anything. It doesn't matter if he finds you, Tonks interjected. Yet in first, Kingsley gestured toward the now open lift. Chapter 44, Dreams, Reality? In Voldemort you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Harry sat on the bed, unable to believe that mere moments ago he had been uncontrollably vomiting everywhere. I feel much better. I'm completely fine, he told Sirius and Ron. Really? Sirius replied skeptically. I can hardly believe you've recovered so swiftly, he said as he naturally swung his legs off the bed. The remnants of his vomit had been cleaned up. Is Bran still alive? Has he been taken to St. Mungo's? I want to see him. There are still no updates from there, Lupin entered, stating that there should have been news by now. Tonks and Kingsley immediately abandoned their tasks and went down. He sat down, scrutinizing Harry's pallor. Are you truly all right? Indeed. Harry reiterated, as if nothing had ever transpired, like a mere dream. Harry, I believe you should learn the mind-closing spell. You scream wildly every time you dream about the Dark Lord, Ron said, his face pale. Is that so? Somehow, Harry felt an inexplicable resistance toward the mind-closing spell. Following Snape's teaching methods, he believed his mind would only become more open, allowing Voldemort easier access to his thoughts. Besides, wasn't it advantageous to glimpse into Voldemort's mind? This time, he realized that had it not been for him, Bran might have perished alone in the corridor of the Department of Mysteries. Harry, look at me. Lupin instructed patiently. I can see you are somewhat hesitant. Even though your warning saved Bran this time, for your own safety. I still hope you continue learning the mind-closing spell. Remember, this mental connection is bidirectional. A cold splash of water seemed to douse Harry as he absorbed this. Yes, a bidirectional connection. He recalled that fateful night when his vision had uncontrollably retreated to number 12 Grimmauld Place, remembering Voldemort's malevolent whispers. How could he have harbored any delusions of safety? I understand, Harry sighed heavily. At that moment, a silvery lynx appeared before them. Speaking in Kingsley's deep voice, no harm done. Voldemort's snake is dead and on its way back. The lynx promptly vanished. What does that mean? Harry exclaimed, staring in shock at the place where the lynx had disappeared. No one's hurt, Sirius said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. I mean, the snake is dead? Harry asked, astonished. They will tell us what happened, Lupin assured him. Harry dashed downstairs, leading the three others who exchanged glances and followed suit. Kingsley Shacklebolt. On their way out, a man spotted the three of them, or rather, two of them. Where are you headed? You finished early? I have a mission to attend to, bringing Tonks along. Kingsley replied in his reassuring tone. The man's malevolent gaze swept over the pair before he fell silent. Strangely, Kingsley seemed adept at gauging the rush hour periods of various departments in the Ministry of Magic, as the lift was nearly empty at that moment. Occupied only by the three of them and that man. Who is he? Bran whispered once they reached the main hall, while the man remained in the lift. Walton McNeil. Tonks whispered back. Her hair had reverted to pink. He's on our list of suspects. Kingsley kept his gaze forward, striding confidently. Bran stumbled along behind him, the invisibility cloak failing to fully conceal him, forcing him to stoop. Oh, my apologies, Rachel. I'll treat you to something next time. Bran remarked upon noticing a new person seated at the wand-checking table, while Rachel stood nearby, anxiously observing the crowd. They arrived at the fireplace at the exit, where they disapparated away. Thank goodness. At the top of the headquarters steps, Bran removed the invisibility cloak, exhaling deeply. You have no idea how difficult it was to avoid letting anyone see my feet walking in midair. Don't be foolish. I certainly know, Tonks replied. They entered the kitchen, typically used as a meeting place. It was empty, but Harry burst in almost immediately. Bran, are you all right? Harry's face still bore an expression of shock. I'm fine, Bran reassured him. But I thought, Sirius, Lupin, and Ron followed closely behind. They beheld Bran, untouched and unscathed. Their curiosity piqued. In my dream, I witnessed you being bitten by a massive serpent, your ribs shattered and blood gushing forth, Sirius remarked. This is the very serpent, Kingsley declared, casting a pouch onto the table. Remus, frowning, gingerly picked up the pouch and turned it over. The severed remains of Nagini tumbled onto the kitchen table, eliciting gasps from all present save for Kingsley, Tonks, and Bran. It makes me feel ill, Ron bluntly stated, gesturing toward the neat incision. It is undoubtedly this serpent, Harry remarked, his gaze fixed on Nagini. The lifeless form lay on the kitchen table, perfectly bisected, its grotesque head utterly still. Bran recognized the crux of the matter. Did you see it in your dream? He inquired. Harry shut his eyes and replied, Indeed, every time I enter Voldemort's mind, I feel a piercing pain in my scar. And I can sense his intense emotions. That is a fabrication. Voldemort conjured a false dream to deceive you, Bran asserted. Were my previous visions also illusions? Harry asked, bewildered. Not necessarily. It depends on when Voldemort became aware of your presence in his mind, Bran elucidated. Once he realizes, he will consciously fabricate a false scenario within your consciousness. Dreams and reality are ultimately distinct. At least, such occurrences have transpired in the original timeline, he pondered. A peculiar silence enveloped the kitchen. Remus slowly repacked Nagani's remains into the pouch, as if deep in thought. You truly need to learn the art of mental shielding, Harry, Ron concluded. Ignoring him, Harry continued. At the end of the dream, I felt an overwhelming surge of anger, immense fury. Then, my scar ceased to ache, and I recovered remarkably quickly. Voldemort is indeed enraged. Sirius whistled. He may have severed that connection in a fit of rage. Remus interjected. Why the serpent? Harry queried. Previously, all I encountered were matters directly related to Voldemort himself. He might share a certain mental bond with his serpent, Bran suggested, resting his right hand on his forehead. Perhaps. Preoccupied with creating chaos in your mind, he failed to control his serpent, allowing me to eliminate it. Speaking of which, thank you for your invisibility cloak, Harry. The serpent was completely oblivious to my presence. Harry chuckled awkwardly, a mix of embarrassment and tension. How utterly insane, Tonks remarked. Whether it was Bran slaying the Dark Lord's serpent or Harry peeking into the Dark Lord's mind. We must report this to Albus, Kingsley asserted. Chapter 45, Seeking Employment. Completing assignments, you may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Please enter, Dumbledore invited. The following morning, Bran nervously entered the room Harry had just vacated. This temporary room, chosen by Dumbledore, boasted the finest light in the entire black ancestral home, the sun's rays causing him to squint. The old headmaster sat upon a high-backed stool, enveloped in a halo of light. He approached, adjusting to the brightness. Dumbledore courteously offered him a ceramic cup filled with milk. Bran awkwardly accepted it, taking a sip. The headmaster began, I have a small inquiry, Mr. Reed. Were there any unusual occurrences when you dispatched Nagini? Any phenomena that should not manifest upon a serpent's demise? He understood the headmaster's intent to ascertain whether Nagini was indeed a Horcrux. There was a fleeting glimpse of dark mist, which dissipated almost immediately. Bran replied calmly. Dumbledore seemed unfazed by this revelation, shifting the topic to, your method of killing Nagini was rather intriguing. Might you enlighten me regarding the inspiration behind it? Of course, sir. I would be delighted to. If I am not mistaken, this cutting magic appears akin to a housewife's spell for chopping vegetables, yet it fundamentally involves knowledge of spatial magic. Could you share the source of your inspiration? The disillusionment of apparition, sir. Ah, a remarkably astute choice, but it necessitates a considerable expenditure of magical energy, Dumbledore lamented. Shaking his head. Have you considered altering merely a few coordinate points, employing magical oscillation instead of modifying multiple coordinates? I did attempt that, sir, yet the effort remained substantial. Ah, it seems I was remiss in my consideration. Alas, this magic may have reached its limits for improvement, Dumbledore commented thoughtfully. For a moment, he appeared intensely interested in an object placed upon the table. Bran had no choice but to sit patiently, awaiting the next utterance. Your friend, Owen Lask, recently sent me a letter, Dumbledore finally spoke, diverting his gaze from the object. He inquired whether I happened to know the owner of the Horcrux that claimed the lives of many of his friends. The Horcrux refers to that ring, does it not? Bran innocently queried. I have corresponded with Owen Lask for some time. He has expressed considerable interest in my early history, Dumbledore continued. A wizard of his caliber, even if initially unaware, would undoubtedly recognize that ring after experiencing its significance firsthand. Indeed, Mr. Reed, that ring is a Horcrux. Horcruxes are among the myriad of dark magics that have persisted through the ages. The young Voldemort learned of it from Professor Slughorn and believed it to be a means of escaping death. The fundamental principle of this magic is to split a fragment of one's soul and preserve it within another object. As long as a Horcrux exists, its possessor cannot perish. This explains why Voldemort fell from power 17 years ago, yet managed to return to the living world over 2 months ago. Realizing he had at last uncovered the existence of Horcruxes, Bran posed a question. So, if we must destroy the Horcruxes, why not inform everyone and enlist their assistance? I apologize, Mr. Reed, but I have my reasons for keeping this matter confined to a select few, Dumbledore replied, his face momentarily weary. Bran contemplated this, suspecting it related to Harry also being a Horcrux, yet refraining from voicing it. May I assist in the destruction of these Horcruxes? You are a kind-hearted individual, Mr. Reed. Dumbledore remarked, interlacing his fingers and gazing over them, scrutinizing him. However, I do not presently require such goodwill. I disclose this to you candidly, because you are a victim of the Horcrux events, and your companions have surmised much. Concealing it from you serves no purpose. You have informed me. How can you ensure I do not share this with others and secretly seek to destroy the Horcruxes myself? Bran blurted out, regretting it immediately. You may assist in any manner, however, I fear it may prove ineffective. As for divulging this to others, I earnestly implore you to refrain from doing so. I trust you will not deny the plea of an aging man. The notion of ineffectiveness struck Bran as somewhat humorous. Perhaps in a few weeks, he would find himself before the headmaster, exclaiming, Professor, I have completed the assignment ahead of schedule. The soul container is completely gone. I won't tell anyone else, sir. He responded with an impassive demeanor. Now, Returning to the beginning, you mentioned wanting to share your thoughts with me, Dumbledore said. Regarding the oversight of the prophecy orb, yes. Many have expressed their concerns to me about this issue. Dumbledore immediately replied, I am also contemplating the cancellation of this routine task, but we must observe the situation's evolution. He absent-mindedly fiddled with a small trinket. There is one more thing, sir, Bran said. May I apply for a position as a guard at Hogwarts? Why is that? Dumbledore inquired, surprised. Because I wish to peruse the books at Hogwarts, Bran admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If you wish to return to Hogwarts, it is always welcoming to its homecoming students. Dumbledore smiled. You need not seek employment to enter. Bran closed the door and sighed with relief. Now I can begin my assignments, he thought lightly. Which fortunate task should I commence with? Surely, it must be the Slytherin locket, if memory serves me right. It is located within this very house. However, as he prepared to search for his task, someone intercepted him. I was wondering, might you be interested in becoming an Auror? Kingsley asked. Bran's eyes widened. Just as I failed to secure a job, you propose another? Chapter 46. Your ashes have been scattered. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. Recently, the Auror office has been recruiting new members. From a professional standpoint, we particularly need talented individuals like yourself to join us. From the perspective of the Order of the Phoenix, the more allies we have within the ministry, the better. Kingsley continued as he descended the stairs. I prefer my current free-spirited life. Besides, being an Auror seems quite troublesome, doesn't it? Bran remarked. Still holding the milk Dumbledore had given him, having forgotten to return it. Being an Auror does not necessarily require daily missions, Kingsley attempted to persuade him. Yet, Bran was resolute. No. Moreover, Dumbledore has assigned me a rather arduous task. He winked at Kingsley and retreated. Bran approached Sirius's bedroom and knocked on the door. The door opened slightly, and Sirius's head peeked through the gap, visibly relieved to see him. As long as it isn't Snape. With his disheveled hair. He opened the door and brushed off the feathers clinging to him. Bran surmised they belonged to Buckbeak, though he knew he shouldn't know. Is there something you need? Sirius inquired. Have you disposed of the items from your spring cleaning? Bran asked. Yes, they were all tossed into the rubbish pile. I suspect Creature might retrieve some of them. Mentioning Creature, Sirius frowned. Do you know where Creature is now? How would I know? Perhaps he is downstairs in his den, weeping over my mother's portrait. What do you need those discarded items for? You're not planning to sell them like Mundungus, are you? Sirius jested. I am undertaking an assignment from Dumbledore. Bran cheerfully replied. He left this cryptic statement hanging in the air as he hurriedly descended the stairs. Oh, Creature. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted the house elf hiding in a corner. The elderly house elf, clad in rags, was laboriously polishing a medal. He wasn't quite sure if that medal was supposed to be there. Filthy half-breed, making such a ruckus in the house. What would the mistress think? Creature muttered. I was wondering if you have happened to come across a locket? Ignoring the elf's words, Bran asked. What locket? Creature feigned ignorance, panicking. You need not speak. I shall search for it myself, Bran said. He closed his eyes and activated his long-dormant magical affinity. Like a torch igniting, bright points emerged in his vision throughout the house. One of the brightest was located in the kitchen, where Creature resided. He strode decisively downstairs, with Creature anxiously trailing behind. The dining room and kitchen of the Black residence were one, devoid of partition walls. The members of the Order had grown accustomed to discussing matters at the dining table, transforming the kitchen into something resembling a council chamber. Severus Snape sat at the table, delicately sipping his soup, across from Minerva McGonagall. They paused their conversation upon seeing Bran enter. Ah, it's you, Reed, McGonagall nodded. Good morning, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Bran greeted. He walked straight over. With Creature huffing behind him, muttering curses, filthy half-breed, shameless thief, stealing others' belongings. The two professors exchanged glances, silently assessing Bran's intentions. Bran approached the cauldron and opened a small door. Creature's little nook was nestled in this narrow, dark corner, furnished with a filthy blanket and strewn with glimmering trinkets. He had even collected a portrait of the matriarch of the Black family. Creature does not permit you, the house elf tugged at Bran's sleeve. Let him go, Sirius said. Rushing into the kitchen, the house elf begrudgingly released Bran, yet his tirade did not cease. Creature, no cursing, Sirius commanded irritably. Bran rummaged through the clutter. Many items glimmered in his vision, momentarily disorienting him. He had to deactivate his ability to discern whether there was indeed a locket. Found you. He extracted the locket from between a pair of pincers attempting to bite him and a tattered, foul-smelling book. Upon touching the locket, a wave of chilling emotion enveloped him. But now adept in mental magic, he effortlessly dispelled the influence of the soul container. He withdrew his head from the corner, standing upright, grasping the locket. Is the headmaster still here? He inquired. I haven't seen him leave, Sirius replied instinctively. Bran hurriedly ascended the stairs. He did not wish for Dumbledore to venture into that cave again, expending great effort to retrieve a false soul container. Come in, Dumbledore said. In the room. Besides the headmaster, stood Harry at the side. The boy who lived smiled at Bran. Dumbledore appeared somewhat surprised to see Bran. Is there something additional, Mr. Reed? Aside from applying for the guard position? Harry and I are about to engage in a practical activity, he smiled. This, Brent said, presenting the locket before him. The headmaster studied the locket for a moment before boldly reaching out to touch it. You never cease to amaze me, Bran. Upon confirming the locket's identity, Dumbledore sighed. The first assignment is complete. Bran said lightly, it seems it wasn't so difficult after all. Dumbledore once again summoned the Gryffindor sword from the air, presenting it to Bran. Since it was you who discovered it, the honor of destroying this Horcrux belongs to you. Bran took the sword and, without hesitation, shattered the locket box into pieces. He returned the sword, certain that he had seen Dumbledore's eyelid flicker. Thick, swirling black mist erupted from the center of the locket box, emitting a mournful wail. Dumbledore gently waved his wand, causing the dark mist to vanish completely. Awe was etched across Harry's face. I must admit, I am quite impressed, Mr. Reed, the headmaster remarked. In just 2 days, you have destroyed 2 Horcruxes. Now, might I inquire about how you came upon this particular Horcrux? Chapter 47, Regulus Black, 2 Horcruxes? Bran feigned ignorance, yet Dumbledore merely smiled, prompting him to continue with his prepared narrative. There is nothing particularly special about it. After I descended the stairs, I sought out Creature to converse, as I recently learned that many valuable items belonging to the Black family had been discarded, and Sirius informed me that Creature might possess some. And thus, you discovered this Horcrux with Creature, Dumbledore interjected. Sir, from my experience, I believe Horcruxes possess a distinctly recognizable essence, particularly in their psychological influence, which led me to deduce this was a Horcrux. Furthermore, I confess I had a desire for credit, so despite the possibility of error, I brought it along. To my astonishment, it was indeed a Horcrux, Bran replied, reveling in his success. Such judgments can be unreliable. Many Horcruxes are adept at concealing themselves, Dumbledore cautioned. I think, to truly understand the story behind this, we ought to consult Creature. A few moments later, Sirius, Bran, and a tearful Creature entered the room. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Creature's tears ceased abruptly. The fearsome headmaster of Hogwarts rendered the house elf too intimidated to approach. It is all right, Creature. I shall not harm you, Dumbledore spoke gently. Do you know to whom this locket box belongs? Answer the question, Sirius commanded. Creature stood frozen, gazing at the severely damaged locket box. For a moment, the entire room was caught in a tableau. Harry standing still, Bran with crossed arms, Dumbledore smiling faintly behind the table, Sirius appearing both curious and impatient, and Creature still stained with tears and dirt. The command of Master Regulus has been fulfilled. The Master's locket box has been destroyed. Creature did not fulfill the Master's command. The Master knows what to think. Creature has disappointed the Master. Creature lamented, his body swaying back and forth. Sirius's voice rose above the chaos. Creature remained still. The house elf collapsed onto the floor, motionless, tears streaming down his face. What does this have to do with my brother? Sirius inquired. This seemed to trigger something within Creature. He curled into a ball, burying his face in his knees, and spoke slowly. Master Regulus commanded Creature to destroy the locket box. May I know the connection between Regulus and this locket box? Dumbledore asked kindly. Creature remained silent. Sirius clicked his tongue loudly, exclaiming, answer the question. Speak the truth. Harry shifted uneasily, glancing at the small elf on the floor. Creature began to speak in a very slow tone. Master Regulus was the pride of the family. He won the favor of the mistress, obedient and remarkable. Master Regulus had self-esteem and understood the significance of his surname and pure bloodline. At 16, he joined the Dark Lord's organization, feeling proud and content. Sirius's face twisted in disgust. Creature continued. A year later, one day, Master Regulus visited the kitchen to see Creature. Master Regulus had always liked Creature. He said the Dark Lord needed a house elf. Master Regulus recommended Creature, declaring it an honor for both of them. Creature had to obey the Dark Lord's commands and then return home. What did Voldemort want you to do? Sirius asked with disdain. Creature whimpered and sobbed. The Dark Lord took Creature to a seaside cave. In the cave was a large black lake, and the Dark Lord made Creature row a boat to the center of the lake and drink a potion. Creature drank it and saw many terrifying things, crying out for Master Regulus to save him, but the Dark Lord merely laughed, insisting Creature finish the potion and place a locket box in a basin. Then fill the basin with potion. Afterward, the Dark Lord left, and Creature, parched, attempted to drink from the lake, only to be pulled down by countless hands. And how did you return? Sirius asked. Master Regulus commanded Creature to return home, so Creature did, he replied. Voldemort clearly underestimated the magic of house elves, to the extent that he did not include anti-house elf apparition charms in his defenses. Sirius, Dumbledore interjected on Creature's behalf. What transpired next? Did Regulus bring back the locket box? Harry inquired eagerly. Creature shook his head, his voice hoarse. Creature informed Master Regulus, who was extremely worried. He instructed Creature to hide for a while. And then Master Regulus found Creature. Master Regulus appeared strange. Creature knew he was troubled. Master Regulus ordered Creature to take him to the place where the Dark Lord had been. Creature took Master Regulus to the same place, and we rode together to the island. The house elf began to weep loudly. Silence enveloped the room. Sirius's expression darkened. Regulus created an identical locket box, did he not? Dumbledore asked gently. Creature spoke through his tears, and Bran had to listen intently to understand him. And Master Regulus pulled an identical locket box from his pocket. He commanded Creature to return home and disregard him. He forbade Creature from speaking of what he was doing, insisting that Creature must destroy the Dark Lord's locket box. Then he drank the potion and emptied it, and Creature switched the locket box. Master Regulus was dragged underwater. Why did you not bring him back? Sirius shouted in a fit of rage, kicking the house elf. Creature began to bash his head against the floor, screaming and crying. The scene erupted into chaos. Silence, Dumbledore commanded. Creature fell still. Sirius remained furious, while Harry looked at him with concern. What is the locket box? Finally, Sirius took a deep breath and asked. It is an object of paramount importance to Voldemort, one that could determine the outcome of this war. Dumbledore sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Your brother Regulus is a hero. Sirius collapsed helplessly to the ground. Harry gently approached, offering him a small cup of Dumbledore's drink. He took it and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 48. Then we leave. Having safely re-established Creature, who received the damaged locket box from Bran with a solemnity befitting the occasion, Dumbledore beckoned the group to follow him. It is worth noting that the destination we were about to embark upon was originally part of the practical agenda that Harry and I had planned for the day. The headmaster gazed at Harry, Bran, and Sirius, but the day's events, Bran's valor and Creature's tale, had prompted a sudden alteration in my itinerary. Professor, the location you intended to take me to was the coastal cave visited by Creature and Regulus? Harry inquired. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. Our initial purpose was to, well, retrieve that locket box. But if the genuine locket has been destroyed, what significance does our visit hold? Harry questioned, perplexed. To witness, Dumbledore replied, casting a knowing glance at Sirius. Sirius appeared to be in poor spirits, his head bowed, oblivious to the headmaster's gaze. Hold my hand. There are quite a few of us, but it should not pose a problem. The four of them ascended the steps to the entrance of number 12, Grimmauld Place, where the headmaster prepared to disapparate. Dumbledore was indeed remarkable, effortlessly transporting three individuals over a considerable distance. Bran marveled internally. After a few seconds of being compressed within a narrow, rubbery conduit, they emerged to the refreshing sea breeze. The bright midday sun cast its golden rays upon the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Harry, if you recall, those cliffs over there are where a young Tom Riddle and his childhood companions once picnicked. There is a small village nearby where orphans are taken each year by bus, Dumbledore recounted. Sirius, evidently unaware of their conversation, chose to remain silent. Dumbledore strode ahead with a buoyant step, and the three followed until they reached a stone wall. Professor, Harry began. No, it is this path, Dumbledore interjected. He closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, his hands beginning to explore the stone surface. Blood. This wall requires our blood to be opened, the headmaster concluded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Allow me, Sirius offered. Dumbledore did not intervene. Perhaps he wished to offer a blood sacrifice for the brother he had misunderstood for so many years. Bran sighed inwardly. Sirius directed his wand toward his left hand, and blood gushed forth, splattering against the stone wall. The wall slowly retracted, revealing an entrance. He paled as he staunched the wound. The cave was pitch black, shrouded in obscurity. Dumbledore raised his wand, illuminating the cavern as though it were midday. We need to row out to the center of the lake, he stated, suddenly pulling a chain from thin air, which was followed by a small boat surfacing from the water. Perhaps it was the lighting. But Bran keenly observed that Dumbledore's blue eyes now appeared white. The headmaster looked down at the boat and shook his head. This boat can only accommodate one person. Bran understood that neither broomsticks nor apparition could be employed here. They would have to row to the island at the lake center. I fear we cannot witness Regulus's relic together. If the true locket has been destroyed, there is no need for our presence. Let us withdraw, Dumbledore declared. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, and Sirius seemed equally incredulous. Dumbledore lightly flicked his wand, and a massive sphere of light detached from its tip, hovering in the air and illuminating the cave as bright as day. It has been quite some time since I shared a jest. My humor seems to have waned. Since arriving at the seaside, the headmaster's demeanor appeared remarkably buoyant. The entire system of enchantments here is intact and logically sound. I cannot unilaterally alter a single element, such as allowing you both to board the boat together or retrieving the locket without consuming a potion, unless the figure in a white robe stepped forward. The lake began to churn violently, and a water vortex gradually formed, growing larger and taller. The whirlwind swept away more and more water until the entire lake was left desiccated. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the water vortex sprouted arms, legs, and facial features, transforming into a colossal water giant. The giant bowed to them, took a few steps outward, and collapsed into a torrent, rushing toward the sea. With the lake drained, the numerous corpses at the bottom of the black lake emerged, all awakening and clawing toward the shore. Harry instinctively stepped back. In the next moment, a flame erupted from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, and a serpent of fire danced, raging upon the corpses, growing fiercer and more intense. A giant of flame rose from this conflagration, tossing the corpses as a child might play with marbles, casting them into the air and letting them fall. The red glow overshadowed the flickering white light. Between the island and the lake shore, flames consumed everything, rendering it impossible to discern any other detail. Then, as if concluding a grand performance, the blazing inferno abruptly extinguished. The fiery giant collapsed, vanishing in a gust of wind. Bran blinked, realizing that all the corpses that had been crawling toward them had utterly vanished, except for one. That individual, with black hair and a gaunt frame, wore a bewildered expression as he exerted every effort to crawl toward them. "Regulus!" Sirius shouted, attempting to rush forward. Dumbledore twirled his wand, and Regulus fell, finally at peace. He extended his left hand, and the small island in the center of the lake sped toward them. In scarcely a second, they found themselves upon the island. The headmaster pointed his wand at the stone basin, and the liquid within instantly evaporated, revealing the locket box beneath. With trembling hands, Sirius grasped the locket box. It sprang open, ejecting a slip of paper from within. He read aloud in a hoarse voice, "To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this letter, I will have passed from this world. However, I wish to make you aware that I have uncovered your secret, taken the true Horcrux, and intend to destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I am willing to risk my life so that when you encounter your fated opponent, you shall be but a mere mortal." Sirius seemed oblivious to the words he was reading, yet his indifference lingered. He handed the locket box to Dumbledore, and the three of them silently observed as he stumbled away into the distance. Approaching Regulus, he tenderly cradled his brother's cold body and softly uttered, "We are going home." Chapter 49. A conclusion. Regulus's funeral was hastily arranged, taking merely a day or two to prepare. Except for Mad-Eye Moody, who was unable to attend due to pressing duties. Hermione, Tonks, and Kingsley all took leave to participate, and every member of the Order of the Phoenix was present. The ceremony was modest, held in the Black family burial ground. Attendees quietly watched as Regulus was laid to rest in a transparent coffin. Due to the magic that transformed him into a shadowy figure within the cave, the signs of decay on his body were not overt, and he appeared to be merely sleeping with his eyes closed. Dumbledore delivered a brief eulogy. In the darkest of times, when hope seemed elusive to all, he dared to resist, to dwell in shadows while striving towards the light. He boldly faced the burning love within himself, love for house elves, family, parents, and kin, and courageously repudiated those whose hearts were desolate wastelands. He was the bravest of men, truly deserving of respect. The epitaph was engraved by Severus Snape. Professor McGonagall suggested seeking Sirius's opinion, but Sirius seemed weary of contesting with Snape on this matter and remained silent. Here lies a great man. His deeds went unrecognized in life, and all his actions stemmed from the heart. Snape knelt there, diligently inscribing these words with his wand, followed by a poem in elegant script. Bran, having read some Muggle poetry, recognized it as the epitaph of 19th-century poet Robert Louis Stevenson, "Beneath the broad and lofty sky. Dig a grave for me to lie. This shall be the epitaph you carve. He rests where he longed to be. The sailor returned home from the sea. The hunter returned from the hills." Unlike the original, Snape omitted the lines about living joyfully and dying joyfully, along with the subsequent phrase, "Regulus, you are a hero," Tonks said to the gravestone, bowing deeply before stepping back. Sirius sat beside the gravestone, his back turned to the gathering, lost in thought. The funeral concluded quickly, with some exchanging pleasantries before bidding farewell. Harry quietly approached and sat beside his godfather. Who would have thought? Ron engaged Bran in conversation, his familiarity unrestrained. Everyone assumed he was just a fool, perishing on the path of betrayal against the Dark Lord. But look at him. He swapped the Dark Lord's locket. Such an extraordinary feat. Indeed, Bran replied, glancing at Sirius, concerned that Ron's words might reach him. "Ron," Hermione grasped his hand, "could you refrain from speaking so much?" Ron was led away by Hermione. Bran stood alone for a moment, contemplating the sunset before meandering back home to his comfortable bed, pondering what purpose the chubby orange cat gifted to him might serve beyond merely eating. As Bran's thoughts drifted to the comfort of his apartment, he collided with Dumbledore, who appeared somewhat cheerful. "Good day, Bran," he greeted with a nod. "I was just looking for you." Dumbledore produced a massive key from his pocket, evidently crafted from stone. Its purpose unknown. At first glance, it reminded Bran of the giant ruins in Finland explored by Owen and Angela. "What do you think your friend Owen Lask might make of this key?" Dumbledore inquired. "Professor, have you heard of Angela Engel?" Bran countered. "I believe she is a more formidable historian than Owen. Or you might consider consulting Miss Bashida Bashart. While she has little research on ancient magical history, I find it quite understandable that one might perceive a wife as more capable than her husband," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Please convey my regards to Owen." Bran restrained his impulse to absorb the key's magic. "Of course, Professor," he replied. Dumbledore nodded slightly, handing Bran a photograph of the key before turning to leave. Just as he thought he could depart, the headmaster clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all present. "I have good news for everyone. It pertains to all of you. Based on recent developments and information from the Department of Mysteries, starting tomorrow, I will be lifting the duty at the entrance of the Department of Mysteries." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. "Having only guarded it once and even killing a snake, I suppose there won't be another chance, right?" Mundungus Fletcher approached Bran, whispering, "Do you still have that snake?" Dumbledore took it. Bran replied mechanically. "What a pity." Mundungus lamented. "Such a magical serpent is a treasure trove. I'm not kidding. Perhaps next time you could slay another. But there won't be a next time for guarding. They've dubbed you the Serpent Slayer." The diminutive wizard pushed away, leaving Bran bemused. The moniker Serpent Slayer was quite humorous, not to mention who they were referring to. It appeared Voldemort had learned about his beloved snake being vanquished by Bran. Otherwise, the they Mundungus mentioned would not be aware. Moreover, Dumbledore continued, I extend my sincerest apologies to everyone. If anyone has already departed and cannot receive this information, I hope you will convey it to one another. He paused, then added, Regulus, in his lifetime, discovered Voldemort's deepest and most terrifying secret through his own intelligence. Is it appropriate to discuss this outdoors? Ron asked anxiously. I hold great admiration for this fact. Many wizards, more powerful and knowledgeable than he, could not fathom it. They dared not even imagine. Dumbledore continued unabated. Bran thought, as a wizard capable of conjuring such scenes in a cave, I am not surprised by his audacity. You have all heard that Regulus defied Voldemort, yet many do not comprehend why he did not perish on the front lines of battle but instead vanished, leading many to believe he succumbed to cowardice. In truth, Regulus perished for Voldemort's secret, the Horcrux. Bran gazed at the headmaster in shock. Dumbledore stood in the gentle breeze of the sunset, his long white beard fluttering. His expression bore a solemnity that resonated with the gravity of his words. Chapter 50. The Dementors of Little Hangleton. The scent of autumn grew ever more pronounced. Mrs. Figg ambled along the path in her oversized slippers, the sound of her footsteps echoing. The lawns flanking the streets were meticulously trimmed, exuding the fresh aroma of grass. She carried a net bag filled with groceries freshly purchased from the supermarket, her head adorned with a hairnet. After exchanging pleasantries with two neighbors, she realized she would soon be home after just a couple more turns. Was it not a tad too early for darkness to envelop the sky? Mrs. Figg halted in her tracks, her cat cowering at her feet. Though it was merely evening, and she had yet to dine, the night had descended completely, obscuring any glimpse of the stars. Oh, when would they mend that wretched streetlight? Observing the darkened lamp around the corner, she muttered irritably and continued toward home. After a few steps, she paused again, sensing something amiss. Why was there no light emanating from the Ryans' house? Their family typically returned home quite early. A chilling dread crept up her spine, and her cat bolted away in a frenzied dash. Oh no! Mrs. Figg's bag fell to the ground, spilling its contents, vegetables and meat scattered, with a hefty ham rolling several times, gathering dust along the way. She gazed into the abyss of darkness before her, swallowed hard, and turned to flee. Uncertain of how long she had been running, she felt the fire of exertion in her lungs, a considerable feat for someone of her age. Yet, she dared not relent, traversing street after street, her mind growing colder and her spirit sinking lower, her steps becoming increasingly timid. The path was shrouded in darkness, leaving her unsure of where to escape. Oh, Fig! She collided with someone, the woman exclaiming in surprise and irritation. Raising her gaze, her tear-streaked face startled Penny. What is the matter? Penny dizzily inquired, furrowing her brow. Mrs. Figg, still shaken, looked back toward the direction she had come, where tranquility reigned, with a few individuals laughing as they strolled that way. The warm, red sunlight of late summer bathed her, and she exhaled deeply. No, I was chasing my cat, Tiddles. It has dashed off somewhere again. Penny regarded her with the incredulity reserved for the deranged, pointing in a direction. It went that way. I saw it. Reports of Dementors spotted in the Muggle community? Ministry of Magic. No victims. Entirely unfounded. Bran finished reading a brief article tucked away in a corner of the Prophet, noting that someone had reported the presence of Dementors in a Muggle neighborhood, only for an unheard spokesperson from the ministry to declare it utterly impossible. Umbridge was rather foolish. It had been over 2 months since Harry graduated, yet she was still sending Dementors that way. Still reading that rubbish? Victoria asked, offering him a cup of cappuccino. Honestly boring, Bran complained. I recommend you read this. It's not dull. Victoria tossed him a vibrant magazine. He caught it deftly, glancing at the title. Sing a different tune. Indeed, this is far more engaging, Bran remarked, setting aside the magazine. Your shop would be devoid of customers for a day if I'm not around. How can you afford so much? I am the scion of an ancient, formidable family, wielding the economic reins of this world. When I act, both the Muggle and magical realms tremble. Money? To me, it is merely a number, Victoria replied nonchalantly. Bran chuckled, lowering his gaze to the magazine. You could expand on that for a submission to this magazine. I reckon they would appreciate it. And if you truly are a lady of a prominent family, I might as well consider myself a collector of young lords and ladies. He took a sip of his cappuccino. To his surprise, Sing a Different Tune featured an article about Dementors haunting Muggle neighborhoods, with a note in the lower left corner of the cover, titled, Can We Still Trust Dementors? Flipping to that page, he found 3 full pages discussing the matter, beginning with a large photograph of a terrified elderly woman. However, the actual discussion was scant, merely mentioning a mute named Fig who encountered a Dementor on her way home yesterday. The remainder consisted of various readers' opinions on Dementors and conspiracy theories. And Bran quickly lost interest. You know, there are discussions about your shop's closure. Victoria seated herself across from him, propping her chin on her hand. What are they saying? Bran inquired. They believe you know who has taken you, just like Fawcett, Victoria stated. Oh, didn't I leave a notice? Bran replied, astonished. I didn't see it. Perhaps someone tore it down. Victoria relaxed into her chair. Did you go looking for it? Bran asked skeptically. Yes, Victoria replied matter-of-factly. I should cast a spell so it cannot be removed next time, Bran mused. He resumed his perusal of a magazine. Tomorrow, Hogwarts reopens, you know, Victoria reminded him. I plan to join them, Bran said without looking up. Victoria gazed at him incredulously. This year, Dumbledore hired you to teach defense against the dark arts? You're not intending to emulate that old fool Klaus, thinking you can break that curse, are you? You're imagining quite a lot. I suggest you stop reading a different tune. I am merely going to the library for research, Bran replied. Since you disdain this magazine so much, why not return it to me? Victoria reached for it. No, I refuse to return it to spare you from its poison. Bran clung to it tightly. Fine, Victoria chuckled, withdrawing her hand. What I initially meant to say was, Rebecca is going to take Samuel to school. Would you like to join? Are you on such good terms with her now? We are practically sisters, Victoria declared proudly. Bran shook his head. I met her first. I didn't expect your relationship to blossom so quickly. A suggestion here, do not speculate on the dynamics between girls, Victoria mimicked Bran's tone. After chatting for a while, a rare customer entered the shop, prompting Victoria to attend to them. Bran borrowed a quill and parchment from her, beginning to write a letter. My dear Tomb Raider, are you still in America with your wife on your honeymoon? Dumbledore has a question he wishes me to ask. Perhaps he fears your notorious curiosity. He wants to know if you have any insights regarding this key. A photo is attached. Yours sincerely, Bran. Chapter 51. The Hogwarts Express. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. I can hardly believe he revealed the existence of the Horcruxes, Harry said. To accompany Ginny to school, he, Ron, and Hermione had a rare opportunity to gather. Primarily, it was Hermione. Her responsibilities at the Ministry seemed to consume her, often preventing her from visiting number 12, Grimmauld Place. Mate, I completely understand. Such matters should involve everyone. 10 stunning spells can fell a giant, Ron remarked. Hermione, contemplative, asked, Harry, how many Horcruxes have we destroyed? 4. Harry remarked that the key issue lay not in the multitude of individuals, but in the potential for information to be leaked. Should Voldemort become aware of their quest for Horcruxes, he might conceal the remaining ones in places beyond their reach or cast formidable enchantments for protection. You mentioned that Dumbledore believed Voldemort had divided himself into 7 parts, which equates to 6 Horcruxes. Hermione concluded that Harry's reasoning was sound, aside from Dumbledore and himself, who had been relentlessly pursuing Voldemort's past. The others could only hinder their efforts. Bran has already destroyed 1 Horcrux. Do not belittle the others, Ron admonished. It is time to depart, children. Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed from below. Ron and Hermione rose, yet Harry remained still. Dumbledore has forbidden me from leaving, he stated. Then you certainly should not go, Hermione concurred. You previously mentioned that the Ministry intended to take action against Hogwarts. Have the specific measures been unveiled? Harry inquired urgently. Will it significantly affect Ginny? A new teacher, a new educational decree, and a teaching assessment, that seems to be the extent of it. Ginny only needs to behave. Hermione replied uncertainly. Harry watched as the two of them closed the door and left, frustration bubbling within him in the now empty room. Bran awoke from his slumber, yawning, and remained nestled in his blankets until he caught sight of the time on the clock. Good heavens, I'm going to be late. He hastily donned a few articles of clothing, neglecting to brush his teeth before disapparating to the Hope CAF. The doors were firmly shut. The internet CAF at Rebecca's home was also closed. At King's Cross Station, Bran suddenly materialized in a deserted corner, rushing between platforms 9 and 10. Colliding with several people along the way, tossing an apology over his shoulder without looking back. Between the 2 platforms, the peculiar individuals and luggage-bearing youths had vanished. It was already quite late. Taking a deep breath, Bran dashed in recklessly, as if passing through a gossamer veil. He blinked and realized he had arrived at platform 9, where a thick plume of steam billowed from the train. A few students and parents lingered on the platform, but the crowd was sparse. Victoria? He called out. Over here. You fool. Victoria grasped his shoulder. Oh, I overslept, Bran admitted sheepishly. Clearly, she replied, dressed in a white low-cut blouse and devoid of her wizarding robes. Samuel has already boarded the train, Rebecca said weakly from the side. Ah, perfect. I shall board as well, Bran declared. I'm heading to Hogwarts to take care of some matters. He shrugged nonchalantly. He just asked me which house he would be sorted into. I told him that the house matters little. What is truly important is what one learns and the friends one makes, Victoria replied. I still want to know why we need to take the train. ISNT apparition preferable? A touch of ceremony is nice. Besides, I'll be there for a while. So there is no rush, Bran responded. He intended to stay longer, not only to gather information but also to search for Ravenclaw's diadem. Where will you be staying tonight? Victoria inquired. Theoretically, I could return home to sleep. That is one of the great advantages of being a wizard, Bran replied nonchalantly. He bid farewell to the 2 women and jogged toward the train. Bran, a voice called after him. He turned to find Hermione approaching. What brings you here? She asked. I'm here to see Ginny off. Do you have acquaintances still enrolled? Bran glanced over to see Ginny, looking exasperated as she endured Mrs. Weasley's scolding. Ron, on tiptoe, peered over at Ginny before rushing over. Oh, it's you, he sighed with relief upon seeing Bran. Hello, Bran. Are you also sending someone off to school? I'm heading to Hogwarts myself. You must tell me it's because you didn't achieve an outstanding in herbology and decided to retake it. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Bran chuckled. Do I appear to be that sort of person? No, I have some matters to attend to at Hogwarts. Do you also believe there are Horcruxes there? Ron asked eagerly. We discussed it. Dumbledore showed Harry a memory. And Hermione analyzed that the Dark Lord might have hidden Horcruxes at Hogwarts. Ginny approached, dragging an enormous suitcase. Casting a curious glance at the three of them before walking away. Ron, Hermione called in exasperation. Oh, I mean, that's merely a theory, right? That was Ginny who just walked past. You don't know her yet, do you? Ron smoothly shifted the topic. All right. In any case, I would love to visit Hogwarts, but my mother doesn't allow me to wander about. There is hardly anyone home now. Everyone is at Grimmauld, in London. Except Percy. Ron, Hermione interrupted his rambling. Bran needs to board the train. All right, Ron shrugged. I haven't been out in a while. I feel cooped up. Don't worry. Once you go out frequently, you'll lose the desire to do so, especially after encountering incidents like the shipwreck, Bran remarked knowingly. He boarded the train clad in an awkward, oversized coat. The corridor of the train was not bustling with activity. Most students had already settled into their seats. And his arrival drew little attention, with everyone assuming he was merely a seventh-year student who almost missed the train. Bran traversed the carriages until he finally discovered an empty seat. He knocked on the door. A girl with dark golden-brown hair looked up, her slightly bulging eyes giving her an eccentric appearance. Bran instantly understood why this compartment was vacant. He opened the door and stepped inside. The girl scrutinized him and said, Hi. Hi, Bran replied as he sat down. Are you a student at Hogwarts, or have you already graduated? Luna Lovegood furrowed her brow, closing her eyes in contemplation. You've graduated, haven't you? How did you guess? Bran asked, astonished. I just guessed, Luna replied. If I had to explain why. It's because the Nargles around you are far more numerous than those around ordinary students. Plus, today's luck as per the Nivern suggests that I should say yes instead of no. Bran struggled to comprehend her words, but found himself failing. Burke, you've lost, he thought to himself. At least I can understand what you said. Albeit in a different form, but Luna is different. I haven't introduced myself. Luna tapped her forehead, setting aside the colorful trinket in her hand. It must be some Nargles from your side that flew over to me. I can help you shoo them away. My name is Luna. Bran Reed, he replied. Luna did not respond, but instead pulled out a pair of colorful spectrospecs from her pocket, seriously waving her hand beside Bran's ear as if trying to swat away some kind of insect. Bran remained silent, cooperating without moving. All right, Luna finally said, her eyes appearing larger behind the spectrospecs. Do you feel any better? Bran wanted to say no, but Luna halted his inclination to speak. They've returned. You need to keep calm, Bran. Close your eyes and give it a try. Luna instructed earnestly, waving the trinket around. Bran complied and shut his eyes. The world was suddenly reduced to the gentle breeze whispering in his ears and the monotonous sound of the train wheels. You see, isn't it much better? Luna said with a smile. He opened his eyes, and the vividly colored world came back into view. The girl wearing protective glasses let out a sigh. You truly are a tough nut, she said, exasperated. Perhaps there will be another chance for treatment. Bran couldn't help but smile. Treatment? No, I'm merely banishing, Luna corrected. The carriage fell into silence. Bran comfortably leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the rushing green grass, blue sky, and white clouds. Countless late summers had passed when he carried heavy luggage on this train, returning to school with a myriad of thoughts. He wondered if Hogwarts had changed. Perhaps it had. And the transfiguration spells he used to detect magic would require additional details. Not to mention Ravenclaw's diadem. He would only reach Hogwarts by nightfall. The library must have closed. And he could either try to locate the diadem or simply incinerate everything with a fierce fire. Hogwarts could not be accessed by apparition, so he would have to walk from Hogsmeade. He had never attempted such a long distance before. But now, his magical abilities were no longer what they once were. Hey, Luna pulled him from his thoughts. Do you need to change into your wizarding robes? What? Oh, certainly not, Bran replied, returning to reality. So you're not here to retake your studies, you're here to teach? Luna pondered seriously. I'm merely here to consult the library, Bran chuckled. Certainly not just that, Luna remarked. The fact that you took the Hogwarts Express proves that coming to Hogwarts is significant for you. The girl with dark blonde hair playfully disagreed, her gaze drifting from the colorful words of a magazine to meet Bran's eyes. Chapter 52, Professor Umbridge. I believe most individuals who graduate from Hogwarts regard it as a place of great importance, Bran said slowly. Luna laughed, revealing her white teeth. I feel the same way. They began to converse, primarily with Luna introducing articles from her father's magazine and sharing intriguing tales. Although Bran was skeptical about the existence of the crumplehorn snorcack, he patiently listened, occasionally posing questions to keep Luna engaged. As the train approached the station with a whistle, Luna concluded her last story about the Cyclops of Greece. Her eyes sparkled with joy. I've never spoken so much in one breath, she exclaimed, amazed. Would you like this magazine? She waved the publication in her hand. In fact, I already have it, Bran replied, glancing at the cover estate and content. It seems you are a devoted reader of your father's. Luna beamed even more. I never expected to meet one of our readers. I can help you get the upcoming issues in advance. Well, Actually, I just started reading it yesterday, but thank you anyway. By the way, your stories are quite fascinating. Bran said, refraining from dampening Luna's enthusiasm. The two exited the carriage, following the flow of passengers off the train. We will meet again, Bran. Luna called as she walked a few steps towards the carriages, waving goodbye. Bran waved back. Professor McGonagall approached them briskly, saying, Professor Dumbledore has received your application. Good evening. Professor McGonagall, Bran replied politely. They walked towards the castle together. The horse-drawn carriages swiftly and smoothly passed by, leaving them behind. So, upon learning of the situation, we filled out your registration for library research, directly approved by Dumbledore. It's fortunate you didn't leave with the students, otherwise, the process would have been rather troublesome. Though it wasn't as complicated before. Is it due to the new regulations from the Ministry of Magic, Professor? Bran inquired. McGonagall waved her hand as Professor Flitwick, preparing to close the door, noticed them and stopped. I'm not trying to express any negative opinions on the current situation, but I must say they both halted as a short woman clad in pink approached with a smile. My aura reported that there are unfamiliar individuals arriving. She said in a high-pitched voice, as if straining to disguise herself as a little girl, yet failing. Bran recognized her immediately. You don't know me? McGonagall asked, suppressing her anger. Of course not, McGonagall. It's the gentleman beside you, Umbridge sang sweetly. He is a Hogwarts graduate, applying to return and consult the library materials. And his application has been approved by Professor Dumbledore himself, not some dark wizard attempting to infiltrate. McGonagall retorted. However, I have no record of his application, Umbridge replied, her expression one of feigned difficulty. I have not approved his application. According to Educational Decree No. 28, the Ministry's special envoy is authorized to inspect any external wizards entering Hogwarts and has the right to deny entry to those deemed dangerous. Professor Flitwick, please close the door. The wards are about to be erected. Flitwick remained motionless. Umbridge's face reddened slightly. You must present your evidence, Professor Umbridge, McGonagall stated. So this individual named Umbridge believes her judgment surpasses that of Professor Dumbledore, does she? Bran remarked, feigning enlightenment. If so, why don't we let her confront any potential dark wizards? First of all, it's Professor Umbridge. Secondly, there aren't that many dark wizards outside. Dolohov has been captured, and the Ministry already has leads on the few remaining fugitives. Umbridge's nostrils flared, yet she maintained her delicate tone. First, I am not your student, so there is no need for the title professor. Secondly, I personally apprehended Dolohov. I believe I am far more knowledgeable about such matters than you, Bran calmly asserted. Is that so? Umbridge exclaimed, as if she had heard something utterly ludicrous. Toby, damn it, come here. I suggest you attend the dinner now. Professor Dumbledore will introduce you to the entire school faculty and students, Flitwick finally spoke. I want to go until this matter is resolved. He could be a dangerous individual spreading rumors and disrupting the students' focus. Umbridge shrieked. A man wrapped in a thick coat approached. Umbridge immediately exclaimed. This man claims to have captured Dolohov. What do you have to say? The man adjusted his scarf, revealing a prominent nose and gray eyes, scrutinizing Bran for a moment. He was the one who caught him, reported alongside a CAF owner, he stated bluntly. I have no further business here. Without waiting for Umbridge to respond, Toby walked away with steady steps. Umbridge's chest heaved as she watched him depart. Suddenly, her anger dissipated, replaced by a malicious smile. So you wish to enter the school to consult the materials, do you? According to Education Order No. 28, Bran rubbed his right index finger and thumb together. You are hereby granted admission to Hogwarts, and there shall be no future hindrances. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick raised their eyebrows, exchanging meaningful glances with Bran. Umbridge stared at her hands in astonishment. You just stated that I am approved for admission and that there will be no obstruction afterward, Bran said with ease. Very well. Professor Umbridge, go join the dinner, Flitwick consoled. Umbridge was numbly pushed away, turning back to wink at Bran. A rather impressive wandless, silent spell, Professor McGonagall remarked as she locked the door. A beam of light flashed above their heads. Bran blinked. The entire sky transformed in color, the dark night becoming swathes of earthy yellow in his eyes. A sharp pain pierced his head, and tears immediately welled in his eyes. Lupin mentioned you transformed at the Black House. What is wrong with you? Would you like me to take you to the hospital wing? McGonagall grasped his hand. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The yellow sky gradually faded, returning to the original inky blackness of the night. Bran stood up, still panting. No. I believe I am fine. Let us hurry to school. Chapter 53. Extraordinary talent. What just happened to you? After entering the castle doors, McGonagall continued to secure the castle door, probing further. Well, I saw the sky turn earthy yellow, and simultaneously, my head and eyes experienced a sharp pain. Bran hesitated before responding truthfully. Standing at the entrance of the foyer were two aurors, clad in nearly identical thick brown coats, curiously glancing in their direction. Upon hearing his description, McGonagall fell into contemplation. After a moment, she said, Here's the thing, Reed. I must admit I have some doubts about your choice of the Hogwarts Express, but now that it is so late, Madam Pants would not appreciate you visiting the library at this hour, especially with what has just occurred. I suggest you seek out Professor Dumbledore. Why Professor Dumbledore? Might that not be somewhat unnecessary? Trust me, Reed, I have experienced such matters myself. It was Dumbledore who guided me through it. Frankly speaking, it is exceedingly rare for someone of your age to endure such experiences. McGonagall's expression was grave. Follow me this way. Bran did not argue. He was somewhat apprehensive about whether he had inadvertently revealed something significant. With this concern in mind, he followed Professor McGonagall through a series of corridors, both remaining silent and encountering no students. He wondered if they had already gone to bed, considering they were already slower than the night bus and had been entangled with Umbridge for quite some time. French fries, McGonagall said. The two stone gargoyles leaped aside. They ascended the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the door, McGonagall knocked, waiting for a while before Dumbledore's voice called from within. Enter. McGonagall turned back to Bran and said, Very well, you may go in. I can now inform you that the earthy yellow sky you observed is Hogwarts' protective barrier. She walked away with a light step. Bran opened the door and entered the headmaster's office. The association of the earthy yellow sky with Hogwarts' protective barrier reminded him immediately of Snape's sunflower potion. The barrier was invisible, yet he had seen it. It was akin to how he could perceive the blue stodgy beneath the invisibility cloak after consuming the sunflower potion. Magic transformed into vibrant color blocks before his eyes. Ah, it is you, Bran. Dumbledore nodded slightly. It is rather late. What brings you here? After some consideration, Bran decided to divulge everything candidly. After all, it did not pertain to his core secret, and McGonagall had mentioned that she had emerged with Dumbledore's assistance. Being honest would not be detrimental. Professor McGonagall sent me here. Sir, I originally intended to finalize the range of books I needed in the library and borrow a few to take back. He said, The library is closed. Madam Pants may not take kindly to your visit at this hour, Dumbledore replied. He interlaced his fingers, his gaze scrutinizing Bran over his fingertips. His crescent-shaped glasses glinting in the light. So why did Professor McGonagall send you to me? I suspect it has little to do with applying for a bodyguard position. The headmaster's inquiry made Bran feel embarrassed. He said, We were delayed somewhat on our way here. It was a rather intriguing professor. Oh, I see, Dumbledore replied. I'm quite curious how you managed to enter. The recently issued Education Order number 28 left me no room to maneuver. Bran extended his right hand, rubbing his index finger and thumb together. Do not strike me, Delirious. Phineas Black suddenly lashed out. Delirious completely ignored him, continuing to feign sleep. A rather impressive wandless silent spell technique, Dumbledore praised. I learned it from friends, Bran said, so we stayed until the end. At that time, I assumed everyone in the Great Hall was enjoying dessert. I glanced at the sky and noticed it had turned earthy yellow. And then? Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. Then I experienced a sharp pain in my head, my eyes involuntarily watering, and I collapsed to the ground. It was brief, lasting perhaps only a few seconds. And then everything returned to normal, as if it had all been an illusion. I had previously consumed Professor Snape's sunflower potion. The effects were somewhat similar. Might that be relevant? Severus's potion. His talent for potion making is indeed extraordinary, Dumbledore remarked, yet he did not answer Bran's question. He tapped one of the many peculiar vessels before him with his wand. The surface of the silver vessel began to emit smoke. The smoke slowly coalesced into an eye. Some mist gently streamed from the eye, as if it were shedding tears. Suddenly, the pupil of the eye transformed into a pure white filled with smoke. And the tears sprouted tentacles that began to wriggle. Bran blinked in astonishment, realizing it had vanished. Exaggerated, Dumbledore commented. Bran felt a stirring within his body. The desire that had long been suppressed reignited. Moreover, this room contained ample sustenance. He suppressed his urges and asked, Sir, what was exaggerated? I just saw the eye's pupil change color, and the tears turned into tentacles. I witnessed it as well. It is not your illusion. This object is frightening. Dumbledore stated with utmost seriousness. The headmaster waved his wand, and all the bizarre vessels flew back to the cabinet behind him, obediently positioning themselves in their respective places. Then he chuckled. Talent, Bran, that is talent. What? I believe with your intelligence, combined with Professor Snape's potion, you have already deduced what this talent pertains to. Have you not? I surmise it relates to the ability to perceive magic. Indeed, that is correct, Dumbledore affirmed. Bran awaited further elaboration, yet Dumbledore remained silent. Bran then ventured to ask. Professor McGonagall mentioned she had a similar experience, and it was you who guided her through it. Moreover, she stated that having such experiences at this age is quite rare. Some believe that possessing the ability to see signifies a positive omen. Before the age of 11, I was able to see. Professor McGonagall discovered her ability at 29, while Professor Snape did so at 25. Yet, there are those who may never attain such a gift in their lifetime, Dumbledore remarked. Stepping to the window, gazing out into the night sky, his eyes suddenly transforming to a brilliant white. Forgive my lack of humility, Bran. But I must assert that I surpassed both Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape by a considerable margin, having awakened to my abilities at a much earlier age. There exists a belief that those who gain such insights sooner are the true prodigies, endowed with extraordinary magical talents. Dumbledore's eyes reverted to their deep blue hue as he turned to scrutinize Bran, inquiring, Share your thoughts on this talent, Bran. Do you consider yourself a prodigy? A person of exceptional gifts? In response to this query, Bran found it somewhat amusing. Who would truly regard themselves as exceptionally gifted? At least, one would not entertain such thoughts in the presence of others. I believe that unless one's talents are strikingly remarkable, most individuals perceive themselves as ordinary. Bran stated honestly. Ah. But Bran, you reduce magical talent to mere commonality, Dumbledore observed, his gaze still probing. The headmaster approached the desk, waving his right hand, causing two figures composed of mist to slowly rise from the surface. They engaged in a clapping game, their faces adorned with smiles. After observing them for a moment, Dumbledore waved his hand again, and they vanished. Magic is not akin to playing soccer with muggles or to artistic creation. One may possess considerable talent, yet remain oblivious to their own genius. A painter could create masterpieces, yet the world may not recognize them as such. Nor may the artist fully comprehend their brilliance. While the talents in mundane affairs can be somewhat categorized, most individuals hesitate to assign themselves a place within those tiers. However, magic is distinct. It resides within us, growing alongside us, and over time, the magical prowess of an 11-year-old cannot be equated to that of a fully fledged wizard. When Hermione Granger can effortlessly learn hundreds of spells to counter Professor Flitwick's additional queries, the unfortunate Miss Miranda Schofield struggles alone in an empty classroom, unable to conjure even an N.E.W.T. level spell. Severus Snape, having perused his mother's library before attending school, is knowledgeable of spells surpassing those of many seventh-year students. Percy Weasley has similarly exhausted every magical book in his home, including his brother's notes, gaining some favoritism from professors by being slightly ahead in the first 3 years. Some children, having never set foot in Hogwarts, can wield crude transfiguration, fear spells, and even wreak havoc on entire streets through sheer magical ability, while certain young wizards, without Hogwarts, may only manage to levitate cakes throughout their lives. As you witness your magic flourishing, your peers may still be fumbling to master the shield charm. Magic is so readily perceptible. One is acutely aware of being innately superior to the average person, is one not? Effort cannot bridge the gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary, can it? While diligence may allow the irreverent James Potter to be outshone by Hermione in their 7th year, it cannot enable Miranda Schofield to catch up to Hermione Granger. Dumbledore concluded his lengthy discourse calmly. Bran felt as though he were undergoing a test and an indictment. He gathered his thoughts and replied, "No, I believe magical talent is akin to any other talent. The matters you speak of can be entirely paralleled in the Muggle world, such as in the study of mathematics. I do not wish to deny the objective reality of differing talents, but that does not signify much. Your assertion that some young wizards can only levitate cakes without Hogwarts suggests that Hogwarts training equips them with far greater knowledge." Dumbledore sighed. "And therein lies the crux of the matter, Bran. The Muggle world is far more intricate than ours. Each level of talent holds significance within Muggle society, influenced by numerous additional factors. In our world, however, an individual with extraordinary magical talent will ultimately eclipse another with remarkable culinary skills. Some of us strayed from the righteous path." The office fell silent, the portraits of former headmasters peacefully slumbering. Fawkes was absent from the chamber. "You have yet to explain what it means to see," Bran finally said. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, somewhat distracted. The headmaster grasped Bran's shoulder and pulled him firmly. The world around them began to spin. When Bran regained his senses, he found his surroundings transformed into vast swathes of color. Blinking, he noticed the headmaster beside him, appearing ordinary, dressed in white robes, no longer a shadowy figure. "I harbor a certain selfishness. Forgive me, Bran. I have observed your magical capacity has significantly increased since our first meeting. Professor McGonagall's use of the term step out implies that every individual capable of seeing ultimately confronts something profoundly terrifying. I guided her step by step to master her abilities, gradually dispelling those fears. My guidance led her to believe this was merely one of the myriad talents within the magical realm, no longer worth questioning. Just as I would not inquire how you have experienced such unusual growth in your magic. This is not the truth. I have unilaterally chosen a truth for you. Thus, Bran, I must apologize." Dumbledore's tone was laced with bitterness as he bowed to Bran before he could fully comprehend the situation. Everything shifted swiftly, their positions remained unchanged. Yet the world around them receded wildly until a deep purple castle emerged within their view. In this impressionistic landscape, beneath the castle, instead of green grass or yellow soil, lay vast expanses of deep crimson. The pure red stretched endlessly into the horizon, appearing boundless. If the other elements within this world could be likened to indistinct forms within an impressionistic painting, this deep red was merely a solid block of color, akin to a white canvas saturated with pure crimson. Standing upon this deep red expanse, Dumbledore and Bran gazed up at the deep purple castle and the impenetrable ochre sky. In the next moment, the red surged, resembling a tranquil sea suddenly stirred into a tempest. Countless tendrils emerged from the crimson depths, thrashing violently against the purple castle, which stood resilient. The tempestuous assault persisted for a time before the tendrils gradually receded, restoring calm. Bran gulped, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. His intuition prompted him to glance downwards. Within the deep red beneath his feet, an open eye emerged. As if a mechanism had been triggered, countless eyes began to open, all fixing their gaze upon him from various angles. Dumbledore grasped his hand, breathed deeply. Bran complied, striving not to focus on the eyes beneath him. They cannot harm you. Do not be frightened by them, Dumbledore said, regarding the eyes with pity. What are they? Bran inquired, utterly perplexed. From the moment Professor McGonagall suggested he visit the headmaster's office, he sensed that this journey would exceed his expectations. Confusion filled his chest, compelling him to seek answers. If only Dumbledore could provide comprehensive and lucid responses, it would be splendid. Dumbledore began. Chapter 55. The voyage. Bran daringly glanced down and noticed that the eyes were all closed. Yet they remained, not vanished. The ability to see is not merely a display of one's extraordinary magical talent, but rather a responsibility that accompanies it, Dumbledore explained, with a casual flick of his wand. He prodded one of the eyes, which immediately opened to reveal a stark white sclera and blood-red pupil. The eyeball rolled, and the myriad of writhing tentacles surged toward them. Bran felt the fury of the creature beneath him, the weight of its ancient presence. His own power felt insignificant in the face of this being. His resistance was futile, and he could only submit to his impending destruction. The tentacles flailed wildly, yet they could not breach their proximity. Surrounded by these crimson appendages, Dumbledore continued. There was a time when I believed that all I could perceive was the flow of magical energy in this world. I observed the fleeting blue light as professors cast transfiguration spells. I watched as magic-infused objects, transforming them gradually before my eyes. The earthy hue signifies defensive magic. The blue represents the magic within individuals. The purple shades indicate offensive spells, and red serves as a warning, denoting extreme danger. The frenzied tentacles gradually receded, and the eyes on the ground glared at Dumbledore with palpable resentment. As if oblivious to their ire, Dumbledore pressed on. These creatures were referred to as gods by our ancestors, for they are invincible, much like deities. It was during my second year at Hogwarts that I discovered the creature beneath us. I recognized that my once prized talent could lead to adverse effects. Thus I ceased to frequently utilize my sight. Over the years, I have encountered numerous experiences and delved into many ancient texts. I came to understand that my sight is not a source of pride, but rather a responsibility. Do you have any inkling as to why it cannot harm us, Bran? Is it because of Hogwarts protections? Precisely, Dumbledore affirmed. There lies a creature subdued beneath Hogwarts. If it is invincible, why is it contained? By whom? Bran already sensed the answer. I can only share a conjecture, Bran. Much like I previously mentioned that red signifies a warning, I believe it was our four founders, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, who accomplished this feat. Bran gazed in awe at the deep purple castle, standing resolute against the earthy sky, dwarfed by the vast expanse of deep crimson below. It stood immovable, as solid as rock. In fact, there is more than one god in this world, Bran. To my knowledge, their existence permeates every corner of our realm. Dumbledore stated wearily. Bran felt his vision swiftly return to normal, as if an invisible eraser had wiped away the colors of the world. He and the headmaster stood on the grass, the moonlight cool and a few distant stars flickering weakly. The castle glimmered with scattered lights. There, hundreds of students peacefully slumbered, their dreams forever shielded from the overwhelming crimson and the multitude of eyes stretching to the horizon. May I speak candidly, Professor? Bran inquired as they walked toward the school gates in unison. Of course. I still find it hard to comprehend the purpose of your demonstration today. Compared to these entities, Voldemort seems insignificant, and they too can be dealt with. I never claimed to possess the prowess of Hogwarts founders. As he spoke, Bran realized his arrogance, quickly adding, the most terrifying aspect is not these beings, but the unknown. Dumbledore's robes fluttered in the breeze. Bran pondered deeply. Voldemort could not possibly be unaware of these creatures. He could not be blind to their existence. If Voldemort found himself cornered, who could predict what he might do? Recalling the whispers in the finished giant ruins, the mysterious demise of the Greek lad, and the orange cat with Mrs. Camston at the ocean's depths, Bran suddenly understood the essence of fear from the unknown. They knew nothing of these entities. He had encountered a puppeteer capable of manipulating minds, a being manifesting as hundreds of bubbles of an orange cat. He had witnessed a medieval wizard, covered in tentacles, surviving for a millennium beneath the sea. He had gazed upon the colossal god beneath Hogwarts. Would this be the end? What else remained? The thought of his earlier hubris made Bran flush with embarrassment. He had once fancied himself knowledgeable about the future, aware of Voldemort's vulnerabilities. Believing the world would unfold as he envisioned, evolving into the fairy tale he had crafted. A wave of panic crept up his spine, compelling him to halt. What is it? Dumbledore inquired gently. I think I understand now, Professor, Bran replied. Regardless of what you comprehend, I wish to clarify my perspective. They stood at the school gates as Dumbledore continued. My intention in showing you this was not to diminish Voldemort's significance in comparison to these creatures. I hope that there remain individuals in our world who grasp even a fragment of the truth. Voldemort is still a formidable adversary, a threat to the peace of the magical realm. He is not an enemy to be underestimated. We remain unaware of the measures Voldemort might employ to oppose us, or what he could become. In comparison, the unknown beings subdued by legendary wizards a millennium ago are, at least, not our immediate concern. Please pardon my selfishness, Bran. I merely wish for the truth to be passed down through time. Even if our world is a solitary island in the vast darkness, it does not mean we should cease our voyages. The old man's gaze was obscured behind the reflective crescent-shaped lenses, rendering it unreadable. Bran fell silent, but lingered for a moment longer. Do you think Irvin might have more clarity on these matters? Inquiring cannot harm, Dumbledore replied. I am unsure if he possesses the requisite talent, but given their couple's renowned expertise in magical history, some knowledge may not necessitate first-hand experience. Of course, I recommend you communicate in person rather than via owl. Professor, this is my first time using apparition at such a considerable distance, Bran blurted out impulsively. Remember the 3 Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation, Dumbledore encouraged with a smile. Bran reflected on his warm bed at home, spun in place. And after a sensation akin to being squeezed through a rubber tube, he found himself back in his bedroom beneath the starry night sky of Hogwarts. Oh. He flung himself onto the bed, startling the orange cat that lay there. The cat meowed in displeasure. And you? I still have no idea what you can do as a gift. Bran lay upon the bed, gently stroking the head of the feline. The orange tabby seemed to protest, yet also appeared to revel in the affection. Regardless, for Bran, the language of cats remained an enigma. Chapter 56, The Salesman of Hogsmeade. Bran. Samuel has caused trouble at school. I wish to pay him a visit. I am uncertain whether this is permissible, yet my desire remains. Could you possibly take me along when you go to Hogwarts today? I shall await you at the internet CAF. The owl seemed somewhat perturbed at the prospect of flying to such a lofty height, flitting about restlessly in Bran's bedroom. Bran attempted to push the bowl of cat food towards the owl. The orange cat lunged at it, only to be deftly evaded by the owl. The owl cast a disdainful glance at the cat food, pridefully rejecting such a meager offering. Observing this, Bran simply tossed the owl a silver sickle. Delighted, it soared away. Money can indeed make an owl perform. Bran mused, tucking the letter away into a drawer before operating near Rebecca's internet CAF. To his surprise, the CAF was closed. Rebecca, clad in heavy garments, was pacing outside, bundled up tightly against the chill. Oh, you're here. Rebecca smiled nervously, glancing around. I am uncertain if I am being too forward, but I am completely ignorant about apparition. It's quite all right. Taking you should pose no problem, Bran replied. What of Victoria? Has she not come? She seems to have some family matters to attend to. She left yesterday, and I didn't wish to disturb her. Rebecca managed a faint smile. They proceeded to a secluded corner. You did not specify what happened to Samuel, Bran inquired, halting in the alley. His magic surged uncontrollably. Rebecca whispered. Is he injured? How is he faring? The teacher's letter stated that all was well for the moment. I cannot help but worry. I understand the ramifications of uncontrolled magic. Bran nodded, taking her hand. Rebecca grasped his right hand firmly. Hold on tightly, he reminded her, and only then did he apparate. Seconds later, they materialized in the center of Hogsmeade, colliding with a pedestrian. There has been a slight error. We were meant to arrive in a more secluded area outside the town. Bran felt immensely embarrassed, having intended to express how quick and simple the journey would be. That's perfectly fine. This is an exceedingly long-distance apparition, Rebecca reassured him. So you two have apparat here. I was wondering how I ended up colliding with you, said the man they had bumped into. He had dark hair and eyes, standing at the same height as Bran. He stroked his chin and continued, I happen to have a merchant selling apparition spell scrolls. Even those utterly unfamiliar with apparition can utilize them. Guaranteed precision. Really? Rebecca asked eagerly. How much? Bran felt that the man's appearance was rapidly aligning with that of Mundungus Fletcher, yet Rebecca appeared quite intrigued. The salesman had accurately discerned which of them would be interested in his wares. Oh, but you cannot use them for such long-distance travel. The man smiled amicably at Bran. However, they are exceedingly practical for escapes, travel, and even in combat situations. I never collaborate with vendors of subpar goods. I can demonstrate. He theatrically produced a piece of parchment from his coat pocket and proclaimed, for instance, I wish to move to Honeydukes across the street. With a swift tear, he vanished from his spot, reappearing across the street. He waved cheerfully at them, performing a graceful spin before rematerializing before them. See? Quite effective. I notice you can apparate as well, Rebecca remarked suddenly. Yes. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to try it for yourself, the man said nonchalantly, handing a piece of parchment to Rebecca. Simply tear the scroll and envision your destination, and you will arrive. Rebecca followed his instructions. In the next instant, she appeared a few meters away. How marvelous! The blonde exclaimed. But you have yet to tell me the price. 10 galleons each, the man replied. Rebecca's expression fell. Oh, but they're essay buy 2, get 1 free offer. Absolutely no problem, he added nonchalantly. May I inquire where you acquired such scrolls? How can I ascertain that I am using effective ones? Bran asked cautiously. One of the downsides of street sales. Rest assured, my friend. These scrolls are produced by the Weasley brothers. Have you heard of them? They've gained immense renown in recent years for their magical armaments. Surely, you've heard of their Weasley wizard wheezes? The man said, handing Bran a business card. I'm Frank. If you're skeptical, you can visit Diagon Alley to purchase directly from them. Just mention my name for a discount. The regular price is 12 galleons. How fortuitous. I'm acquainted with the Weasley brothers, and they may provide me with a complimentary one. Bran stated. Of course, if you can obtain it for free. Why contemplate discounted goods? Frank replied, clearly losing a potential sale. I have never encountered a salesman like you. Bran shook his head. What kind of salesman suggests customers acquire items for free? I must correct you, I am not a salesman. My role is to promote the products of the businesses I collaborate with, not to sell, Frank retorted. Really? How do the merchants know you are genuinely promoting their products? You could stroll about all day and return, claiming to have worked, Bran inquired, intrigued. Well, the merchants' increasing gold galleons do not lie, Frank replied casually. Moreover, I must maintain my reputation, do I not? The price the Weasley brothers pay me now is vastly different from what Honeydukes offered a few years ago. I shall purchase this scroll, Rebecca declared, pulling a handful of coins from her pocket. If I pay for 4, I will receive 6, correct? Rebecca, I cannot allow you to trouble yourself with that. The blonde girl insisted. Very well, I shall cover her expense, Bran interjected, swiftly shoving a handful of coins into Frank's hand. Frank glanced at Rebecca, then back at Bran, revealing a wry smile. My lady, I just remembered today is a promotional day, and everything is at a 10% discount. You give me 10 galleons, and all the apparition scrolls I have are yours, he announced, stuffing a large bundle of scrolls into Rebecca's arms and returning the coins to Bran. Rebecca looked at Frank in disbelief. You must be joking. You just said 10 galleons each. Not at all. Even the finest promoters can make mistakes. Today marks the second day of Hogwarts term, does it not? I organized this event so parents could celebrate their liberation from their little rascals. Frank smiled. My family is not filled with little rascals, Rebecca couldn't help but smile. Counting out 10 coins to hand to Frank. Have a splendid day. Frank waved as he walked away. Bran told Rebecca to wait a moment and hurried after him. He felt that comparing Frank to Mundungus Fletcher just moments ago was a disservice to Frank. You've done a remarkable job, my friend, Bran whispered. You've performed a divine service. Oh, is that so? Frank appeared unfazed. She is your girlfriend? Certainly not, Bran denied. To be frank, it is quite apparent. Her coat has been magically altered, yet a discerning eye can still catch the subtle details that reveal the garment's true age. The place where she keeps her money is a pocket meticulously tucked away within the coat's private folds, indicating she is either frugal or a veritable miser. Or perhaps simply impoverished, Frank elucidated. It seems the profession you have chosen suits you well, Bran remarked with admiration. Each individual has their strengths, my friend. One must be observant of customers, Frank replied. Bran found himself momentarily at a loss for words, recalling Dumbledore's words from the previous night. In our world, a person endowed with exceptional magical talent can ultimately overshadow another gifted in culinary arts. Well, at least in the contemporary magical realm, such occurrences are becoming increasingly rare. Despite the dwindling strength of our world, as many from the Ministry of Magic would never cast a full body-bind curse. Is this the magical world you envisioned, Dumbledore? I nearly forgot to introduce myself. He quickly regained his composure. I am Bran Reed. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Oh, you are that Bran Reed. Frank chuckled. Cedric often speaks of you. He claims it's because of you that he has never attained the top GPA in our year. For a time, you were the #1 nemesis of our Hufflepuff house as you thwarted our chance to shine. Is that so? Bran smiled faintly, reminiscing about the rivalry among the houses during their school days. Such childish antics now seem so amusing and nostalgic. So, we are in the same year. Not just alumni, but classmates as well. Shall I offer you a permanent 9.5 discount? Frank teased. One should never turn down a bargain, Bran replied. Though I fear opportunities to purchase from you may be scarce. You are gravely mistaken. Unless you manage to evade the statistics indicating the 99 of British wizards frequenting certain places, you are bound to encounter me. Frank shook his head. Moreover, fate is quite unpredictable, is it not? Just as you might stumble upon me today. He waved his hand, saying, this time it is truly goodbye, as I must head to Manchester and later to Diagon Alley. Bran watched as Frank winked at him before vanishing. Chapter 57. The Dilemma of Samuel. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. The two walked in silence from Hogsmeade to the entrance of Hogwarts. Filch stood guard at the gate. What brings you to Hogwarts? Filch inquired suspiciously. I have already informed the professors and possess permission to enter. This gentleman beside me is known to them, Bran replied. Please summon Professor McGonagall. Filch cast a wary glance at them before departing. A short while later, he returned with Professor McGonagall. Oh, it's you, Reed. Did Professor Dumbledore not provide you with a pass or some such document yesterday? McGonagall asked. Upon seeing Bran's expression, she already knew the answer. Then you ought to be grateful that I happen to be free of classes at the moment. I will see if I can find something for you. And this is Miss Wolf from Slytherin? Are you here for your brother? McGonagall directed her gaze towards Rebecca. Yes. Rebecca's voice quivered slightly with anxiety. Upon hearing Slytherin, she instinctively glanced at Bran, who silently mouthed, we already knew. They are both fine, McGonagall assured Filch. She deftly drew her wand and opened the door, promptly locking it behind them once the two entered. After Bran explained their purpose, McGonagall led them towards the infirmary. Rebecca flushed slightly and whispered, how did you know my house? Oh, Victoria must have told you about your encounter with the soul-sucking curse, right? It was during that time you informed us. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Bran stated, not wishing to linger on the matter. The weather was overcast, and few students roamed outside. However, several ominous-looking auras clad in cloaks patrolled the area. Upon arriving at the infirmary, McGonagall halted at the entrance. I must say, Mr. Wolf's magical outburst this morning was quite impressive. It took us some time to gain control, especially with Professor Dumbledore absent from the school, McGonagall sighed, knocking on the door. So Dumbledore is once again not at the school. Madame Pomfrey opened the door and spoke quietly with Professor McGonagall. Then she turned to Bran and Rebecca, returning to her normal volume, saying, "Come in. Visiting time is 5 minutes." Bran followed her inside. For a moment, he thought he had entered the wrong room. The entire infirmary was overrun with wildly growing purple vines, covering the beds, floors, and walls entirely. Madame Pomfrey stood ahead, wielding her wand to carve a path through the foliage. The severed vines continued to grow slowly, recovering. Oh, Rebecca appeared on the verge of fainting. She bit her lip and hurried to keep pace with Madame Pomfrey. Much like a scene from a fairy tale, Samuel lay in the center of the massive vines, which twisted around him to form a sort of bed, gently cradling him. To Bran's surprise, Snape sat in a chair nearby, softly reciting something that resembled a lullaby. Rebecca knelt beside the bed, clutching her brother's hand as silent tears streamed down her face. What on earth happened? Is this what one might call the situation is basically under control? Bran asked incredulously. The initial circumstances were far worse, lad, Madame Pomfrey replied. His outburst likely manifested earlier this morning. You did not witness the scene at that time. His roommate was nearly choked to death by those frenzied vines. Had you seen the state of their dormitory, you would have thought it had been struck by a muggle bomb. Professor Flitwick employed a method to halt the vines, while Professor Snape ensured he did not choke anyone further on his way to the infirmary. We administered 10 different potions before he finally settled down. However, the vines continued to grow, albeit without aggression. Professor McGonagall assessed that they would disappear in due course. The professors have unanimously determined that the magical outburst has concluded. For now, we stabilize the situation and await its natural resolution. This child's magical upheaval is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Typically, a child's magical outburst is intangible, capable of causing harm and destruction, yet not in this manner. Will he awaken? Bran inquired. Samuel lay there, his expression serene in slumber. Snape ceased his recitation, stating, "Administer a waking potion to this child. He received too much vitality elixir earlier." When he lifted his gaze, Bran caught sight of Snape's pale eyes. "Very well," Madame Pomfrey said, offering no objections, and she proceeded to navigate the thicket with her wand. Rebecca continued to weep silently. Snape appeared indifferent to the two of them, resuming his lullaby-like incantation. Bran felt utterly helpless. Despite possibly being an accomplished wizard, none of the magic he mastered pertained to healing or saving lives. Madame Pomfrey returned, briskly walking with a ceramic cup in hand. She carefully approached the bedside and gently poured the liquid into Samuel's mouth. "Have you investigated the cause of this child's magical surge?" Bran could not restrain his curiosity. Typically, such magical outbursts occurred in very young wizards, and most of them would not exhibit such dramatic episodes. It was indeed unusual for a novice wizard just entering Hogwarts to experience a magical surge. The crux of the matter was that after Professor Snape had taught Samuel the levitation charm, Bran had already concluded Samuel's aptitude was rather ordinary, a decidedly mediocre wizard. It was worth noting that Hermione Granger had mastered the levitation charm in under a minute in the original narrative, while Samuel had taken half an hour, just meeting the Hogwarts curriculum's passing standard. Their ages were not significantly different. Given Samuel's talent, orchestrating such a level of magical turmoil seemed utterly implausible. If there were any distinctions, it would pertain to abilities he had yet to recognize, leaving uncertainty about whether Samuel possessed an unusually profound magical essence. Yet, was not Snape currently employing such a capacity? Perhaps he could provide insight. Typically, magical surges accompany intense emotional fluctuations, Madame Pomfrey remarked. We inquired with several of his roommates, yet they remained tight-lipped. He was perfectly fine when he went to school, Rebecca suddenly interjected, her voice trembling. He seemed so happy. He repeatedly asked me, "Sister, will I be able to learn more magic?" I told him, yes. Madame Pomfrey glanced at Rebecca with a look of discomfort. Snape continued to sing his lullaby. He was sorted into Slytherin. Was he not? Bran whispered. Indeed, Madame Pomfrey replied. Read, I believe you should attend to your arrangement with the headmaster, Snape said, opening his eyes stiffly. Miss Wolf may remain. Once Mr. Wolf awakens, they can converse. Is there a misunderstanding? I have no prior arrangement with Dumbledore, Bran replied. Well, in truth, I also believe fewer people would be preferable, to avoid causing any distress to the patient, Madame Pomfrey added. With the two of them here, it is sufficient. Off you go. With a deep sense of perplexity, Bran exited the infirmary. He felt something was profoundly amiss, yet he could not articulate precisely why. Chapter 58. A series of bad news in just 2 days, events unfolded rapidly, leaving Bran feeling quite dazed. Nevertheless, he returned to his original plan, to uncover the true nature of the so-called magic drainers that Madame Carmiston spoke of, and to locate and destroy Ravenclaw's diadem. Hogwarts Castle, at present, was not a conducive environment for him. The ancient magical artifacts scattered throughout the castle posed a significant temptation. On his way to the library, he paused several times, struggling to suppress his desires. The corridors were beginning to fill with students, and his attire of Muggle casual wear garnered quite a few stares. "Blast it!" he exclaimed in frustration. Nearby, a group of female students who had been observing him scattered like startled birds. The sensation of magical addiction was unpleasant, especially with so many sources of sustenance around. It felt akin to countless ants crawling within his heart. He bore the discomfort all the way to the library, perhaps due to some barrier placed by predecessors to isolate the library from magical influences, or perhaps Bran had managed to overcome his challenges. Or maybe it was simply the absence of ancient artifacts among the books. He felt his symptoms lessen significantly upon entering. Regardless of whether this barrier was intended to provide a distraction-free environment for students, at that moment, it was his salvation. He thought to himself as he walked toward the area dedicated to the history of magic, methodically searching for any works that might reference magic drainers. To be frank, he did not wish to delegate this task to Owen and Angela, despite their being like walking encyclopedias, readily available as human search engines. After their experience with the underwater ruins, he was more convinced of this. However, this hidden ability of his was fraught with implications. The term magic drainer was certainly not a favorable one. Moreover, such phenomena had not existed prior to his arrival in this world. They emerged only after his crossing. Bran was concerned that this matter might be tied to his translocation. Thus, he would refrain from inquiring with Owen and his wife unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, his genuine friendship with them had blossomed after the incident in Little Hangleton. Even if Owen and Angela learned that he was not the original Bran, he doubted it would lead to significant repercussions, he mused. After an entire morning of fruitless searching, Rebecca found him in the library before noon, informing him that Samuel had awakened and was in good condition. The sole piece of good news was that the tendrils that had manifested prior to Samuel's awakening were gradually dissipating. He had not witnessed the horrific scene he had inadvertently conjured. Lunch was taken in the kitchen. Upon leaving the library, Bran distinctly sensed that his craving for magic was significantly diminished compared to the morning. It seemed that such matters required practice. Exposure therapy would build resistance, he optimistically thought, plunging back into his afternoon research. Unsurprisingly, the afternoon yielded no results either. Aside from one book that mentioned certain wizards could siphon the magical essence of others, leading to the victim's agonizing demise while the siphoning wizards grew stronger, it also detailed the notorious dark wizard Sassoon from the 14th century, known as the magic drainer. This revelation brought him no progress, only further dismay. First, it bore no relevance to his own abilities. Second, it confirmed that magic drainer was indeed a term laden with negative connotations. Third, if such individuals appropriated the title, it would not bode well for him. Perhaps I should reconsider my approach. First, I cannot wholly trust Madame Carmiston's assessment. Even the term magic drainer may not be entirely reliable. It could merely be an unfortunate moniker among many, akin to the Elder Wand being referred to as the Wand of Destiny. Wizards of her ilk would hardly utter pleasant phrases. Secondly, I might subtly inquire with Angela. At the very least, she had not witnessed me wielding this ability. If I were to inquire about Owen, he might deduce something from this along with the previous events in Hangleton Village. Perhaps even directly assert that the friend you mentioned is none other than yourself, if I specifically requested it. Angela would likely refrain from revealing that each time we encounter her, she is accompanied by Owen. If I were to send a letter, Owen might even lean in to read it. Bran pondered this with a headache, clutching the letter he had pinned to Owen that afternoon, preparing to deliver it to the Ollery at Hogwarts. In the letter, he requested a meeting to discuss matters akin to the divine as mentioned by Dumbledore. After all, the school's owls were reliable and free of charge, which was the sole silver lining of the day. As he walked along the path, he comforted himself, albeit uncertain if they could facilitate transcontinental delivery. However, Bran need not fret over whether the Owls of Hogwarts could manage to send letters across the ocean to America. For by the time he arrived, the Ollery had already closed its doors. He would have to resort to sending his letter from Diagon Alley instead. He lamented that it might have been wiser to raise a formidable owl of his own. He wondered what purpose that orange cat could possibly serve. With a sense of resignation, he departed from Hogwarts, thankfully without encountering Umbridge, and disapparated to Diagon Alley. This time, the disapparation went smoothly, though he instinctively found himself at the entrance of the Hope CAF. The CAF's door was firmly shut, its interior shrouded from view. Ah, she must be occupied with matters. Bran recalled Rebecca's words from the morning. Along the path from the CAF to the Owl Post Office, many shops had closed their doors or sealed their windows with tape. A massive poster featuring fudge was plastered beside the Frosco ice cream shop, proclaiming the future of the magical world. It seemed that the disappearance of Frosco, a humble ice cream vendor, had stirred quite a commotion. Adjusting his hat, Bran approached the post office, pushing open the grand door. A lethargic blonde boy sat behind the counter. "How far is your letter going?" he inquired, yawning. "Transatlantic to America, I presume." "2 galleons. Hand over the letter and the money." The boy extended his right hand. Bran complied. The boy pocketed the galleons and took the letter upstairs, only to return shortly. "You can leave now," he remarked curiously. "Is there a rating system here?" Bran asked. "No. Do you wish to give my service a low score?" The boy managed a half-hearted smile. "Odd. The last time I visited, the girl who assisted me insisted I give her a high score." Bran replied leisurely, observing the boy's expression. That is indeed strange. The boy's smile faded slowly. What was her name? Tracy, Bran replied. The boy's countenance changed immediately. We have no one named Tracy in our establishment. Chapter 59. A person who should not exist. To be frank, Bran was reluctant to meddle further. Would it not be simpler to toss out a casual remark about having made a mistake and walk away? After an exhausting day in the library, his back ached, and his eyes throbbed. Battling his magical addiction in a place like Hogwarts, he longed to dispatch the letter quickly and return to his bed for a restful sleep. Is this the only owl post office in Diagon Alley? He inquired. Yet, he found himself still involved. The Diagon Alley post office handled countless letters daily and collaborated with the Ministry of Magic. Thus, it was possible that significant correspondence was at stake. If a case of employee substitution arose within the post office, such sensitive information could be compromised. Moreover, one of either Tracy or the boy before him was certainly lying. And as a customer who had interacted with both, he had unwittingly become entangled in their web. He was even more concerned that the innocent party might suffer a tragic fate due to his inaction. Yes, the blond boy appeared slightly agitated. Are you sure you have not made a mistake? I mean, you might have visited the owl post office in Hogsmeade and confused it with ours. Bran surveyed the layout of the hall and confidently stated, no, it was indeed the Diagon Alley owl post office. Oh, this is really... The boy twisted the corner of his shirt in distress, then looked up at Bran. This isn't some prank, is it? What reason would I have to prank you? Bran endeavored to keep his tone from being overly confrontational. Fine. The boy clutched the 2 galleons and Bran's letter. I'll check our staff list. He hurriedly pulled open a door at the back of the hall and turned back to say, my name is Rock. I am not lying. So do not complain about me. Rather than that, why don't you verify whether you have a Tracy? I can tell you about my last visit. And you can see if her words align. And please return my letter to me. Bran interjected, halting Rock. After slaying Nagini, he had already entered the sights of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. He needed to consider his information security. All right, Rog said anxiously. What do you wish to verify? Is there an owl named Devon upstairs? Bran asked, watching Rog's expression closely. Yes, there is. I'm new here and not well acquainted with the habits of such rare owls. But they tend to be quite timid. Devon only delivers letters, not packages. Rog pondered for a moment. Did this Tracy introduce you to Devon last time? Yes, Bran confirmed. She seemed quite knowledgeable about owls and even remarked, the magic of owls is a secret of owl trainers. Perhaps my memory is failing me. Maybe Tracy was a former employee. Rog's expression darkened. When did you see Tracy? It was over 2 weeks ago. Why is this happening? Are we being targeted by dark wizards? Rog muttered. Could you please return my letter first and then check the staff list? May I accompany you? Bran inquired. In principle, no. If it turns out I was mistaken and I brought an outsider into our back area, my boss would fire me on the spot. I've only just started at the post office, and jobs are hard to come by. Rog pleaded. Fine. Bran acquiesced. He regretted not having any listening or surveillance devices on him, or a potion to alleviate most adverse mental states. The back area Rog entered was beyond his perception. If someone were to ambush and control him there, he would be unable to ascertain the situation. The only certainty he had was that he was not trapped in some illusion. Carrying useful tools and potions was indeed a wise habit, as both Owen and Victoria did. Bran noted this discreetly. Rog returned his letter and galleons, then turned to leave. Bran reflected on the sensations he had experienced the previous night, slowly gathering his magical energy around his eyes. A sharp pain coursed through him, and the world morphed into an oil painting. He observed a pale blue silhouette swiftly stepping behind a ochre curtain, vanishing from sight. Blue likely represented the intensity of magical power. Rog was a pale blue. Stodgy was blue, and Burke from the Department of Mysteries was a nebulous deep blue. Bran could not help but glance down at himself, only to regretfully discover that he appeared normal in this painted world. Is there a mirror or something like that here? Bran looked around but found no such items. No. Rog burst out after a moment. There is no one named Tracy. I wish to resign. We have been targeted by a dark wizard for several weeks. Oh, calm down. Calm down, Brent said. Rog was still a pale blue, showing no signs of distress. May I see the employee roster? Your eyes? Is it a matter of lighting? Rog inquired with skepticism. What? Bran blinked. The world returned to its normal state. Let us not dwell on this. May I see the employee roster? Very well. Rog reluctantly agreed, handing over a piece of parchment. Bran glanced over it. The parchment bore the title employee roster of the Diagon Alley outpost. He scanned the names from top to bottom, but found none named Tracy. He concentrated his magical energy once more. The parchment glowed with a dusty yellow aura. It too had been enchanted, making forgery improbable. We should report this to the Aurors, Rog said nervously. Tracy must be a dark wizard, lurking within our post office, intercepting various letters. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he gazed behind Bran. Bran turned. A red-haired girl listlessly entered through the door, addressing Rog. I'm here to take over. Rog continued to stare, speechless. Rog? The red-haired girl asked quizzically. She looked at Bran and said, Do you have a letter to send? Did Rog not assist you? You must be Tracy, Bran countered without answering. Yes, Tracy replied. Were you one of my customers? I apologize. Rog is new and may not be familiar with many of the owls. I can assist you. She perked up again, a smile gracing her face. We have just discovered something quite intriguing. Miss Tracy, Bran began slowly. Your last service left a lasting impression on me. Your demeanor was exemplary. And your displayed expertise was remarkable. However, this Mr. Rog claims that there is no Tracy employed at the Diagon Alley outpost. We have just reviewed the roster. And your name is indeed absent. Could you provide an explanation? He reached into his pocket, grasping his wand. Chapter 60. The Giant's Ruins. Tracy's eyes widened as she glanced at Rog, then back at Bran. This is impossible, she declared confidently, rushing forward to seize the parchment. What is going on? She exclaimed, disheartened. Is the roster mistaken? Bran asked calmly. Rog remained in disbelief, staring at Tracy without uttering a word. To be honest, sir, I have not been in the position any longer than Rog, Tracy said, her voice trembling. Yet they have always regarded me as a temporary worker. Just because Rog has connections, they promoted him ahead of me. This could only explain why your name does not appear on the roster. But Rog claims he has never even heard of you. Bran remarked. That is because he is utterly unreliable, hardly involved with the post office's affairs. Tracy gritted her teeth. Seemingly harboring a deep resentment for such nepotism, aside from his uncle, he could not name a single other employee in the post office. Bran frowned. Rog had just mentioned the difficulty of finding work, and Tracy had branded him as a beneficiary of connections. Rog, do you have any objections? He inquired, silently channeling magic into his eyes. Rog remained a pale blue, showing no unusual signs, while Tracy appeared in normal blue. Rog, why are you silent? Tracy pressed. The blonde boy blinked, saying, I don't feel well. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The skin on the right side of his face peeled away, revealing a metallic shell beneath. Tracy screamed at an ear-splitting pitch, fainting to the floor. Bran sighed. Sensing that matters had spiraled beyond his control, he crouched down to examine Rog, confirming that he was an intricately crafted alchemical automaton. Despite their lengthy conversation, there had been no indication of someone manipulating him from behind, yet he detected no trace of such magic in his field of vision. Rising, he observed the darkening sky outside, feeling both fatigued and hungry. Although Rog's revelation as an alchemical automaton diminished the credibility of his statements, Tracy's explanation remained tenuous, with numerous suspicious elements. Since she could provide Rog, whom she did not know, with an excuse, it indicated that from her perspective, Rog had been in the office for some time. The absurdity of an alchemical automaton remaining undetected in a supposedly secure post office was laughable. Similarly, the notion of being merely a temporary worker seemed implausible. Of course, Bran was also unfamiliar with the upper echelons of the post office. Another possibility was that Tracy's explanation held validity and Rog indeed existed, but had been swapped out today. The question remained, what significance lay in substituting someone as inconsequential as Rog? If a Death Eater merely loathed the real Rog, they could have made him vanish outright. Why resort to such a sophisticated alchemical automaton? It was far more likely that the entire post office was compromised, with every letter they dispatched known to the Death Eaters. Bran's thoughts spiraled into a headache, and he increasingly recognized the importance of having an owl. Alternatively, he could borrow one from someone he knew. Harry's Hedwig was likely quite capable. He had never anticipated that an ordinary post office could be entangled in such a web of complications. He retrieved a coin from the Order of the Phoenix and inscribed a message regarding the presence of dark wizards at the Diagon Alley post office. Noting that one employee was an alchemical automaton, preparing to report to the Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, he sought the emergency notification device in the post office lobby to report the occurrences to the ministry. Having completed these tasks, Bran swiftly departed the scene, returning home with a sense of relief, ready to allow the Order to manage this debacle with the ministry. The following morning, Bran intentionally refrained from attending Hogwarts, first visiting Grimmauld Place to gather the latest updates from the post office. This may remain unresolved. The ministry's efficiency is practically non-existent, as you are well aware. After consulting with the upper management of the post office, they explained that Rog was an alchemical automaton employee, and you triggered a mechanism that caused his system to malfunction last night. Sirius tore at the bread in his mouth, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd." Indeed, Bran remarked. In any case, the ministry has shelved this matter. We are short-staffed and cannot investigate effectively. Kingsley has promised to keep a closer watch on the post office. We recommend that all members of the Order avoid using owls whenever possible. You must hone your Patronus charm, Bran, Sirius said, swallowing his bread. Also, your abrupt departure yesterday caused Kingsley considerable trouble. Next time a similar situation arises, it would be best to remain there and cooperate with those investigating, Mad-Eye Moody advised. I primarily thought that those arriving would be our own, so I left. After all, I could easily find out what transpired, Bran replied, feeling guilty. Could you elaborate on what happened? Sturgis Podmore entered the kitchen, inquiring. Bran meticulously recounted everything that had transpired at the Diagon Alley outpost to the three individuals present. If Mad-Eye had been there, he would have recognized Rog as an alchemical automaton in an instant. Sturgis exclaimed, "That is of no consequence. The crux of the matter is to ascertain whether Rog existed as a human being." Sirius frowned, pondering the possibility that this might be a trap set against him. After all, the post office had successfully served numerous customers without incident until his arrival, when two individuals, Rog and Triss, encountered problems. You have slain Voldemort's serpent, Bran. Voldemort is furious. You must exercise caution. It is not the direct confrontation that poses a threat, but rather the insidious traps that may be laid for you. I will be vigilant. Bran replied. From now on, I shall endeavor to remain elusive in my movements. He suddenly recalled Frank's words, unless one deliberately avoids places frequented by 99 of British wizards. There is no need to be overly cautious, Sirius advised. Currently, the Ministry of Magic is not facing major issues. On the surface, Voldemort may not even exist. However, it would be wise to frequent areas bustling with people, particularly muggles. In the afternoon, Bran ventured to Hogwarts and practiced fiendfire in the Room of Requirement. He had studied an ample number of texts on fiendfire, and today marked his initiation into practical application. He found himself able to control and extinguish smaller, less fully developed flames with ease. He also visited the library to research soulsuckers but yielded no results. Tomorrow, I shall primarily seek the Ravenclaw diadem, he mused. Recalling that he needed to inquire with Harry about a tattered potions textbook he had used in his 6th year. As he departed from the castle, an owl swooped down and perched upon his shoulder. Hoot, hoot, the owl called out. Bran removed the letter from its talon, and the owl immediately took flight. It was from Owen. Had he responded to Dumbledore's inquiry? He unfolded the letter, which contained a brief message. Angela and I are in agreement that this key is related to the giant ruins in Finland. We are on our way to the UK. Please assist us in arranging a meeting with the owner of the keys. Chapter 61. The excessive price paid for allowances. Good morning, Bran. Harry mumbled as he entered the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of milk. Has Professor Dumbledore been seeking you for lessons lately? Bran, indulging in Mrs. Weasley's homemade breakfast, replied, only attended 2 classes on occlumency. What's the matter? Harry asked as he sat down. I'm just a bit worried he might be missing, Bran joked. Actually, if there's an urgent matter, there are ways to reach him, but we generally prefer not to disturb him. If he is unaccounted for, it must be something significant. Harry delivered this line with a detached demeanor, as though reciting a script. All right. The two fell into a contemplative silence over their meals. Yet Bran had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Harry, have you been dreaming lately? You know, about Voldemort. Harry paused before responding. Not anymore. Hermione said Professor Dumbledore's occlumency lessons were effective, but the professor himself mentioned that you were the one who eliminated Nagini while he was distracting me, which astonished and enraged him, leading him to sever that mental connection unilaterally. Bran sensed the conversation was growing uncomfortable. Harry seemed to be in a particularly foul mood. Stealing himself? Bran pressed on. I was wondering, did you ever use an old potions textbook in your 6th year? Harry blinked in surprise. What? A second-hand book on advanced potion making. Oh yes, I did. Is it still around? Bran inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. It is. Why? Oh, well, you should have anticipated this. In the original timeline, Harry hid Snape's old book in the Room of Requirement after encountering Draco Malfoy and casting the disarming charm on him, which was due to Malfoy's involvement in an internal assault on Hogwarts. In this timeline, however, such events never transpired, and thus Harry naturally retained the advanced potion-making book. I never imagined my old book would gain such notoriety, Harry remarked. I learned about it from Professor Snape. He mentioned he believed his old book from his student days ended up in your possession, and I was curious. Harry dropped his fork and knife in shock. What? That Snape's book? He knows it's with me? Bran realized he might have made a grave mistake. While Harry couldn't verify the truth of his words with Snape, the implication undoubtedly affected him. Harry gazed at his sandwich with a complex expression, wiped his mouth, and said, I'm going upstairs. I have some magic to practice. Goodbye, Bran. You can always borrow my invisibility cloak if you need it. As I'm not going anywhere. The following days were stark and devoid of distinctiveness. Due to the lack of a travel permit and relying on his connection with Professor Flitwick for frequent access to the school, Bran was reprimanded once more by Professor McGonagall. The library was a mountain of materials, yet none mentioned anything akin to his abilities, compelling him to consider seeking help from the restricted section. He attempted to locate Ravenclaw's diadem but was overwhelmed by the heaps of old items in the Room of Requirement, which not only complicated his search for Horcruxes, but also exacerbated his magical addiction. Unlike the straightforward retrieval of the locket, activating his ability turned the entire room into a blinding sea of light. After sending a letter, Owen ceased to communicate further. Bran suspected he might have submerged himself in familial obligations once again, in the absence of progress in other matters. He even offered to assist Kingsley with the case concerning the Diagon Alley post office. Kingsley, have there been any updates from the Diagon Alley post office? Bran inquired at the dinner table. No, Kingsley replied, shaking his head as he swallowed a meatball made by Mrs. Weasley. That matter has been closed on our end. I looked into Rog, and the employee registered under that name initially signed up as an alchemical automaton. Is there anything else unusual? Bran persisted. If I had to say. Tracy is still hospitalized, Kingsley shared. She has been there for several days now. When I arrived at the scene, I didn't find any evidence of her being harmed. Yet, she remains at St. Mungo's. I'll go visit her, Bran stated. The next morning, he hurried to St. Mungo's hospital, drawing from his meager knowledge. He found the information desk and inquired about a patient named Tracy, curious why someone with no apparent injuries would be in such a ward. Tracy Green, 5th floor. Second room on the left, the impatient woman replied. Bran ascended the stairs and was not surprised to find his 6th-year professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, in the adjacent ward. Casting a glance at the practicing smile of Lockhart, he turned and walked into Tracy's room. The room held 4 beds, each separated by curtains. Bran moved from bed to bed until he reached the one where Tracy Green lay, positioned closest to the wall. "Oh, it's you," Tracy remarked upon seeing him. "I heard you were still in the hospital, so I came to visit." "Is that so?" "Thank you. I don't have many family or friends visiting me," Tracy replied. Her red hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a white hospital gown, her mood despondent. After uttering that, she suddenly lashed out, banging her head against the side of the bed. Bran stared in shock. A nurse rushed over to restrain her while a doctor in a white coat approached quickly. Speaking softly, "It's time for your medication, Miss Green." "I don't want it," Tracy cried out. The doctor gently administered the medicine into Tracy's mouth. She resisted, some of the potion spilling from her lips. "Be obedient. Take this medicine, and everything will be all right," the doctor urged. Upon hearing this, Tracy complied and swallowed the medication. Becoming quiet and lying still, the doctor and nurse exchanged a glance with Bran before departing. "What happened to you?" Bran asked, astonished. Just moments ago, Tracy had seemed lifeless, but she abruptly sprang up in bed. She glanced outside, ensuring the two had left, and dramatically patted her chest, exclaiming, "Finally, they're gone." "What illness do you have?" Bran pressed on, fearing it might relate to the coma charm he had cast, suspecting it had rendered her mind muddled, necessitating her stay in the spell-damaged ward. "I'm not ill," Tracy insisted. "It's not as you think. I'm genuinely not sick." The red-haired girl crossed her arms, staring at Bran. "What is your name?" "Bran." "Ah, so you're the customer I attended to? The one at the post office when Rog malfunctioned?" "Yes. If you're not ill, why are you here?" "The medication doesn't seem pleasant either," Bran inquired curiously. "Goodness, haven't you ever worked for someone outside?" "I got injured on the job," Tracy exclaimed, her eyes widening. "As long as I'm here, I can avoid work and still receive a salary, plus extra hospitalization allowances." Chapter 62. The principal is not home today. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Bran did not anticipate such a ploy and paused momentarily before responding. "Feigning illness must be quite a challenge, no?" "I am rather adept at acting," Tracy whispered conspiratorially. "Do you know what they registered for me?" "Strong tendencies for self-destruction. If I were to be just a tad more reckless, truly banging my head against the wall, they would take me seriously. I could easily fabricate some symptoms, like feeling as though the world is devoid of color, believing that existence holds no hope, or that you all are extraterrestrials intent on devouring me. Don't they possess a comprehensive diagnostic system to ascertain whether I am genuinely unwell?" Bran inquired, astonished. "St. Mungo's is far from a muggle hospital," Tracy replied with a hint of pride. "Numerous spells leave scant traces. Their dim-witted minds cannot discern the truth. They can only rely on my words. I overheard those two healers discussing how I could be classified as a complex case. However, that is also tied to my admission to the hospital. Gaining entry to St. Mungo's is rather cumbersome, but upon awakening to find myself in a hospital bed there, I knew my opportunity had arrived." Bran chuckled at her, saying, "Aren't you afraid I might relay this to those doctors? Healers? To inform them that you are deceiving the post office for benefits? Please don't," Tracy pleaded immediately. "I have already been inundated with so many potions. I feel I have yet to earn my benefits compared to the bizarre concoctions I've ingested. I only disclosed this to you because I was truly at my wit's end. I have been feigning madness for several days now. Has no one come to see you?" Tracy's smile gradually faded. "I have no friends. My parents passed away long ago." "I'm sorry. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it." Tracy's smile returned. She sat upright, lifting a bowl of soup from the bedside table, sipping it delicately. "I actually have a question regarding that incident at the post office," Bran stated, deciding to broach the subject directly. "Oh, you're not an ore spy, are you? You want to expose my benefits deception, will you?" Tracy raised her gaze from the soup. "Rest assured, that is not my intention. I wish to know if you are aware that Roger is an alchemical puppet." "I didn't know," Tracy replied succinctly. "He was simply parachuted into the department. I presumed he had connections. Interacting with him felt as though he looked down upon me." "Does the post office truly have a rating system?" Bran noted Tracy's expression carefully. She pondered briefly before responding, "Yes, but it vanished after Roger's incident. I cannot fathom why he, as an alchemical puppet, would be unaware." "Very well. I have nothing further, so I shall take my leave." Bran prepared to exit, realizing he could not extract any useful information from Tracy unless he probed the post office's administrators. Otherwise, the matter appeared to be a dead end. "Don't go. Let us converse some more. I suspect you have no girlfriend," Tracy urged anxiously. Bran pinched the bridge of his nose, admitting, "Indeed, I do not." "You don't seem like someone who would lack a girlfriend," Tracy remarked. "It's different. Consider me one to you. Although I am 28, I possess a youthful spirit." "How old are you?" Bran responded, momentarily taken aback. I am nearly 20, he replied awkwardly. Oh, I don't mind age gaps in relationships. However, I am not currently seeking romance. Just say it. Do you find me too old? Or do you already have someone special? Trissy pressed. Neither is the case. All right then. Which house are you from at Hogwarts? Gryffindor. Ah, so you're a younger student. It's fine for you to consider me an older sister. Really? Trissy proved to be the most persistent and familiar among the many women Bran had interacted with just a few exchanges. Bran transitioned from a detached questioning machine to someone utterly flustered, at a loss for words. She engaged Bran in conversation for quite some time, until finally, Owen S. Owl swooped in to rescue him. Just as Trissy was recounting her past romances, an owl pecked at the window by her bed. Bran opened the window, allowing the owl to enter, and discovered it bore a letter from Owen. Hold on. I must leave, Bran said, waving the letter before tearing open the envelope to read. Bran, Angela and I have arrived at the Hope CAF. If you have nothing else to do, please come over. Owen, it appears that Victoria has returned as well. The CAF is now open. Is that your little admirer? Tracy glared at the letter in Bran's hand and remarked, Owen, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You have a boyfriend. No, he's just a friend, Bran protested. All right then, where should I go if I want to chat with you? After all, I should be discharged soon. Speaking of discharge, Tracy winked mischievously. Well, just head to the Hope CAF in Diagonal Alley. Fine, fine, Tracy replied. Are you advertising for your friend at the CAF? Bran hastily left St. Mungo's. Welcome. Annie greeted sweetly. You finally made it. Owen stood up and approached, gravely patting Bran on the shoulder. He looked remarkably different. Sporting a baseball cap, shirt, and jeans, resembling a tourist from America. Angela, however, was dressed more normally in a long skirt. Bran took a seat at the table, and before he could speak, Victoria brought over a cup of hot milk. Thanks. You visited my CAF so many times and had milk 10 times. It's hard not to remember you, Victoria said. Her long golden hair was simply tied back, but she instinctively tucked a strand behind her ear. I won't interrupt you further. Owen says the matter is quite important. Watching Victoria return to the counter, Owen chimed in. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Do you recall the giant ruins I mentioned last time? We suspect that the key is related to that place. Of course, this is merely a preliminary judgment. We need to see the actual key. Is it Professor Dumbledore's? Can we meet him? Angela inquired. We can, but he has been quite busy, Bran replied. There are urgent methods to contact him, but we usually refrain from doing so, fearing we might disturb his affairs. Dumbledore ascended the stairs slowly to the tower's summit. Nurmengard, dilapidated and seldom visited, had become even less inviting since the last incident, where all the guards perished. It was referred to as the cursed place. He knocked on the door, but no response came. Thus, he pushed the door open. A foul odor assaulted him, and he frowned at the hunched corpse on the bed. Gellert Grindelwald's lifeless eyes gazed at him, seemingly in accusation. Tom, oh Tom, Dumbledore sighed, waving his old wand. The corpse transformed, revealing a young Nurmengard guard with his eyes wide open. It appears he indeed brought you some humiliation, Dumbledore remarked to the empty room. He closed the young guard's eyes and moved him aside with a flick of his wand, settling down on Grindelwald sped to silently gaze at the sky outside. Chapter 63. The headmaster invites you for tea, oh, Fox, Dumbledore said. The phoenix materialized before him, circling around and emitting a melodious cry. It seems they have matters to discuss with me. The old headmaster stood, briskly walking towards the door, only to pause suddenly, turning back to deeply survey the vacant room. He grasped Fox's tail, and together they vanished in a burst of fiery brilliance. After some time, a gray-haired elder hummed a tune as he entered the room, carrying a bag of miscellaneous items. Upon noticing the deceased guard on the floor and the phoenix feather at the entrance, he furrowed his brow. He extracted a piece of white bread from the bag and began to eat slowly, snapping his fingers. The guard on the ground gradually morphed back into Gellert Grindelwald. The elder chuckled, finishing his bread, wiping his mouth, taking a sip of water, and clapping his hands. The corpse vanished, leaving the room odorless. He sat on the tattered bed. Snap! Another snap of his fingers sent the phoenix feather flying into the elder's hand. He examined the feather, and the smile slowly faded from his lips. Welcome. Oh, it's you. Annie rolled her eyes at Bran before returning to her comic. You still have quite the temper. Bran remarked as he resumed his seat across from Owen, who leaned in eagerly. I've contacted the headmaster, he assured Owen. Will he come? Angela asked anxiously. He is Albus Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard in Europe for nearly 2 centuries. Bran tapped his spoon against the ceramic cup. I can't be certain, to be honest. This isn't a matter of utmost urgency. I mean, it's an urgent notice, but... Welcome, Annie announced as the bell chimed. Dumbledore entered through the curtain. Fox perched on his shoulder. He curiously glanced back at the ringing bells and took in the CAF's artistic decor. A hush fell over the CAF. Dumbledore approached a painting hanging on the wall and remarked, I do admire Constable. Is this a replica? Yes, Victoria replied. Ah, it's you, Miss Gomez, Dumbledore said, bowing slightly. So this is the CAF you opened after resigning from Hogwarts. I thought so. Very few people in Diagonal Alley are interested in Muggle art. What would you like to drink? Victoria inquired politely. I have recently developed a liking for black tea, If you would be so kind, the headmaster replied. He seemed to just notice the trio sitting by the window and strode over. Bran, so you were the one who contacted me. This is Owen. And this lovely lady beside him must be Angela Engle. Miss Engle, your reputation in the academic world precedes you, Dumbledore said. May I take a seat? Of course, headmaster. Owen quickly replied. Dumbledore settled next to Bran. Owen exchanged glances with Angela and spoke first. Headmaster, I want to take up your time. To get straight to the point, you inquired through Bran about a giant key. We do have some leads, but we need to see the actual object for further confirmation. Bran quietly sipped his milk. Suddenly feeling an attraction, he turned to see Dumbledore pull the enormous key from his robe and place it on the table. It seemed Dumbledore's pockets were imbued with concealment magic, he thought. Owen reverently picked up the key, examining it closely. To Bran, the stone key appeared unremarkable. Yet Owen scrutinized it intently, running his fingers over it repeatedly. Victoria approached, pouring Dumbledore some black tea. The headmaster politely thanked her and took a sip. So, have your speculations been confirmed or denied? Dumbledore inquired. Owen, entranced, continued to study the key without responding. Angela disregarded the principal, instead reaching into her pocket to produce a pair of spectacles, which she donned as she softly began to recite an incantation. The stone key gradually emitted an ethereal blue glow, with lines of incomprehensible symbols appearing upon its surface. You guessed correctly. I guessed right. Owen and Angela exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Could someone enlighten this illiterate individual about what has transpired? Bran inquired. Dumbledore, sipping his tea, shifted the conversation. Bran, I believe you ought to explore new beverages. For instance, Miss Gomez's red tea is quite delightful. I could treat you to a cup. We were right, Owen declared excitedly. You cannot imagine how, upon first seeing this key, we instinctively associated it with an adventure we once experienced. It is utterly nonsensical, as the sole reason for our connection is the key's size. Bran recalled their expedition to the tomb of a giant king in Finland. While they were aware that numerous places could possess such a colossal key, it was challenging not to ponder the possibility of a connection. Upon encountering the actual object, I was immediately convinced of its relevance. Owen paused, pointing to a concealed area on the key's surface, still glowing with blue light. Look at this pattern. It is identical to the engravings on the columns of the ruins. You remember even this? Are you a scanner? Bran gazed in astonishment at that intricate segment of design. Discovering this pattern on what initially appeared to be an unremarkable key was impressive, and recalling the engravings from an underground ruin from years prior was even more so. Now, I wish to verify something, as I happen to have studied a spell from the realm of the Finnish giants, intended to ascertain whether an object is royal property. Angela remarked, still wearing her spectacles, and indeed, it was. Could this merely be sheer luck? The inscription upon it, in the ancient giant script, translates to he who holds this key shall unlock the door. Truly remarkable. Even if luck plays a part, it is inseparable from your profound experiences and knowledge. Dumbledore praised. No, Mr. Principal. Owen, regaining his composure, set down the key. When we speak of luck, we ponder why it is us. Why are we, with the corresponding experiences, the ones to possess this key? Bran detected a hint of panic in his tone. Mr. Principal, may I inquire about the origin of this key? It is of utmost importance to us, Owen earnestly requested. Chapter 64. The Four Titans. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. They walked along the path from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, layers of clouds shrouding the sky. Is this truly acceptable, Mr. Principal? Angela and I are not students of Hogwarts. Owen queried, trailing behind Dumbledore. It matters not. You may be considered guests. After all, without my guidance, you would struggle to find Hogwarts on your next visit, Dumbledore replied. As they approached the entrance, the doors opened automatically. Argus Filch stood behind the door and, upon seeing the principal, hurriedly made way. Good afternoon, Argus, Dumbledore greeted. Good afternoon. Professor, Filch bowed. As Filch bowed, they had already traversed a considerable distance. Some students were playing on the castle lawn, and upon seeing Dumbledore accompanied by 3 adult wizards, they paused in astonishment. Good afternoon, Miss Lovegood. As they entered the castle, Luna happened to emerge from within. Dumbledore smiled kindly at her. Luna snapped back from her daze. Oh, good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. She looked inquiringly at Bran, who silently mouthed, I do not know where we are going. Upon entering the foyer, Dumbledore turned down a small corridor, colliding with a plump woman in pink attire and a matching hat. Albus, I thought you had forsaken Hogwarts. Umbridge exclaimed sweetly. Good afternoon, Dolores. Your words are rather disheartening, Dumbledore replied cheerfully as he swiftly moved past her. Wait, who are these people? Umbridge attempted to stop them. Seeing Dumbledore did not pause, Bran and the others closely followed. My guests, Dumbledore responded without turning back. The principal led them into a more secluded area, quickly distancing them from any students rushing to their classes. They arrived at a place Bran had never visited before. While Bran was trying to recall which part of their journey had brought them here, Dumbledore halted before a portrait. This place is one I stumbled upon about a decade ago. It is quite fascinating, he remarked. That is Rowena Ravenclaw, Owen asserted confidently. It is not. The founders of Hogwarts did not leave portraits of themselves within their castle, Angela countered. You see, this resembles her more like a daughter. Bran stared at the painting. Indeed, finding it reminiscent of the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, though he had only seen her a few times. Perhaps the resemblance was merely due to the mother-daughter likeness. Extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, Dumbledore spoke to the portrait. Do you truly believe that? The portrait stirred, revealing a woman with regretful blue eyes. No, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. Tell me why. The woman asked urgently. Humanity's essence lies in the vibrant emotions pulsating within their chests, in the love residing in their hearts. If humanity possesses only intellect and wisdom, yet allows their spirit to become a wasteland devoid of love, then they cannot truly be called human, Dumbledore stated solemnly. The woman wept bitterly, clinging to a column within the portrait. Bran observed as the scene around him swiftly transformed. What initially appeared to be an ordinary corridor of Hogwarts gradually morphed into a grand hall. The hall was brilliantly lit, sunlight flooding the space, with autumn leaves carpeting the floor. Four enormous statues stood within the hall, from left to right, a man clad in golden-red warrior attire, a woman in a broad black and yellow robe, a man in a silver-green cloak, and a woman in an elaborate blue and bronze gown. Their faces bore no features. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Ravenclaw. Owen quickly recited the names. Bran curiously approached the immense window. Outside lay Hogwarts' verdant fields, basked in sunshine beneath a blue sky dotted with white clouds. He realized this was a magical creation, for the real weather outside was overcast. I discovered the key from this very location, Dumbledore said, leading them beneath the Slytherin statue and gesturing towards its robe. Well, it did not exactly come from me. It simply fell from above, making it rather difficult to overlook. The three leaned in to examine it. Owen boldly prepared to climb, only to be halted by Angela. Well, I cannot comprehend why the key would be found at Slytherin's domain, nor do I understand why you have sought us out, Mr. Principal, he remarked. I have inquired of several individuals, to be frank. Dumbledore remarked. Indeed, we have fortuitously received your inquiry. Most importantly, why did this key fall at this particular moment? Owen responded, I understand your point. Dumbledore nodded slightly. As you mentioned, the timing of this key's appearance is indeed quite coincidental. I acquired it on August 16th, Bran pondered. Where were we on the 16th? Camerston, Angela exclaimed. Please elaborate, Dumbledore requested. Thus, they recounted to Dumbledore all that transpired when they boarded the ship, sank into the depths of the Atlantic, and encountered the remnants of Camerston. So, when you dealt with that medieval sorceress known as Mrs. Camerston, a key related to the giant's relic fell from the statue of Slytherin, Dumbledore summarized. This further heightens the sense of coincidence, Owen said anxiously. He gazed up at the statue of Slytherin. What I mean is, one could argue that Slytherin has set some sort of magic in place, such that once the Camerston incident is resolved, there would be corresponding changes here. After all, it was he who left behind safeguards against Mrs. Camerston in that very place. The crux of the matter lies in why it is the key to the Giant King. Why is it precisely the key to the Giant King that we have encountered? At times, the wisdom of the four founders can indeed be obscured, Dumbledore mused. We must return there, Owen suddenly declared with determination. We need to take this key back to the Giant King's tomb. You must be mad, Bran cautioned. Someone died the last time you were there, and the cause of death was unknown. But this key, Owen countered. Calm down, Angela interjected, pulling him back. Bran, why not bring your orange cat along? Dumbledore suggested. Camerston and the Giant King clearly signify something here in Slytherin, possessing some connection. Since your orange cat is a gift from that magical creature known as the Puppeteer, it may trigger yet another preordained enchantment of Salazar Slytherin. Owen and Angela turned simultaneously to Bran. After some contemplation, Bran deemed this the safer option, reasoning that Slytherin would hardly place a perilous enchantment in his own castle that could endanger his descendants. Then it is settled, he agreed. Chapter 65. The Path of Slytherin. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. We can wait here, Owen suggested. Bran glanced at the door to the hall and inquired. Can we simply walk out through the door? Of course, Bran, of course, Dumbledore replied, conjuring a chair from thin air to sit down, followed by two more chairs and a tea table. Indeed, it is rather cumbersome for Owen and Angela, as outsiders, to navigate the school. With this thought, Bran approached the tall wooden door and effortlessly pushed it open. The scene outside felt oddly familiar. He instinctively glanced back and saw the tapestry of the troll clubbing the hapless Barnaby. Ah, the room of requirement. Here on the 8th floor, he mused. He had not sought out Horcruxes today. Ever since entering Hogwarts, unexpected events had unfolded in succession, leaving him no time to verify his identity or to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could scarcely believe he had been so foolish. Two blatantly obvious items lay before him, and he had failed to connect them. Bran halted and hurried back to the tapestry. This shouldn't take long. It won't significantly delay the tea gathering for those three. I need a room filled with information regarding soulsuckers. He closed his eyes and silently intoned this phrase, pacing back and forth in front of the wall 3 times before opening his eyes. A door materialized on the smooth wall. Eagerly, Bran opened the door and stepped into the room of requirement. Before him stood a large bookshelf, a table, and a chair. On the table sat a bottle of ink with a quill inserted. The bookshelf was utterly bare. Goodness. Bran rubbed his eyes, confirming that the shelf was empty. He hastily searched, but found nothing of value. Never mind, others are waiting for me. He regretfully approached the door, grasped the handle, and glanced back one last time, hoping the shelf would suddenly sprout books. As anticipated, nothing happened. He dashed out, racing downstairs, and collided with Umbridge just as he was about to exit the castle. Umbridge, flanked by two Aurors, stormed upstairs in a fit of rage, both Aurors wearing expressions of impatience. Look, we've caught the culprit, she shrieked upon spotting Bran. I don't have time to play house with you, Bran replied impatiently. Naturally, Umbridge said, her eyes glazing over as she murmured, in the face of Bran's blatant curse. The two Aurors not only refrained from intervening but also looked gratefully at him. You're welcome. Having such a superior must be trying for you, Bran muttered, striding out confidently. I still have matters to attend to with the headmaster. I will return shortly. Upon reaching the door, he addressed Filch. Once outside Hogwarts, he immediately disapparated back to his home in London. Meow, meow, meow. The orange cat, seeing him in such a flurry, looked puzzled. It seems I must take you. My homebuddy cat, on a little journey, Bran said, scooping up the plump orange cat and disapparating. This time, he made no mistakes, accurately appearing just a few dozen meters outside Hogwarts gates. He entered the school smoothly, reached the 8th floor without encountering any hindrance from the pink toad or other unforeseen events. Except for the fact that he was unsure how to return. Bran stared at the tapestry, a dark cloud of frustration hanging over him. As the orange cat in his arms meowed mockingly, it appears you are indeed that orange cat, Dumbledore approached from the end of the corridor. Reaching out to playfully tease the cat before suddenly lowering his voice with utmost seriousness, I know you cannot find your way. The headmaster placed his right hand on Bran's shoulder and pulled him forcefully, and they instantly returned to the sunlit hall. Owen and Angela, seeing them, dropped what they were holding and rushed over. What do we do now? Bran inquired. Not sure. Perhaps we should do a bit of this, a bit of that? Dumbledore suggested. The three encircled Bran as he cradled the orange cat, resembling a new mother with her infant, while Owen and the others eagerly resembled aunts and cousins anxious to see the baby. Maybe we should place this cat before the statue of Slytherin, he proposed, slowly approaching the base of the green-robed wizard to set down the orange cat. You didn't he give it a name? Dumbledore asked. Let us call it Lazy. As it doesn't he seem particularly bright, Bran replied casually. What a dreadful name, Owen commented. They watched the orange cat gaze around for a moment before nimbly climbing up the statue's robe. It turned and leaped onto Slytherin's hand, traversing with remarkable balance along Slytherin's elevated right hand. Then, the orange cat extended its paw and grasped Slytherin's palm. A burst of light emanated from the statue's hand, startling the cat, which fell but landed safely. The brilliance vanished in an instant. It seemed as if nothing was happening. The four individuals waited patiently in silence. After a while, the grand doors swung open, revealing a woman clad in a flowing yellow robe and a man dressed in a sleek silver-green wizard's attire. This is Bran speaking, he proclaimed. Historical projection, Irving remarked. Bran scrutinized the two newcomers with suspicion. His understanding of the realm of mental magic rendered him acutely sensitive to illusions and projections. He perceived significant differences between these two and the rudimentary historical images he was accustomed to. Camerston's short-sightedness is well known. I am not surprised, Hufflepuff commented, her voice rich and resonant. She is but a minor player, Slytherin retorted scornfully. I have left a contingency in her lair. For even a slightly clever person could send her, reliant on externalities, to her demise. Her well-known preference for male beauty is quite amusing, Hufflepuff said, unable to conceal her smile. No, Slytherin dismissively countered. I maintain she is merely a minor player. Suddenly, he turned his gaze upon the four, as if peering through a millennium of time, his eyes landing upon them. Whether it was an illusion or not, Bran felt Slytherin's gaze directed at him. I have left a path, Slytherin declared. Though we all agree that similar research and exploration must be prohibited henceforth, one cannot ascertain whether others, endowed with sufficient ability and talent, might tread the path we once did. I have left a way for them. Hufflepuff sighed softly. You are always so stubborn. Yet I suppose it is not without merit. I shall set a spell here, Slytherin said, snapping his fingers. A colossal statue rose from the ground. It was then that Bran realized the hall was devoid of any sculpture until that moment. To leave them a meticulously prepared path, akin to teaching wizard apprentices, guiding them step by step, laying a foundational understanding, assessing their existing knowledge, and adjusting the lessons to their individual capabilities, Hufflepuff observed as she gazed at the statue. Interesting. I believe I shall leave a statue for myself as well, she remarked. You truly are a lifelong teacher, Slytherin. I am, and so are you, Slytherin replied stiffly. Unless you truly believe yourself to be more of a cook. Chapter 66. Losing a sesame, gaining a watermelon. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Two legendary wizards from a millennium ago vanished into thin air like bubbles. Dumbledore was the first to applaud. It seems this is the answer. Thank you all for satisfying an old man's curiosity. The orange cat, feeling aggrieved, curled up by Bran's feet and meowed. Bran crouched down to comfort it, saying, "It's all right. I won't let you travel far next time. We must journey to Finland," Irving announced, his face aglow as if he had just won a multi-million-dollar lottery. Unlike him, Angela still bore an expression of concern. "We decided to cease our pursuits, remember?" she said. Dumbledore and Bran exchanged knowing silence. "It is different," Irving insisted excitedly. "It truly is different. Previously, we wandered aimlessly, devoid of any guidance from predecessors, with no one to impart their experiences. We were solely reliant on our explorations and discoveries. We faced vast unknowns, utterly perplexed. How many companions have we lost? We were even driven to despair, seeking resurrection." He closed his mouth, then resumed. "But now, 1,000 years ago, the legendary wizard, one of Hogwarts' 4 founders, Salazar Slytherin, expressly stated that he had a meticulously crafted path, intended for those of us eager to pursue the truth. Angela, he is Salazar Slytherin, the most exceptional wizard in the annals of magical history, the most outstanding teacher. Add a one to that," he added. Angela appeared to be swayed. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "But this is still merely a projection." "Oh, you do not even believe your own words." Irving laughed. "Have you forgotten what Slytherin said? Teaching wizard apprentices, hand in hand, laying their foundation, observing their existing knowledge, and adjusting the lessons according to their individual conditions. That is precisely what we are experiencing. We resolve the matter of Madame Camerston. This is the first step on Slytherin's path. We have passed the trial, and thus the key has fallen here. Why is it specifically related to the giant kingdom of Finland? Because we happen to know. Slytherin knows we know. That is why he manifested the key. But Slytherin is dead. How could he possibly tailor his approach?" Angela's voice grew fainter. "He is Salazar Slytherin. He always finds a way," Irving asserted. "Look, he could not harm his own students. If we embark on this path, we are, in essence, his students. This route must be safe. Angela, fundamentally, it is a trial set by a teacher for their pupils, and there will be no insurmountable predicaments. If there are, it will merely be because we lack the intelligence to discern Slytherin's contingencies. Then we shall go to Finland," Angela declared. The pursuit of truth and knowledge seemed to envelop her, dispelling her doubts and worries. "It appears you have made a decision," Dumbledore remarked, bowing slightly. "Your thirst for knowledge both astonishes and moves me. Headmaster, you could also accompany us. Your vast knowledge and exceptional magical prowess would greatly aid us," Irving implored. "I am old, Irving. I am not suited to roam as you young ones do. There is an entire school that requires my attention." Dumbledore responded with a gentle shake of his head. "If you truly need assistance, then take me along," Bran suggested. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to join Irving. As Irving had articulated, this was a path meticulously designed by Slytherin, leading toward the truth. He desperately sought answers to comprehend this increasingly enigmatic world. Furthermore, he was not entirely reassured about allowing these two to venture forth alone. His abilities would prove invaluable in such ancient ruins. "Oh, I was wondering why you were silent," Irving said, striding purposefully toward the exit. "I am going to pack now and prepare for our journey to Finland." Angela shook her head and followed suit. Dumbledore also rose to depart. "Oh, Bran, since you are heading to Finland, I have a task for you." He paused at the door, turned back, and said, "A mission for the Order of the Phoenix. I have only participated in 2 tasks since joining the Order, sir." "I thought you had forgotten me," Brent joked. "Of course not. I considered your own needs," Dumbledore replied, taking out a pocket watch to check the time. "The task is quite simple and will not impede your quest for truth with Irving Rask. You merely need to meet with Rubeus Hagrid along the way. Ensure that you two rendezvous. If there is nothing else, I must guide this reckless couple. If you have further research to conduct, feel free to remain in the library. The restricted section is open to you." The headmaster pulled a sheet of paper from his robe, swiftly signed it, and handed it to Bran before exiting. Bran reflected on the encounter. At this moment, Paige was likely occupied with matters concerning giants, which indeed brought him closer to my journey. He stepped out the door and glanced back at the sun-drenched hall. The statues of the 4 founders stood majestically in the sunlight. If Bran were to summarize his days at Hogwarts, he would say it succinctly. He lost a sesame seed but gained a watermelon. The Horcrux remained intact, and he was still at a loss regarding the new abilities he acquired after his journey through time. However, he unexpectedly came to understand the vision that Dumbledore spoke of, grasped the concept of divinity, and was about to embark on the meticulously crafted path of Slytherin. Before leaving the school, he finally had ample time to examine the room of requirement. "I need a chamber filled with information related to soulsuckers," Bran declared as he entered. As he anticipated, the bookshelves were still barren. Yet, unlike last time, after meticulously searching the room, he discovered some new items. Suddenly, he raised his head from beneath the table, nearly colliding with its edge. "What is this?" He noticed a piece of parchment had appeared on the table. The ink was still wet. He picked up the paper and read aloud. "Slytherin has emptied the books from this room. I inquired with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, only to uncover his audacious notion. Why not leave some intriguing insights of my own?" This tone resembled that of Gryffindor, as Bran tucked away the parchment, solidifying his resolve to journey to Finland. Since Slytherin would not reveal his abilities, he would have to seek them out himself, curious to discover what Slytherin concealed beneath the surface. After all, Even if the world were an isolated island, it did not imply he should refrain from setting sail. Chapter 67. The final preparations before departure. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. For now, we must consolidate our offensive. Both sides possess the ability to see through ordinary invisibility cloaks. Excuse me, is Harry present? Bran gently knocked on the partially closed kitchen door. Cradling a ginger cat that seemed quite displeased with its name, Lazy, Sirius paused momentarily, glancing around before quietly asking Moody, have you seen him? Not eavesdropping. He's alone in his bedroom upstairs, Moody gruffly replied. Then I shall not intrude, Bran promptly stated, closing the door and ascending the stairs. He could hear the gathering in the kitchen resume their discussions. Dinner had concluded, and his late arrival meant he had missed Mrs. Weasley's homemade tarts. Owen had informed him of their imminent departure to Finland the following day, necessitating his presence for some final arrangements. Come in. Harry's voice sounded somewhat lackluster. Hello, Harry, Bran said, shutting the door behind him. The ginger cat leaped from his arms, landing nimbly on Harry's bed, gazing curiously at him. Harry set aside his quill and replied. Hello, Bran, mustering some energy. You appear rather unwell, Bran remarked, pointing out the evident truth. Is it because you cannot go outside? I am trying to lift my spirits. Harry sharply retorted, raising his quill. I am genuinely attempting to comprehend Dumbledore's intentions, but it is utterly incomprehensible. Your invisibility cloak is still with you, I presume? Bran said meaningfully. Yes, but Professor Moody would never allow me the opportunity. Do not overthink it. There are plenty of chances to slip out of this house, Bran urged. Mad I cannot remain here indefinitely. You will have your moment. And then what? Venture out only to be captured by Death Eaters, or to savor the aroma of the Dursley's lawn. Harry's tone remained acerbic. Ah, I see, Bran exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. So your frustration stems not from being confined within these walls, but from your inability to engage in actions you deem useful and beneficial to the situation. Harry appeared momentarily stung, but Bran seized the opportunity before he could retaliate. No. Harry, I wish for you to go out to destroy the Horcruxes. The boy who lived blinked in surprise. What? Indeed, I have located the remaining Horcruxes, Bran declared, delighting in the revelation. However, no, do not inquire how I know, and do not divulge this information carelessly. Bran gestured for silence. I had originally intended to destroy the Horcrux myself, but urgent matters have arisen. Bran had contemplated this for some time. The diadem of Ravenclaw lay concealed among the countless items in the room of requirement. Unless he intended to set the magical room ablaze with fiend fire, he would never locate the diadem in a lifetime. But Harry was different. Harry was one of the Horcruxes. Bran believed this would greatly assist Harry in pinpointing the diadem among the myriad of objects, as long as he was aware of the Horcrux's presence and its nature. He would undoubtedly find it swiftly, just as he had stumbled upon a Horcrux while searching for a textbook in the original timeline. Listen, Harry, Bran spoke rapidly. There are 2 remaining Horcruxes, of which I believe you and Dumbledore are already aware, the diadem of Ravenclaw and the cup of Hufflepuff. According to my investigations, the diadem resides within the room of requirement at Hogwarts, while the cup poses a greater challenge, being located within the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange at Gringotts. The diadem is relatively easy for you to find and destroy, and it is within Hogwarts. You need not worry for your safety. And you can leisurely search for the Horcrux. It's a win-win situation. Don your invisibility cloak, gather a trustworthy companion, be it Ron or Hermione, and head to Hogwarts. Once inside, descend into the Chamber of Secrets and retrieve a few basilisk fangs. Are you familiar with the Room of Requirement? If not, it matters not. Simply stand before the tapestry of the troll on the 8th floor, walk back and forth 3 times, and mutter, I require a place to hide something, and you will gain entry to search for the Horcrux. Harry listened intently, when suddenly the ginger cat leaped onto his head, curiously pawing at his tousled hair. Laziness, off, Bran commanded, but the cat paid him no heed, forcing him to approach and gently lift it down. I believe I understand, Harry stated, a newfound vigor radiating from him. He stood up, beaming, and asked, what about the cup? Let us not dwell on that for now. Bran shook his head. The cup is secured within the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange, rendering it nearly impossible to obtain unless we infiltrate Gringotts and bribe the goblins. Indeed, I suppose I should concentrate on locating the diadem. We will devise a plan for Gringotts. Bran recognized that we referred to the inseparable trio. In truth, the Order of the Phoenix might have alternative means, approaching matters through the Ministry of Magic and Goblin Laws, he pondered, acutely aware that it would be far more effective to create a ruckus at Gringotts. That will be quite a challenge, Harry remarked. In any case, we must not be overly ambitious. He cheerfully began rummaging around. Where is my invisibility cloak? Where has it gone? Oh, one more thing, Bran suddenly recalled. Has Dumbledore not shared his speculations regarding the remaining 2 Horcruxes with you? He has, Harry paused. He showed me a memory of a house elf, revealing the possible time of the cup's theft. He also recounted Voldemort's tenure at Hogwarts, speculating that one Horcrux lies within the school. Yet he has grown increasingly disinterested in the matter of Horcruxes lately. Whenever I managed to see him, he was busy teaching me occlumency, and when I asked him when we would resume searching for Horcruxes, he merely stated there would be opportunities in the future. He even disclosed the Horcrux matter to everyone. That is indeed peculiar. He may have discovered something more terrifying than the Horcruxes, Bran candidly replied. What could possibly hold more significance than the Horcruxes? They are the cornerstone of Voldemort's arrogance and the secret to his immortality, Harry queried in bewilderment. At the pinnacle of the tower in Ermengarde, the elderly man with graying hair carefully dipped his quill into the inkwell, commencing his writing. Albus. I am aware that this letter may evoke a myriad of emotions within you. However, my intent is not to reminisce. This letter serves as a warning. Tom Riddle has visited me, and I have left a trace. I must admit, this magical mark has proven quite effective. The Dark Lord remains entirely oblivious, suggesting my powers have not waned significantly. Consequently, I have witnessed even more disquieting events. Gellert Grindelwald paused his writing, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 68. The bookstore lacks Burke's works. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Harry dreamt once more. He had developed a considerable aversion to dreams. Ever since Voldemort's resurrection, dreams had brought nothing but misfortune. Almost at the moment Ginny kissed him, he realized he was ensnared in a dream. He lamented his ineptitude at closing his mind while simultaneously attempting to shut it off, half-heartedly relishing the moments with Ginny in the dream. All the while anxious about when Voldemort-related matters would intrude upon his blissful reverie. Nevertheless, if his mind-closing skills were truly abysmal, he would not have realized he was still dreaming. Indeed, just as he and Ginny strolled along the shores of the Great Lake at Hogwarts, the dream morphed. Upon entering the gates of Hogwarts Castle, he unexpectedly found himself plummeting into an abyss. Although he recognized this as a dream, he glanced back and, upon noticing Ginny's absence, breathed a silent sigh of relief. Preparing himself, he extended his hand and discovered it to be pale and elongated. Ready to delve once more into Voldemort's thoughts and endure any potential repercussions, the darkness gradually sharpened into focus. This was not sheer blackness but rather a cavernous space. A passage extended deeper underground, emanating a faint blue glow. Only then did Harry realize, to his astonishment, that he was not experiencing this through Voldemort's perspective. He hovered above the cave, gazing down at a figure clad in black robes, Voldemort, and another man. What could this mean? This was the first occurrence of such a phenomenon, and it left him somewhat flustered. He attempted to control his floating form, slowly descending towards the ground. My lord, do we continue downward? The man trembled. Harry floated in front of the man, noting his distinctly non-European features, with extremely light blonde hair and pale blue eyes. Indeed, Selwyn, Voldemort replied in a cold, high-pitched tone. You would not wish to disappoint your family, nor would you want to disappoint the Dark Lord. Voldemort's tone had shifted. Selwyn was a name that felt familiar. Bewildered, Harry floated closer to Voldemort. Yet, the bloodshot eyes of Voldemort seemed to pierce through Harry, as if he were invisible. This is splendid, Harry thought with exhilaration. This is precisely what I yearned for, to observe Voldemort's actions without incurring any additional peril. Yes, my lord, the man bowed his head and proceeded deeper underground. The journey was exceedingly tedious. Voldemort neither tormented anyone nor committed any other nefarious acts. He merely descended further. What could this be about? He must inform Dumbledore. Harry attempted to float away, but he found himself confined within an invisible barrier surrounding Voldemort, unable to venture too far, leaving him in the dark about their location. My lord, none of us have ventured this far down, the man said nervously, his legs beginning to tremble. Is that so? Voldemort inquired. My lord, what I mean is, we may encounter unimaginable things below. The man's eyes suddenly grew vacant, and he fell silent, obediently continuing his descent. Fool, Voldemort remarked lethargically. They passed through a stone door. Harry tried to follow but was met with an unseen barrier that prevented his passage. He anxiously watched as Voldemort, without a backward glance, gestured, and the stone door closed. My range is restricted. What would happen if I cannot keep up? Harry thought in distress. Soon enough, he received his answer. In a moment, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself back at number 12, Grimmauld Place. At 5 a.m, Harry felt wide awake. He sat up, reflecting on all that he had witnessed in the dream, suddenly realizing why the name Selwyn sounded so familiar. It was the surname of their third-year defense against the dark arts professor, the Finnish Massey Selwyn. Could that man be a relative of Professor Selwyn? Harry's mind was a tumult of confusion. Good morning, Victoria. Bran entered, causing the bell to ring, and disregarded him entirely, failing to offer any greeting. He was taken aback to find others present behind the counter. A man with artistically long hair stood there, conversing quietly with Victoria. Bran, Victoria exclaimed upon noticing him. What brings you here for milk again? The man turned, and Bran recognized him as Burke from the Department of Mysteries. A young man approaching another young woman for milk may sometimes be interpreted as a metaphor, Burke stated calmly. Bran was left bewildered. What metaphor? Victoria inquired with keen interest. Regarding motherhood, Burke replied. I noticed you have Freud's works on your bookshelf. Bran felt relieved, realizing he had misjudged Burke's intentions. He approached and noticed that Victoria clutched a parchment, heavily marked with revisions. Is this a defense brief for Rebecca? I thought that matter was settled, he remarked in surprise. Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore has sent me to assist Miss Victoria Gomez in winning the case of Rebecca Wolf versus the Malfoy family, aiming to legally dismantle the primary financial support of the Death Eaters. This will deliver a significant blow to the Death Eaters before the Ministry's inevitable downfall, Burke stated calmly. You are with the Order of the Phoenix? No one informed me, Bran exclaimed, astonished once more. I am not fond of joining organizations. It is merely difficult to refuse a request from Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Burke emphasized. As you can see, my interest in Mr. Burke's purpose is minimal. I simply wish to help Rebecca win this lawsuit and relieve her of her 10,000 galleon debt, Victoria added, surprised by Burke's knowledge and legal expertise. To Bran's astonishment, Burke elegantly bowed. Your knowledge is equally commendable, Miss Gomez. I believe your application to Oxford University will ultimately succeed. Speaking of which, will you sit down for a moment? Victoria asked, urging action. Burke, once again altering Bran's perception of him, took the parchment filled with legal arguments and found a seat to read quietly. I'll try some red tea, Victoria said, but Bran quickly intervened. No, I am here to wait for Owen. We are heading to Finland. Another 3,000 galleons waiting for your withdrawal? Victoria teased. Welcome, and announced. No, we are going to, tomb raiding, Owen approached, stating, I would like a latte. Chapter 69, have you started? You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. We will take a flight there. It is the fastest route. I doubt anyone thinks of this as a vacation, Owen asserted sternly. Angela looked at him as if he were mad. Bran voiced his disagreement. No, we might need to stop somewhere along the way, perhaps in Poland or Kaliningrad. Dumbledore has assigned me a task to meet someone. A stop is permissible. But you must have solid information to facilitate arrangements, Owen explained, as if to a child. That is the crux of the matter. I do not know where we will stop. The headmaster advised me to stay in touch when the time comes. Therefore, we need a boat. Not a direct flight to Helsinki, Bran said with resignation. Well, I haven't purchased a ticket yet, Owen replied nonchalantly. Moreover, tickets booked last minute tend to be exorbitantly priced and may not even be available. Do you think I care about a few coins? Bran was rendered speechless. Owen retrieved a brick-like mobile phone from his pocket, tapping away at it. Why is this contraption malfunctioning? I intended to contact an acquaintance to charter a boat. He puzzledly pressed the buttons. Another boat? Aren't you afraid it might sink again? In areas with a strong magical field, Muggle products typically fail. Burke, who was absorbed in scribbling on parchment, suddenly spoke up, calmly suggesting, Oh, this device is rather convenient. I momentarily forgot about that, Owen declared, rushing out the door and vanishing with a pop. Bran realized this was a rare opportunity to converse with Angela apart from Owen. Although he was convinced that the Slytherin path held the answers he sought, inquiring would not hurt. However, there were unfamiliar faces in the CAF. He refrained from using his wand, instead channeling some magic to his fingertips, and began to inscribe several sentences on the table. Angela, please do not disclose this to Owen or anyone else. I have a question. Angela glanced at the writing and nodded. He continued, have you ever heard the term demon hunter? In the 14th century, a dark wizard bore that title, linked to a spell that was popular during that era, which has since been lost. After a brief contemplation, Angela inscribed her response. Bran waved his hand, causing the various writings to vanish instantly. He reluctantly wrote, Is there nothing else? Let me ponder some more. Angela rested her chin on her left hand, slowly writing with her right. The bell chimed again, prompting Bran to quickly erase the words from the table. Owen returned. Everything is arranged, he declared, wearing a baseball cap. Are your belongings packed? We can leave now. A luxurious cruise awaits, I assure you. Then let us depart immediately, Bran shrugged indifferently, shaking a small bag in his hand. I've been ready for a while. By the way, could you share some of those peculiar magical items of yours? They seem quite useful. Certainly. Each team member must possess the necessary tools before an expedition. To avoid instances of being separated, Owen replied in a businesslike tone. Wait, Victoria, Bran called out. What is it? The blonde which lifted her head. Aren't you all leaving? I have a favor to ask. I will be away for a long time, and there is no one to care for my cat at home. Could you look after it? Bran said, approaching the counter, picking up a feather quill from Victoria, and swiftly wrote down his address. Here, I haven't placed any protective enchantments, so you can enter freely. Lack of necessary protective measures is an unwise choice, Bran read. Perhaps it is just one of his many peculiar habits. Burke always emphasized each word when stating names. No one knows I will be residing there. Wizards tend to avoid high-rise buildings. At least British wizards do, Bran remarked casually. By the way, how do you know my full name? I don't recall introducing myself. The world provides many windows for observation. I recall you getting lost twice in the corridors of the Department of Mysteries, Burke said dreamily. He cast a pointed glance at Owen and then persistently inquired, May I ask if you are of mixed blood? Yes, Bran replied, slowly walking back. Seeing that he had concluded his matters, Owen prepared to leave, but was called back by Burke. Owen Lask, Burke stated deliberately. May I ask if you are of mixed blood? What does that concern you? Owen retorted. Angela Engel, Burke switched targets. May I ask if you are of mixed blood? No. I hail from a pureblood family, Angela replied politely. Understandable. The surname Engel is quite telling, Burke remarked ethereally, while I am Muggle-born, and Miss Victoria Gomez is pureblood. Owen Lask, you can only be of mixed blood or Muggle descent. Why are we suddenly conducting a census? Bran internally scoffed. Are you finished with your inquiries? If so, we shall take our leave, Owen stated, taking Angela's hand as they headed outside. Owen Lask, I just recognized you. A renowned scholar, Burke's tone intensified. I have read your infamous article, Mr. Lask. Oh, so that is why you began probing the ancestry of everyone present? I have received my share of criticisms. And yours is not needed. Owen sharply responded, as you can see, I currently lack the time to entertain your ramblings. If you find it disagreeable, please present your arguments and evidence. I look forward to reading your masterpiece. I shall do so when time permits. Burke calmed down, but for now, I merely wish to point out how absurd your viewpoint is. Pureblood wizards can never be inherently superior to those of Muggle or mixed blood. Even if you provide numerous historical examples, it merely illustrates that the modern magical community does not reflect that. That is not the crux of my article. Owen exclaimed. I am fully in agreement with your hypothesis that the so-called magical essence of wizards actually arises from certain magical creatures we have yet to understand. Yet you yourself stated in your article that the historical data may present such a form due to issues of power dynamics. Coupled with the inherent resource advantages of pureblood aristocratic wizards. That is irrelevant. Owen seemed to abandon the argument. That is irrelevant. Indeed, there are gaps in the argument. I hastily glossed over it, primarily to make my main point appear more compelling. Moreover, do you not find that the notion of a pureblood wizard's blood purity being higher, under the premise of my main argument, is rather insulting? Then your work is nothing but an inadequate thesis. Besides its shocking views and abundant materials, even practical explorations are riddled with logical fallacies, Burke stated. Yes, you are correct, Owen nodded. Burke scrutinized him, slowly raising his right hand to part his robe, revealing a word written in blood red, my blood. In the past, it was a flame burning amidst the ashes, seemingly weak yet equally fervent. He spoke softly, and the room fell into silence until Victoria broke the stillness. Rest assured, Burke, Owen is not an aggressor. He is a wizard of Muggle descent, is he not, Owen? Owen nodded stiffly. Let us not exacerbate the atmosphere. I believe when Owen penned that article you all mentioned, his mind was solely occupied with his own significant discovery, devoid of any malicious intent. Furthermore, it appears he has made efforts to clarify this to avert any adverse repercussions, Victoria gently suggested. As this is our first meeting, let us take the time to understand one another better. Burke, you tend to be overly serious. However, I sympathize with you. If Owen appears offensive and you cannot be friends, then it is best to part amicably and not allow our spirits to sour. Later, I sent the owner who gave me this tattoo just after graduation to Azkaban, Burke remarked suddenly, turning to Victoria. Miss Gomez, I wholeheartedly support your admission to Oxford. If not for being a wizard, it should have been my alma mater. In my eyes, the wizarding world's greatest alchemists, Nicholas Flamel and the most powerful wizard of the last 2 centuries, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, are no more noble than William Shakespeare, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, Albert Einstein, or Du Fu, even John Constable. He gestured towards a landscape painting hanging on the wall. Thank you. I concur with your sentiments, Victoria replied. Owen Lasky, I owe you an apology. The most futile yet fervent of human emotions is anger. I cannot suppress my ire, yet I cannot ignore the repercussions of my indiscretion. Burke bowed deeply. It is of no consequence. I apologize as well. I am not without my faults, Owen's tone softened. The two exchanged polite handshakes, signifying their reconciliation. Bran watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded over several minutes, incredulous that he even knew of Du Fu. As he departed the CAF, he pondered this. The bell chimed. Welcome, and noticed a new customer and endeavored to perk up. The protagonist in her comic had died, leaving her feeling despondent and enraged. A girl with red hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in Muggle sportswear, entered through the door. It took me quite a while to find you, she muttered. Would you like something to drink? Victoria inquired. It was already afternoon, and only she and remained in the shop, as Burke had taken his leave shortly before. Oh, I suppose a latte? Tracy replied uncertainly. Furrowing her brow, she approached the counter, tapping the wooden table. I am looking for someone named Bran. Victoria paused. Why come here to seek him? She asked sharply. He instructed me to come here. I asked, what if I wish to speak with you? And he said, come to Hope CAF to find me. Tracy leaned on her left hand, looking at Victoria with embarrassment. I guess you must be his girlfriend? If I were, then he is quite foolish to bring an outsider into my domain. Victoria responded curtly. If you wish to find him, it is best to refrain from doing so for now. Why? Tracy asked in surprise. Victoria remained silent as she placed the latte before Tracy. In that case, I suppose I shall forego it, Tracy said, tossing several galleons onto the counter. Thank you for your hospitality. She turned and exited the CAF, the smile on her face gradually fading. Chapter 70, When I Grow Up. I will become you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Is this acquaintance of yours reliable? Bran inquired. He and Angela had accompanied Owen through several rounds of apparition, during which Owen, fatigued, had taken a considerable break, finally arriving at this concealed harbor in the afternoon. Not that well acquainted, Owen replied casually. Does it have any connection to dark wizards? Owen glared at him. Isn't everyone in this line of work just a common client? If there is any connection, that would be it. You weren't this paranoid last time. The circumstances have changed, Owen. I am now a prominent figure on Voldemort's side. Voldemort has infiltrated many places, Bran stated, observing the yacht anchored in the distance, a sense of unease creeping over him. If you are dissatisfied with this person, I can find someone more trustworthy, but it will delay us for several days, or we could opt for someone of lesser quality. Which means we cannot enjoy the luxurious yacht. All right. I won't disturb your enjoyment of the luxurious yacht, nor will it hinder our archaeological expedition to Finland. Bran continued to gaze at the yacht. I have an idea. How about I borrow some polyjuice potion from you to disguise my identity? I think you might be suffering from paranoia, Owen scoffed, rummaging to produce a vial. Angela smiled as she observed the two. Do you really have some? Did you empty a potion shop? Bran exclaimed, feeling he could start treating Owen as a source of reliable information. Enough with the chit-chat, Owen retorted impatiently. He pulled out a piece of parchment, pointing his wand at it. Mentones. The parchment glowed blue. Here, he tossed the parchment to Bran. If you want to apparate back, there will be many checkpoints. Use this key. It will take just 10 minutes. You are using the key without permission, Bran remarked as he accepted the parchment. This is France. There are no relevant laws here, Owen replied cunningly. Bran wasted no time, waving his hand and with a pop. He apparat into an office in a tall building in London. Holy crap. Colbert looked up abruptly, seeing Bran, and sighed with relief. I thought something had exploded. Muggle thinking. Bran said, well, things are urgent. I need to speak quickly. You know I've been targeted by Voldemort. Colbert nodded. So since then, I've been apparating whenever I can. However, this time, due to the distance, I had to expose myself in a situation with many unfamiliar faces. Where are you headed? Colbert asked, arms crossed. Finland. Owen had contacted another unreliable acquaintance's boat. I have a feeling, my friend, that boat is problematic. At least one person on it is. A feeling? Has Trelawney possessed you? But still, being cautious never hurts. So what do you plan to do? Bran shook the vial of potion in his hand. Polyjuice potion, Colbert sighed. No wonder. You want to meet strangers disguised as me. He pulled out a pair of scissors and snipped off a small lock of hair. Here, don't do anything strange, he said. We are practically the same. Bran laughed suddenly. With you, I wouldn't even look twice. Then don't use it. Just grab a passerby off the street. Colbert immediately tucked the lock of hair away. That makes sense. It's both safe and convenient. Bran pretended to leave. Fine, if you really grab a passerby. It'll be both troublesome and time-consuming. After all, you need more than just one hair. Aren't you in a hurry? Colbert stopped him. That would only waste time. It's all Owen's fault, Bran said, taking the lock of hair and dropping a few strands into the vial. The potion inside the vial swiftly transformed into a golden hue, reminiscent of the warm sun. Drink quickly and tell me what it tastes like, Colbert urged. Bran gulped it down like cola. He remarked that he felt a change in his body and quickly dashed to Colbert's private restroom. In the mirror, his face began to contort gradually. His black hair slowly transformed into a golden hue, and his azure eyes lightened to a shade of gray. He had only grown a couple of centimeters. With no significant change elsewhere, and even his clothes still fit him snugly. When I grow up, I will become you, Bran mused as he sauntered out of the restroom. What on earth are you saying? Colbert frowned at his twin brother. Do you have enough of the compound potion? Owen should provide ample supply. If it's insufficient, I'll only drink it when absolutely necessary in the presence of strangers, Bran replied. We must exercise caution, since you suspect the ship may be compromised. What if there are monitoring spells aboard? What if they observe you in a different guise when you Haven Tea ingested the potion? That would be absurd. I might as well wait a few more days and take another ship. Safety first. You best inspect for any monitoring enchantments once aboard. Rest assured. It shouldn't be so deranged, and we can typically detect ordinary monitoring spells, Bran reassured. I just fear that crew members might have ties to Voldemort. Silently slipping a lethal poison into my food. That is indeed a valid concern, Colbert conceded. Just then, Bran promptly grasped the parchment in his pocket, which began to emit a blue glow, waving his hand before it vanished. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore and Snape reached the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. I greatly appreciate your concern. Thank you for your efforts. All I do is for you, Dumbledore, Snape murmured, yet his words trailed off. Dumbledore inclined his head, saying, I understand. However, I must attend to some personal matters now. Snape leaned in closer and whispered, the Dark Lord is unwilling to see me. I may have aroused his suspicions. Then, if you are certain your life is in danger, flee at once, Dumbledore replied without a second thought. To be honest, assigning you as a spy is beneath your capabilities. What about intelligence, Dumbledore? Who will provide you with the latest updates on the Dark Lord's intentions? Snape inquired. I believe a solution will present itself, Dumbledore asserted, his demeanor calm. Snape regarded the headmaster intently. If you have devised a method to gather intelligence on the Dark Lord without my constant perilous involvement, I shall resign immediately, Dumbledore, he stated, turning sharply to leave. Dumbledore watched him depart, then slowly returned to his office, sitting behind his desk, where he naturally noticed a letter. His gaze lingered on the name Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 71. The one thing he feared is Dumbledore here? Harry entered the kitchen, calling loudly. He is not, Lupin replied, rubbing his forehead. I need to contact him urgently. Harry insisted, turning to dash upstairs. What are you planning to do? Lupin sighed and followed him. I have something extremely important to share with Professor Dumbledore. Harry responded without looking back, rushing into a small, unused room on the second floor. The room was cramped, containing merely a small table with a sheet of paper, a quill, and an inkpot. Harry seized the quill, which, unlike ordinary ones, was easily recognizable as a phoenix feather by those knowledgeable about magical creatures. Dipping it in ink, he wrote the name Albus Dumbledore. The moment he finished, the letters seemed to absorb into the paper and vanished. Harry, Lupin observed him with mild reproach. There was no need to summon Professor Dumbledore immediately. Such urgency is reserved for critical moments. It could interrupt his important work. Is that so? I genuinely believe this is urgent, and what I have to say is indeed significant, Harry retorted defiantly. What could you possibly tell me in the meantime? Lupin inquired patiently. Nothing. I'll share everything once Dumbledore arrives, Harry replied. Left with no recourse, Lupin stood by, waiting for the headmaster's arrival. They did not wait long. Footsteps echoed from downstairs. Albus Dumbledore, adorned in purple robes, appeared gracefully. Oh, Harry. Remus. What brings you here in such haste? Dumbledore inquired. I have urgent news for you. Professor Dumbledore, Harry spoke rapidly, recounting his dream to Dumbledore, including the peculiarities of this dream. Fascinating. So you found yourself in a relatively free observer state rather than viewing everything from Voldemort's perspective, Dumbledore contemplated. That is not the crux of the matter, Harry exclaimed, exasperated. The point is, he may be underground somewhere, searching for something, just like he sought the Elder Wand before. You previously thwarted his chances of finding the Elder Wand. Now we must act to prevent him from acquiring that object. Oh, Harry, that is precisely the point. Dumbledore replied calmly. This indicates that there is an issue with the connection between you and Voldemort. I am quite eager to understand why this problem has arisen. Akin to my curiosity regarding Mr. Bran, Mr. Owen, and Miss Angela in Finland. Finland? Harry seized on the keyword. You mean Bran and the others went to Finland? But Voldemort could very well be there. The man he commands. Harry paced anxiously. That man is called Selwyn. Our defense against the dark arts professor in 4th year was also named Selwyn. An intriguing hypothesis, Harry. I shall inform Bran that Voldemort may also be in Finland. Dumbledore replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Now, I am still concerned about what transpired the day before your dream. Did anything unusual happen to you? Harry surrendered. If Dumbledore was so dismissive of Voldemort's possible actions, then so be it. After all, Dumbledore seemed to have everything under control. He thought bitterly. It was just this morning. Harry said. Yesterday was unremarkable. Reflect carefully, Harry, Lupin urged. All right, I have nowhere else to go, right? I remained in the house. In the morning, I trained with Sirius. Then practiced magic alone. After lunch, I continued practicing magic, grew tired, returned to my room to rest, and later had dinner. After dinner, Bran came to see me. Chatted for a bit, and then I read for a while. Later, I spoke with Ron, then went to sleep. Harry recounted his day in a detached manner. Akin to recording a ledger. Bran visited you? Dumbledore seemed intrigued. What did he say? What did he bring? Did he do anything to you? We just talked. I had been in the house all day. Harry blinked. What could he do to me? Cast a spell? No, that would be too obvious. We simply chatted. He is one of us, after all. Harry looked at Lupin with a hint of doubt. Lupin nodded. No. I am not concerned that Bran will inflict any form of harm upon you. Dumbledore spoke slowly. I wonder, since he is merely engaging in conversation with you. Did he bring anything else? A cat, Harry replied candidly. I believe we have identified the culprit. Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully. Harry, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Bran's orange cat is indeed quite extraordinary. I think I may have a few more words when I deliver messages. Perhaps I can catch a glimpse of that orange cat. But what lies beneath Finland? Harry gazed incredulously at the headmaster's departing figure. Beneath Finland. Voldemort is down there. I suspect the headmaster may already have a strategy in place. You see, Bran is already gone, has he not? Lupin reassured him. Harry fell silent. Was everything truly under Dumbledore's control? Could it be that Bran's mention of urgent matters was merely a reflection of Dumbledore's foresight, sending Bran to fulfill a mission? He found it hard to accept. Dumbledore was not infallible. Perfection is unattainable for any human. It seemed implausible that everything was within his grasp. Yet, this did not elucidate why Bran had indeed ventured to Finland. It could only mean that Dumbledore had somehow gleaned Voldemort's movements through some channels and devised a response. What purpose, then, did Harry serve? If Dumbledore was already aware of what he had risked by peering into the shadows, what use was he? Harry, the boy who lived, could make no significant contribution to this war other than to heed the adults' counsel, refrain from interjecting, and obediently remain indoors. Harry silently retreated to his bedroom, feeling utterly useless. Along with this, he even began to doubt his ability to locate the Ravenclaw diadem. If Bran couldn't find its exact location, how could I? He murmured to the empty air of his room. Chapter 72. The Midnight Wandering House Elf. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. Wow, Cobert. Where has Bran gone? As soon as he returned with the door key, Bran heard Owen's sarcastic remark. Aren't you the one who complained about me wasting time? Then hurry up and board the ship. He retorted irritably. The group proceeded methodically to the dock. As they approached, Bran realized that the yacht was quite substantial for a vessel of its kind. Owen indeed seemed to possess considerable wealth, having chartered a yacht identical to those favored by Hollywood stars. If I find myself unable to afford rent or food, I shall simply rely on Owen, he thought. Somewhat disheartened, a burly man stood at a chalkboard, sketching idly, and upon noticing the trio approach, he immediately began to chatter. Owen joined in, and the two conversed in French for a spell while Bran kicked at stones on the ground out of boredom. Owen Lask, Angela Engel, Colbert Nielsen. Suddenly, Owen switched to a language Bran could comprehend. All right, safe travels to you, the man uttered in a raspy voice with a thick accent, casting a glance at Bran before retreating back to the ship. Their journey proceeded smoothly. They rested at night, and the following day was filled with merriment and leisure on deck. Upon boarding, Bran had insisted on inspecting the quarters of Owen and Angela, concluding that there was no sign of monitoring magic, though he maintained his strategy of staying in his room unless necessary and consuming a potion whenever he ventured out. Bran gradually began to doubt the reliability of his instincts. How could Voldemort possibly extend his reach to an ordinary yacht? He reasoned. As the clock neared midnight the next day, Bran stifled a yawn, closed the materials Owen had given him, turned off the light, and prepared for sleep. The documents concerning the giant ruins contained much that he already knew from Owen's adventurous recollections. The only mystery that eluded him was the fate of the Greek Adrestos, which Owen had evidently chosen not to document. Suddenly, a blue and white phoenix appeared in the room, hovering for a moment before alighting on Bran's bed. Locking eyes with him, "Is this Dumbledore's Patronus?" he pondered, tentatively greeting it. Hello?" The phoenix spoke, indeed in Dumbledore's voice. "Apologies, Bran, for potentially disturbing your slumber, but I was occupied with verifying some matters during the day and neglected to inform you. Bran, Voldemort is also at the finished giant ruins. Exercise utmost caution. If there are issues, I shall come personally." With a final cry, the phoenix vanished. Bran blinked, staring at the spot where the phoenix had been. Voldemort? In Finland? That defied logic. Owen and his team had spent months researching, poring over ancient texts, and even exploring several other ancient sites before discovering the entrance to the giant king's tomb. Voldemort? What could he possibly be doing? Unless he was somehow connected to the fragment of soul within the Gaunt family ring, there was no conceivable reason for him to know. Bran felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had initially recognized that Owen had reserved a luxurious yacht for their relaxation, but Voldemort's unexpected involvement had undeniably rendered their journey far more perilous. Owen had analyzed the situation with them, stating that they were in possession of Slytherin's token, and as long as they adhered to the path laid out by Slytherin, any unforeseen circumstances would simply be a test, devoid of true life-threatening danger. But Voldemort could not be categorized as a mere Slytherin trial, not in any conventional sense. He threw off the covers and hastily donned his clothing, determined to alert Owen and Angela, when suddenly a loud crack echoed through the room, followed by a raspy voice speaking in broken English. "Sir, do you require any services?" It was a house elf. Bran, still half-dressed in the dark, glared at it. "Why have you appeared in my room at such an hour without prior notice? I shall lodge a complaint with the yacht's owner." Bran regained his composure and dressed, speaking warily. "We offer late-night snacks, as well as various other nighttime services." The elf chirped, seemingly unfazed by his threat. "Why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Bran demanded, grasping his wand. "Yesterday? My master instructed me that the guests would be too fatigued and should not be disturbed," the elf replied innocently, its large eyes glinting in the darkness. "Who is your master?" Bran pressed, sensing something amiss. He realized he was currently presenting his true self, and if the elf reported this to its master, it could lead to serious repercussions ranging from accusations against Owen to a potential threat to his life. "Madame Mary de Falgay," the elf sang cheerfully. "Very well," Bran replied. "Convey to her that I require no nighttime services. Thank you." The elf nodded vigorously and vanished with a pop. Bran surveyed the room, noting that the timing of the elf's appearance was suspicious and its justifications utterly nonsensical. Its words could very well have been dictated by the mysterious lady behind the scenes. By default, Bran decided to assume the worst-case scenario, that the elf's master was a Death Eater. The elf's sudden arrival indicated the presence of some form of peculiar, unprecedented monitoring magic on the yacht, and he had deduced what type of magic it was with little effort. A curse that reacts upon hearing the name Voldemort. Dumbledore's Patronus had uttered those three words, and most individuals who spoke them were aligned against Voldemort. Owen and Angela were purely academic figures, while Bran had checked an under Colbert's name, thus initially evading suspicion. However, the triggering of the curse by Dumbledore's Patronus undoubtedly raised Mary's suspicions. She had dispatched her house elf to investigate who dared to utter her master's name, under the flimsy pretense of a routine check. The more Bran contemplated this, the more coherent it all became. The elf must have recognized that the man seated on the bed differed from the blonde-haired, blue-gray-eyed gentleman who had registered, and thus Mary could easily ascertain his true identity, Bran Reed, a man of interest to Voldemort himself. Evidently, Mary was not particularly astute, or perhaps lacked authority aboard the ship. Otherwise, she could have refrained from sending the elf and opted for a surprise inspection, fabricating baseless accusations against him, and sending a group to storm Bran's quarters. Once they discovered he was not the registered Mr. Colbert, the original charges would become irrelevant, and new ones would emerge. Recognizing Bran would merely be an added bonus. She could leverage her numerical advantage to catch him off guard and present him to Voldemort for a reward. Given this, the mysterious lady would surely avoid a direct confrontation with the well-known figures of Owen, Angela, and himself. As they swiftly traversed the coastline, they would soon enter the Baltic Sea, with the mainland merely a few dozen kilometers away. Even if she sought to confront Bran, they could easily disapparate to safety. Now, two choices lay before Lady Mary. First, to pretend nothing had transpired, poisoning their meals during the day, or second, to weave a meticulous web, preventing their escape and laying deadly traps, initiating an ambush. The latter option clearly held a higher chance of success. From Mary's perspective, Bran Reed, a fugitive sought by Voldemort, had been cautious in using the polyjuice potion. Thus, her initial assumption that it was a mere routine event had already raised suspicions. The notion of poisoning was far too simplistic. Soon, Bran made a decisive choice: to flee. Mary was likely already laying her plans in the shadows. And once the confrontation began, the yacht would be her territory, complicating matters significantly for them. Conversely, as long as they moved swiftly enough, Bran, Owen, and Angela could seize the opportunity to escape before Mary completed her counter-phantom spell. How delightful that would be. With a flick of his wand, Bran hastily packed all his belongings into his small bag. He then opened the door and forcefully entered Owen and Angela's room, startling the two awake. "What is going on?" Owen mumbled, bleary-eyed. Fortunately, he had not caught a glimpse of the heated battle between the two. Bran swiftly and succinctly explained Dumbledore's Patronus, the sudden appearance of a sprite at midnight, and his deductions. Owen immediately believed him. Mary Defarge, a member of a renowned pure-blood family in France, was notorious for her sympathy towards Voldemort, believing that France should also submit to his rule. "It's surprising that she is on this ship, especially since I've already packed my things," Owen remarked. "However, this indeed confirms your hypothesis. In the future, I shall choose acquaintances I am more familiar with. Where shall we go? Will you guide us through apparition?" Bran inquired. Angela had already dressed, while the two men turned their backs to her. "We're heading to Copenhagen, where I have some acquaintances, genuine acquaintances," Owen added, noticing Bran raise an eyebrow. "Take my hand," he instructed. In an instant, the three vanished. Shortly thereafter, a white horse materialized in Bran's room. "Hagrid is ready," a woman's voice declared, just outside Kaliningrad. After speaking, the horse did not disappear immediately. It wandered around the room, failing to locate Bran, before coming to a halt and suddenly radiating a blinding white light. "Oh dear, the person is gone. Let us try again," the woman's voice said. The talking horse then vanished. The yacht continued its silent journey towards Finland, in accordance with the requests of the three passengers who had long since departed. Chapter 73. The informant Ken. In the early hours of a moonless Copenhagen, three somewhat disheveled individuals suddenly appeared in a dark, narrow alley devoid of light. The brown-haired man at the forefront strode purposefully to a door and knocked heavily. "I have a splendid suggestion. Since the frivolities of our journey have come to an end, why don't we just apparate there?" Bran proposed. Owen ignored him, continuing to knock. Angela, contemplating, asked, "You've never been to Finland, have you? Then you will need someone to guide you." Just as Bran was about to respond, the door swung open. A balding man with a hooked nose raised his glowing wand, scrutinizing each of them in turn. "I devoured a giant yesterday," Owen informed the man. The man appeared rather irritable, huffing heavily, then "Hurry up and get inside." Bran followed him through the door, and with a flick of the man's wand, the door closed automatically as the lights flickered on. The room was exceedingly cramped, not exceeding 20 square meters. Within the limited space, a table, a chair, and a bed were squeezed in, while the remaining area was cluttered with various items. Bran had to navigate carefully to find a place to stand. "You can sit on the bed," the man said, pulling out a lighter and igniting a cigarette. Smoke quickly filled the small room. Without a second thought, Angela used magic to clear the air of smoke. "So what woke me up at this hour? What do you want?" the man said comfortably, exhaling a puff of smoke as he looked at Owen. "Have you come to bring me money?" "Ken, Voldemort's reach extends far enough. Mary has even made her way to my yacht in Milan," Owen added with a tone of annoyance. "Mary? Which Mary?" Ken asked, shaking off the ash from his cigarette. "Defarge," Owen replied. "Oh, so she attacked you?" Ken said disdainfully. "Not exactly. I simply wished to avoid trouble." "You didn't engage? And you just left? You should have killed her on the spot." Owen glared at him. "Have you lost your mind living in this rundown place? I could arrange for you a villa in Switzerland. Would that suffice? What is wrong with living in a modest place?" Ken retorted, visibly stung. "Besides, I already have a wealthy patron supporting me. I don't need your charity." Bran pondered, feeling uncertain about their camaraderie as he cast a fleeting glance at Angela. Angela remained unresponsive, seemingly engrossed in a book carelessly discarded by Ken. Owen rose, wielding his wand to neatly arrange the scattered clutter into a corner. Ken appeared indifferent to this, discarding his cigarette and inquiring, "How did you come into conflict with Mary?" Thus, Owen succinctly recounted the events of the preceding hours. It seemed Ken had only just noticed Bran and Angela, exclaiming in surprise, "Angela, long time no see." He shook Angela's hand before turning to Bran. So you are Bran Reed. I've heard of you from several sources. Bran reciprocated the gesture politely. Kin thoughtfully stroked his chin. The ambition of the mysterious man indeed seems to be growing. Grigovich was slain by him. Owen and Angela exclaimed in unison. What? The news had been obscured. Few were aware. Kin darkly remarked. His hand has reached this continent. I am not surprised that Mary is on the Milan family's ship. I have a source indicating that someone from the Milan household has also defected to the mysterious man. Initially, only the Farge family in France were covert adherents of the mysterious one. Though termed secret followers, those in the know understand the truth. His influence is now beginning to manifest in France. Several cowards I know have fled to America. One cannot rule out the possibility of the mysterious one targeting America as well. Owen shook his head. I do not wish to concern myself with such matters for the time being. Do you have any channels leading to Finland? Kin lit another cigarette. None. You might as well take a muggle ship or plane. Unless you are willing to ride the night steed across the Baltic Sea, I can provide the night steed. Owen. Bran interjected. The mysterious one himself is at the giant's ruins in Finland. His peculiar instinct once more surged, preventing him from uttering Voldemort's full name. Though he was unsure why, this instinct had saved him from being poisoned by the hidden Mary on the first day aboard. Thus, he chose to heed his intuition. Angela gasped. Owen urgently asked, How do you know? To be succinct, I hastily mentioned that it was Dumbledore's Patronus that triggered the enchantment. Dumbledore sent the Patronus specifically to inform me of this. Why is he so insufferable? Owen said irritably. No, we must go. His presence is futile. We are the ones possessing the Slytherin artifact. Moreover, he certainly could not have entered through our entrance. Our meeting is uncertain. Angela furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Perhaps Voldemort. Do not say his full name. Bran attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The entire house exploded. Bran instinctively operated a short distance away. The place where he had just stood was shrouded in smoke, rendering visibility impossible. Owen? Owen? Bran? Kin? Angela? A voice tinged with tears emerged from the rubble. Bran halted. Perplexed. Angela was not a woman of such folly. A high-pitched female scream pierced the air, followed by Owen's furious shout, Get away. You filthy creature. Avada Kedavra. An unfamiliar female voice screamed. Bran proceeded cautiously. The number of adversaries was unknown, and both Owen and Angela were formidable individuals. The previous cries might have been a deliberate lure. His eyes slowly turned white. 1, 2, 9 blue figures ignited in his vision like flames. Their hues varying from deep to light blue. For individuals were already engaged in close combat. Streams of purple light danced like fireworks. It was impossible to discern allies from foes. Bran thought with a hint of frustration. Then let us eliminate them one by one. That would be most convenient. Aiming at the nearest crouching blue figure, Bran cast a stunning spell. The individual, still firing spells erratically, collapsed. With the second and third spells, he struck those truly lurking in the shadows. The obscuring smoke did not favor the attackers, but rather served as his natural invisibility cloak. Enough, Bran, they are all down. Even Kin has been knocked unconscious. As Bran pointed his wand at the two figures entwined in his view, Owen's voice rang out. Bran blinked in surprise. The colors of the world faded, reverting to a moonless, windy night. He surveyed his surroundings. One by one, individuals lay motionless among the rubble. I did not know I could be this strong, he quipped, though doubt crept into his mind. Had he become too bloodthirsty? Angela and Owen's features should have been quite distinguishable. At least the two entwined figures could not possibly be a pair of Death Eater lovers, could they? Yet he did not dwell on these thoughts. It is Mary. Owen approached, disdainfully kicking a motionless woman on the ground. The woman had golden hair, but appeared rather foolish. Come, help me with Kin. Let us move to another location. Chapter 74. Another missed opportunity in a dim, narrow alley in Copenhagen. A house lay in ruins. Several motionless figures in robes were sprawled amidst the debris. A white horse emerged from the wreckage. Hagrid is ready. Right in Kaliningrad, a woman's voice declared. Upon finishing her statement, the horse did not vanish immediately. It wandered about the debris, gradually coming to a halt, suddenly bursting forth with dazzling white light. Why does he enjoy running about so much? The woman said, her tone laced with irritation. The speaking Patronus vanished. Not a single neighbor residing adjacent to the house peered out to witness the commotion, nor did any lights illuminate. Owen poured a potion into Kin's mouth. They had been transported by Owen's apparition to a room in a Muggle inn, all four appearing quite disheveled, covered in dust. Angela quietly tended to the wound on her leg. Kin coughed a few times, taking a deep breath as he sat up. I did not expect that bunch of buffoons to be so formidable. I was completely unaware and was knocked unconscious. Owen cast a glance at Bran, who cleared his throat. Deciding to maintain this beautiful misunderstanding and divert the topic, let us first clarify our current situation. I believe we were attacked because we uttered the mysterious one's true name. Not just that, Kin replied in a low voice. Otherwise, Owen would have mentioned the true name long ago. How could Mary have arrived afterward? She was casting a tracking spell to follow the traces of apparition. She can perform such magic? Angela asked sharply, her tone unfriendly. The bleeding on her leg had ceased. Taught by the mysterious one, I suppose, Kin replied nonchalantly. No matter, such magic is not infallible. If you change locations often enough, she will lose your trail. Mary and her inept subordinates are incapable of much beyond ambushing. Owen said derisively. They even blew up the house. Look, aside from Angela's leg being injured by debris, what else could they accomplish? Angela managed a faint smile. Bran, feeling uneasy, scanned the surroundings and suggested, in that case, let us relocate a few times before discussing further. To avoid them catching up, Mary lay unconscious amidst the pile of stones, leaving you with no reason for concern. Owen clicked his tongue in impatience, yet they manifested together. Just as Bran and the others departed, the white horse appeared in the inn room, silent and ephemeral. After several successive apparitions, Ken proclaimed that they had likely surpassed the reach of the tracking spell. Bran collapsed onto the sofa of the Muggle house, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The Muggle owner of the house was presumably away on vacation, leaving the place vacant for their temporary use. Well, I intended to find a way to continue to Finland from here, but instead, I ended up blowing up your home, Owen said as he ignited the fireplace. A vibrant crimson flame erupted, illuminating and warming the entire room. No worries, I'll find a low-rent place again, Ken retorted, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Let us first eradicate any potential tracking spells, lest we find ourselves unable to even utter the name of the mysterious one. Owen rummaged through his bag, producing several vials, and sprinkled their contents over everyone present, much like a priest bestowing holy water upon baptized children. Bran felt as though a thin veil had been torn from him. He interpreted this as a sign of the spell's dissolution and, with newfound assurance, inquired, Angela, what were you saying about Voldemort? Well, I was about to follow Owen's lead, suggesting that Voldemort must have entered from the other side, Angela replied, biting her lip. After all, the actual area of the tomb underground was vast, and it was possible that a village in Finland lay directly above it, where they might stumble upon some obscure passageways. But how could Dumbledore be so certain that it is the tomb of the Giant King? Bran comforted, it's fine, Dumbledore mentioned he might come himself. A silence enveloped them. Ken broke the stillness with a grunt. Owen, are you heading to Finland for that matter? Upon receiving no response from Owen, he scoffed. What? Are you going again? Was the last encounter shadowy enough? This time is different. We have insurance, Owen asserted. Ken hesitated, then remarked, all right. I'll trust that you won't be harmed by any bizarre mechanisms inside. But what about the mysterious one? We won't encounter him, Owen replied with unexplainable confidence. Besides, we have Dumbledore. If things spiral out of control, Dumbledore will come. As long as we have Dumbledore, that suffices. Before Ken could retort, a white horse galloped from the air, halting before Bran. All eyes turned to this guardian. Bran Reed, you are quite exceptional. Running all over the place and causing me to follow you. The horse spoke in a rich female voice, unfamiliar to Bran. Oh, so you are having a real-time conversation with me? Is that a feature of guardians? It is quite taxing, the horse responded. No more idle chatter. Hagrid is in Kaliningrad, ready to meet with you. We will contact you upon your arrival. The horse gradually transformed into a flurry of light. Plans have changed, my friends. Bran announced to the remaining three. Oh, do you think Hagrid possesses one of Dumbledore's secret weapons? Owen asked, filled with hope. Bran regarded him as if he were foolish. Why would Dumbledore want you to meet him? Owen questioned. I don't know, but Dumbledore is certainly not an omniscient prophet. He assigned me this task before he was aware of Voldemort's whereabouts. All right, fine, I'll take you to Kaliningrad. If we were flying, we would have set off for the tomb yesterday. What if Voldemort snatches something from within and ruins Slytherin's contingency plan? Owen anxiously posited. If you're that agitated, why don't you two go ahead while I handle my own affairs? That's out of the question. You don't even know where it is. We'll have to wait for you in Helsinki anyway. What difference does that make? You might as well not join us. Oh, so you're afraid of Voldemort now? You want old Dumbledore? Not me, Brent teased. Enough already, Owen waved dismissively. I'd love to personally eliminate Voldemort. Why would I be scared of him? Angela squeezed his hand. Bran fell silent, realizing that Dumbledore had informed Owen about the owner of the Gaunt family ring through their correspondence. Ken, there must be a way to Kaliningrad? I say, why not sneak aboard some Muggle vessel? It's only a matter of a few hours, Ken replied, growing weary and lighting a cigarette. Chapter 75. Ruby is Hagrid. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On by you do. Harry, we will never find it at this rate. Ron complained. They had been searching all day, and it was only the second day. He was at his limit. Harry, feeling impatient, responded, it's all right. I have a feeling we will find it soon. He flipped through the shelves before him, a cascade of dusty quills tumbling from a box, stirring up a cloud of dust. Harry coughed violently. Who shoves quills into a box for no reason? In truth, Ron was right. He too wished to give up. He had assumed that the room Bran mentioned wouldn't be too large, since Bran had urgent matters and couldn't find it. He figured he could locate the Horcrux in a few weeks at most. However, this so-called room resembled a grand cathedral. Harry gazed helplessly at the seemingly endless rows of shelves towering towards the ceiling. He could not possibly search through it all, just considering Ron's reasoning. Ron claimed he had materials to consult, which was how they infiltrated Hogwarts. But surely one couldn't take a month or even a year to sift through materials. In Harry's mind, it would likely take 3 to 4 years to find this Horcrux. He quietly slipped away. He and Ron had devised a search route yesterday, methodically examining each shelf from the entrance and moving leftward. By meticulously searching, they would surely find it. They had attempted the summoning charm, but it clearly proved ineffective. From a certain perspective, this place was indeed ideal for hiding things, Harry thought resentfully as he ventured further. He encountered myriad items. Relics hidden by countless former students or teachers of Hogwarts over a millennium. Empty bottles, perilous-looking spellbooks, and an assortment of bizarre magical artifacts. Yesterday, he even stumbled upon a love letter dated October 15, 1654. Ron believed the writer must have been rejected, for one would not hide a love letter otherwise. Harry continued to wander deeper, having strayed from their designated search route, yet he was indifferent to the fact that the room of requirement was receding further from his sight. He discovered himself overlooking a small chamber. This invigorated Harry. The opportunity to surveil Voldemort had arisen once more. Moreover, it appeared he had yet to enter Voldemort's line of sight, indicating this would be a safe observation. Harry couldn't believe that even Dumbledore was aware of this. He thought with a hint of pride. The room was dimly lit, with only the flickering flames from the fireplace casting a faint glow. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a raven flew in. It was only with the light from outside that Harry discerned Voldemort's presence. He was seated in an armchair, expressionless as he gazed at the doorway. Then, Voldemort spoke. Marie de Falgay, he hissed like a serpent, referring to a worthless individual bearing a noble name. Master. The raven croaked, and Harry realized the voice belonged to the bird, not to Bran Reed. I assumed one of you could easily deal with him. Voldemort's tone was frigid. And you, unable to eliminate the one who killed Nagini, seek to waste my time with matters related to him. Voldemort rose and slowly approached the window. The raven disintegrated into a phantom figure, revealing a blonde woman with a rather foolish appearance. Master, she implored, kneeling beneath Voldemort's robes, please forgive me. I did not intend to delay you with such a trivial matter. I heard something from Bran Reed. He is also coming to Finland, and I thought it significant. The woman began to weep. Voldemort remained impassive. A trivial matter, he echoed coldly. Since you are aware, what difference does it make whether he comes or not? What impact could it possibly have? Master, the woman sobbed more intensely. Bran Reed is connected to Albus Dumbledore. I heard it. Dumbledore sent him. At this, Voldemort's expression shifted slightly. He coldly looked down at the woman, then extended his hand to pull her up. Well done, Marie de Falgay, he hissed, to my surprise. The Dark Lord will not withhold rewards nor fail to punish the worthless. Now, elaborate. Voldemort resumed his seat in the armchair, and Marie appeared utterly astonished. Harry! Harry! Ron shouted anxiously, wake up! Stop bothering me! Harry yelled in anger. He sat up abruptly, realizing he was lying on the cold floor of the room of requirement. With a dull ache at the back of his head, I was just about to uncover the truth, Harry exclaimed, furious. Ron, exasperated, retorted, I was just concerned for you. You were thrashing on the ground and screaming. Really? But my recent dreams are entirely different. I can't possibly be harmed. Harry remained irate. He was so close to understanding the whole situation, to providing invaluable assistance to Dumbledore, to thwarting Voldemort's sinister plans. Fine, Ron said. Go ahead and lie down, continue dreaming. And see if the Dark Lord will reveal where the Horcruxes are. Then thrash about on the floor like a lunatic. I'm done. Goodbye. Ron stormed off, kicking a nearby rack of belongings. Harry glared at his retreating figure in silence. It turned out that occasionally engaging in a bit of subterfuge indeed saved time and energy. Bran and his companions rested for a few hours, and at dawn, they blended in with a passenger ship heading for a port on the Polish coast. After a couple of hours in the crew lounge, they arrived. Given the short distance, Owen volunteered to use his experience from visiting Kaliningrad to guide them through the portkey. How do I get the feeling you've been everywhere? Bran queried skeptically. Not everywhere, just most cities in Europe and North America. I haven't had the chance to visit China or Japan, Owen replied. Upon reaching Kaliningrad, they awaited the moment to contact the Guardian as instructed. Sure enough, as they were en route to a local inn, the Guardian appeared once more. Follow me, the woman instructed. It seemed that the others on the street were oblivious to the presence of the Guardian. They walked openly behind her until they arrived at their destination, a seemingly abandoned villa that had seen years of neglect. The door was adorned with a weathered Soviet propaganda poster, now yellowed and tattered. Oh, Bran, a figure twice the height of an average person opened the door, peering outside. Madame Maxim has brought you here? Then let us enter. Dumbledore has matters to discuss with you. Chapter 76, a friend of great scholarly value inside the villa. Hagrid and Olim had made rough modifications. Several wooden planks formed two enormous beds, covered with bedding. All the windows were boarded up, and an oil lamp provided the only source of light. Hagrid's face was battered, his right eye swollen, and his left hand was in a cast. Hello, Hagrid. Are you sure you don't need any medical attention? Bran inquired. Oh no. Olim tends to my injuries daily. Hagrid grinned, clapping Bran on the shoulder, nearly toppling him to the floor. At 184 meters tall, Bran barely reached Hagrid's waist. This is Madame Maxim, Hagrid introduced. As a woman of considerable height emerged from the shadows. I cannot perform the Patronus charm. It is entirely thanks to her that we can contact you and Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid said earnestly. Impressive escape skills, Bran Reed, Madame Maxim remarked, crossing her arms as she settled back onto the bed, lapsing into silence. What does Dumbledore need to convey? Owen inquired eagerly. Who is this? Hagrid frowned. Owen and Angela, my friends, you needn't worry about their integrity, Bran assured. Very well, Hagrid conceded, plopping down onto the bed, nearly collapsing it. So what does the headmaster wish to communicate? Bran had to reiterate Owen's question. You see, Professor Dumbledore initially sent you to rendezvous with me to facilitate our escape from Eastern Europe, he explained. We are dealing with the matter of the giants, you know? In truth, Bran should not have been aware of this, as Dumbledore had not disclosed it to him, so he merely nodded to avoid wasting time. However, we have failed. The Dark Lord has spies among the giants. Hagrid began recounting the lengthy tale of his encounters with the giants, detailing the Ministry of Magic surveillance that prevented them from using magic, the Gabrathian fire and Dragonhide, the sudden replacement of the giant leader, the interference of Death Eaters, and their ultimate failure. Once the story concluded, Owen and Angela seemed to forget about Dumbledore's intended message, eagerly asking like schoolchildren. Gabrathian fire, was it created personally by Dumbledore? Owen inquired with interest. Indeed, such remarkable feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary wizards. Bran listened absently, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot Hagrid's brother, Grop. I wonder if the current state of the giants is as I read about. They say that after the last massacre of giants by European wizards, all giants were driven to the mountains of Eastern Europe, maintaining only rudimentary tribal structures, often engaging in internecine conflict. Angela exclaimed excitedly. Yes, it is quite similar. You are well read, Miss Angela. Hagrid spoke with a hint of melancholy. Do you believe that studying the habits of these giants would aid in understanding the finished relics? Angela whispered and engaged in conversation with Irvin. Hagrid, what about your brother? Bran inquired. Well, I haven't mentioned him yet. He has been settled in a nearby mountain to avoid alarming muggles. Will he be all right? Upon hearing that a living giant was nearby, Angela shed her usually demure demeanor and became excited. Can you take us to see him? He might possess considerable research value. I mean, he could be a good friend. It might take some time. We check on him regularly, Hagrid replied awkwardly. However, Glop would be quite pleased to know that so many wish to befriend him. Bran, a bit taken aback, redirected the conversation. So, Hagrid, you just mentioned that I was sent to assist you? Yes, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead. We failed our mission and had to retreat in disgrace. On our way back, we encountered a group of Belarusian vampires who pursued us for several days. Moreover, Olam assessed that several Death Eater spies were following us to the giants' territory. We, are rather large and thus easily tracked, you know. So we informed Professor Dumbledore, who promptly responded that you would come to collect us. That was the original plan. Vampires, how intriguing, Bran remarked, recalling the numerous vampire hunting commissions he had taken on while operating his odd jobs. So you ultimately used Kaliningrad as a temporary stronghold? Olam believed those Belarusian vampires wouldn't dare venture into Russian territory, Hagrid muttered. But the Death Eaters might still be following. Let us set that aside for now. Suddenly, Professor Dumbledore sent word that we should return the favor by providing you with some assistance. Indeed, Irvin concurred. We were also pursued by Death Eaters. Did you manage to shake them off? Madame Maxim suddenly interjected. Yes, we did, Bran replied. However, I am uncertain how these items could possibly assist you. Hagrid appeared equally perplexed as he stood up from his bed and rummaged through a pile of shadows, retrieving several beast hides, a few frightfully long sticks, and a string of large bone necklaces, which he tossed onto his bed. Bran scrutinized these items and suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid. His long-dormant peculiar ability was awakened, along with his craving for magic. However, after undergoing exposure therapy at Hogwarts, he was able to suppress his desires with ease this time. Will these items help us defeat Voldemort? Irvin asked sharply. No, Irvin, be wise. These will assist us in exploring the giant ruins. Angela interjected. These are items from the giant's realm, aren't they? Yes, they're the possessions of several deceased giants, Hagrid admitted sheepishly. Bran stepped forward and touched the bone necklace, remarking, This piece is quite ancient. I understand Dumbledore's intentions now. Angela exclaimed, filled with excitement. I get it. Irvin, we should stay here for a few days. We need to study. We need to befriend Hagrid's brother. Irvin appeared hesitant, but ultimately acquiesced. You are the experts. It's your call. Bran shrugged. In any case, Hagrid, it is roughly as follows. We are set to explore a relic in Finland, and Voldemort is also there. That relic is related to giants. Dumbledore must believe that these items will be of assistance to us. We will remain here for a few days, and then see how to get you out without magic. The Death Eaters are of little concern. One can deal with them as they come. Bran concluded with a bold flourish. Madame Maxim raised an eyebrow. Chapter 77. Separation. They had barely stayed 2 days when Irvin announced that there was nothing left to study. The final outcome was that Angela had drawn a considerable amount of blood from Glop and taken the bone necklace and a stick. I am studying magical biology, examining whether his brain can genuinely only process very simple concepts. When Bran expressed a fleeting interest in visiting Glop in the mountains, the much larger half-giant was lying quietly on the ground, completely still, while Angela was lifting his eyelids. Noticing Bran's confusion, Angela explained, This is all there is. When Irvin and his wife declared the research concluded, Irvin described their findings. His lineage is indeed connected to that of Finland, so we drew his blood, which should prove useful there. This stick and necklace are both quite ancient. The necklace is a relic of an ancient giant shaman. While the stick was originally a shaman's staff, now reduced to a club. Giants had shamans? Bran asked. The social organization of giants has been regressing. Not only that, but their intelligence and magical abilities have also declined. There is scant research on the era of the giant kingdoms, but there is quite a bit of material regarding the tribes and their shamans during the medieval and Renaissance periods. Of course, Hagrid was entirely unaware of these matters. He believed that Irvin and Angela had genuinely befriended Glop. Oh, we are about to part ways. What will Glop think? On the day of their separation, he said sorrowfully. We shall miss him too, Irvin echoed, equally melancholic. It indeed took considerable effort to devise a method to discreetly move these two large-witted wizards away from the gaze of the Death Eaters and vampires. Irvin attempted to utilize his extensive social network, but following the incident with the Milan family's yacht, he had automatically excluded many fair-weather friends, leaving none of the reliable individuals available to come to Kaliningrad in the coming days. This place was both an unregulated enclave and one that was strictly controlled. When discussing Kaliningrad, Irvin described it in this manner. Let us speak of the wizarding world. Few Russian wizards reside here, and the Russian wizarding government has largely abandoned it. Yet, on the other hand, the remaining local wizards are exceedingly insular and unified, which is why Madame Maxim noted that those Belarusian vampires do not dare approach. Hagrid and Madame Maxim's dilemma was essentially that as soon as they left Kaliningrad, they would be faced with the triple threat of Death Eaters, vampires, and spies from the British Ministry of Magic. The presence of the Ministry's spies rendered them unable to use magic freely. How do you know that the Ministry of Magic is still tracking you? Bran asked, perplexed. Hagrid explained, they have been following us to France, Germany, Poland, and then to Belarus. We publicly stated that we were on holiday. Otherwise, if the Ministry learned of our true purpose, they would say Dumbledore is recruiting a secret army of giants. We initially managed to shake them off, but we attracted the vampires' attention, causing a commotion and allowing them to catch up. Olam noticed someone following us as we crossed the border. Although they cannot possibly know we are dealing with giants, the moment they see us using magic, they will accuse us of breaking the law, asserting that with our size, using magic could attract Muggle attention, thereby violating the secrecy laws. This is what Professor Dumbledore informed us. Their ultimate solution was to use the Thestrals to transport Hagrid and Madame Maxime. These Thestrals belonged to Kettleburn's group. Grop was indeed a significant complication, and a key reason they could not apparate. Owen confined Grop aboard a Muggle cargo ship, employing a Confundus charm to convince the Muggle that his destination was Scotland and the UK rather than Ireland. This made things considerably easier. Hogwarts is also located in Scotland, isn't it? After receiving a confirming nod from Bran, Owen appeared quite pleased, assuring, rest assured, I've given him $1,000. I won T-short change this Muggle. Bran felt it necessary to discuss his financial arrangements with Owen upon his return from Finland. Having closed the shop in Nocturne Alley, he was effectively unemployed, living off the 3,000 galleons he had brought up. Goodbye, Bran. Goodbye, Owen and Angela. Hagrid waved from atop one of the Thestrals. Farewell. Bran reciprocated the gesture towards Hagrid and Maxime. He harbored some concern regarding the Thestrals' ability to bear the weight of the half-giants, yet they seemed unfazed by the burden. The three watched the two half-giants depart. Let us be off. We should also leave, Owen stated. He had rented an empty Muggle boat, opting to pilot it himself while casting several concealment charms to effectively prevent a recurrence of the Milan yacht incident. Helsinki, here we come. Bran whistled. Helsinki, Hermione noted. The capital of Finland is Helsinki. Then we need to book 3 tickets there, Harry suggested. You've lost your mind, Hermione succinctly replied. I used the emergency notification protocol. And Dumbledore still hasn't arrived, Harry fretted. I think I need to take matters into my own hands. Then you should understand that overusing the emergency protocol negates its urgency, Hermione remarked. That's precisely why Dumbledore hasn't come. Voldemort is in Finland, Harry exclaimed. We need to take action. If no one is willing to heed my words, I shall go alone. You're being reckless, Harry, Hermione sighed, and Ron shared her sentiment. The Horcruxes are paramount. Since Bran has revealed the precise location of the Horcruxes to you, it indicates he trusts you to handle them during his absence. Speaking of which, isn't Bran currently in Finland? This suggests Professor Dumbledore has a remarkably detailed plan. Don't mention Ron to me, Harry retorted angrily. And how could Dumbledore possibly predict so accurately? He is not a deity. I only learned of Voldemort's whereabouts in the early hours of the following day. Noticing Hermione's gaze, his voice gradually softened. Why did I not inquire with Bran about his motives for traveling to Finland? If I had, it could have substantiated that his journey bore no relation to Dumbledore's directives and that not all matters were under Dumbledore's control, Harry pondered. Hermione glanced at the clock on the wall. I must depart. My shift is imminent, she stated. Consider your capabilities, as well as those of the individuals in Finland, Harry. I do not mean to dishearten you, but our influence may be rather limited, she remarked before hastily leaving. Harry wrestled with his thoughts, staring at the ceiling. Which was of greater significance, the Horcruxes or Voldemort's scheming in Finland? The afternoon was overcast, devoid of sunlight, as a modest fishing vessel slowly approached the city's dock. Few pedestrians were present, and no one noticed the quietly arriving boat. For the Finnish Ministry of Magic, our entry constituted illegal immigration. Owen halted the boat and scanned the area. A dock manager, evidently a muggle, was oblivious to their enchanted vessel. Aren't you accustomed to illegal entries when visiting other countries? Bran teased. That pertains to the muggle realm. I always ensure to register properly with the Ministry of Magic in each country, Owen replied. He continued speaking while casting a confundish charm at the muggle dock manager, signaling that they could disembark. Bran followed him off the boat with an air of confidence. The dock manager stood by, unresponsive. There's a checkpoint ahead, Angela cautioned. No worries, just follow my lead, Owen assured with confidence. They turned a corner and encountered a kindly old gentleman in white robes. Ah, I anticipated your arrival, Dumbledore said cheerily. It seems I was correct once again. Do refrain from attempting illegal entry. My rapport with the Finnish Minister of Magic is quite amicable. Professor, your presence is truly a delight, Owen exclaimed, as if he had encountered a savior. While visiting Hagrid, I wondered if you might possess some secret weapon to assist us, especially with Voldemort himself being nearby. But alas, it seems you do not. Thus, I have come in person, the headmaster replied, leading them onward. In essence, Professor Dumbledore's secret weapon was none other than himself, Bran quipped. Angela laughed, and the headmaster appeared to relish the jest. Indeed, however, I do possess several secret weapons, such as Victoria's Earl Grey tea, Dumbledore remarked, winking at Bran. Consequently, Bran ceased his playful thoughts about Dumbledore. Under the headmaster's guidance, they passed through the Finnish Ministry of Magic's security and made their way into the city. Professor, I read in the paper that the International Confederation of Wizards has ousted you from the presidency, Angela stated. That is indeed the case, Dumbledore replied absent-mindedly. Is this connected to Voldemort? We have heard he has been active in France. Bran inquired cautiously. No, there is no need for concern. Our focus should be on his activities within this country, Dumbledore said, leading them to a modest building. This is a house I acquired temporarily. I have not yet had the chance to inspect the interior. Given the urgency of the situation, I decided it prudent to purchase a local residence, Dumbledore explained. Bran was astonished by Dumbledore's actions, almost forgetting to ask, Professor, since you have a good relationship with the Finnish Minister of Magic, is there a chance he might send some assistance to thwart Voldemort? Setting aside whether they could inflict harm on Voldemort and his followers. Making such a request would put the PO in a difficult position given the current public sentiment, Dumbledore responded, gesturing for them to sit. Despite his claim of not having inspected the house, its interior exuded a warm and inviting ambience, quite commendable in Bran's eyes. The three settled on the sofa, with the old headmaster igniting the fireplace and peeling an orange for himself. Here, he said, offering a piece to Angela, who graciously accepted with a thank you. I imagine you are all curious as to why I have come in person, Dumbledore began, handing an orange to Bran. First and foremost, I must inform you that Voldemort entered the ruins yesterday morning and has yet to emerge. Until recently, his pattern was to enter for a few hours before re-emerging. Hence this time he must have discovered something of great importance. Bran was eager to ascertain how the headmaster had acquired this information. But if he stated it with such confidence, it must stem from a reliable source. Perhaps it was Snape? Had Snape followed him to Finland? Owen and Angela refrained from questioning Dumbledore on how he had obtained such precise knowledge of Voldemort's whereabouts. We must be prepared for the possibility of encountering Voldemort directly as we enter the ruins, Dumbledore declared solemnly, passing an orange to Owen. In truth, the likelihood is slim. Owen replied, we shall enter through the main entrance, which leads directly to the Giant King's tomb, armed with Slytherin's relic, ensuring our safety along the way. Voldemort has likely entered through some hidden passage, navigating countless traps and secret routes, and the tomb itself is expansive, making a chance encounter unlikely. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, it would indeed alleviate many complications. However, preparations must be thorough. Have you discerned how that key operates? Owen wore an awkward expression. No. We assumed it would react within the tomb. Be adequately prepared, as you have been for countless adventures in the past. Do not allow the presence of Slytherin's protection from a millennium ago to lull you into complacency, Dumbledore cautioned. 1,000 years is a considerable span. One cannot guarantee that even the spells of legendary wizards such as the four founders remain intact. Owen and Angela nodded. Bran could not resist asking. So your concern for our encounter with Voldemort prompted your personal visit? I was about to elaborate, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. I have a reliable informant who has placed a certain scrying charm on Voldemort, enabling him to monitor his movements from afar. This is why I possess such clarity regarding his whereabouts. Impressive and audacious. Owen marveled. In any case, this indeed represents a remarkably trustworthy source of intelligence. Dumbledore casually remarked. However, what I am about to disclose is the primary reason for my unease and the fundamental motivation for my journey to Finland to join you. Bran leaned in, eager to hear the headmaster's account. As I mentioned, this scrying charm is quite sophisticated. The caster has managed to avoid attracting Voldemort's attention for an extended period. Our informant has been able to hover around Voldemort, observing his every move. This surveillance has persisted for some time. Even more remarkable is that through the seed on Voldemort, our caster has successfully cast the scrying charm at various locations within the village where Voldemort resides, at an extreme distance, through an inherently weak connection. They have exerted magical influence, truly astonishing. Bran believed he had surmised the identity of the headmaster's informant. Few have the audacity to make a move against Voldemort unnoticed. Coupled with the news of the demise of the so-called Numenigard guards, the answer is all too apparent. This is also why I have learned that Voldemort has not returned to the surface for quite some time. The spells on him have ceased to function. Just yesterday morning. While our informant was monitoring Voldemort, his gaze naturally followed him into the ruins. To be honest, I was quite curious as to why that path appeared so unnatural. It was because it was not the main entrance. We sifted through countless tomes and explored many other ancient ruins before we pinpointed the entrance to the tomb of the Giant King. Owen seemed quite pleased with himself. Impressive indeed. Dumbledore remarked that Voldemort, as usual, reached the bottom of the tunnel, passed through a stone door, and proceeded along a winding path until he arrived at a vast hall. The hall housed only a single statue, whose craftsmanship was rather crude. Our informant took all of this in. He described how Voldemort had frequently visited this place in recent days in pursuit of the traces of some peculiar creatures. At the front of the hall, there was another door, behind which lay countless separated chambers, a labyrinth in complexity. Voldemort spent considerable time personally exploring those rooms. Bran noticed Angela mouthing the words "the Giant King's sleeping chamber." He initially thought Voldemort would carelessly leave the hall, open that door, and continue his exploration beyond. However, Voldemort halted in the hall, ascending the stone staircase to the top of the statue, surveying the hall below. Our observer trailed behind. Then, he beheld the god. In that instant, Bran recalled the purple castle, the endless deep crimson extending to the horizon below, and the countless pairs of opened eyes. He could hardly fathom what he would do if such a being existed within the Giant King's tomb. At the moment the god appeared, the vision spell was automatically severed. What transpired afterward remains unknown to us, but the vision spell in the village indicated that Voldemort had not returned to the surface. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, stating that, to his knowledge, the appearance of such a creature extinguishes the majority of spells within its domain. Owen and Angela remained silent, as if ensnared by a silence charm. Optimistically, Bran mused that perhaps Voldemort had met his end at the hands of the god. He attempted to lighten the mood. It is not without possibility. Dumbledore noted that although he possessed Horcruxes as a means of survival, one could not ascertain whether they would still function in the presence of the gods. However, we must contemplate the more dreadful scenarios. These malevolent and terrifying beings are not devoid of intelligence, which complicates matters. Finally, Owen spoke, expressing disbelief that if such a creature existed within the tomb, he could no longer trust Slytherin's heirloom to ensure our safety. It seemed he instantly grasped what Dumbledore meant by the god. Beneath Hogwarts Castle lies such a being. Whether it be the four founders or the four heads, Bran reassured him, recalling their mention of the Giant King being buried alongside a favored magical creature. Perhaps that creature is not what we think. Angela sharply interjected, questioning who would cherish such a being. No rational earthly creature could harbor affection for the grotesque so-called gods. Perhaps, I now feel an impulse to turn and flee, Owen remarked. A millennium has passed, and I can no longer vouch for anything. I need you to recount the entire process of your last exploration of the giant ruins, Dumbledore said, pouring a cup of tea for both Owen and Angela. Chapter 79. His most terrifying memory. You can search for Harry Potter. We graduated on Baidu. If Bran's memory serves him correctly, Tom Riddle at 17, within the Horcrux of the Gaunt family ring, described Owen and the others' expedition to the giant ruins as his most terrifying memory. Even I would prefer not to linger there. Bran had experienced it once himself, but had been forced to depart before the conclusion. He had no knowledge of what transpired after everyone mounted their broomsticks, nor how the Greeks perished within, nor what those whispers signified. Owen opened his mouth but hesitated as he glanced at Angela. Angela remained unresponsive. Slytherin was indeed a formidable wizard, he mindlessly stated to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. I must admit, I harbor a touch of thalassophobia. Owen sipped his tea. In my past adventures, I have encountered various forces beyond my resistance. The underwater city of Kingston in the Atlantic was no exception. Imagine being thousands of meters beneath the sea, the sole barrier preventing you from being crushed by the water pressure being a thin veil of magic. Envision the endless water gradually encroaching over your head, filling your lungs, and rendering you breathless. Frankly speaking, when I realized I was indeed at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean and could not apparate, I was on the brink of despair. I exerted every ounce of will to convince myself that since I had not perished in the face of such an overwhelming force, it meant someone did not wish for my demise. In the end, I was correct. That imprisoned orange cat-like creature indeed did not want us to die. But how did we ultimately escape? It was all thanks to a minor trump card of Slytherin's. For a millennium, Madame Kingston, as a living great witch, could not outmaneuver the deceased Slytherin, who had been dead for a millennium, yet remained oblivious to this small oversight in her drama, unwittingly trailing behind to continue the act. With all due respect, Headmaster, I believe Madame Kingston would be far more powerful than you, yet she remains no match for Slytherin, even after a millennium. In Slytherin's eyes, she was merely a minor character, who would not hold a sense of reverence for the founders of Hogwarts. Dumbledore sighed deeply. And Bran has just informed me that beneath Hogwarts Castle lies a god being suppressed. Owen attempted to lift the teacup from the table again, but his hand trembled so violently that he had to abandon the effort. Indeed, this is the truth, Dumbledore affirmed. Owen seemed to possess an understanding of what these beings referred to as gods could do, while I knew nothing. The last experience felt akin to visiting a zoo. It posed no threat to me, Bran thought. I had placed too much faith in Slytherin's power, to the extent that I believed everything within the giant ruins was inconsequential compared to Slytherin's might. I had momentarily forgotten much. Only the truth remained in my eyes. Owen said, closing his eyes. Angela leaned against his shoulder. The two of them nestled together. Dumbledore gently tapped the table, speaking softly. I have a pensive here. Owen abruptly opened his eyes, staring at him in astonishment. The headmaster waved his wand, and a stone basin, etched with many runes akin to Nevin, gracefully descended onto the table before them. Owen, with a complex expression, traced the rim of the basin with his fingers, remaining silent as he slowly extracted a thick liquid from the edge of his brow with his wand. The liquid fell into the pensive, swirling like ink dispersing in clear water. Despite my steadfast belief that as long as I held this massive key bestowed by Slytherin, I would not relive my previous experiences, I still could not forget those nightmares. Upon finishing his words, Owen plunged headlong into the memory. Dumbledore regarded them and said, Please proceed. Thus, Bran trailed behind the headmaster, stepping into one of Owen's most harrowing memories. He plunged headfirst into the frigid air, his feet meeting the icy ground. Angela followed closely beside him. Bran extended his hand, and a snowflake danced through his palm, settling softly on the earth below. In the midst of the winter landscape, 6 figures clad in heavy coats resolutely advanced, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. The 4 of them followed in silence. We have arrived, Owen stated. No, it was the Owen of memory. The real Owen stood beside Bran, observing the unfolding scene. The expedition team had reached the enormous, 4-story-high boulder. Is this the entrance to the ruins? A man lifted his gaze to the rock, questioning. He was the Greek, Adrestos. Indeed, according to the literature I have studied in our visits in the past few days. Beneath this lies Finland's oldest magical ruins, where legendary magical creatures are said to be entombed, the memories Angela remarked. Bran noticed her face was flushed from the cold. Yet her excitement was unmistakable. Her golden hair stood out vividly against the white snow. I presume they won't be birthing in the tomb? Adrestos quipped, eliciting a faint chuckle. Bran felt a pang of empathy and glanced back. The real Angela silently shed a tear. Owen grasped her hand. The 4 of them said nothing, watching as the 6-member expedition team busily prepared to enter the ruins. Dumbledore took the initiative to join in observing the giants like Nivern. The expedition members cut their hands, allowing their blood to mark the stone as they readied themselves to enter the ruins. Ron. Harry knocked heavily on Ron's bedroom door. We must head to Hogwarts. After a moment, the young redhead opened the door, his expression one of impatience. Ron, I apologize for shouting at you earlier. It was wrong of me. As you said, you were merely concerned for me. Harry sincerely apologized. Ron's expression faltered momentarily, revealing an odd countenance. He composed himself and replied, What, no concern for Finland? No regard for what the Dark Lord is up to? Too far, too late. It is beyond our reach now, Harry responded. He had pondered throughout the morning and begrudgingly accepted that Hermione was right. He lacked the capacity to participate or effect change. He needed to amend his flawed habit of believing he could involve himself in every battle against Voldemort. There are some matters beyond your control. At least I have reliable companions and elders to assist with those I cannot influence. It is time I considered what I can do, he reflected. I have a feeling that this afternoon, or perhaps tomorrow or the day after, we will locate a Horcrux, Harry declared. In truth, he did not possess such a feeling. But one must find ways to uplift oneself and instill hope, both for oneself and for others, right? Chapter 80. Darkness. The rocks rumbled and split apart, revealing a vast staircase descending into the abyss. The 4 observers watched as the expedition team took a moment to rest outside. Bran glanced at the fissure resembling a door and mused, Is it not true that unless we force ourselves out of this memory, we cannot pass through this door once it closes? You must adhere to certain physical laws within a memory. It is not as simple as walking through walls. This is unrelated to the door and the magic upon it, Owen explained sternly. This staircase is not intended for humans. Let us rest for a moment. The memories, Angela suggested. I remember each one of them, the real Angela whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. Ed O'Neill, Joyce Sokoloff, Harlan Carter, Adrestos Catopodis. These are the unfamiliar yet formal names I used when writing to their parents. Bran refrained from responding, as did the other 2, who shared similar thoughts. One by one, the members of the expedition entered through the door, and Bran and the others followed suit. As Adrestos brought up the rear, the massive door thunderously closed once more. The glow flickered. The members of the expedition simultaneously cast illumination spells, their lights piercing the surrounding darkness. Bran stammered. We cannot alter the events within a memory, correct? If the memory were to be devoid of light, for instance, if they had not just cast illumination spells, we would see nothing, would we? Indeed, Angela confirmed this time. The 4 of them fell silent again. Bran listened as Owen instructed Adrestos about the Mexican pyramid and the petrified wizard, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the shadows untouched by light. When Adrestos had originally experienced this memory, he felt as though eyes were watching him from the darkness. Now, as an observer, the sense of scrutiny felt even stronger. Do you not sense something in the shadows observing us? I mean, watching the 6 members of the expedition, Bran broke the silence among them once more. You are not alone, Bran. The headmaster spoke for the first time since entering the memory, his expression grave as he regarded the impenetrable darkness. I feel it too. Owen furrowed his brow, yet I distinctly remember feeling nothing at that time. There were no eyes in the shadows. Neither did I. Angela inhaled deeply, visibly unsettled. It appears we have been watched from the very beginning. This is an expedition destined for failure from the outset. The 6 members of the expedition cast cushioning charms upon themselves, preparing to leap down the staircase step by step. I happen to know a little trick that can be utilized in a pensive, Dumbledore said, which will spare us the trouble of jumping. Hold my hand. Bran obediently grasped the headmaster's left hand, with Owen and Angela joining them. Dumbledore remained stationary, observing the 6 members of the expedition as they leapt downwards. Bran nearly thought he had forgotten to do something, but just as the expedition team reached the edge of their line of sight, they magically appeared behind Owen in memory. You can instantaneously follow the memory's owner without needing to walk, provided you can see, Dumbledore elucidated. This scenario persisted for quite some time. As the immense staircase twisted several times before they finally arrived at its base, Bran felt his heart racing as he traversed the path, unable to resist. He attempted to channel magic to his eyes, activating the vision Dumbledore had described. He believed this would allow him to discern the obscured elements within the darkness. Just as he activated this vision, he spotted a figure standing before Dumbledore, intently watching them. That figure was the deceased Adrestos. Bran swiftly deactivated his vision, choosing not to disclose this immediately. If he was not mistaken, Adrestos was indeed observing them, which evidently was not something that should occur within the confines of memory. He decided to wait until they reached the base of the staircase to speak. Could this be the very gaze that has been watching us? Bran thought in panic. As external observers, they were not supposed to be influenced in any way, yet something was amiss with this memory. Descending the staircase, they found themselves in a vast hall towering several meters high, suffused with an ethereal blue light, supported by numerous ancient Greek columns that upheld the entire dome. At the far end of the hall stood a colossal sarcophagus, which, if stood upright, would rival the height of a building. Adorning the sarcophagus were countless blossoming flowers. A bright blue beam of light, strikingly visible even within the azure hall, emanated from a hollow above the throne behind the sarcophagus, illuminating it. The tomb of the giant king, Angela murmured in the recesses of memory. Professor Dumbledore, I bear troubling news, Bran spoke. The other 3 turned their attention to him, including Dumbledore, who had been admiring the scene moments before. What is it? Dumbledore inquired kindly. Just now, my curiosity about what lurked in the darkness got the better of me. Upon hearing this, Owen's expression shifted. I told you that you resembled Adrestos, and indeed, I was not mistaken. Curiosity killed the cat. Do you know that? We only explore the truth after taking all necessary safety precautions. Had this not been a mere memory, you could have perished countless times. No, the problem lies in the fact that this should have only been a memory, Bran replied, his heart racing. Continue, I assure you. With me here, no harm shall come to you, Dumbledore assured him calmly. Bran felt somewhat reassured and continued. I had just activated my sight. I wanted to ascertain if there were eyes watching us from the darkness. Then, I saw Adrestos. As soon as he uttered these words, the entire world plunged into darkness, devoid of any light. Chapter 81. Behind, Bran called tentatively into the void, Professor Dumbledore? Owen? Angela? He attempted to maintain his composure. No one responded. This was no longer a harmless memory. In the original memory, there would certainly be no dead eyes staring at them, nor would they inexplicably be engulfed in darkness. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to apply his knowledge to the situation, if not for the lack of practical application. He might have forgotten that he was, after all, a master of mental magic. Firstly, there were very few spells capable of manipulating the memories in the pensive. The essence of the pensive is akin to a cinema, a separate space projecting memories, yet the memories within the pensive intersect with the observer's mind, creating an effect akin to experiencing a film firsthand. Therefore, the crux of the matter was that something had gone awry with the mental connection between him and the pensive. He merely needed a bit more information to ascertain what type of magic this was and what vulnerabilities could be exploited. Of course, if this magic exceeded his knowledge, there was little he could do. In the worst-case scenario, he had Dumbledore to rely on. With a sense of resignation, Bran thought to himself. He withdrew his wand and cautiously took a few steps forward. His foot landed upon something sticky, occasionally prodded by an unseen entity beneath. He did his utmost to disregard what lay beneath. Entombed alongside the giant king, he mused, contemplating a creature that did not exist in any texts he had ever encountered. After progressing a few steps, Bran heard Angela's narration from the memory. He immediately recognized that he was likely still within the memory. This indicated that the manipulation had not been overly extensive. The original content had not been entirely erased, but merely obscured. Yet, it was also possible that even this was a fabrication, and he needed further evaluation. The events in the original memory continued as normal. Bran assessed his mental state. Confirming that this was merely a simple concealment spell, and no further illusions had been implanted in his mind. This also indicated that the issue lay externally, within the magical operations of the pensieve. Identifying the manipulated area was straightforward. By activating his sight, the flow of magic would become clear. The problem was that the immediate catalyst for this occurrence was his activation of sight, attempting to discern those eyes lurking in the shadows. Bran resolved to rely on his instincts. A master with abundant magical experience could achieve such a feat when Dumbledore had ventured to the seaside cave. He had done so without utilizing sight, directly locating the cave's entrance. He refrained from attempting other spells in a violent manner, as he sensed that such actions were not permitted. Just as activating sight to pinpoint the issue was likely also forbidden, it felt as though this entire scenario was an examination from a teacher to a student, where the answers were relatively apparent. Yet the method to solve the problem could only adhere to a singular, standard approach. The actual space within the pensieve was not extensive. It would not exceed that of an ordinary bedroom, and it was the deception of the senses that led one to believe everything resembled the original memory. Bran closed his eyes and began to feel his way around. A chill crept up his back, as though someone were leaning against him. Then came the weight on his shoulder, akin to someone resting their head upon him. He glanced back. The figure was quietly whispering in his ear, "Turn back. Illusion, illusion." Bran reassured himself. He touched something. His hand felt a tingling sensation. It was hair. Taking a deep breath, he continued to pursue that delicate trail of magical essence. A pair of icy hands grasped his leg. He kicked, and the hands released their grip. The figure behind him wrapped its arms around his neck, the touch both cold and slippery. He turned to look. The voice of the figure grew slightly louder. It was a familiar feminine voice. "Found you." Bran exhaled in relief. He suddenly opened his eyes, and there stood Adrastus before him. The dark world enveloped him like a black curtain, shrouding the original memory. Beneath the curtain, everything within the memory continued as usual. One corner of the curtain was grasped in Adrastus's hand. Bran understood this to be the physical manifestation of the magic within the pensieve. He merely needed to tear down this curtain for everything to return to normal. Adrastus smiled. He appeared entirely ordinary, as if he were an average living person. He gestured behind Bran. "Look behind you," he said, his Greek accent pronounced. "I shall not look," Bran declared resolutely. Adrastus's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he pulled away the curtain. The world swiftly regained its normalcy, the blue-lit hall coming into view, the cold, slippery sensation against his back dissipating rapidly. "Foolish child," the icy feminine voice finally spoke in a normal tone. Bran's heart raced. This was Victoria's voice. However, he had no time to turn around. Everything vanished completely. Bran stood still, discovering he was not far from the 6 members of the expedition team in the memory. He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened had he looked back. Would he have seen a spectral form of Victoria? Or something far more terrifying, such as a ghostly apparition? If he turned back, would it signify his failure to pass the test? What would become of him then? Absently, he watched as Owen approached within the memory, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Joy's face. Joy awoke, exclaiming, "Ah, I think I fell asleep." "Bran," Dumbledore called, striding over. "You vanished just now. Owen went out to check and found you had not returned." "There's much to recount, Professor," Bran wearily remarked, gesturing towards the 6 members of the expedition. "If I recall correctly, they are on the verge of making a grave mistake. There is nothing here save for flowers and blue light." A memory of Ed screamed in response. Ed had been fixated on the coffin, which I had entirely overlooked at the time, Angela ethereally noted. Together, the 4 of them gazed at the distant coffin, now devoid of flowers. All the blossoms had turned to black ash, swept up by a gentle breeze, spiraling in the air. "Something within is awakening," Owen stated. In the memory, Angela appeared somewhat hysterical at the thought of having to withdraw, while Owen swallowed hard, his face etched with anxiety. "Babylon, what did you encounter in Babylon?" Bran seized the opportunity to inquire. It was maddening whispers. "At that time, I didn't have my own team. I was with Angela in another group. Everyone else perished." Owen replied succinctly. Chapter 82. The Entrance Professor. "I have a question. The memories of those involved should be incomplete. Yet we can observe everything in the pensieve from every angle. How reliable are these recollections?" Bran feigned ignorance. During the actual operation of the pensieve, certain details may be perceived subconsciously by individuals that they do not consciously remember, and these will also be played back. Additionally, details that individuals could not possibly know will be automatically filled in by the pensieve based on common experience, the individual's cognitive impressions, and even the observer's perceptions. The dilemma arises. For ordinary or at least plausible scenarios, the pensieve's completions are often meaningful and likely to approach the truth. Like when Harry plunged into Snape's memory, seeing his father filling out the O.W.L. exam while also inscribing Lily's name, a historical reality that James could indeed accomplish. However, the exploration undertaken by Owen and others in the Giant King's tomb represents an entirely different dimension. In this context, the reliability of the pensieve's completions is genuinely questionable. Unreliable, Dumbledore responded without hesitation, but it can provide us with a perspective and a direction for understanding. In the memory, Angela displayed a look of terror upon hearing Owen mention Babylon. "We need to leave now." She tapped her backpack with her wand, causing a powder to emerge, floating in the air before swiftly condensing into solid forms. We cannot apparate. She spoke rapidly, and in the next moment, all the broomsticks soared from each person's bag. Get on and run, she shouted. What followed was a nightmarish ordeal. Owen lamented in agony. We must follow them. Grab my hand, Dumbledore instructed. The 6 members of the expedition mounted their broomsticks, ascending into the air. The 4 of them also took flight, trailing behind. What is that? One person screamed, their voice quickly dissipating, making it impossible to discern who it was. Shut your mouth and run for your life. Another person roared in response. Bran barely recognized that it was Owen. I think we need to look back, Dumbledore added. The 4 of them turned in midair. Before them loomed a hall suffused with blue light, stationary and unyielding. The expedition team appeared to be racing towards the entrance on their broomsticks. Yet they remained fixed in place. Dumbledore turned again, and the scene transformed. They seemed to be closely pursuing the 6 expedition members, racing against time. The wind howling past their ears, indicating the remarkable speed of the broomsticks. I believe this is merely the first step, is it not? Dumbledore inquired. Owen and Angela remained silent, staring vacantly at the 6 individuals ahead. How long have we been flying? Adrastos shouted, hey, run, run, for heaven's sake. In the memory, Owen screamed frantically. They evidently quickened their pace. Bran felt the rush of wind becoming sharper and more piercing by the moment. Perhaps the expedition team had pushed their broomsticks to their limits, yet it was clearly insufficient. They had fallen into a trap with no escape. Dumbledore turned once more. Indeed. The hall radiating blue light was still nearby, unmoving. It would be best if we remained silent and just watched, Dumbledore advised. Stop. Angela screamed in the memory. Stop. We aren't moving at all. Upon uttering these words, Angela tumbled directly off her broomstick, landing heavily on the ground. Her broomstick seemed to shed a tremendous burden in an instant, shooting upward and vanishing from sight. Angela, Owen shouted, his eyes wide with horror. But he soon recognized the anomaly. Stop. Stop. We haven't moved at all. I can't control my broom. Adrastos shouted anxiously. Then just get off. Owen shouted back vehemently. The remaining 5 members of the group all tumbled off their broomsticks. All 5 broomsticks, like Angela's, swiftly disappeared without a trace. Owen fell to the ground, groaning in pain. He staggered to his feet, blood streaming from his head. Damn it, he muttered, rummaging through his pockets and only retrieving his wand. He pointed the wand at himself, staunching the blood on his forehead. Angela, Owen yelled, rushing towards the blonde woman lying motionless on the ground. Dumbledore instructed the 4 of them to land safely. Bran watched as the unconscious members of the expedition were gradually revived and gathered themselves. The broomsticks are gone, and all the gear is still on them, Owen remarked grimly. We may have to climb up. Before the remaining members could react, the coffin stirred. The massive lid of the coffin was partially pushed open, and a colossal claw pressed against the edge. Red blood began to gush forth from the coffin. Move faster, climb the stairs, Owen shouted in the memory. The 6 began to ascend the steps, struggling like muggles who knew nothing of magic, desperately trying to escape. The blood flowed toward them, and a furious roar of a beast emanated from the coffin. Dumbledore urged them to take flight again, observing the chaos below. How long must we climb? Bran exclaimed in shock. Yet they persevered, rapidly ascending like 6 tenacious snails. The blood reached the lowest tier of the stairs. The lid of the coffin was fully pushed aside, and a grotesquely hideous creature rose from within. It possessed dragon-like wings and claws, a crocodilian head and body, with limbs resembling a centipede. Is this real? Bran inquired. I don't know. I can't recall if I've ever seen this monster with my own eyes. Owen shook his head. If the giant king cherished this creature as modern people cherish dogs, I find it somewhat hard to accept. Bran attempted to lighten the mood, but failed. Strangely, the monster did not pursue the 6 members of the expedition. Instead, it was the seemingly endless flow of blood that hunted them. A towering beast, standing at least 4 stories high, gazed sorrowfully at the 6 diminutive figures in the distance, who resembled mere snails. Bubbles began to emerge from the pool of blood, each bubble adorned with eyes, from which human hands extended. Bran felt a wave of nausea wash over him, yet the other 3 maintained their composure. The 6 crawled with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the topmost staircase. The last to arrive, Adrastos, also climbed up. How do we open the door? He asked anxiously. But Angela was already at work, reciting a series of intricate and obscure incantations. The door creaked open slowly, and the 6 members of the expedition filed out in succession, followed closely by Dumbledore and the 4 others. At last, Adrastos exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, replied Joy, a Russian closely associated with him, nodding with lingering trepidation. In the next moment, the Greek's body erupted violently, scattering entrails across Joy's face. The 5 stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Adrastos had just been. He may have been splattered with some blood. Owen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. We dared not approach him, and hastily buried him with magic. A small funeral was held elsewhere. I believe we can leave now, Dumbledore said, placing a reassuring hand on Bran's shoulder as they ascended. However, instead of entering a warm abode with a crackling hearth, they traversed the veils of layered memories into a realm of icy desolation. Bran's feet met the frigid ground. and he gaped at the immense rock before him. They had arrived at the entrance to the tomb of the giant king, the destination of their journey to Finland. Chapter 83. Volcanic eruption in the early morning. Victoria opened her window, inhaling the fresh air outside with her eyes closed, beginning her leisurely day. She roused Annie from her slumber, believing in instilling the virtue of early rising in children, watered a few pots of flowers, unlocked the CAF door. Meticulously using magic to tidy the premises, discarding any refuse, and tearing down a foolish poster of fudge from the display window. The bell chimed. Annie, still sluggishly dressing in her bedroom, did not hear the welcoming call. Victoria lifted her gaze to see Burke entering. So early? I've only just opened. Victoria remarked in surprise. As I walked here, I noticed 3 more shops had shuttered for good. In such circumstances, you exhibit remarkable courage, Miss Gomez. To keep a CAF centered on artistic flair, Burke replied, his collar standing tall and black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. What circumstances? Victoria feigned ignorance. Yesterday's Daily Prophet declared that the dark wizard has been eradicated, simultaneously reiterating that Dumbledore is a mad old fool. Burke responded, seemingly oblivious to her words. As he withdrew several sheets of parchment from his pocket. I obtained documentation from the Malfoy family through a friend, he stated ethereally, and I have discovered several discrepancies. Let me see. Victoria interjected, reaching for the parchment eagerly. Oh, and I would like a cup of bitter coffee, Burke added. They discussed the case for a time until Annie finally meandered in, yawning and selecting a random table to sit at. The bell chimed once more. By the time the oblivious Annie noticed, a newcomer had already approached Victoria. With her long red hair cascading freely, she was clad in muggle casual attire. What can I get you? Victoria inquired politely. You don't remember me? Trissy asked, astonished. It took Victoria a moment of furrowed brows to recall. You're the woman who was looking for Bran last time? Trissy, rather than responding, glanced at Burke and then back at Victoria. Her expression betraying an irritating air of realization. That's correct, Trissy said, seemingly relieved. I'm Trissy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Unlike Rebecca, Victoria's first impression of this woman was decidedly unfavorable. Nonetheless, committed to serving her customers well, she maintained a semblance of politeness. Very well, Trissy, I'm Victoria. What would you like to drink? A latte, please. Thank you, Trissy replied with a smile. Leisurely settling into a corner and crossing her legs while surveying the CAF's other patrons. Burke glanced at Trissy with an impassive expression and remarked, rather than engaging in intellectual discourse, I might prefer to indulge in love without thought. So, you favor foolish women. How astonishing, Trissy retorted, a smile still gracing her features. I suspect you, like most men, shy away from strong, equally matched women, correct? You wish to showcase your knowledge and wealth before your partner. Relishing the sensation of protecting the weak, don't you? Your response is equally surprising. Burke shot back, expanding a generalized notion of male preferences into a caricature. While maliciously speculating on others' intentions, painting them as pitiable beings seeking validation through the vulnerable. Oh, I merely meant, I didn't think that deeply, Trissy shrugged. Casting a glance at Victoria. If you fancy Bran Reed, then pursue him. Furthermore, Burke is not my boyfriend. So please refrain from looking at me as if I should manage him. Victoria's tone sharpened slightly. You see, I am powerless in this regard, sister, Trissy consoled her. He simply informed me that if I wished to chat with him, I could come here. Then you need not come. He wants to be back for at least 2 weeks, Victoria replied stiffly. Now, whether you choose to stay and finish your latte is your affair. But please do not disrupt my work with any ridiculous romantic entanglements. All right, Trissy nodded hastily, falling silent. Yet, she could not conceal her curious gaze, surreptitiously observing Annie. Eventually, Annie caught on to this behavior. Is my sister staring at me because she finds me adorable? Annie inquired, blinking innocently. I suppose you cannot be Victoria's child, can you? After all, you have red hair while she has golden locks. What about your mother? Trissy hesitated. Annie's expression fell instantly. Victoria appeared on the brink of eruption. No. Annie is my adopted child, she suppressed her anger. If you continue down this path, you may find yourself blacklisted. At that point, Bran Reed will never meet you. Well, that is an exaggeration. I could still, for instance, wait by the door. Trissy's voice dwindled as she hastily added, I'm sorry. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll leave now. The red-haired girl set down her latte, hastily dropped a gold galleon, and fled the Hope CAF. Burke observed Trissy's retreating figure, contemplating. She is a woman who places great value on love, her mind consumed by matters of the heart, he remarked. In truth, I find such individuals unappealing. When appreciating literature, she seeks the threads of romance woven within the narratives, becoming enamored with the characters' emotions while neglecting a myriad of significant elements. In her cinematic encounters, she fixates solely on the actor's physical allure and their sensational tabloid tales. Numerous instances could be recounted. She is rather foolish, perfectly fitting your criteria for a partner. Victoria remarked with a caustic tone. Oh, one cannot be so naive and superficial, Burke retorted, shaking his head. Your temper has never been so irascible, Miss Gomez. He began, only to abruptly cease, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired. In fact, according to the new laws established by the Ministry of Magic a few years ago, Annie surreptitiously extracted a comic book, its cover depicting a handsome prince in armor, clasping the hand of a princess adorned in a resplendent gown, her golden hair flowing. It seemed this was indeed the love story Burke and his sister had just been discussing, Annie thought resolutely. Chapter 84. Ascending to great heights. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu, the four of them, having just emerged from the pensive, found themselves at the entrance of the giant king's tomb. Such a magical reality led Bran to question whether they had fallen into yet another illusion. We experienced some unexpected events in the pensive, both in terms of time and space, Dumbledore articulated after a moment of contemplation. Clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Bran found himself inexplicably situated within the Arctic Circle of northern Finland. He had to cast several warming charms to prevent himself from succumbing to the frigid temperatures. The snow crunched beneath his feet as he stood before a colossal stone, as if the members of the expedition had just emerged, breathless, from within the rock. And the Greek Adrasteus had just exploded before him. Firstly, it is now 8 o'clock on the morning of the second day. We have been in the pensive for at least a dozen hours. Secondly, we have indeed arrived at the far northern regions of Finland. What lies before us is not an illusion, Dumbledore asserted with conviction. Owen gazed vacantly at the monolith, speechless. Angela rushed to a spot behind the stone, exclaiming, "Those inscriptions and runes. They are still here. This is indeed the entrance to the tomb. Owen, did you bring the key?" Bran suddenly recalled an extremely crucial detail and inquired hastily. "I've always kept it on me," Owen replied, as if his soul had just returned to his body. His voice hoarse. "We are not prepared," Angela lamented, feeling overwhelmed. "We left so much luggage and useful items, potions, back at the house in Helsinki." "No. I suspect that is precisely his intention," Bran declared loudly, piecing together the experience he had just undergone in the pensive. "Are we no longer able to apparate away? Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore tilted his head slightly. "You may. If you feel that you are missing something essential, I can return to assist you." Angela burst into laughter. Owen remained in a daze. "Very well," Bran said, feeling a flush on his cheeks. "I have a hypothesis. The predicament I encountered in the pensive resembled a test, and it was quite intricate and stringent, allowing only one method of escape. It was akin to an examination with a single solution, forbidding alternative approaches." He swiftly and concisely recounted his recent experiences, including the initial visual encounter with Adrasteus and the sensation of cold, slippery skin against his back, along with the hands reaching from the ground beneath his feet. Very intriguing. So, following this line of thought, our sudden appearance here after viewing Owen's memories might also be due to Slytherin wishing for us to commence the next trial immediately? Dumbledore posited. "I stepped out briefly to find Bran while I was still in the house in Helsinki," Owen slowly recounted. Did you pay attention to the time?" Dumbledore queried. "Not long had passed since we entered the pensive, perhaps only a few dozen minutes," Owen replied candidly. "It seems our perception of time became confused after that incident." The headmaster concluded. "This is a test from the teacher to the students. My recommendation is to proceed directly into the tomb and commence our next trial." Owen finally appeared to regain his composure, as if he had only just comprehended the gravity of the events that had transpired, quickly interjecting, "But what about our equipment? The potions? Slytherin did not prevent us from operating, did he? We appeared here directly, and you happen to possess the only essential item, that enormous key." Bran realized the headmaster's implication. Slytherin desired them to enter the tomb at this very moment. If you choose to leave first to retrieve supplies, you may risk losing points. Does that mean he is observing us now? How can that be possible? He has been dead for 1,000 years. How could he grade us? Owen exclaimed incredulously. "Well, he may have his own methods," Dumbledore replied. After a brief silence where no one responded, Owen conceded, "Then let us enter." "We may have also taken a nap in the pensive," Dumbledore stated, closing his eyes. "I feel invigorated, not at all as if I have stayed awake all night." After all, the sleep of the elderly is quite important. Slytherin is indeed a considerate and scholarly instructor, the headmaster mused. Thus, they were unwittingly deceived regarding their senses, having even managed to sleep undetected. He has been dead for a millennium. Perhaps all of this was mere magic set in motion ahead of time by Slytherin, Bran thought, feeling a newfound admiration for Slytherin's formidable prowess. The runes remained unchanged. The one who crosses the first door sacrifices with blood. The one who crosses the second door compensates with spirit. "Shall we cut our wrists again?" Angela inquired. "Foolish girl, doing so would diminish your score," the headmaster replied, unusually calm. His demeanor seemed remarkably composed. Indeed, just moments ago, Slytherin's might had been reaffirmed. It was likely that Slytherin was aware of the divine presence beneath the giant's tomb, and still, you beckoned them forth. With such formidable backing, how could his mindset be anything but unshakable? Bran pondered, feeling relaxed. "Yes, the key is indeed meant for opening doors," he remarked with amusement. "Ah, right," Angela exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "I was in such a fluster. My apologies." Owen produced the massive key from his magically expanded pocket. A key, yet no keyhole, Angela noted. No sooner had she spoken than a door appeared on the towering rock, complete with a keyhole. Why is this door the size of a human? Angela asked again. I suspect you're on the cusp of passing with Slytherin, Angela. Such ignorance does a disservice to the vast knowledge you've acquired. Sometimes, even if clarity eludes you. Refrain from voicing your uncertainty. Otherwise, others may remain unaware of your lack of understanding, Bran advised earnestly. It seems you are well versed in the art of feigning comprehension. Angela chuckled. Everyone relaxed, watching as Owen approached the door, holding the enormous key. The key swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a more commonplace size. Owen inserted the key into the keyhole, turned it, and the door swung open. One by one, the four entered. After Bran entered, the door closed automatically behind him. In stark contrast to Owen's memories, behind the door lay a series of stairs, designed for human proportions, spiraling upwards toward an indistinct height in the clouds. Reminiscent of a wizard's tower. Surely, the stones could not be so high. Why must we ascend? The relics ought to be underground. Or could this yet again be an illusion? Bran pondered silently. This is not an illusion, Dumbledore asserted confidently. This wizard's tower indeed exists here. How absurd, Owen exclaimed, gazing in awe at the heights above. The four of them began to climb higher. The wooden staircase wound endlessly, as if it had no conclusion. Slytherin may have arrived here a millennium ago to construct this tower, Angela speculated. Let me guess why we found ourselves here instead of elsewhere after entering the door. Without giving the standard answer, Professor Dumbledore. Bran interrupted the headmaster who was about to speak. The old headmaster smiled and nodded. It must be that door. We did not perform the blood sacrifice as noted in the runes but instead used Slytherin's key, triggering the magic he left behind. Upon passing through that door, we were transported into this tower. Otherwise, there would not be sufficient space within the giant's tomb to erect such a towering edifice. Bran concluded his hypothesis with conviction. Owen scoffed. Isn't that a rather simplistic deduction? Anyone could surmise that. You merely stated it first to score points. Expressing it diminishes the thrill, Bran retorted. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly adopted the roles of students preparing for an examination while treating Slytherin's hidden intentions as though they were the mechanical markers of an automated grading system. The staircase seemed endless as their footsteps creaked rhythmically on the wooden steps. Prior to the Middle Ages, aspiring wizard apprentices would laboriously ascend such stairs to meet renowned archmages. To demonstrate their sincerity, they refrained from employing any magic, Angela suddenly remarked. I declare Angela an additional 10 points, Bran chimed in. Owen and Angela chuckled. Her thought process was easy to decipher. After walking for so long, why not use magic for assistance? Because the old-fashioned method of apprenticeship required one to climb to the tower's summit without magical aid, Bran mused casually. Speaking of which, Professor Dumbledore, are the contents of the pensive reliable? He could not resist inquiring. He asked this because he felt that the expedition's experiences had been somewhat anticlimactic. The mounting tension and the grotesque imagery of blood were indeed oppressive, but not to the extent of leaving psychological scars on someone as seasoned as Owen. Dumbledore glanced at Owen and Angela, who had just been laughing, and shook his head slightly. This gesture implied that Owen had forgotten many things. As the master of the pensive, Dumbledore was well aware of how it functioned and seemed to have grasped the situation. Bran felt a twinge of anxiety. What could have altered Owen's memories so drastically? Moreover, this was distinctly different from Slughorn's fabricated memories. Was he entangled with the divine? Will there be any dangers along the way? Owen inquired. None, Dumbledore replied with utmost certainty, adding, of course, this is merely my perspective as a teacher. The reality may differ. Upon hearing this, the remaining three immediately became alert, as though every rustling leaf posed a threat. Yet, when they finally reached the end of the staircase, nothing occurred. At the staircase's terminus stood another door, unadorned and plain, lacking even a doorknob or knocker. The summit of the wizard's tower was where great archmages of the past resided, worked, studied, and conducted research. It served as both their bedroom and laboratory. The custom of constructing wizard towers had been inherited from the Middle Ages, as ancient wizards did not adhere to such practices. Medieval wizards generally believed that towers brought them closer to the divine, Angela explained. Angela receives another 10 points, Bran remarked. Hearing the word divine gives me goosebumps. Did medieval wizards still believe in deities? A religion known as the source of magic regarded the divine as the origin of all magic. This practice of the wizard tower persisted until the advent of the statute of secrecy, after which it faded, Angela replied. They hesitated before the door, and Bran felt a twinge of unease. Would what lay beyond present a new trial, or merely instructions left by Slytherin himself? Allow me to open the door, he volunteered. He knocked twice, then thrice, adhering to standard protocol. Very proper, Angela commented. Bran followed suit, knocking twice, then thrice. The door remained immovable. It appears ineffective, Bran noted, glancing back only to find the other three had vanished without a trace. A flurry of speculations raced through his mind. Before he could continue his musings, the wooden door creaked open. It was opened by a figure with long black hair and deep black eyes, clad in a green robe with silver trim, exuding a melancholic yet youthful handsomeness. The young Salazar Slytherin regarded Bran with a discerning gaze and sighed softly. Not pure blood, I take it? Indeed not, Bran replied, curious if Slytherin would reject him for this reason. Rarely do we encounter a parcel mouth, Slytherin remarked, turning away. Bran followed him into the room. The interior appeared simple and unadorned, devoid of chaotic workstations, dreadful specimens, grotesque potion vials, and repugnant experimental subjects. Only a desk, a chair, and a bed were present. The bed was positioned by the window, which stood wide open, allowing warm sunlight to flood in. The entire room was encircled by a vast circular bookshelf, brimming with tomes. Are these genuine? Bran inquired, glancing at the book closest to him, its spine inscribed with chimera. Slytherin slowly seated himself behind the desk, his scrutinizing gaze still upon Bran. Offering no response. I presume they are indeed real, Bran said, feeling somewhat foolish. He certainly did not suffer from illusion-induced PTSD. The first thing you do upon entering this room is to pick up a book, Slytherin observed, stroking his chin. What does that signify? Extra points? Bran thought anxiously. The youthful Slytherin before him seemed to be a mental imprint of his essence, appearing far more sagacious than he had anticipated, almost like a living being. With so many books here, it's hard to overlook them, he articulated cautiously. Slytherin smiled faintly, remaining silent as if awaiting Bran to continue. Very well. I have a multitude of questions. May I inquire? I have encountered numerous issues, and I recently got the impression that you might hold many answers. Bran spoke rapidly. Ask away, Slytherin encouraged. Oh, very well. Bran was somewhat surprised, having expected it to be more challenging to obtain answers. Those challenges would likely emerge later. Are you truly real? Slytherin shook his head, then nodded. That is not much of an answer. You just referred to me as a Parselmouth, correct? Parselmar is derived from ancient Greek, meaning disaster, Slytherin remarked. Chapter 86. One of the answers. Bran felt a jolt in his heart. Disaster? How could a well-behaved young man like myself be labeled as such? Standing was rather tiring. I shall sit, he thought. Slytherin gently stated as an armchair materialized before Bran. He obediently took a seat like a schoolboy. There is no need to be frightened by such terms. Some ancient wizards despise the existence of individuals like you. Hence the name, Slytherin continued, sipping a small amount of tea. Regardless of others' opinions, this is undoubtedly a real person, Bran firmly believed. Why? He inquired. Have you encountered beings referred to as gods by ancient wizards? Slytherin countered. Well, beneath Hogwarts, Bran replied. Upon hearing the word Hogwarts, a faint smile appeared on Slytherin's face. You are a Gryffindor student, are you not? He asked, then answered himself. Yes, Gryffindor, quite satisfactory. Bran remained silent, convinced that he was indeed face-to-face with Slytherin himself, and that it could not possibly be a mere mental imprint or a phantom from the past. Yet, rationality reminded him that this was impossible. Slytherin had been dead for 1,000 years, a consensus among countless historians. Moreover, Slytherin could not be a coward evading death. Furthermore, the methods for immortality in the magical realm always bore significant side effects. Even if he attained immortality, it would be inconceivable for him to exist so leisurely. Reverting to his youthful state, Slytherin seemed to have emerged from his reverie. Apologies, he said with regret. You must have noticed your body's thirst for and attraction to magic. Given time, merely your existence could extinguish all magic within a radius of hundreds of miles, akin to a god. Bran's heart raced. It appeared Slytherin knew everything. Naturally, if he intended to teach hands-on, he would need to understand every aspect of his students. Could it be a soul-sucking spell so powerful as to go unnoticed? Impossible. The essence of such magic precluded silence. Slytherin possessed other forms of magic that were not as overtly intrusive as mind-reading. I recognize that your journey has only just begun. Hence I shall not divulge everything at once, Slytherin said, his tone suddenly cunning. We shall have more opportunities to meet, young one. You must prove yourself worthy and capable. In our world, only the powerful can attain greater knowledge. That implies a lack of current standing, preventing access to certain content, Bran mused. Very well. May I inquire about other matters? He asked politely. Certainly, Slytherin replied. So, is Parselmar a form of innate talent? Why did I not possess it before? Much like magic itself. Oh, some children experience magical surges at the age of 3, while others do not until 9. However, indeed, the vast majority of gifted wizards awaken before the age of 11. The talent for disaster correlates with the strength of your soul. Bran endeavored not to contemplate whether Slytherin was aware of his status as a time traveler. He continued, Mrs. Carmiston referred to me as a magic absorber. What does that signify? A moniker for disaster, along with exorcist, silent sorcerer, the terminator of magic, and savior, Slytherin elucidated. He rose and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. Forgive me, but why is there the title savior? Bran recalled terms like chosen one and felt a shiver. You have yet to delve into our main subject, Slytherin stated. Alas. 100 points deducted. You should have a vague suspicion by now. I have meticulously crafted this path to enable you, the successors, to discern who humanity's true enemies are. To comprehend how terrifying our universe is essentially a desolate wasteland. He closed the window and returned to his chair. My companions and I have explored unknown paths, uncovering numerous secrets hidden by history. Magic is our original sin. It is our true enemy. Wizards despise you because you strip away the magic that ensnares them. Yet they also revere you, for it is the existence of individuals like you that spares this planet from utter annihilation. That is why you are referred to as disaster and also as savior. Slytherin finished his tea. This concludes today's history lesson, he proclaimed. A multitude of questions filled Bran's mind. But Slytherin implied that further inquiries were unwelcome. He reluctantly abandoned the topic and turned to others. I wish to know what gods are. Where do they originate? I encountered a creature resembling an orange cat during the Carmiston incident. Where does it hail from? This should not count as a history lesson, he added sheepishly. It does not. This is precisely our primary teaching content, Slytherin remarked, pleased that they had arrived at the topic. He tapped the table and spoke slowly. The orange cat you saw is a pure spiritual entity. Like the gods, they originate from the wasteland beyond the material universe. The Duchess of Carmiston studied this creature for many years. She believed she had uncovered a monumental secret, capable of propelling her to become the greatest wizard of our age. Ultimately, as you can see, her fate was not so favorable. As for what the gods are, you must complete today's practical lesson first. Salazar Slytherin rose silently and approached the door. Opening it. I have several more questions. As the legendary wizard prepared to dismiss him, Bran quickly interjected. Slytherin smiled. Ask away, Bran read. Curiosity is not a vice for someone of your youth, though it may not always be a virtue. This place truly exists, does it not? The wizard in silver green robes nodded. Then where are we now? It cannot possibly be Finland, can it? In England. This is my old wizard tower. The tower I built myself after leaving my family at the age of 17, Slytherin reminisced. What about my companions? Where are they? Bran also approached the door. They're here as well. They have their own practical lessons, Slytherin replied. At that moment, Bran noticed that Slytherin was even shorter than he was. Very well. I believe I understand. This implies that Dumbledore, Owen, and Angela each have their own Slytherin instructors to consult. This answer solidified Bran's conviction that the figure before him could not possibly be a living being. In the giant ruins of Finland resides a god. One of your descendants is also there. Are you aware of this? Bran cautiously inquired, fearing that mentioning Voldemort might provoke Slytherin's ire. I am aware, Slytherin replied nonchalantly. Now, you may commence your practical lesson. Chapter 87, Psychological Therapy. Slytherin exited the door, with Bran following closely behind. The vision of the wizard's tower blurred, replaced by a vast hall illuminated by an ethereal azure glow, soaring to several dozen meters in height. Your first practical assignment is to soothe that formidable creature. Her name is Phaedra, the pet of the giant king, who is in a state of profound sorrow over the world's tumultuous changes and is enraged by the desecration of her familiar tomb by intruders. Primarily, it is the former. Slytherin remarked. How am I to calm her? Bran stared in shock at the sarcophagus at the end of the hall. A grotesque beast lay within, staring vacantly at the starry ceiling. It possessed the wings and claws of a dragon, a crocodile's head and body, and legs as numerous as a centipede's. Well, the hints have been abundant. Slytherin shook his head. Bran turned around, only to discover that his teacher had vanished. All right, providing psychological therapy to Miss Phaedra. She is a pet. So her thoughts should be rather simple, akin to those of a dog. He cautiously approached the end of the hall. It remained quiet and serene, the floor spotless, devoid of dirt and dust, as if the nauseating blood that once pervaded had never existed. Midway through his approach, he caught Phaedra's attention. She stood alert, growling softly, forbidding him to advance. Relax, relax, Miss Phaedra. You can understand my words, can't you? Bran spoke patiently. Phaedra gazed at him in bewilderment, even pawing at her head. It should have been evident that a pet from ancient times could not comprehend the language of modernity, Bran thought. He stood rooted in place, conflicted as he watched the beast, inadvertently taking a step forward. Phaedra startled, letting out a roar, and the nearest pillar to Bran was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground as he hastily dodged aside. Fortunately, the absence of a single column did not seem to affect the stability of the hall. Upon seeing her handiwork, Phaedra began to whimper. Truly a psychologically fragile creature, and yet she is merely a child of 3,000 or 4,000 years. Bran could not help but scoff. Though the blood oozed from the coffin, it likely had nothing to do with this foolish and emotionally vulnerable beast. After witnessing Phaedra's embarrassing display, Bran found it impossible to associate her with the terrifying ancient aura from Owen's memories. However, her destructive capability was undeniably formidable. She had severed such a thick pillar from a distance. That must be her ability. Phaedra began to mumble, producing unpleasant and hoarse sounds while gesticulating wildly, evidently attempting to communicate with Bran. Yet, he could not comprehend the beast's language or gestures. I cannot understand your language, Bran admitted. The creature displayed an expression of frustration. The two, a human and a beast, exchanged glances for a moment. How foolish of me. Targeted approach. Suddenly, an idea struck Bran's mind. Slytherin meant to resolve this issue with all that he had learned. He prided himself on being a master of mental magic, having drawn upon the ancient artifacts of the Resurrection Stone and the Crystal Ball of Camerston. He was now fully equipped with the ability to create dreams akin to that of the Orange Cat. And this magic would be the key to providing psychological therapy to Miss Phaedra. This must also be Slytherin's standard answer. Without hesitation, Bran began to chant a spell. One from the Crystal Ball of Camerston, long and rather mundane. Its effect was to connect with the mind of another sentient being. He had previously deemed the spell useless, dismissing it from his mind as it was lengthy and attention-grabbing. meaning it could only be used in most cases on friendly sentient beings. If they were already amicable, could he not simply speak? Yet now, it proved to be of use. Fedra seemed to sense his intentions and did not hinder him. The spell was completed. Establishing a mental connection between the two, Bran took precautions to prevent his myriad memories from surging through the connection all at once. "Hello, Miss Fedra," he said. "Greetings, human." The beast's thoughts conveyed. "I have heard that you long for the days of yore. I can allow you to see the giant king once more," Bran stated directly. "Of course, it will only be a dream and requires your cooperation." The creature blinked, tears cascading down her face once more. "I sense your intentions are not malicious, human," Fedra replied, "for I am a being highly sensitive to emotions. If you could allow me to revisit the past, I would be eternally grateful." In an instant, Fedra lowered her defenses. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. "I understand," Brent said, gently nodding at the beast. The cold, empty hall blurred, morphing into a splendid and opulent palace, bustling with life. Towering at 8 meters, the giant king, draped in animal pelts, sat upon his throne, laughing heartily. "My brethren, drink up for our victory." At the center of the palace stood a massive wooden table, laden with an array of delicacies. Giants, towering at 7 or 8 meters, surrounded the table, erupting in cheers as they began to feast at the giant king's command. Suddenly, the grand doors burst open, and a giant wrapped in thick fur strode in. "My king, this is a gift from the vanquished. May you live as long as it does." To the edges of the universe, the giant messenger proclaimed with reverence. "Bring it here, let me see," the giant king said, his tone displeased. The messenger unfurled layers of linen to reveal a small, hideous creature over a meter long. "Oh, how repulsive," the giant king remarked disdainfully. "Set it aside. Do not disturb my brethren's merriment." The world darkened, the scene freezing in place, only to be rolled up like a piece of paper and then unfurled anew. Outside the window, the silhouette of cedar trees dimly appeared, while amethyst and flowers adorned the grand table. "Let us name her Fedra," the giant king mused, tossing the young creature into the air and catching it. Fedra giggled. "How amusing, just like a giant's cub," the giant king said. He tossed Fedra onto the table. Observing the beast, Fedra struggled to climb onto the table, inhaling the fragrance of the enormous flowers. "You enjoy flowers, you must be a girl," the giant king pondered. The world dissipated like ink in water, reassembling into vibrant colors. Atop a towering cliff, the giant king stood in the wind, gazing gravely at Fedra. "You have dragon wings yet cannot fly. Perhaps I must throw you down for you to take flight," he declared, feigning to cast the small beast, barely 2 meters in length, over the edge. Fedra cried out anxiously, flapping her wings, and finally ascended slowly into the air. "Now that is more like it." The giant king laughed, patting Fedra on the head. He approached a massive cart nearby, retrieving a cow and tossing it before the beast. "Dinner time," he commanded. The scene shifted once more. Blinding sunlight obscured clarity. The giant king rode upon Fedra, now as large as any giant dragon, roaring, "For Fjord, for our kin, our lands." Hundreds of giants behind him echoed the roar, surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Their foes were a vast horde of dragons, obscuring the sky. Fedra, fierce and indomitable, relentlessly tore at the wings and body of the dragons. The battle concluded with the giant king driving a blazing spear into the skull of one dragon. Bathed in blood, he gazed at Fedra and his followers, shouting, "For Frolred, for our families, our land." All surviving giants echoed his proclamation. The beast, Fedra, joined in the roar. The scene froze once more, crumbling inch by inch. "You are an exceptional hunter, Fedra," the giant king affectionately stroked the beast's head, towering at 12 meters in length. When standing upright, the creature surpassed the giant king in height, its wings spanning a dominion that obscured the sky. "But I am old now. I can no longer accompany you on your hunts," the giant king lamented, stroking his grizzled beard and sighing heavily. The beast let out a mournful cry, prompting a chuckle from the giant king. "Then let this be the last time, as we agreed." Thus, a giant and a beast slowly exited the grand palace. Outside lay the magnificent city of giants, bustling with activity, where towering edifices reached toward the heavens, rivaling the heights of modern skyscrapers. All giants who beheld their king stood in reverence, greeting him with respect. They traversed a colossal magical circle, teleporting into the wilderness, where they soon encountered a wild chimera. The giant king drew a massive sword from the air, charging forth with a roar. The chimera's twin heads unleashed searing flames, igniting the giant king, who quickly rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. With a swift swipe of its claw, Fedra neatly cleaved the chimera in two. "You cheated, Fedra," employing magic. The giant king gasped, lying on the ground, breathless. Fedra displayed a triumphant expression. The giant king, akin to a human petting a large dog, remarked, "I recall many years ago, the messenger sent to you spoke of your immortality, that you could live until the end of the universe." The beast lowered its colossal head. The giant king chuckled, "No matter, when I depart from this mundane world, you shall help me glimpse what lies at the end of the universe." The scene rapidly blurred, darkness consuming all. Amidst the shadows, a beam of blue light slowly emerged. The king wishes to release it, yet it insists on being buried alongside him. A giant soldier hesitantly stated, then let it be buried together. The king will be delighted to see his beloved pet in the afterlife, another giant replied without hesitation. Fedra was placed into a coffin 4 stories tall and carried by the giants into a hall aglow with blue light. They scattered golden threads and willow branches upon the coffin before hastily departing. The dream concluded, and Bran's vision rapidly retreated to reality. The creature known as Fedra had fallen asleep, quietly lying on the ground like a large dog, with traces of tears lingering in the corners of her eyes. What a marvelous magic! Slughorn suddenly appeared beside Bran, applauding. Your practical lesson is complete. May I ask questions? Bran inquired. Feel free to ask. Will there be another practical lesson? Indeed, with your companions. Following that, we shall have a history class, Slughorn remarked, gazing thoughtfully at Fedra. What are your thoughts on immortality? Bran. Well, I believe that the means to achieve immortality often come with rather unpleasant side effects, so not much, Bran cautiously replied. Can Fedra truly live until the end of the universe? There exists a bird known as the chimney swift that can only land once in its lifetime. Landing signifies its demise, Slughorn explained. As Bran pondered this metaphor, Slughorn urged him onward. One of your companions has already completed his task. You should meet him. It would be dull for others otherwise, wouldn't it? Cross through this door, and you shall find him. What is the content of their practical lesson? Bran temporarily set aside the metaphor of the chimney swift, inquiring with curiosity. That is confidential. I advise you not to disclose your own content. Slughorn's expression grew serious. Did you separate Owen and Angela? Of course not, Slughorn chuckled. The romance of youth. If I were to separate them, they would surely go mad. Now, cross through this door and meet the current headmaster of Hogwarts. As Bran opened his mouth to speak, the wizard in silver-green robes promptly silenced him. I know what you wish to ask. Overall, I am quite satisfied with Albus Dumbledore. Now, hurry through the door. Slughorn personally opened the stone door behind the coffin. Thus, Bran obediently followed his teacher's instructions and stepped through, entering a realm devoid of light. Chapter 88. The second challenge begins. Illumination flickers, Bran declared. The tip of his wand emitted a faint glow, illuminating only a small area around him. This place seemed to repel the presence of light, for no matter how hard he tried to amplify the spell, the deeper darkness remained untouched. Professor Dumbledore? He called out, gradually realizing that something was amiss. Wasn't it promised that crossing through this door would lead him to his companion? This was far too troublesome. Bran surmised this was yet another game devised by Slughorn and resolved to seek an escape. He took a few steps back, feeling nothing amiss. Excellent. The stone door he had crossed through was gone. Thus, he needed to swiftly ascertain his situation. Was it an empty space, a sealed room, or an endless corridor? Or perhaps merely a figment of his imagination? Subsequently, he would tailor his approach to the environment. If it were an illusion, he would seek out the deficiencies in the spell system. Otherwise, he would contemplate how to counteract this light-obscuring enchantment. Yet he also possessed a more aggressive method that Slughorn might not favor. Raising his wand, all malice surged within him. He flicked it lightly, unleashing a torrent of red malevolent flames. As expected, the flames soared into the darkness, vanishing from sight. However, that was merely a visual illusion. He could sense that the fierce fire consumed something, growing ever more fervent. After a moment of patience, the flames reached a magnitude capable of piercing the darkness. Suddenly, a fire dragon emerged from the viscous darkness, spewing flames and reveling as it grew larger. Its claws tore through the darkness as if parting a curtain, devouring the shadows like a predator with its prey. The entire area where Bran stood was illuminated as if it were daylight. He found himself in a corridor lined with countless rooms, each door towering over 10 meters high. The inferno he had conjured began to spread rapidly towards him. Before he could complete the counterspell, the flames in the center surged higher and higher until they brushed against the dozens of meters high ceiling. A massive crack opened in the ceiling, and torrents of water cascaded down like a waterfall, clashing directly with the fierce fire. A thick mist of steam enveloped the area, obscuring Bran's vision. He remained vigilant, poised to prevent any ambush from the fog. After a while, he sensed that the fierce fire was succumbing to the deluge and extinguishing. With a swift flick of his wand, he summoned a gust of wind to disperse the billowing steam. A series of blue flames abruptly ignited along the corridor, illuminating the entire length of the passage. An elderly man clad in white robes approached from the front, his hands clasped behind his back, a smile adorning his face. I surmise that our instructor might not be entirely pleased with such responses, remarked Dumbledore. However, Bran did not rush to reply. Instead, he first ascertained that the figure before him was not an illusion and then inquired, I have a question, Professor Dumbledore. What was Owen Last's attire when you first met me after my graduation? A gray muggle sweatshirt, the old headmaster affirmed. I am quite curious how you passed this test. I mean, the one right at the entrance. Bran exhaled deeply, subsequently expressing his grievance. I have had to remain on high alert at all times, constantly questioning what you might be disguised as. It is quite simple, really. One merely needs to cast a sufficiently powerful illumination charm, Dumbledore explained. Bran opened his mouth, recalling the orb of light resembling a miniature sun that the headmaster had conjured in the seaside cave, and fell silent. It was indeed Dumbledore's considerable magical prowess that allowed him to transform a simple luminescent flicker into such a spectacle. In the realm of magic, the simpler the spell, the more magical energy it demands from the caster to be manipulated. To be honest, I was quite eager to meet you all, to discuss matters mentioned by Slytherin, and so forth. Now, however, I feel weary and merely wish to rest while awaiting Owen and the others, Bran admitted, feeling drained. A brief respite would not hurt. As more troubling matters may arise shortly, Dumbledore sighed. A challenge that could prompt Dumbledore to characterize it as troublesome indicated that Slytherin was indeed intent on putting them through their paces. With a flick of his wand, the headmaster conjured a folding bed and an armchair. Bran immediately collapsed onto the bed, gazing up at the ceiling. Unlike the earlier hall, the ceiling here was adorned with a blue galaxy, an elongated pattern stretching from one end of the corridor to an unseen horizon. Quite breathtaking, isn't it? Dumbledore inquired. Indeed. It feels as though we are truly beneath a starry sky. If Angela were here, she would likely be eager to enlighten you about the significance of the night sky to the giant kingdom. He jested. Bran chuckled lightly. Not necessarily. For even they may not possess much understanding of this place, he replied, recalling his brief survey of Phaedra's life, adding, however, I have recently gleaned some information that might prove useful. The level of civilization in the giant kingdom is astonishing. Dumbledore expressed his sentiments similarly. One wonders how such a grand and powerful tribe, capable of erecting structures hundreds of meters tall, has descended to a state of intellectual inferiority, exploited and studied at will by wizards. I look forward to Slytherin's history lesson to enlighten us, Bran remarked. I too am eager to uncover the truths of history. Dumbledore concurred. Bran noted that even the headmaster had fallen into the rhythm of Slytherin's teachings, seemingly having cast aside the troubling intentions of Voldemort that had brought him here. Thus, Bran inquired about this matter. Such matters cannot be rushed, the headmaster replied succinctly. They waited for quite some time. Bran felt a pang of hunger and shyly asked the headmaster for something to eat. Dumbledore conjured several sandwiches for him. My personal stock, he explained, observing Bran's astonishment at his ability to magically produce food. At last, we have company, Owen exclaimed, breathless as he dashed over. Angela followed closely behind, asking, Is there anything to eat? Upon seeing Bran munching on a sandwich, he inquired. Do not worry, we can arrange a grand feast as you wish, Slytherin interjected, suddenly appearing among them, disrupting all potential conversations. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the second trial. I thought the second trial had already concluded, Bran remarked. That was merely an appetizer, Slytherin replied nonchalantly. Your second trial is to traverse this corridor and survive. Chapter 89. Survive. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. I shall not intrude upon your endeavors any further. Best of luck, Slytherin winked before vanishing. Bran witnessed the enigmatic Slytherin, who had moments ago seemed so profound, now adopting a more relaxed demeanor as he took on the role of a teacher, and he sighed heavily. Professor Dumbledore, is this truly what our so-called second practical lesson entails? Is that why you described it as troublesome? He asked, obediently sitting up from the bed. Almost. I have a hypothesis. Furthermore, I just had a glance down the corridor. My intuitions are usually quite accurate, Dumbledore replied, also rising from his armchair. Owen, who had appeared quite relaxed moments ago, now wore a grave expression. I sensed that when he mentioned survive, he was being entirely serious. We should exchange information. It may assist us with what lies ahead. Angela appeared somewhat unsettled. Although they had initially approached this place with the mindset of potentially encountering numerous dangers, Slytherin's paternal demeanor had indeed put everyone at ease. Now, upon hearing the nature of the so-called second practical lesson, they found themselves somewhat disconcerted. First and foremost, I must warn everyone not to enter the doors on either side of the corridor haphazardly, Angela cautioned, her voice slightly strained with tension. We are likely in the latter half of the Giant King's tomb, which is an underground chamber meticulously replicated to match the Giant King's living quarters. But let us not forget the warnings at the entrance. Did anyone notice that when we first entered the tomb, it was through Slytherin's door, not the original entrance? After we completed our individual tests, Slytherin personally opened the door and brought us here. This implies that we have yet to trigger the warnings, strictly speaking. We have not yet passed through the first door. This is a gift from Slytherin. If we carelessly open any door and pass through, we will squander our first opportunity and suffer the consequences. However, the opportunity is singular. Should we waste it, we may unwittingly cross through the second door and meet our demise. Understood, Bran replied. I have a hypothesis. I believe everyone remembers why Professor Dumbledore accompanied us, correct? Because Voldemort is here, encountering God. As we proceed, we will undoubtedly encounter them. Otherwise, Slytherin would not have employed the term survive. They fell into silence. Owen muttered, Isn't that a bit beyond our capabilities? We have Professor Dumbledore, Bran asserted confidently. Dumbledore offered a wry smile, but remained silent. What did you learn from Slytherin before? I know he forbade us from disclosing our individual tests, but surely we can share some knowledge we acquired that may aid us moving forward, Bran inquired. Well, we asked numerous questions, but only received answers to a small portion, Owen replied, primarily concerning the Giant Kingdom. Other inquiries were deemed unqualified by Slytherin. And we must continue with our curriculum first, Angela added. We gathered a considerable amount of information regarding passing spells and customary taboos, thus filling many gaps in our understanding of the giant kingdom. The items are somewhat numerous. We shall refrain from enumerating them, Irving remarked. So it seems my knowledge holds little value, Bran shrugged. From what I've gathered about the king of giants and his pet, I surmise they were part of a kingdom that erected towering edifices hundreds of meters high and engaged in battles with dragons, exhibiting a high level of civilization. The only pertinent detail might be that the pet's name was Fedra, which is rather embarrassing. It seems unlikely that such entities are the architects of these relics. What about you, Professor Dumbledore? Bran inquired. I am unlike you, Dumbledore replied. I am not a pupil of Slytherin. Thus, my uncertainties and the answers I've procured are not meant for your ears. However, should there be knowledge capable of saving our lives shortly, I shall not be bound by my promise. Not a pupil of Slytherin? Irving exclaimed, astonished. Why? Does he look down upon you? You are, after all, the most formidable figure in our contemporary magical realm. Yet, he added with a hint of resignation, though he indeed has reason to regard you with disdain. I've also acquired other insights. Bran hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge further information. For instance, the orange cat in the underwater Cameston is a pure spiritual entity from beyond the material universe. God also hails from beyond our realm. Slytherin claims that magic is our original sin. A moment of silence ensued. Then Irving remarked, it appears that this knowledge bears little utility for our survival. I assumed you would find it intriguing, Bran replied. If our past experiences have imparted any wisdom, it is that not all knowledge is meant for everyone. This time, we only ventured here due to Slytherin's assurance. Irving retorted sharply, for safety's sake. Very well. Bran concluded the topic. They engaged in a myriad of discussions, predominantly arguments between Bran and Irving, with Angela occasionally interjecting her insights. Irving and Angela munched on some provisions while Dumbledore remained silent, gazing towards the end of the corridor. There is nothing left to prepare. It is time to depart, Irving announced. By the way, one last question, Bran said. This may be rather audacious. Do you believe this Slytherin is the genuine article? Fretting is of no avail, Irving replied casually. I believe I comprehend Bran's implication. You mean to suggest that all of this is rather implausible, correct? Slytherin appears to be a living being, truly having survived from a millennium ago to the present, Angela speculated. The chimney swift only lands once in its lifetime. And such an event signifies death. Bran echoed Slytherin's words from their discussion on immortality. Caring about this is of little consequence. He means no harm. Irving stated. Do you recall my mention of an irresistible force? Even if he is a terrifying entity with nefarious intentions, and his teachings are mere deceitful jest, he possesses a power we cannot resist. We must abide by his rules. One day, irresistible forces will cease to inspire fear, Bran asserted. They set forth, treading upon the stone floor as they moved ahead. Chapter 90. 2 Unexpected Events You May search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Harry, concealed beneath his invisibility cloak, trailed behind Ron. If all went according to plan, they would smoothly reach the 8th floor, enter the room of requirement, and embark on today's quest to locate the Horcruxes. However, an unforeseen circumstance intercepted them. And who might you be? A new face ambled through the campus, halting Ron with a sharp voice belonging to a stout woman in a pink sweater. Harry bent low, attempting to obscure his ankles from view. I have submitted an application. I'm returning to the school to conduct research, Ron replied somewhat awkwardly. Professor Umbridge. The woman, named Umbridge, shrieked hysterically. Another research application. Don't presume I'm unaware of your intentions, returning to school to spread rumors about the Dark Lord lurking outside and disturbing the students' studies. What is your name? Ron Weasley, Ron replied honestly. Ah, I see. Umbridge's menacing expression softened momentarily as her cunning gaze swept around, even locking eyes with Harry beneath the cloak for a fleeting moment. Is Harry Potter right beside you? Harry's heart raced. Yet he trusted his invisibility cloak enough to remain still and silent. Humph, I would have expected nothing less. You hold no value, having long been abandoned by your dear friend, the boy who lived. Umbridge scoffed. Come with me. I need to check if your application has received my approval. According to Educational Decree number 28. Ron nervously glanced back, but he could not see Harry, who dared not make a sound. They walked to Umbridge's office door. She opened it and turned to warn, stay put and don't move. As the pink-clad woman entered, Harry immediately began conversing with Ron. Did she approve your application? He whispered. Yes, Ron whispered back. Then there should be no problem. I doubt she even remembers approving it, after all. She wields so much power that many matters pass through her hands. Harry recalled Ginny's complaints in her letter and shook his head. She remains a truly dreadful teacher. Thankfully, we need not endure her torment. A tall, burly boy approached from the corridor's end, gripping another girl's shoulder. It was Ginny. It seems we have captured the entire Weasley clan, the boy exclaimed upon spotting Ron, delight evident on his face. Harry recognized him as a Slytherin student from a lower year. Professor Umbridge, I have good news. The Slytherin boy rapped on the door. What is it? I swear if you are here about the lost toad again. Umbridge flung the door open, nearly colliding with Ron. She appeared quite flustered, her hands laden with parchment and a piece of paper stuck in her hair. I have apprehended Ginny Weasley. the boy proclaimed dramatically. She was discussing the establishment of a student organization with her accomplice, Luna Lovegood, and the organization is named Dumbledore's Army. Is that so, my dear? Umbridge's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pray tell, have you accepted our beloved headmaster's instructions, which we have not seen in days? To form a student organization as his private army to rebel against the Ministry of Magic. Speak, you wretched girl. She shook Ginny. Ginny glared defiantly at Umbridge. Remaining silent. I possess methods to make you speak, Umbridge said gleefully, seemingly relishing the trouble her sister was in. Ron Weasley. By the way, I have not found any record of your application. We'll address that later. The four of them entered the office, leaving Harry outside. Anxious as a bee on a hot skillet. How much longer must we traverse this corridor? Bran inquired, striving to suppress his impatience. Uncertain. I'm attempting to identify some known reference points. Angela replied, diligently scrutinizing the rooms flanking the corridor. Suddenly, a massive stone plummeted toward them like a meteor. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore caused the stone to float gently in the air, as if it had become ensconced in cotton. This was yet another mechanism that Professor Dumbledore had deftly navigated. Bran inquired if Slytherin would object, to which he received a reassuring response. No. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the headmaster to accompany us. Can't you see such an obvious fact? Owen retorted. Found it. Angela exclaimed joyfully, pointing to the door of a nearby room marked with runes. This is the resting place of the Giant King's daughter. We are nearing the Giant King's own chamber. What does that imply? Bran asked. It means we are close to the end of the corridor. Angela replied. After a few more turns, we will reach the place where the Giant King's coffin rests. That is his eternal resting place. In other words, we are drawing nearer to Voldemort and that god. Dumbledore remarked. Am I correct? This is a profound understanding, Bran quipped. Well, it's somewhat accurate, Dumbledore conceded. Beyond the cave housing the Giant King's coffin lay more chambers. The ones adjacent to them were where the Giant King's family and servants resided, while the further rooms were occupied by his female kin. Behind those is a vast hall, Angela added. They proceeded in silence, and Dumbledore shattered a gargoyle that attempted to leap at them. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they turned a few corners under Angela's guidance, effortlessly overcoming the obstacles that arose, thanks to the headmaster's prowess. The more this occurred, the more uneasy Bran felt. It only suggested that what lay ahead would be quite fearsome, even for the headmaster. After rounding the final corner, they entered a cavern blanketed in ice. Wow, Bran gasped, unable to contain his awe. Rather than merely being covered in ice, it seemed as though the entire cave was composed of it. True to the previous style, the cave soared high, with ceilings reaching several meters above. The walls were entirely made of transparent ice. At the center of the cavern stood a colossal coffin, nearly matching the stature of the living Giant King in Bran's memory. This is constructed through magic, Angela noted. Just moments ago, the walls were stone, and now they have transformed into ice. Bran gazed in reverence at the coffin in the center of the cave. I believe the Giant King was a rather decent fellow. At least kind to his pets, he commented. There should be no danger here. According to Slytherin's intent, we must press onward, Owen suggested. Once again, under Angela's lead, they moved towards the clearly visible exit on the other side of the cavern. Suddenly, Angela let out a piercing scream. Bran rushed forward, only to swallow his prepared inquiry as he was caught off guard. Just beyond the transparent ice wall stood a bald man with red eyes and a serpentine nose. Observing the four of them, Voldemort's lips curled into a slow smile as he brushed his neck and vanished without a trace. Chapter 91. The giant's sword in the stone. Bran blinked several times, ensuring that Voldemort had indeed disappeared. He had just been there. We must continue. This is not our destination, Dumbledore said calmly. The three of them seemed to awaken from a stupor, as if they had just consumed a mandrake antidote. Oh no, I forgot something, Angela exclaimed in a flurry. She dashed to the Giant King's coffin, trembling slightly as she retrieved a vial filled with crimson liquid from her clothing. Women tend to be more meticulous, Owen muttered. Before Bran could voice a question, Angela silenced him. The Giant King has always despised those who disturb his slumber. Yet he generously bequeaths his legacy to the true descendants of giants who come to his land. Grop's blood will be of use. Angela bowed before the coffin and carefully poured some of the blood onto it. The hall trembled with a deep rumble. They all recoiled as an altar slowly rose from the ground, upon which stood a gigantic sword, towering as high as 2 stories. This legacy is formidable. It could likely vanquish Voldemort with a single strike, Bran said. I think we should see if we can pull it out. Much like Arthur with the sword in the stone. Who could possibly draw such a massive sword? Owen dismissed Bran's apparent jest. I think we should just keep moving. I concur. The Giant King would only leave his legacy for giants, and would not consider whether it is suited for humans, Angela replied, somewhat disappointed. I just suddenly recalled that Slytherin mentioned this, and I happen to have the blood of a giant on hand. Bran, pull the sword, Dumbledore commanded. Huh. Bran thought the headmaster was joking. Professor, you can't just make me pull it out because I suggested it. Whoever suggests must act, Dumbledore responded, his face devoid of humor. Bran felt intimidated, slowly approaching the altar, gazing up at the sword's peak. How am I supposed to pull this out? He grumbled, tentatively touching the sword's blade. In an instant, a torrent of pure magical energy surged through his hand and into his body. The sword began to shrink, eventually reducing to a two-handed size comparable to Bran's height. He numbly grasped the hilt and effortlessly drew the sword from its pedestal. Only magic, no knowledge, Bran thought, his mind in turmoil. It dawned on him that the ancient giant king's tomb should resemble Hogwarts, filled with items that could trigger his magical cravings. Yet his senses had remained unresponsive throughout the journey. It was only when he grasped the sword that he recalled his abilities as a Parselmouth, or rather, a silent sorcerer. On the other hand, Dumbledore's unwavering confidence in instructing him to step forward. Did he already know something? Remarkable, Owen marveled. Honestly, tell me, Bran, did you use magic to conceal your height? You should be as tall as Hagrid, right? You are a descendant of giants, aren't you? I am not. I deny it. Bran insisted. Does this sword possess any abilities? Dumbledore inquired. None, and I cannot wield a sword, Bran replied awkwardly. If Cobert were here, he might know some techniques. He learned the noble art of swordsmanship from a young age as a scion of a wealthy family. Can you revert it back? Owen asked, curiously leaning in but hesitant to touch it. I don't know. To be honest, I am quite bewildered myself. Why don't you try pulling it? Perhaps it will return to its original form, Bran suggested. On second thought, I'd rather not. You should carry it. It may prove useful, Owen replied, somewhat dejected. A sword. What problem is beyond the reach of magic? Must we resort to a sword? This may hinder my escape at a critical moment, Bran complained. An isn't there a scabbard or something? Carrying it on my back might slice me in two. No need for a scabbard. A sword of this size can simply be wrapped in cloth, Angela quipped, her compulsive need for knowledge surfacing. You are a wizard. A wizard, Owen exclaimed, frustrated. In the end, they concluded to use a levitation charm to keep the mysterious sword floating beside Bran. You've bestowed upon me a Damocles sword, Bran lamented. Can't you find something to sheath it in? It's not even hovering over your head. Owen remarked that floating beside you not only enhances your magical control, but also allows you to utilize it when needed. It's easy for you to say that, came the response. I fail to see how this serves any purpose beyond your archaeological pursuits. It will prove beneficial, Owen replied casually as they departed from the pure ice cavern and ventured deeper. Harry sprinted through the school, determined to rescue Ron and Ginny from Umbridge's clutches. Who could he trust in this place? Professor McGonagall? At this point, she was his only hope, even though her anger at seeing him dash out from Grimmauld Place as a member of the Order would be considerable. Bang! It's over, Harry muttered, touching his forehead in terror, retreating hastily only to bump into someone. Who's there? An ethereal female voice called. Upon hearing it, Harry immediately recognized its source. He stepped closer, locking eyes with Luna Lovegood. He removed his invisibility cloak. Harry, Luna exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. What brings you to Hogwarts? Here to see Ginny? Not exactly. But what we need to do is indeed related to Ginny. Harry responded, covering himself with the cloak again. Ginny has been captured, did you know? Ron is also in the office. You're speaking to me rather peculiarly, Luna noted. I can't see where you are. Wait a moment. She produced a gaudy, seemingly cheap pair of anti-dementia glasses from her pocket. All right, here we go, she said. What were you saying? Ginny has been taken by Umbridge, Harry exclaimed anxiously, bewildered by Luna's decision to don those ridiculous glasses at such a critical moment. Yet, as he met Luna's gaze, a ludicrous notion crossed his mind. Could those silly glasses actually see through his invisibility cloak? Oh, yes, I nearly got caught myself, Luna replied in a comforting tone. It's fine. I was just planning to rescue Ginny. And Ron as well. Well, I will take Ron along too. What is our plan? Harry pressed eagerly. Our plan? No. It's my plan, Luna corrected him. Harry, you must attend to what you need to do. I need to rescue Ron and Ginny. No, not that, Luna insisted. The anti-dementia glasses made her appear quite absurd. You came to school just to witness Ron and Ginny being captured, and then to rescue them? To be frank, this is merely a battle of wits between students and teachers. Harry, you have graduated. I refuse to believe you came to Hogwarts for this. Go do what you ought to do. I know you must have a reason for infiltrating the school under that invisibility cloak. Harry was taken aback. Can you guarantee their safe extraction? Without any repercussions, ensuring they won't be tormented by Umbridge? Ginny has shared with me how dreadful her detention was, he hesitated. I cannot guarantee it, Harry, but I will do my utmost, Luna declared resolutely. Watching Luna stride away, Harry wrestled with his thoughts before dashing toward the 8th floor. Chapter 92. Deeper in the cave you can search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Baidu. It has been quite some time since any mechanisms were encountered. Could Voldemort have cleared everything out? What if we turn a corner and come face to face with him? Bran queried. Oh, be quiet, Bran, Owen retorted. You truly are a worrywart. Walking this far in such dim surroundings without uttering a word is enough to drive one mad. Bran opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent. The further they advanced, the narrower and more humid the soul passage became. The grand corridor, which had soared to several dozen meters in height and was spacious with a stone floor, gradually diminished until it reached a mere 3 meters high. Everyone stop. I find this height rather ludicrous. This cannot possibly be a corridor meant for giants, Angela stated gravely. Dumbledore raised his wand, which glowed like a torch. meticulously examining the lowering ceiling before stepping back. The evidence is clear. Someone has blocked the path ahead and subsequently excavated it from our direction. Excavated from our direction? Owen asked incredulously. So, someone, just like us, ventured this deep and had the leisure to completely clear the obstruction, only to carve out a path for themselves? Otherwise, why would the corridor be narrowing instead of us discovering a blockage? Dumbledore momentarily withheld his answer, stepping back with his wand raised and observing for a while before stating, "My hypothesis stands correct. A group of individuals excavated a 3-meter-high passage and traveled inward, pursued by something else that subsequently dealt with the obstruction behind us. Blocking this corridor is no small feat," Bran assessed, gauging the passage's height and width while gazing into the abyss ahead. "This blockage must consist of several thousand cubic meters. So, the individuals who dug through must be quite remarkable." Bran boldly touched the adjacent wall, discovering it to be moist earth, contrasting starkly with the stone walls of the giant's corridor. They used mud to block the path ahead. This implies 2 parties have passed through here. The first group obstructed the forward path, and the second arrived, tunneling through, with something else chasing them, completely removing the exterior mud before gradually abandoning the task. Owen followed Dumbledore's explanation, his expression strange. "Professor, my team and I have spent months, even years, gathering the fruits of countless historians' labor to discover this place. The first group may have blocked the passage from the other side, from which Voldemort emerged." Dumbledore replied calmly. "The second group may have, like you, invested months and years to accumulate the insights of many predecessors." Owen appeared somewhat irked but chose not to argue further. "Calm down, Owen. Do not place too much weight on past research. There are many brilliant minds in the world," Angela comforted. "In any case, we must all remain vigilant. As our field of vision has diminished, if the path ahead curves, we may easily encounter blind spots." "With Professor Dumbledore here," Bran remarked. "I am not a deity, Bran," the headmaster sighed. They continued in silence, Angela and Owen leading the way, while the headmaster and Bran trailed behind, each lost in their thoughts. The ground beneath their feet grew increasingly sticky and damp, making each step uncomfortable. They had to enchant their shoes to prevent being hindered by the mud during a crucial escape. Bran also had to multitask, ensuring the sword floated along with him. "We're approaching a turn," Angela warned. Dumbledore flicked his wand, sending a beam of light illuminating the entire corner. Bran squinted, suddenly startled as a human leg protruded from the earthen wall. He blinked, only to find the leg had vanished. "Friends, I just saw a leg emerge from the wall. A human leg," he warned. "Illusion," Owen immediately declared. "I saw it too," came the reply. Dumbledore declared, stepping boldly forward. And with a flick of his wand, a large patch of earth at the corner swiftly vanished, leaving nothing behind. "It is either an illusion that has deceived both of you, or something that was just here has now fled," Angela remarked. "Not all that has legs is human, as you are aware. If something is following us, that simplifies matters," Dumbledore replied, his tone tinged with fatigue. He raised his wand, and the narrow passage, just wide enough for 2 to walk side by side, rapidly expanded in height and breadth, offering them a sudden broad view. However, he deliberately left some of the earth undisturbed. "This way, there is no space for it to track us," the headmaster stated succinctly. With each stretch of their journey, he would clear a section of ground. The deeper they ventured, the stronger Bran felt a scent of blood. He sniffed carefully, astonished to find the odor emanated from the soil on either side and above them. "Do you smell blood?" he inquired, but no one responded. Angela and Owen stared straight ahead, not looking back, as if they had seen something that made their expressions darken in unison. Owen stammered, then finally exclaimed in despair, "That is a Drastus's coat." "What?" Bran gasped, stepping forward to see the area the headmaster had just cleared. There lay an old, heavy coat, replete with pockets, stained with blood. "You remember that Adrastus died after emerging from the tomb," Bran realized, understanding why Owen and Angela appeared so pallid. "I also see my scarf," Angela murmured, pointing to a spot further ahead. There lay a beige scarf, similarly tainted with blood. A peculiar silence enveloped the 4 of them. Bran contemplated, ultimately reaching a conclusion. "You have been here before. The second group must have spent months and years accumulating the efforts of many predecessors. That second group is you. You excavated this passage. We have encountered no traps along the way because you cleared them," he declared. "I don't remember," Owen shouted, his expression anguished. "Be careful," Dumbledore suddenly roared, grasping Angela. A stout tentacle extended from the wall, ensnaring her. She screamed, and all 3 lunged forward, straining with all their might to prevent the tentacle from dragging her away. Bran's face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his hands. It felt like a tug-of-war they could not possibly win, the price of failure being Angela's life. "For heaven's sake, do something. Who will cut this tentacle?" Owen shouted in a frenzy. Dumbledore swiftly freed his left hand and waved his wand with remarkable speed. The tentacle severed. For a fleeting moment, everyone believed the ordeal was over. Angela gasped, ceasing her screams. Bran relaxed his grip on her, and Owen appeared on the verge of tears. In the next instant, the severed tentacle, along with the woman, rapidly retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. "No!" Owen screamed. "Angela! Angela! Angela, come back!" He dashed recklessly towards the direction where Angela had disappeared, with Bran and Dumbledore hastily following. In a blink, Owen vanished from sight. Bran was compelled to cast a spell upon himself to run faster. "Calm down, Owen," Bran shouted as he ran. "If you keep this up, you might disappear too." His heart raced wildly. If they pursued to the end, discovering Owen had also vanished. But Owen did not vanish. As Bran and the headmaster turned a corner, they found him slumped alone on the ground, panting heavily, covered in mud, utterly disheveled. Before Bran could speak, Owen broke the silence. His voice was raspy, his tone uncertain. "This is the trial of Slytherin, I assent it. He wants each of us to face our personal trial, correct? After all, Angela and I completed our trial together, while you two did so separately, right?" Bran remained silent, recalling his conversation with Slytherin. "Did you separate Owen and Angela?" "Of course not. The love between young people. If I had separated them, they would have gone mad." "No," Bran struggled to speak, discovering his own voice was equally hoarse. "You need not continue," Owen said numbly. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving, silent tears streaming down his face. They sat in silence beside Owen for a while. Until Dumbledore finally spoke. "We must set off. There is still time to save Angela." "How do we save her? From where? From Voldemort's grasp or that cursed divine hand?" Owen queried, his tone unfriendly. "I might provoke Slytherin's ire," Dumbledore whispered, closing his eyes. "But perhaps I was never a worthy keeper of secrets." "What is it?" "Slytherin has a way, does he not?" Owen urged eagerly. He sprang to his feet. "Then what are we waiting for? Where is Slytherin? His students may die like this. Why does he not appear? Why does he not show himself?" "Slytherin has informed you that your task is to survive," Dumbledore said slowly. "But my task is to deliver this thing to the edge." He gradually retrieved an object from his pocket. Bran held his breath, gazing at it. It was a coin. Owen inhaled sharply, opened his mouth, took several deep breaths before saying, "What use is this?" Dumbledore appeared extremely weary. He said, "What he did not disclose to you is that his true intention is to slay the malevolent god lurking deep within the cave, the many-faced god, Proserpine." Chapter 93, The Death of Adrastus. Bran awaited Dumbledore's continuation, but the headmaster remained silent, gesturing for them to proceed. Owen attempted a smile, but failed. He said with restraint, "As long as we eliminate this thing in time, Angela can return, right?" "I believe so," Dumbledore replied, the crescent-shaped glasses reflecting the light from the tip of his wand, obscuring the expression in his eyes. "Angela's scarf is back there." Owen abruptly shifted the topic. He glanced behind Bran, saying, "I wish to retrieve it." "No," Bran interjected. "You see, following you is a burden for me, is it not? It would be better for you to confront your malevolent god while I simply retrieve one of Angela's belongings and quickly catch up." Owen spoke calmly. "Firstly, it is not merely a belonging. Secondly, there is a significant chance you will directly perish after separating from us. By the time we rescue Angela, it will be her mourning for you. Lastly, witnessing Slytherin slay the malevolent god would also be quite an impressive and satisfying sight, would it not?" Bran pointed out with equal calmness. Owen glared at him, finally conceding, "You win." They quickened their pace. Bran remained vigilant, wary of Voldemort lurking about. But it seemed the Dark Lord was not so easily entertained. The existence of a hidden master, whether real or imagined, seemed to have grown complacent with its own achievements. Offering no attack against them, a group of four exited the narrow, artificially carved passage and returned to the spacious and towering corridor of giants. Bran turned back to gaze at the path they had traversed. The corridor behind them was choked with earth, leaving only a narrow opening, which appeared to have some handprints beside it. At this juncture, the scent of blood had intensified to an unsettling degree. Bran attempted to use magic to dispel the odors, but they re-emerged shortly thereafter. They had no choice but to cast a charm upon themselves to isolate the stench of blood. After a while, a door stood before them. It was presumably the entrance to the dwelling of the giant princess. Bran recalled Angela's words, remarking on how long this corridor was. Of course, for giants, it might only be a matter of a few extra steps. "This is a door, Bran," Dumbledore stated. Oh, I see." No one was there to open the door for them, and they had to do it themselves. Bran, undeterred, pulled and pushed the door, employing every unlocking spell he knew. All to no avail. Is this truly the way it has to be? Have I squandered my only opportunity too soon? Bran mused internally. Yet, Slytherin had already shown a disregard for their plight once. It was to be expected that they would waste this opportunity as well. The wizard in silver and green robes did not appear particularly fond of his students. Why did they trust him so? Because he was the founder of Hogwarts? Because he seemed to have lived a millennium? Perhaps the real Slytherin would not abandon them in their time of need. Perhaps it was merely his lingering spiritual imprint that had grown rather rigid. Bran cut his left wrist, grimacing as blood splattered onto the stone door. And he quickly stifled the flow. Both Dumbledore and Owen stepped forward to offer their blood as well. Together, they pushed, and the stone door creaked open, revealing an identical corridor lined with countless rooms. Blue flames flickered to life one after another. Bran's sense of unease intensified. The giant king's tomb might originally have contained only ghastly traps and stern warnings, and the offering of blood could merely be a necessary rite for visitors. However, Something had taken residence in the tomb, including the so-called God of 1,000 Faces. Blood was a vital substance, often used as a medium for curses in many dark arts. In this manner, they had unwittingly offered their blood, increasing their likelihood of encountering misfortune. From this perspective, they had not truly possessed a first opportunity. Upon passing through a door, their chances of death had significantly escalated. What was Slytherin's true intent? Bran sighed. He noticed Dumbledore and Owen entering the door in silence, and he followed suit. What awaited him was not a silent corridor, flickering flames, or mute companions, but an expansive open field. His feet stood upon a ground suffused with blood and flesh, illuminated by a blood-red moon that cast its glow across the sky. The field stretched infinitely, entirely carpeted in gore. Turning back, he beheld a pitch-black forest behind him. The trees therein did not bear branches, but rather tentacles, and their fruits were not ripe, but grotesque growths, each adorned with an unopened eye. Before him, a young man dangled from a tree, black-haired and black-eyed. His death a grim spectacle. Adrestos hung with arms outstretched, resembling a figure on a cross. Bran inhaled deeply, drawing forth his wand, and addressed the air. It seems we cannot resolve this matter lightly, can we? No reply came. The sight before him incited waves of nausea and dizziness, and he feared his mind would soon unravel, unleashing a cacophony of hallucinations. Yet he must remain composed, otherwise he might be the next to dangle from these trees. Thus, first, it appeared this place was their domain. Bran looked down at the indistinct blood and flesh beneath his feet, suspecting that a tentacle could emerge at any moment to tear him apart. Second, despite the ominous appearance of the forest, he must venture forth. Only here was there a semblance of difference, a potential for life. Even if it were a trap, he had no choice. Bran glanced at the colossal sword beside him, nearly matching his height, and offered a wry smile. You are truly of no use, my little brother. He lifted the sword with his left hand, discovering it surprisingly light. He could wield the sword in his left hand while gripping his wand in the right, akin to a medieval Gryffindor traversing the land. Bran cautiously attempted to navigate around Adrestos' corpse, preparing to enter the forest. But Adrestos opened his eyes, fixating on him with an unwavering gaze that followed his every movement. Am I dead? Why are you avoiding me? He inquired, confusion lacing his tone. I apologize, but that is indeed the case, Bran replied, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Adrestos' voice was hoarse and grating, akin to a woeful artist dragging a neglected violin. We were fleeing, Adrestos recounted. He tore free from the tentacles ensnaring him and landed solidly, several internal organs spilling from his body. Bran subtly stepped back. We were on flying brooms. He continued, standing still with arms outstretched as if to embrace the blood-red moon above. We were escaping. Owen urged us to flee. We did not make it out. The broom carried us into a corridor. Angela said we had to press on, as something was pursuing us. We navigated numerous traps, managing to progress without incident. Our path was blocked. That thing caught up to us. Adrestos fell silent, gazing down at his mangled doll-like body with a bitter smile. That thing was the writhing tentacles, the indistinct blood and flesh, the ever-changing puppet. That thing is us. A scene involuntarily unfurled in Bran's mind. The expedition team frantically digging through the earth that obstructed their path, a terrifying monster trailing behind, filling the corridor and devouring all the dirt in its way. Then, the monster shrank, becoming increasingly humanoid, until it ultimately transformed into 6 individuals identical to the expedition team, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Adrestos raised his head, his gaze gradually emptying. I encountered myself, he stated, taking a step toward Bran. Bran retreated a step. I encountered myself, he repeated, advancing another step. I encountered myself, he declared, stepping out of the forest confines. In the next moment, the Greek was hoisted back up by the writhing tentacle branches, head downward, body upward, arms spread wide like an inverted crucifix. I encountered myself, he reiterated, falling silent altogether. Adrestos' form swiftly melted and reformed. A tall, robust man with black hair and blue eyes descended from the tree, entirely nude. Bran inhaled sharply, observing this identical figure. Did seeing oneself dispel the atmosphere of terror, especially in such a vulnerable state? Thus, this was the monster's method of murder, to blend among people, striking when least expected. He felt a pang of curiosity as to why only one member of the expedition had perished. You killed me. Bran accused Bran hoarsely. You know exactly what you are. Bran replied calmly, gripping the sword in his left hand. You should also be aware of what you are. Bran hissed. Do I need to tell you? A usurper? Your force is insufficient, Bran retorted. If everything here was clear, including his identity as a traveler, he was equally aware of what words could provoke him. With a bit more pressure, perhaps he could be broken. I will kill you, Bran declared, extending his right hand. The wand in Bran's possession flew into the creature's grasp. Was this within your expectations, Slytherin? Bran had been prepared for the temporary betrayal of his wand since the moment he encountered another version of himself. He raised his colossal sword and, without waiting for the creature to cast a spell, struck down, cleaving it in two. The scene is rather unsightly. Bran cautiously retrieved his wand, glancing at his own corpse while not forgetting to mock. The figure on the ground morphed into the likeness of Adrestos. He seized Bran's foot, Roaring, we dug to the end. It was a tunnel excavated by hand. It was with our hands. Understood. I shall treat Owen and Angela to a meal, Bran replied. Now, the dead must go to their rightful place. He plunged his sword into Adrastos' skull. The corpse twitched once before slowly transforming back into a tentacle. A fleshy growth emerged from the tentacle, with eyes wide open, as if refusing to close in death. Seeing this tentacle, Bran's heart raced. He lifted his gaze. Indeed. In the forest, on every tree, every tentacle, every fleshy growth, eyes were opened. In Chapter 94, The Thousand Faces, you may search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Baidu. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Bran felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly scanned the forest. Each eye was identical, with black pupils, vacant stares, and no focus. A rustling sound echoed through the woods. Bran attempted to cast a spell but failed. He decisively returned his wand to his pocket, grasped the colossal sword with both hands, and held his breath, waiting for the forest's response. The gods will extinguish the magic around us. He recalled Slytherin's words. Come out. Bran called into the forest. Still, there was no reply. Thus, he clutched his sword and stepped into the woods. The moment he entered, Bran felt a spark of inspiration and turned back, realizing that an endless forest lay behind him. The bloody field had vanished, and a blood moon filtered light through the branches above. The eyes behind him were all watching. The forest floor was carpeted with leaves, each leaf faintly bearing human features. He dared not linger, following the direction of the rustling sounds. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Bran did not quicken his pace but continued walking steadily, wary of the tentacles on the trees that might suddenly extend to ensnare him. As he drew nearer, the sound became clearer. It was a man incessantly screaming, cursing. Get away, the man bellowed. Bran could see the scene unfolding ahead, but he maintained his distance, observing from afar. A man clad in a heavy coat wielded a small dagger, struggling against a goat with two horns. Bran squinted and recognized the man as Owen. He remained unhurried, walking slowly until he approached the fray. Who are you? Owen demanded warily. A friend, Bran replied. The goat was feeble in combat, after dodging its hoof strikes. Owen seized the opportunity and swiftly decapitated it. The goat convulsed a few times before shrinking into a tentacle with a fleshy growth. It seems there's no secret to using a sword. Just strike, Bran mused. Ah, thank you, Owen sighed in relief. What should I call you? Bran, he replied leisurely, observing Owen's expression. And you? Owen laughed. Just call me Owen. Owen did not sheath his dagger but suddenly pressed it against Bran's throat. Is that so, Bran? Tell me. How did you find this place? Do you realize you are, in fact, a transformed tentacle? Look at the ground. Does it not evoke a sense of familiarity, a kinship? Oh, relax, brother, Bran soothed. I have questions for you as well. How long have you been here? Shouldn't you know very well? Owen whispered. Aren't you one of them? You have been watching us all along, haven't you? As he uttered his final words, Owen's face flushed, glancing nervously at the eyes on the trees. They remained wide open, fixated on the two men below. Now that is somewhat amusing, brother, Bran said slowly. Before I stepped into this forest, those eyes were all closed. Owen blinked but did not lower the dagger. You can lie, can't you? Seems your intellect is quite high, It is the year 1998, Bran revealed, unleashing a trump card. He remained observant, though he harbored a chilling suspicion that might not be true. Owen's hand trembled, yet he did not relent. You lie. It is the year 1994. What if, from a certain perspective, we are both correct? Bran replied, suddenly understanding much. You see, this place cannot be deciphered by conventional logic. Perhaps time has solidified here. Do you feel as if only a day or two has passed? In reality, years have elapsed outside. You still have much that you cannot explain, Owen retorted fiercely. Perhaps I should simply plunge this dagger into your skull and see if you twist into a tentacle with a growth, rather than listen to your beguilements. I encountered you outside, Owen, Bran reassured in a calming tone. You led me to the ruins of the giants, and that is how I entered this realm. Owen trembled again. You met a counterfeit. This thing on the ground is a transformation. He spat. No, you might still be lying. I will take you back. Hand over your sword. What if a monster ambushes us on the way? How will I defend myself? If you die, then so be it. What concern is that of mine? I would rather see if you creatures turn on each other, Owen scoffed. You see, if you fear I might kill you, then simply escort me back. After all, I just saved your life, did I not? With your dagger and agility, it would be difficult for you to slay the goat. Should you discover I am human but perish in the process, would you not feel guilt? Nonsense. Without you, I could have slain that mutated goat, Owen insisted. Yet he did not confiscate Bran's sword. Throughout their journey, Bran pondered whether the Owen before him was the true one or if the one outside, with whom he had shared life and death, was genuine. He still believed the one outside was real, yet this Owen's every action resembled that of a true person. Moreover, the fact that Owen's group had survived such perilous circumstances with only one casualty was indeed peculiar. After navigating several turns, Bran stumbled upon a very rudimentary camp. Inside, 4 individuals were resting, and they were taken aback by the arrival of a newcomer brought in by Owen. Is this one of us? Angela inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Quick, check him to see if he is a monster. A tall, muscular man suggested. Bran recognized him as Joy, the Russian. Angela stepped forward, feeling Bran's chest and examining his eyes, instructing him to stick out his tongue. Yes, not, she declared, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. This interaction left Bran even more bewildered. If these individuals were indeed monsters, what performance were they putting on? Owen began to recount their encounter to the others. Upon hearing that Bran had been brought in by another Owen, gasps of horror filled the air. He is continuously delivering new prey to us. The stout man Harlan exclaimed in terror. They're living outside in our identities. We can get out, Harlan, Angela reassured him. Just a little further. And we will find the way. Bran resolved to refrain from conflict with these individuals for the time being. He needed to discern their intentions. They gathered their belongings and ventured deeper into the forest, with Bran trailing at the back, scrutinizing the expressions of those ahead. All appeared grave and anxious. My wife might be with that monster, Joy murmured darkly. Silence, Joy, Owen reprimanded. After a while, a rustling sound echoed from ahead. An elderly man in white robes and a man clad in a hoodie emerged from behind the trees. Bran, the newly appeared Owen exclaimed with delight, but his expression soured upon noticing the other five. This must be the fake, the expedition team, as Owen warned the remaining members. Kill him and see if he reveals his true form. The group brandished their weapons, charging forward with furious cries, engaging in a fierce struggle. Bran merely observed, refraining from joining the fray. Dumbledore drew Gryffindor's sword from the air and plunged it into Joy's head. The hooded Owen snatched the expedition team, as Owen's dagger, and stabbed it into his throat, simultaneously shouting at Bran, Bran, why are you just watching? Are you not the real Bran? Dumbledore and the hooded Owen, wielding superior weapons, effortlessly concluded the battle 2 against 5. They approached Bran swiftly. Explain why you are with them and why you didn't help. Otherwise, I will treat you as a monster, Owen said angrily. Bran raised his hands in surrender. I was merely concerned that you might also be monsters. Is that so? Such distrust of your companions? You seem to trust Professor Dumbledore quite well before. So much so that the headmaster had to clarify he was not a god, Owen teased. Indeed, Bran replied, thrusting a sword into Owen's chest and slashing Dumbledore's throat. You seem to have forgotten that this place nullifies magic. Even Dumbledore himself cannot wield Gryffindor's sword here. He watched as his two companions twisted, transforming back into a writhing tentacle, retreating slowly. Angela, not yet fully lifeless, grasped his hand. Take this, she struggled to say, clutching a massive wound on her abdomen with her right hand, while her left trembled as she retrieved a compass from her pocket. The way out. We must expose those monsters who have taken our identities. She fell still, her beautiful blue eyes losing their sparkle, staring vacantly at the blood-red sky. Then, her form rapidly contorted into a tentacle adorned with grotesque growths. Bran rose, holding the compass, sighed, and surveyed his surroundings. He understood what the eyes on the grotesque growths resembled, those of the deceased. Thus, these individuals were oblivious to the fact that they were the imposters. He called out to the forest, and the response was the rapid approach of tentacles. Bran retreated several steps as the descending tendrils coiled around the lifeless ones on the ground, swiftly retracting upwards. A sound of gnawing echoed above. You're quite repulsive, Bran remarked. The forest seemed to disregard his words, offering no response other than the countless lifeless eyes that continued to fixate on him. With his right hand gripping the great sword, he stepped resolutely into the depths of the forest. Chapter 95. The door you may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. My lord of many faces, master of all spirits, the lord of humanity, who perceives all and cherishes mankind. Dumbledore read softly from a small booklet found within the tent, reciting a line in Latin. It appears the truth has been revealed, he stated, raising his gaze. He realized Owen had vanished. Holding the booklet, Dumbledore exited the tent. He stood amidst ruins, gazing into the encompassing darkness. Then tilted his head upward to behold the towering ceiling. The carvings above had become indistinct, erasing all traces of their original designs. The ruins were littered with shattered stones and the remnants of scattered tents. Dumbledore returned to the tent, his one tip glowing momentarily before extinguishing. He then picked up an oil lamp nearby, managing to ignite it. In the dim light, he resumed reading. The matters most dear to the Lord are civilization itself. Therefore, we have resolved to sacrifice the entire tomb of the giant king to our Lord's domain. Alas, we cannot breach the mechanisms before the tomb. A companion has been pursued by a grotesquely hideous creature. We have decided to seal off the path ahead. Our usual offerings will be directly enjoyed by the Lord, thereby resolving any necessary troubles. Dumbledore closed the booklet, left the tent, and ventured deeper. He first encountered a series of statues resembling cats and dogs. Each devoid of facial features, their visages violently erased by some unseen force, rough and pockmarked. Next came faceless tigers, lions, monkeys, faceless centaurs, mermaids, fairies, house elves, faceless dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, followed by a myriad of humans in various forms, faceless infants, children, adolescents, young adults, middle-aged individuals, and the elderly. Dumbledore reached the end of the line. Pausing before several statues he recognized, a young man with outstretched hands, a stout man, a tall man, an average-sized man, and a couple nestled together. Finally, There stood a long-bearded elder and a young man with his arms crossed, all devoid of faces. Dumbledore, expressionless, continued onward until he was engulfed by darkness. Bran Victoria cried out in anguish, "Please." She was ensnared by countless tentacles, her clothing tattered, her face flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bran cast a glance at the grotesque eyes on the nearby tree, sighed, and drove his sword into her head, walking away without a backward glance. The sound of gnawing followed him. "Bran!" Colbert leapt from behind a tree, blocking his path and calling out anxiously, "I just woke up," before he could finish. A massive sword appeared at his forehead. The deeper Bran ventured, the more agitated he became. He had lost count of how many times he had slain friends, mentors, and even parents he had yet to meet in this realm. Continuing like this, he would inevitably succumb to psychological turmoil. He was powerless. In this interminable forest, he was merely an ordinary person wielding a sword, with no alternative but to press onward. He was unaware of how long he had walked. The blood moon in the sky remained unmoved, flanked by identical trees, each adorned with matching growths and open eyes. The forest, seemingly silent, was rife with hissing whispers and rustling sounds. In a daze, the leaves on the ground morphed into ashen faces, and all the tendrils stirred restlessly. "Damn it!" Bran halted, cursing in despair, hoping that Dumbledore had delivered the gold. He had not. He was nearing death. A voice whispered in his ear, "You can do nothing. Escape is impossible." Another voice, tinged with pity, hissed a chilling breeze that brushed against Bran's ear. "I am more curious about what would happen if I were to slay you tree-bound creatures. Just as I did those that approached me," Bran retorted impatiently, brandishing his sword at a nearby tree. When he first entered the forest, he would have deemed such an act foolish, fearing it might provoke some awareness or entity within the woods, leading to his untimely demise. He would have thought there must be a way out, that no prison could be flawless, and that with patience and introspection, he could discover the means to escape. Yet, hope does not perpetually linger in every corner of the world. When a wizard is incapable of conjuring even a glimmer of light, all riddles become mere jest, and every escape route is rendered futile. "You will die meaninglessly," a faint whisper echoed again in his ear. He had contemplated this before. He attempted to employ techniques that did not require magic, relying solely on pure experience and talent to perceive the magical framework here. Believing that any flaw could be exploited to dismantle the entire defense system, he had succeeded in navigating Slytherin's trials this way. However, experience and talent informed him that magic did not exist in this realm. Everything was as it should be. Much like the sun rising in the east in the real world, all that existed here was a simple reality. He pondered the true purpose of those behind his entrapment. Was it merely to see him perish? To siphon his meager life force and magical essence? When dark deities accept sacrifices, they typically demand hundreds or thousands. Ultimately, he convinced himself that these entities had no true purpose. He was simply unfortunate enough to have stumbled into this place. His existence held no significance for that dark god. His death would also be inconsequential. Everything here might not even be by design, but rather a consequence of the god's passive aura. Bran took a deep breath. These boundless monstrosities could never be vanquished. He would merely exhaust himself. What he ought to do was conserve his strength and forge ahead, even if hope was non-existent ahead. Even if the path forward was a dead end. He retrieved the compass given to him by Angela before her demise, transformed from tendrils, and took a glance at it. Frankly, he did not believe the compass would be of any use. He surmised that since entering the forest, these figures mirrored his inner psyche. The 6 members of the expedition represented his nostalgia for Owen's past, while the sudden appearances of Dumbledore and Owen reflected his yearning for reunion with companions. Thus, the compass likely held no practical value, serving only as a symbol of his desire to escape this place. As for the resurrected Adrastos and the replication of himself before entering the forest, he was utterly at a loss. Bran plunged his sword into the ground and rested for a moment. His legs had become numb from fatigue, and his strength was waning. The last time he had eaten was before the so-called second practical lesson when Dumbledore had given him a few sandwiches. All the tendril creatures he had slain left nothing behind except for this compass. They reverted to tendrils, reclaimed by the forest, and he found no sustenance. The tendril beings had not appeared for quite some time. He surmised that after he had eliminated everyone he had known in his lifetime, they ceased to manifest. If anyone were to appear now, he lacked the strength and will to confront them. As long as he was not betrayed, he welcomed the company on his journey. "If only you could bring me a few people I knew in my past life, that would be truly remarkable," Bran cursed at the air. To his simultaneous disappointment and relief, none of his acquaintances from before his crossing emerged. He instinctively glanced at the compass, astonished to find its needle suddenly pointing behind him. He stepped back a few paces, only to discover the compass now directed ahead of him. Bran halted, gazing expectantly at the ground just a few steps away, awaiting the emergence of something. Leaning on his sword, he waited for a long time, but nothing appeared. All eyes were still upon him. "Damn it, you fools," Bran cursed. He drew his colossal sword, prepared to advance once more. The ground erupted with a deafening roar. The leaves, bearing human-like contours, were violently shaken apart. Something began to rise swiftly, breaking through the earth. Bran retreated hastily. A massive door ascended, towering at least 3 or 4 stories high. Subsequently, the handle was pulled, and a giant entered. This giant was nearly fully decayed, exuding a pungent odor. Numerous bones were visible, with clumps of rotting flesh hanging precariously, as if they might fall at any moment. Bran furrowed his brow, straining to discern the giant's features. Was this the Giant King? Once the giant stepped in, he stood still and motionless. Bran cautiously approached the other side. The door had a gap that, while a mere crack for the giant, was wide enough for three of them to squeeze through. Just as Bran was about to enter, the giant turned and shut the door. "Have mercy, good sir," Bran pleaded. He uttered the words without expecting any response from the Giant King. If he were capable of magic, perhaps he would have already engaged in battle with the giant, seizing the opportunity to slip through the gap before the door closed. However, as a human barely 2 meters tall, he felt no inclination to confront the 8 or 9 meter tall giant. He began to ponder. If this rotting giant were indeed the Giant King, why was he present here? Disregarding motives, he focused on the cause and effect. Bran glanced at his great sword and then at the ground where he had thrust the sword, forming a hypothesis. "Hey," Bran shouted with all his might, attempting to capture the giant's attention. "If I return your sword to you, will you help me open the door?" Either his voice was too feeble, or the Giant King was merely a puppet, incapable of comprehension. "All right, let me gather my thoughts," Bran muttered. He stood still, his gaze shifting from his sword to the giant and the door, an extraordinary idea blossoming in his mind. Could this be Slytherin's attempt to rescue him? Everything unfolding matched the characteristics of the riddle Slytherin had previously designed. The triggering mechanism and potential methods for deciphering were strikingly similar, making it hard not to draw parallels. The event was triggered when he plunged his great sword into the ground. The compass served as a reminder. All of this is intricately tied to Slytherin. He acquired the sword because Slytherin imparted knowledge to Angela regarding the legacy of the Giant King. The identity of the giant was recognized through memories gleaned from the monster Fedra, which would undoubtedly prove useful. The only perplexing aspect remains, what does the compass signify? Could it be that this place was initially infiltrated by Slytherin, leading the tentacled Angela to provide him with this object? Or, more amusingly, could this very location be an illusion conjured by Slytherin? The latter conjecture left Bran feeling quite repulsed. However, since this likely constituted yet another riddle posed by Slytherin, he resolved to approach it with a problem-solving mindset. The door stood at the height of the giant, with the giant himself being the embodiment of the Giant King, and the sword was merely diminished in size by his ability. Bran approached the door, inserting the giant's sword into the crevice. The sword began to expand rapidly, ultimately returning to its original colossal form, comparable to that of the Giant King. The decaying Giant King withdrew the sword and examined it closely. "You have rescued me from my enslavement," he spoke, using a language comprehensible to Bran. His voice was surprisingly normal, deep and resonant, with a volume that was quite formidable for Bran, a mere human. The Giant King plunged the sword into the ground and silently opened the door. Bran peered into the darkness beyond. Was this what he referred to as Slytherin? He inquired, attempting to engage the Giant King in conversation. "This sword bears no trace of me. I should not take it into my tomb," the Giant King replied, evading the question. The giant's sword swiftly diminished in size, returning to the form Bran had previously held. The giant presented this toothpick-like sword to Bran. Thank you," Bran remarked. "I'm not particularly adept at swordsmanship." "With diligent practice, one can reach the pinnacle," the Giant King replied. Bran prepared to depart but suddenly turned back. "I wish to ask, does one not perish after passing through the door twice?" he foolishly inquired. "It is I who opened the door for you. Simply step inside," the Giant King calmly stated. The king observed Bran as he crossed the threshold. The grand door slowly closed, vanishing entirely. He turned to regard the towering, dense trees surrounding him. "I do not particularly like you," he said, casually uprooting several trees as he ventured deeper into the wilderness, causing vast swathes of timber to topple. Chapter 96. The contract cross. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Harry Potter had lost track of whether it was day or night outside. Guided by intuition, he searched tirelessly for Ravenclaw's diadem, but had yet to find it. Nevertheless, he pressed on, feeling distinctly that he would locate it. He would not be a useless burden. And you are merely an ineffectual old man. Bran found himself in an expansive hall, confronting a colossal statue of an elderly figure clad in a hooded robe, its craftsmanship so rudimentary that even a face was absent. A stone staircase ascended to the statue's head. Beneath the statue's legs, two figures were engaged in conversation. Dumbledore lay helplessly on the ground, while Voldemort, with his back to Bran, crouched and whispered menacingly, "I shall end your life, old man." The headmaster, panting, with tousled hair, strained to rise but was seized by Voldemort around the throat. Bran held his breath, gripping the sword as he cautiously approached. "You see, I am the ultimate victor. While Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in all of Europe, shall become a laughingstock." Bran swung the sword down, but Voldemort suddenly dodged to the left, evading the blow. "It appears you have summoned reinforcements, have you not, Dumbledore?" Voldemort turned, a wicked grin spreading across his serpentine visage. Avada Kedavra. Bran instinctively raised the giant sword to deflect the spell. The green light was absorbed by the blade. There was no time to ponder how Voldemort managed to cast spells. Bran seized the opportunity to sweep the sword in an attempt to cleave Voldemort in two at such close proximity. A soft thud echoed as Voldemort's apparition materialized a short distance away, erupting into laughter. Let us see, Dumbledore, how long your reinforcements can endure. He unleashed another green beam, absorbed once more by the giant sword. Interesting, Voldemort mused, firing 3 or 4 consecutive curses. Bran abandoned the idea of blocking with the sword and lunged to the side, only to have a massive stone hand emerge from the ground, capturing him as if in a claw machine. Voldemort approached slowly, tightening his grip with his left hand. Bran's complexion turned ashen, his bones feeling as though they would shatter under the pressure of the colossal hand. You shall die, Voldemort declared coldly. Bran was firmly ensnared, unable to move or breathe, and his sword clattered to the ground. I have heard you severed Nagini in twain, Voldemort remarked, both arrogant and foolish. Have you contemplated the consequences of offending the Dark Lord? Have you realized? In an instant, the entire stone hand crumbled to dust. Bran fell to the ground, coughing. Dumbledore hurled the giant sword to him and swiftly pulled him aside, narrowly avoiding a green curse. I have no time for your idle chatter. Once you are dead, Dumbledore, I shall display your corpse to the world. Voldemort seethed, barely containing his rage. Plant the sword in the ground, Dumbledore urged. Bran complied immediately, driving the giant sword into the stone floor, and was alarmed to discover that the sensation upon piercing the stone was akin to flesh. An invisible barrier rose on either side of the giant sword, deflecting the incoming green curses. After merely 2 killing curses, the barrier began to tremble precariously. Voldemort evidently noted this as well, a smile returning to his face. First, I shall shatter your hope, then deliver your demise, he proclaimed, rapidly casting multiple curses. Professor. What now? Bran anxiously turned back. Dumbledore, without raising his head, recited incantations from a small booklet at an incomprehensible speed. How dare you? Voldemort shrieked, impotent old man. How dare you? More spells rained down like a tempest. We are doomed. Harry thought frantically, I forgot to bring basilisk fangs or anything capable of destroying Horcruxes. Am I to leave this behind temporarily? Or take it with me? He felt apprehensive about directly handling the Horcrux, fearing adverse effects. Harry, I am here, Harry shouted. Ron and Luna swiftly appeared before him, each holding a basilisk fang. How did you bring those? He asked, astonished. Luna informed me you came directly from the 8th floor. And I remembered we forgot the fangs today, so I visited the Chamber of Secrets, Ron explained. Have you found the Horcrux? Yes, right here, Harry replied, eager to inquire how Ron had accessed the chamber but refrained. He gestured behind him, where the diadem rested atop a comical statue's head. Do you wish to destroy it yourself? Or shall we assist? Luna inquired with keen interest, observing the diadem, which appeared unremarkable and dull. Let me handle it, Harry said, taking the fang, inhaling deeply, and plunging it forcefully into the diadem. Are you out of your mind, completely unaware of what you are doing? Voldemort let out a ferocious roar. Bran felt the sword in his grasp tremble violently. Within moments, Voldemort launched a frenzied assault against them, casting at least a dozen spells that clearly exceeded the limits of the great sword. There is no time, Professor, Bran shouted towards the rear. Dumbledore did not cease his recitation of the lengthy incantation, nor did he lift his gaze to meet Bran's. In the next instant, the invisible barrier shattered. Damn it, Bran muttered, wishing for a swift end. He drew the great sword and charged at Voldemort in fury. Yet, Voldemort did not retaliate. He stood frozen, his eyes vacant. Uttering dreamily, I forgot the Horcrux. A colossal tentacle erupted from the ground, piercing through Voldemort's body, lifting him high into the air. Voldemort hung limply at the apex of the tentacle, arms outstretched, resembling a crucifix. Only I can attain immortality. And you shall perish here, he said slowly, casting a pitying look at Bran and Dumbledore, as time washed over everything. I alone endure. His crimson eyes gradually lost their luster. The tentacle remained motionless. Professor, Voldemort is dead, Bran cried out. Despite his utter confusion regarding the events unfolding before him, it was clear he would not meet a coward's end. He turned to see Dumbledore still engrossed in his incantation. There's no need to continue, Bran exclaimed, believing this to be Dumbledore's secret weapon. Voldemort is already dead. I mean, the Horcrux is not yet destroyed. He could revive, but he is dead. Dumbledore completed his recitation. He stood weakly, nearly toppling over. Bran rushed to support him. Once the summoning of the deity begins, it cannot be halted, the headmaster stated. What deity? Bran shouted. Please, let it not be what I am thinking. The deity requires a sacrifice, though you may not know what kind of offering pleases it. The manifestation of the deity seems entirely at its whim, Dumbledore replied evasively. What is our sacrifice? Bran asked in shock. It is this. The headmaster produced a coin from his pocket and placed it in Bran's hand. Chapter 97. History lesson. The hall trembled ominously. An ancient and terrifying aura began to awaken, instilling a sense of utter helplessness. Indistinct murmurs echoed in Bran's ears, causing his head to throb painfully, nearly rendering him immobile. To the top of the statue, Dumbledore shouted, Deliver the coin. Bran opened his mouth but found himself utterly speechless. What are you waiting for? Run. Dumbledore's voice sharpened with pain. Bran took off at a sprint. The seemingly short staircase felt like it spanned an eternity. The floor of the hall began to crack, with tentacles bursting forth from the ground, thrashing wildly in the air. He stumbled his way to the summit of the statue. Here, a small platform had been somewhat leveled, upon which rested a small table. The statue trembled, nearly causing him to lose his balance. More tentacles surged from the earth, and the stone floor erupted, revealing layers of writhing tentacles and grotesque flesh below. Bran shook his head, feeling as if several needles had pierced his skull, stirring his very brain. Will I die here? He struggled to move forward, placing the gold coins on the small table. The statue trembled violently, and he was knocked to the ground, prostrating himself before the table like a devout worshipper. Countless writhing tentacles reached out, and Bran, sensing the impending danger, mustered his strength and leaped down from the top of the statue. Like a child overturning a toy, the tentacles smashed the statue, sweeping away the objects atop it. Bran began to plummet. He saw Dumbledore collapsed on the ground, his lips quivering, surrounded by countless writhing tentacles, each covered with fleshy tumors, and each tumor adorned with open eyes. He landed softly. The tentacles formed a fleshy cushion, absorbing most of the impact from his fall. He wished to speak to the headmaster, but words escaped him. Waves of pain coursed through him, and under the weight of immense agony, Bran's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, unable to form a coherent thought. In the distance, a horrifying figure gradually ascended. It was a tower-like creature composed entirely of tentacles, reaching up to the ceiling dozens of meters high, its tentacles bristling with tumors, each tumor bearing open eyes. The moment Bran beheld this creature, his mind went blank. He stared vacantly into the distance, allowing the frenzied tentacles beneath him to toss him about. Instinctively, he grasped a tentacle to steady himself, inadvertently brushing against an eye, from which a viscous fluid immediately erupted. Wherever it dwells, calamity follows, a voice murmured. Slytherin glided through the air to Bran's side. Instantly, a warm and comforting sensation enveloped Bran, washing away all pain, coldness, discomfort, and nausea, along with the viscous substance clinging to him, as if swept away by a tide. Slytherin extended his hand, lifting Bran up, and after a few steps, he helped Dumbledore to his feet. The history lesson begins, the wizard in silver-green robes stated calmly. Bran blinked, finally regaining his senses, and saw the writhing tentacles beneath him quickly decay, becoming rigid and still. They could now stand securely atop them. This entity is known as Prosopon, meaning face in ancient Greek, and is referred to by classical wizards as the god of 1,000 faces, Slytherin explained. He took a few steps forward. All the tentacles locked onto him, rushing towards him to seal off every possible avenue of escape. Yet, they all halted before him, wilting. New tentacles continuously sprouted from the depths of the mass. It is a projection of one of the malevolent deities that gaze upon our world, banished by Merlin 1,500 years ago, and summoned back into existence by its followers 300 years ago. Indeed, Bran, it is but one among countless malevolent deities, one of many projections. And even as a projection, it can only be exiled, Slytherin said, unable to suppress a smile. But you can slay it, can't you? Yes, indeed, Slytherin replied, his smile gradually fading. This time, the attack came not from tentacles, but from magic. Flames, lightning, boulders, floods, and even meteors assailed them. A meteor struck the ground above them, creating a massive opening and hurtling towards them, as if unstoppable. But Slytherin was stronger. All magic that touched him crumbled to dust. The flames were extinguished, the floods absorbed, and even the meteor could only linger above him for a moment before dissipating. It is known as the god of 1,000 faces, possessing knowledge of all beings and insight into their innermost thoughts. Its physical form is immensely powerful, impervious to destruction. Its magic is like a tempest, capable of tearing through all existence. No other magic can coexist in its presence. It embodies the very concept of the face of all things. Bran could not help but lift his gaze skyward. No longer was it a sculpted ceiling, but the true night sky, filled with brilliant stars and shimmering auroras. Around it, a monstrous entity existed, capable of taking on the appearance of any person or creature. These monsters would stop at nothing to annihilate those resembling them, believing wholeheartedly that they were that very person, ultimately succumbing to self-destruction. Countless Irwins and Angelus emerged from the shadows, their faces a mix of tears and laughter, pleading towards Slytherin. Slytherin remained expressionless, waving his hand. And a white aura spread forth, causing all the Irwins and Angelus to vanish instantaneously, twisting into tentacles covered in tumors. Are the true Irwins and Angelus still alive? Bran asked, his heart racing. Please, let it not be as I fear. They live, Slytherin replied softly. I will grant liberation to all the monsters. There was no chance of sparing them from the outset. Bran exhaled in relief. The thought that the couple he had known for so long were merely tentacles would have driven him to madness. The followers of the god of 1,000 faces believed that among all deities, only their master was the spirit of all things, the Lord of all souls. The master of humanity, who loved humankind most dearly. For their master would personally send forth his right and left hands, taking on human form to engage with them, fulfilling their desires and obeying their every command, Slytherin elucidated. Indeed, the right and left hands, Bran remarked with disdain. After being banished by Merlin, few remained of the worshippers of the god of 1,000 faces, some had perished in the summoning. Slytherin explained that they believed offerings would please the deity. when in truth, these beings cared nothing for such sacrifices. Suddenly, the distant god spoke, its voice a blend of deep and high, both masculine and feminine. Feudal, humans. I shall continue to observe you. You are fascinating specimens. I am not human, Slytherin calmly replied. You have taken my sacrifice and thus must offer something in return. How about yourself? He snapped his fingers. A tremendous beam of light erupted from the god of 1,000 faces, illuminating the entire night sky. Chapter 98. The corner snore beast, all the tentacles began to wither. Proserpine let out a deafening roar. You shall die, human. It hissed maliciously. I curse you to perish in agony, condemning your soul to eternal damnation. I am not human, Slytherin said, his expression unchanging, and you lack the authority to curse me. In the next moment, he floated into the air, approaching the towering creature that loomed dozens of meters high. The instant Slytherin departed, Bran's mind was once more flooded with whispers. Though faint, he barely managed to endure. Your existence brings only calamity to humanity, Slytherin asserted. His voice low yet clear to Bran's ears. You proclaim to have come to Earth in search of the everlasting flower of hope, closely observing human civilization, bearing no malice towards humanity, nor goodwill. Yet, throughout your countless years on Earth, you allowed your lower species and their progeny to intermingle with humans, permitting your followers to commit innumerable acts of wickedness, leading them to slaughter countless sentient beings, serving as offerings that you, in truth, have no interest in. You claim to fulfill your duty as an observer by descending upon human civilization. Your very existence has driven countless humans, wizards and non-wizards alike, to madness. Your gaze has caused thousands of humans to meet untimely ends. Here, I declare your sentence, death. Proserpine spoke. Goodness is merely the dust stirred up by humanity's instinct for survival. Evil is but the traces drawn by moral constraints. The universe knows neither beauty nor ugliness. Goodness nor evil. Do not delude yourself. His tone was devoid of the previous disdain. I am a person prone to overthinking, Slytherin stated calmly. We shall meet again, murmured Proserpine. Slytherin ceased to speak, extending his hand to extract a colossal, pulsating heart from the dense mass of tendrils. The world fell silent. One by one, the tendrils dispersed, dissolving into dust. The terrifying creature that had filled the vast space vanished completely within moments. Slytherin landed gracefully and approached Bran and Dumbledore, the heart in his hand now gone. I am utterly speechless, Dumbledore remarked. You have performed admirably. Hogwarts is fortunate to have you as its headmaster, Slytherin said softly. I must express my gratitude to you, Albus Dumbledore. Please accept my gift. Suddenly, a thick tome appeared in his hand. He weighed it and presented it to Dumbledore, who bowed and accepted the book. Your performance has equally astounded me, Bran read. Slytherin turned to Bran, for someone of your remarkable talent. A legendary spellbook may pale in comparison. A small red stone materialized in his hand. He tossed it into the air, caught it steadily, and handed it to Bran. The moment Bran grasped it, he felt a tremendous surge of magical energy coursing through him, along with a wealth of magical knowledge that left him dizzy. Slytherin blinked and continued, and this giant sword, are you aware that it can continue to change form? There is no need to wield it like King Fillard with both hands. You may reduce it further to hold the sword in one hand and your wand in the other. Gryffindor would be most pleased. I believe that is feasible, sir. Bran involuntarily addressed him with respect. He grasped the sword with his left hand, focused his mind, and attempted to shrink the massive blade. The sword swiftly transformed, ultimately becoming a one-handed longsword. As you can see, this sword cuts through iron like clay and is remarkably durable. Most transfiguration spells cannot alter this sword, and many spells can be deflected by it, provided you possess the skill. Slytherin smiled. You can drive the sword into the ground, automatically generating a barrier. This barrier is many times stronger than your ironclad charm. I feel invincible, Bran joked. Dumbledore shook his head. Slytherin did not respond to his comment, but instead clapped his hands. The unconscious Angela and Owen appeared before them. As I mentioned, Proserpine harbored no malicious intent subjectively. It was their own unfortunate circumstance that led them to be harmed by the surrounding derivatives. A common saying goes, blame yourselves for your misfortune in entering the realm of the gods. I do not subscribe to this notion. If harm can befall someone, why do these gods still exist? Are they unharmed? Bran inquired anxiously. They are fine. They simply need to recuperate for a few days. Whether they continue their studies is their own decision. As long as they remain my students, they will be safe. Your concerns are unwarranted. Bran's face flushed, and he pretended not to hear, mustering his courage to say, I have a few questions, sir. Ask away, Slytherin encouraged. Where is the forest and the expanse I entered? Did you send the giant to rescue me? I found a compass there, given to me by a being whose tentacles transformed. Why does it point me in the true direction? That place is the divine realm of Proserpine. King Fillard was awakened and enslaved by the faceless cultists 300 years ago, and I sent him to the location he desired. As for your third question, you may ponder it. Hint, in the realm of the gods, only facts exist, and magic does not, Slytherin stated. He crouched down, patting Owen and Angela. Both stirred slightly. They arrived here 4 years ago, full of hope to uncover the truth of history, only to encounter things they should not have, even witnessing the true form of Proserpine. Their survival was sheer luck, but I must say, among the 5 who exited, only 3 were truly alive. Bran felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that these 2 companions transformed from tentacles had remained with Angela and Owen for 4 years, possibly even interacting with the outside world. I must take my leave, Slytherin said, his expression subtly uncomfortable. He produced 2 rings and handed them to Bran. These are gifts for the 2 of them. Once they awaken, ask them if they wish to continue as my apprentices. I have provided sufficient information on how to commence the next lesson. Bran stared blankly as Slytherin vanished. Sufficient information? Oh no, I forgot to ask Voldemort. Bran lamented, slapping his forehead. He seemed to have completely overlooked this matter, and Slytherin had intentionally not mentioned it. I have a conjecture. Dumbledore approached him and said, Voldemort may have entered into some form of pact with the Dark God. The fact that he can wield magic here is likely due to this. However, something related to the Horcruxes must have caused him to violate the contract, leading to the backlash that resulted in his demise. Owen and Angela had fully awakened, huddled together and weeping. Do you think Proserpine has completely killed him? I mean, typically, such contracts have serious consequences upon violation, especially considering the other party is a dark god. Bran's voice grew softer as he spoke, not truly believing the situation could be that simple. Do not underestimate Voldemort, Bran. Dumbledore shook his head. Furthermore, he, too, is now aware of everything, and may act even more recklessly in the future. Bran did not wish to linger on this topic any longer. He approached Owen and Angela, who were locked in an embrace, cleared his throat, and said, Slytherin left something for you. We all have received it. Yet neither paid him any mind. Engrossed in their exchange of sweet nothings, Angela whispered, I thought my journey would end here. I believed our summer had come to a close. It's all right. Owen replied softly, many more summers await us, countless enchanting, languid days, and ample time to squander. Luna leaned against the dormitory windowsill, wearing ridiculous anti-monster glasses, gazing vacantly at the Hogwarts lawn. Mad girl, what are you looking at? Her roommate approached, giggling. I am watching the Nargle, Luna replied. The roommate squeezed beside Luna, wide-eyed, peering in the direction Luna had just been observing. I see nothing. You really need to take your medicine. The girl laughed heartily, seemingly delighted. Luna remained silent, continuing to gaze out the window. From her perspective, tendrils were breaking through the earth, flesh gradually crawling up the tower. The mad girl removed her glasses, satisfied, and returned to bed. Chapter 99, Brother. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Mommy, when will you come home? A little girl lay on the table, writing a letter with a pencil, her eyes very close, the letters crooked. She was in a dim room. Thick curtains hanging to the floor, blocking all light, with only an oil lamp on the table casting a glow. The bed was covered with thick blankets, towels, and clothes strewn about. The girl looked back, instinctively shrinking away. Mommy, I haven't been to school in a long time. I have increasingly grown fearful of my younger brother. A series of heavy breaths echoed from outside the door. The girl, trembling with fear, set down her pen and curled up in her seat. As the sound ceased, she cautiously descended from her chair, her face contorted with a near sob. Yet, she bravely approached the door, peering through the peephole. Nothing was there. The living room outside held a sofa, a coffee table, and a small, colorful television. Thick curtains veiled the windows, and the television flickered dimly, with cartoon characters murmuring softly. The girl dared not breathe, stealthily dragging some items to barricade the door. Unable to move the heavy furniture, she stacked several thick animated books and textbooks against the door. Returning to her seat, she resumed writing, a tear escaping down her cheek. Mother, yesterday my brother and I had the roast chicken from the fridge. I told him today is your birthday, and he should eat more to grow quickly. Then we could all go to Hogwarts sooner. A tear stained the letter, prompting her to wipe her face. I went to the kitchen for bread and returned to find him devouring the plate, his mouth cut open. I am truly frightened, Mother. If you were here, you would scold him and mend his mouth with your wand. I can only pretend not to see and quietly clean up the remaining mess. A book from the pile at the door tumbled to the floor, startling the little girl as the chair scraped loudly against the ground. She quickly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. A knock sounded at the door, and a sweet voice called out, Sister, may I borrow that book about wizards? There is no such book. The girl exclaimed in terror, struggling to control her tone. Why don't you check in Father S. study? I don't read books without illustrations. After what felt like an eternity, the voice outside returned, sounding quite aggrieved. All right, Sister, doesn't he want to look for books with me? The heavy footsteps faded, and the girl stifled a sob. She continued writing. This morning, I saw my brother eating books in Father S. room. He tore them apart and consumed them. I feigned normality and asked, Are you hungry, brother? He replied, No, Sister, I merely crave knowledge. Mother, do those who crave knowledge truly consume books? That is not what I have read. Tears streamed down her face. Mother, I know I am just a child and have caused you much trouble. There are many things I do not understand, and I wish to grow up quickly. But my brother has grown as tall as Father in just the past week. Finally, she could no longer hold it in and broke down in tears. A knock resounded outside. Sister, what is wrong? Asked the sweet, youthful voice. Sister, please don't be silent. I am scared. The girl inhaled deeply, pinched her mouth, patted her face, coughed a few times, and replied, I'm fine. I just miss Mother. I miss her too. When are we going to eat, sister? Wait until I finish my exercises. Sister, you are working too hard. We will go to Hogwarts. We need not concern ourselves with Muggle matters. But if I do not complete my exercises, the teacher will be displeased. What is there to worry about human emotions? The sweet voice innocently retorted. The girl was horrified. She helplessly gazed at the door and the thick stack of books she had piled up, unable to utter a word. The sweet voice gradually receded as silence enveloped the room again. The girl looked at the pen and paper on the table, as if seeing all hope, grasped her pencil, and resumed writing. Mother, I know that a normal 4-year-old child cannot be as tall as father, correct? Even for wizards, it is the same, right? Mother. I am truly terrified. Please come home. Is father drinking again under the pretense of visiting Uncle Owen? You said you would go find him. But it has been so long. I hope this letter reaches you, Mother. Your daughter, Polly O'Neill. The girl rolled up the paper, carefully tucked it into her pocket, and picked up a small mirror from the table. She posed various expressions in front of it, finally squeezing out a smile. She grabbed a towel, wiped her face, and made herself appear as if she had not been crying. Holding back her tears, she sat quietly for a moment. The redness around her eyes would gradually fade. With that forced smile, Polly shifted the stack of books at the door, creating a small opening to step outside. Brother, I am preparing dinner, she said, feigning enthusiasm. No response came from him. She sighed in relief and rubbed her eyes, glancing at the living room. The television had begun broadcasting the evening news. She approached the window and pulled back a bit of the curtain. The outside world had darkened. She quickly closed the curtain. The kitchen was a mess. The girl began tidying up. First, she tossed a plate with bite marks into the trash. Then, she decided whether to toss or reheat the leftover food from the morning. Lastly, she placed the remaining plates, covered in disgusting slime, in the sink, took out a clean basin, poured in some dish soap, and began washing. Oh, the girl froze. In the corner of the kitchen lay a piece of meat, and she was uncertain if it was the ingredient her brother had discarded from the refrigerator. She slowly approached, crouched down, and immediately gagged. The meat glowed a sickly green, repulsive, with a mass of bubbles covering it. What should I do? The girl stood there, on the verge of tears. She seemed truly unable to bear it any longer. Her hand reached into her pocket and grasped the letter. Brother, where are you? She called out loudly. Still, there was no response. Determined, the girl exited the kitchen and headed toward her parents' room. Sasta, their adorable owl, was there. She needed Sasta to deliver the letter, so that Mother would receive it and come home quickly. She pushed open the half-closed door. Her brother stood by the window, now as tall as an adult, with his back to her, gnawing on something. The girl's heart raced. She dared not speak, slowly retreating. Her brother turned his head. His entire face was smeared with blood, glowing green. A grotesque growth protruded from his neck. In his hand, he clutched a severed white owl, and upon seeing his sister, he slowly smiled. Sister wants to tell, so I ate it. This way, you want to tell, right? Chapter 102 Choices You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Is it in Paris? I do not wish to visit a place with few people. Bran sat on the deck, enjoying the breeze, while Owen and Angela discussed their wedding plans by the railing. After their encounter with the giant ruins, they did not want to delay any longer. The ship belonged to the Minister of Magic from Finland and had been borrowed from Dumbledore. Bran believed that only by taking such measures could they avoid the perils of shipwrecks and assaults by dark wizards. Once everything had concluded, they tacitly chose not to discuss the occurrences that transpired there, instead granting each other a moment of respite. The only exception was Dumbledore, who briefly mentioned how the situation had been addressed. Several Death Eaters remaining on the ground had been apprehended, and the vast pit created by the Dark Lord had been officially attributed to dark wizard activities. In Paris, the venues available would be somewhat limited. There were not many spaces designated for wizards, unless one were to abandon all magical elements midway and seek refuge in a Muggle territory. Owen, he called. As the wind carried his voice to Bran's ears, if I find myself short on funds later, may I ask you for assistance? Bran inquired loudly. First, you should consult Cobert. Owen replied robustly, continuing his discussion with Angela. We must first decide on the style we wish to adopt, something more subdued, quieter, and not overly ostentatious, with a few key elements infused with creativity. Bran calculated his savings and concluded that he should be able to sustain himself for a while longer. Thus, he reclined comfortably in a chair, basking in the sunlight and the gentle breeze, gazing at the azure sky, the fluffy white clouds, and an owl that was drawing closer. The owl flew directly to him, dropping a letter at his feet. Bran absent-mindedly offered it a handful of seeds, which it sniffed before taking flight once more. Do owls not eat seeds? Bran mused, though no one was there to respond. He glanced at the signature on the envelope, Claire O'Neill, and then proceeded to open it. Dear Mr. Reed, my son has gone missing, and my daughter has been in a state of distress, behaving as though she has lost her sanity. Her words becoming increasingly erratic. This occurred merely a week after I left home. I reported the matter to the Ministry of Magic, but to my dismay, no one took it seriously, and that inept group has been unable to uncover any leads. I have heard from others that you might be able to assist me. So I made a special trip to London. However, your establishment was closed, displaying only a notice instructing patrons to make appointments via owl. I hope this letter reaches you in a timely manner. I have returned to Miss Town, where my daughter requires care. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The town is located in Ireland, easily accessible by the Muggle train. Once I arrive, I will burn the letter and come to find you. I hope the lady at the CAF has informed you of the connection between you and Owen Lask. I implore you to distance yourself from him. Getting too close will lead to no good end. He is the reason my husband met a gruesome fate, causing my children to lose their father at a tender age. Even this recent incident can be blamed on him. Had my husband not passed away, I would not have had to go out to arrange his funeral and meet his parents. Had I been at home, this tragedy would never have occurred. If I could, I would curse him to 1,000 tortures and condemn him to hell. I have heard that you prefer to negotiate prices and sign contracts in person, so I shall refrain from discussing amounts in this letter. After my husband's death, my 2 children became my sole source of solace. And now one is missing while the other has lost her sanity. I realize it may be presumptuous to ask you to resolve this matter, but I will do everything in my power to repay your kindness, I assure you. Claire O'Neill, no wonder the surname sounds familiar. Angela mentioned that few outside of Ireland bear it. Wasn't it a member of Owen's previous team, named Ed? Bran cast a glance towards Owen, who was still engaged in quiet conversation. He reread the letter. A son missing, a daughter driven mad. All Owen's fault. Hey Owen. The widow of your former team member has written to me, he called out. It was not Owen who approached first, but Angela. Whose widow? What does she want? She asked anxiously. It must be Ed O'Neill's, Bran replied, handing her the letter. Owen leaned in to read it alongside her. It truly is my fault, Owen admitted candidly. No amount of compensation can make amends. Why does Claire have to face such misfortune? Angela said with concern. Her son is missing, and her daughter has lost her mind. I should accompany you to assess the situation. That's unnecessary, Bran shook his head. I suspect she would tear you both apart upon seeing you. Her son is not yet 4, and her daughter is just over 6, Angela mused, flipping through the letter. Why didn't she provide more information? Fear not. I have never undertaken an unresolved task, and this should not be a significant issue, Bran reassured, taking the letter back. I believe everyone has had enough rest. Dumbledore emerged from the cabin, his beard and robes billowing in the wind, smiling apologetically for interrupting their conversation. Bran, I may need to trouble you with something. We shall wait here, Owen said, displaying his understanding. Not entirely necessary, Dumbledore responded. Nevertheless, it is somewhat necessary. Thus, Dumbledore led Bran a little further away. Bran surmised that the previous riddle mainly indicated Owen's reluctance to engage in matters concerning the Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort. My apologies, Bran. Holidays always feel fleeting. Dumbledore bowed slightly. If a brief holiday now can lead to a longer one in the future, then it matters not, Bran replied without hesitation. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Indeed. Your non-involvement is permissible. This task relates to the Order of the Phoenix. What is it, Professor? You should be aware that Voldemort still possesses some Horcruxes that have yet to be destroyed. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. This implies that, although he was pierced by the Dark Lord in the giant ruins, he remains alive. Some Death Eaters have gathered, seeking to resurrect their master. So, the task is to disrupt their ritual? Bran inquired. But I have just received the commission. Whether to accept is up to you. In fact, it is not a particularly difficult task. Intelligence suggests that most of the participating Death Eaters could be described as a mob, were it not for the insistence of a few. Like Bellatrix, on Voldemort's immortality, they might have scattered like they did years ago. It sounds like an excellent opportunity to strike at Voldemort, Bran mused. If we dismantle these individuals, Voldemort will once again find himself powerless, just as he was over a decade ago. Voldemort has already experienced one death and resurrection. As long as that group of devoted Death Eaters remains, his influence will not dissipate easily. Bran retrieved Claire's letter and read it once more. A son barely 4. A daughter just over 6. Angela's words echoed in his mind. There was an important detail he seemed to have overlooked. I still need to think it over. He finally said, Time is short. Sirius and the others are set to depart the day after tomorrow, Dumbledore reminded him before leaving. Chapter 101. The Path of the Apprentice. The fan buzzed as Bran sat in his room, staring blankly at Claire's letter. Ed was a member of Owen's team. Yet he had no clear impression. He seemed the most ordinary, lacking any distinctive traits. He struggled to recall his memories of Ed. Aside from the old stories shared by Owen, all he had were the memories from the giant ruins, where he witnessed firsthand the towering joy and the short, stout Harlan. Bran's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, stilled. He had asked Slytherin many questions that day, and Slytherin had casually mentioned Owen, although only 3 living souls emerged. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. We are thrilled to announce that our wedding will be held on October 12th in Paris. Do not miss it, Owen declared, lifting Angela in a joyful embrace and swiftly exiting the room, closing the door behind him. Bran watched them leave with an impassive expression. Among the 3 who had stepped out with Owen and Angela, only one was truly alive. The other 2 were creatures of the abyss. He turned back to the letter. A son missing, a daughter driven mad. Mad? Such a term easily conjured dark thoughts, like sinister tentacled monsters with eyes. Had the daughter witnessed her father's true form? No, regardless of whether Ed was a creature of the abyss or a mortal, he had perished in Godric's Hollow, becoming fodder for Voldemort's Horcrux. Bran gazed at the paper beside the letter, where he had just noted Angela's words, a son not yet 4, a daughter just over 6. The expedition to the giant ruins with Owen's team occurred in 1994. This seemed to be the truth. Bran leaned back, rubbing his eyes. Claire's precious son was not human. Her daughter had been driven mad by her own brother, or rather, by her half-brother. He seized the quill, prepared to write a response, but after a few lines, he halted. Could he truly reveal such a truth to Claire? Inform her that her husband of 4 years was a monster, that the son she bore after 10 months of labor was not human, and that her daughter had lost her mind in such a manner, suggesting she seek refuge in a mental institution? Perhaps her pregnancy had not even lasted that long. Who could know how such creatures procreate? Thus, Bran found himself at a crossroads. Claire or Voldemort? Claire's request was clear. She wished for his assistance in locating her missing son, while also uncovering the underlying reasons for this calamity. From her perspective, the longer this matter dragged on, the more elusive her son's return home became. Meanwhile, the opportunity to hunt down Voldemort's loyal Death Eaters and thwart his resurrection was fleeting. Although a substantial number of elite wizards from the Order of the Phoenix were already involved, Bran's personal participation would undoubtedly enhance the probability of success. This implied that unless the operation against the Death Eaters was executed with remarkable swiftness, resolving it within a day or two, he could only reply with an excuse about being busy and request Claire to wait a few more days, thus managing to balance both tasks. Should it take several weeks or even months, Claire's situation might drastically change, leaving the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Bran pondered the decision with great inner turmoil. At times, he believed he had unraveled the truth behind Claire's request, merely needing to find a more tactful way to express it, or perhaps even tell a benign lie. At other moments, he felt that with so many elite wizards pursuing the Death Eaters, his involvement was hardly indispensable. Only 3 living individuals set out. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the enigmatic words spoken by Slytherin in the tomb of the Giant King. Slytherin had uttered many perplexing statements, yet had not afforded him the time to inquire further, appearing exceedingly hurried. He had managed to pose only 3 questions, one of which remained a riddle. What was the everlasting flower? I am not human. Magic is original sin, along with their apprentices' paths. How to commence the next lesson? Slytherin had similarly refrained from providing clarity, simply asserting that the information was sufficiently ample. Well then, it was time to deduce the problem based on the examiner's habitual methods. Thought Bran. They had been able to initiate the first lesson because they successfully triggered Slytherin's mechanism in the underwater ruins, releasing the Orange Cat and obliterating Lady Carmiston. The second lesson must also have a corresponding catalyst. The content of the first lesson revolved around what they already knew. Slytherin had explicitly stated in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, to prescribe remedies, treat them as one would a wizard apprentice. Therefore, it was reasonable to surmise that the commencement of the second lesson would follow a similar pattern. He lowered his gaze and chanced upon Claire's letter. Was the sufficient information referring to the offspring of the Tentacle Man, Ed, and Claire? It was highly plausible that Ed was indeed the Tentacle Man. Claire's son was not yet 4 years old, born after Ed returned from the Giant's ruins, a fact known to Angela as well. What a fitting remedy. Bran picked up his quill once more, replaced the paper, and wrote, Dear Ms. Claire O'Neill, I am deeply saddened to hear such news. I will arrive in Ireland in the coming days to assist you in locating your son and uncovering the reasons behind your daughter's madness. Sincerely, Bran read. He folded the letter and exited the cabin, intending to inquire if there were any owls aboard the ship, only to collide with Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, Bran. Have you made your decision? Yes, I have decided to visit the client first. It seems the pursuit task does not require my presence. Bran shrugged. That is certainly an option, Dumbledore replied with a gentle nod. The crucial matter remains the Horcruxes. Only by destroying all of them can Voldemort be utterly vanquished. Had Slytherin not made a request of me, I would have personally ensured he would not return as he did months ago. A request? Bran inquired, somewhat taken aback. He hesitated before continuing, Professor, do you believe Slytherin is immortal? The kind that has lived until now? He has slain the dark god whom even Merlin could only exile. I cannot say for certain, Bran, Dumbledore responded candidly, but I do know that his heart lies with Hogwarts, with his students. The Crumplehorn Snorkack is indeed real, Luna declared. At the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, Madame Rosmerta brought over 2 mugs of butterbeer, her eyes widening in surprise at Luna. I see, Luna, Ginny replied wearily. You know I didn't ask you out for this. Everyone is too afraid to discuss Dumbledore's army. All you need to do is wear the anti-creature glasses my father made. And you will see so much more, Luna insisted, shoving the glasses into Ginny's hands. Fine, Ginny said, putting on the ridiculous glasses and looking around. I don't see anything except for some colorful insects fluttering around people's heads. This is quite amusing. She couldn't help but laugh. Those are stinging nettle flies. Luna excitedly pointed out. Look over there, and you'll see. Ginny let out a short scream and hurriedly removed the glasses as Luna turned to find a small boy standing behind her. Excuse me, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in days, and I'm so hungry, the boy said timidly. Ginny gasped and roughly shoved the glasses back into Luna's arms. What's wrong? Luna asked. Your glasses are rather frightening. The one who invented this could rival George and Fred for the perfect prank item, Ginny retorted sharply. Luna put the glasses back on and quietly gazed at the small boy. What did you just say? She finally asked, somewhat lost in thought. I haven't eaten in days. Sister, the boy said, tears welling in his eyes. Go find Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Sprout, Luna calmly instructed Ginny. Chapter 102. The Headmaster's Hunt. You can search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Baidu. Remember when we were in Hogsmeade? Ginny said, somewhat bewildered. What does seeking the professors have to do with him? Well, this seems to be the only way. Luna continued to fixate on the small boy. Ginny looked at the boy, then back at Luna, utterly confused. She ceased to argue and quickly exited the 3 broomsticks. Where did you come from? Luna patiently asked the small boy. I don't remember, the boy replied, fear evident in his eyes. Don't be afraid. Everyone here is very kind, Luna reassured him. Still wearing the glasses. Could you give me something to eat first, sister? The boy innocently asked. Well, I suppose. Luna stood up and approached the counter. Excuse me. Do you have any vegetable salad? It's not on the menu, but I could make it for you if you'd like, Madame Rosmerta offered. Thank you very much. Luna replied politely. Sister, what delicious food is it? The boy eagerly inquired upon her return. Vegetable salad. Vegetables aren't tasty, the boy sulked instantly. I want meat, can I? Well, vegetables are good for your health. Luna took a deep breath, removed her glasses, and gently said, It's all right. Just eat some vegetables to fill your stomach first. We can have meat later. I want to eat meat. The boy wailed, drawing the attention of many around them. I want to eat meat. Madame Rosmerta placed the salad on the table and quietly asked, Would you like me to make a steak or something? No, thank you. I believe eating meat would not be good for him, Luna stated earnestly. The door swung open, and Ginny hurriedly entered, followed closely by Professor McGonagall, who wore a black coat. Luna, she called from a distance. I only stepped out for a moment when I encountered Professor McGonagall. She happened to be buying something here. Miss Lovegood, is there something wrong? Professor McGonagall inquired. Professor McGonagall sat across from Luna and noticed the little boy behind her. The child is lost. We must assist him in finding his parents, Luna implored. Adjusting her glasses with a sigh, Professor McGonagall replied, Miss Lovegood. Such matters should be entrusted to the Ministry of Magic, which is conveniently located in Hogsmeade. It is quite likely that his parents are nearby. I want to eat meat. The little boy insisted. Ginny, could you perhaps distract him? I wish to persuade Professor McGonagall, Luna pleaded. Ginny glanced between McGonagall and the boy, hesitated, then relented. Very well. I'll take you for some meat, she said, taking the boy's hand and leading him to the bar, where she engaged Madame Rosmerta in conversation. Professor, look, Luna exclaimed anxiously as the boy wandered away. She handed her glasses to McGonagall. What does this mean? McGonagall asked, surprised. After inspecting the ridiculous glasses, she donned them and remarked, Goodness, the world is entirely pink, and there are multicolored mosquitoes everywhere. Gasping, McGonagall adjusted her protective glasses to scrutinize her surroundings. In her line of sight, Madame Rosmerta frowned while listening to Ginny. Ginny stood beside the bar, surrounded by a swarm of colorful mosquitoes. However, beside her was not the little boy, but a creature towering over 2 meters tall. Its robust body tapered upward, where 4 soft, fleshy appendages extended where limbs should be. And at the very top, a child's face was crammed in. Removing the glasses, McGonagall saw the boy standing next to Ginny. Putting them back on revealed the monster. Who invented these glasses? McGonagall inquired. My father, Luna replied. McGonagall alternated between wearing and removing the glasses. Suddenly, a purple flame erupted from her left hand, exuding an intimidating aura. While wearing the glasses, she studied her left hand, extinguished the flame, and returned the glasses to Luna. I concur with your assessment, Miss Lovegood. It would be prudent for this child to remain at Hogwarts for a few days. When Ginny returned with the little boy, McGonagall reiterated her point. Ginny looked at Luna with wide eyes, as if to say, Is that all it takes? Luna nodded. What is your name, child? McGonagall asked. I can't remember. The boy replied, a pained expression crossing his face. He was quite adorable, with light golden hair and large blue eyes that evoked sympathy. Don't worry. You can rest at Hogwarts for a few days, and we will help you find your parents, McGonagall reassured him. She drew her wand, and a silver tabby cat sprang forth from its tip. The boy reached out to grasp the cat but suddenly withdrew his hand. The cat wandered along the edge of the table before vanishing. Let us proceed, McGonagall declared, observing Ginny and Luna. I believe you two should remain here and enjoy your weekend. All right, Professor, Ginny acquiesced. Luna, conflicted as she gazed at the boy, ultimately agreed. Meat. The boy exclaimed hoarsely, startling Ginny. Hogwarts has even more delicious meat, McGonagall stated. From her pocket, she produced several gold galleons, placing them on the table. You shall have steak. I shall cover the cost. It is a pity that Madame Rosmerta does not expand her business. Is that true? Hogwarts has meat? The boy queried as they walked a while longer. McGonagall halted. Indeed, it is true, she responded calmly. Professors Sprout and Flitwick appeared silently behind her. In a flash, a thick rope ensnared the boy, binding him tightly. Before the newly arrived professors could speak, McGonagall unleashed several spells, rendering the boy unconscious. Flitwick remarked. He appears to be an entirely ordinary child. In the next moment, the unconscious boy opened his eyes, his body rapidly swelling to over 2 meters in height. Breaking free from the ropes, McGonagall swiftly cast a spell, leaving a massive wound on the creature and creating a deep crater behind it. Yet the wound healed within seconds, leaving no trace. The creature emitted a whimper and attempted to flee. Short in stature, Professor Flitwick raised his wand dramatically, causing a gigantic spike from the ground to pierce the creature's body. The creature's soft limbs instantly became incredibly strong as it struggled against the earth, trying to pull itself free. However, with each wave of Flitwick's wand, the spike grew taller. Seeing the peril, the creature widened the wound on its body. Professor Sprout threw several seeds into the air, chanting incantations. The seeds took root, sprouting into vines that ensnared the creature before it could tear itself apart. Thorns pierced the creature's body, rendering it immobile. McGonagall sighed in relief and cast several binding spells. What is this creature? Flitwick demanded sharply. Retrieving his wand caused the spike to collapse. The vines tightened further around the creature. I do not know, McGonagall replied gravely. I fear we must inform Professor Dumbledore. The emergence of such a creature at the school poses a serious threat to the safety of the students. Should we kill it? Sprout inquired, lifting her hand as the vines floated the ensnared creature upwards. It exhibits considerable resistance to magic, even if we were to slay it. We cannot be certain it is truly dead. Let us leave it for now until Professor Dumbledore returns to make a decision. I believe we should cancel the students' trip to Hogsmeade until we ensure that such creatures do not reappear in the vicinity of the school. Chapter 103, Death Eaters in Ireland. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. The train departs for Mr. Town. The cold mechanical voice announced. The carriage was quite empty, with few passengers. Bran found a seat with his ticket. A day prior, Dumbledore's ship had arrived in London, and Bran had boarded the vessel arranged by Owen without delay, making his way to Dublin. He was indeed hoping to resolve the incident swiftly, as he already knew the truth and merely needed to play the role of a clever detective piecing together the outcome. Next to him sat a bald, portly old man wearing round glasses. As the train departed, he approached Bran. A fresh face, eh? You're from out of town? The old man said, shaking out his newspaper. Yes, just here for a visit, Bran replied casually. The old man clicked his tongue. What could possibly be interesting in Ireland? The scenery is quite lovely, Bran noted, puzzled. Wasn't the old man also on the train? Why was he disparaging the very country beneath his feet? You must be naive. Young lad, swindled by some travel brochure, the old man remarked, folding his newspaper and scrutinizing Bran. If it weren't for a sickly relative of mine living here, I wouldn't have returned at all. Bran immediately understood the type of person the old man was and chose to ignore him, pulling out a novel to read instead. I pay $400 a night for my apartment in New York, the old man continued, seemingly unaffected by Bran's demeanor. It's on the 50th floor. One must take a specialized express elevator. The rural folk of Ireland scarcely encounter such towering edifices, nor the splendor of modern cities. Oh, I find myself lodged in a hotel costing $500 a night. The countryside dwellers can only resort to various means to solicit money from others. An elderly man lamented his illness and asked for financial assistance, requesting that I return to see him. He dared to open with a demand of £3,000. How presumptuous. Surely, spending it at a club would yield more satisfaction. I cannot even ascertain our relationship. £3,000 is indeed a considerable sum. Had I known, I should have severed ties long ago. Is a brother, who has not been in contact for 20 years, still a brother? £3,000. What audacity. Those of your ilk cannot fathom the value of such an amount. There are far better uses for it than giving it to him. Bran furrowed his brow, abandoning the notion of casting a confundish charm on the old man, opting instead not to engage in argument. The elderly gentleman seemed to have satisfied his need to vent, retreating to his seat, and resumed perusing his newspaper. In my opinion, the Irish countryside is not only impoverished but perilous as well. The old man, engrossed in his reading, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Look, just the other day there was a terrorist attack in Dublin. Good heavens, I am truly risking my life to visit my dear brother. The terrorist incident is merely a Muggle interpretation. Dumbledore suggested that a faction of Death Eaters was stirring trouble, apparently emboldened by Bellatrix. Once I part with some funds, I shall take my leave and never return. The old man inquired about my family and whether I had a girlfriend. Before Bran could respond, he seemed unfazed and continued. No? That indicates your poverty. No woman would be attracted to a man of such means. Bran felt it was time to intervene and halt the old man's incessant chatter. He produced a hefty wad of American dollars and tossed it to the old man. Consider this my payment for your silence, he stated. The old man examined the bills in astonishment, then gleefully began counting them. 30,000. How foolish of me. I shall cease my complaints immediately. Of course, the money was counterfeit. It would vanish once the train arrived at its destination. Even if Bran possessed wealth akin to Cobert, he was not one to part with his riches, particularly to those he found distasteful. The train progressed smoothly. The old man, beaming, continued to count the money repeatedly. The scenery outside had become monotonous, beginning to bore Bran. He glanced at his watch. Half an hour remaining. Mistraltown was the final stop. By this time, the once busy carriage had dwindled to a mere handful of passengers. Bran stood, preparing to use the lavatory. At that very moment, the front carriage detonated. Flames and debris surged towards him, and Bran, acting on instinct, operated outside the train. The advancing train was torn asunder by the blast. The front section was violently derailed, igniting the grass beneath, while the rear half was pushed back considerably, also ablaze. Damn it, can I have a moment's peace? Bran cursed. He raised his wand, and with a flick of its tip, extinguished the flames engulfing all the carriages. He moved closer, seeking survivors and potential assailants. Without much effort, Bran connected this incident to the Death Eater attack in Dublin. Was it aimed at him? It seemed unlikely unless the Death Eaters had grown powerful enough to manipulate the Muggle management system. However, given their capabilities and intellect, such a scenario was improbable. Bran's pupils swiftly turned white, and a kaleidoscope of colors filled his vision. Within the train, numerous faint blue silhouettes indicated the presence of Muggles. Against this backdrop, one ordinary blue figure stood out conspicuously. Let us see what connection you have, Bran declared, operating into the carriage. However, he misjudged the situation. The instigator was not within the carriage but outside. A man clad in black robes was attempting to reignite the train. Survivors were crying and pushing to escape, creating a scene of utter chaos. Bran reappeared behind the man, pressing his wand against the nape of his neck. Seeing all the flames extinguished yet still attempting to reignite them. How foolish you are, Bran whispered. The man froze. Drop your wand, Bran commanded. The man complied. A sturdy rope ensnared him tightly. It seems you're not only foolish but cowardly, believing you could resist, Bran remarked, kicking the man to the ground with disdain. He extended his left hand, and the man's wand flew into his grasp. Speak. Are you a follower of Voldemort? I lack the energy to remember all his insignificant minions, Bran said, still aiming his wand at the man. The man remained silent. Bran scoffed, tapping the wand against the man's left arm. The rope snapped, along with his clothing and flesh beneath it. The man howled in agony. A dark mark adorned his left arm. Interesting. Allow me to ponder. You didn't come here to bomb a train and murder Muggles, did you? Your dear Voldemort is dead, you know? Bran remarked. He glanced behind him. Some individuals had escaped the carriage. Who knows how many lives were lost due to this Death Eater's actions? I know he is dead, the man rasped. And I shall make these Muggles pay for his demise. Is that all? Bran said nonchalantly. Is there no other reason? For instance, why are you killing in Ireland rather than in England or France? The man fell silent again. Bran smirked. You crumble when you should stand firm, yet are resolute when you ought to cower. Come here. I wish to see if there is something amiss with your head. He is dead, the man shouted, his eyes reddening. The invincible one is dead. You cannot fathom. Bran pressed his right hand against the man's head, memories flooding back. After implanting some psychological suggestions, the man soon retrieved the desired memories. Dolphin, be quiet. We are not here to kill Muggles. Lucius Malfoy warned the fidgety man in black robes on a rainy night in the secluded streets of Dublin. Killing a few will never be amiss, Dolphin retorted. Do you even remember the mission? Lucius exclaimed in frustration. If we kill too many Muggles, it will attract not only the attention of the Irish Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore, but also that of the Church of Knowledge. Do you think they will collaborate with loud fools? Bran's vision rapidly retreated to reality. One must admit, the Resurrection Stone and the magic within the crystal ball proved exceptionally useful at this moment. I see. So on the very night Lucius Malfoy learned of Voldemort's demise, he fled, correct? Bran inquired, deducing that he had abandoned the so-called mission of liaising with the Church of Knowledge. Then you are merely a lackey, distraught, resorting to terror attacks. Dolphin gaped at him, eyes wide in disbelief. Someone will come to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Dolphin stirred. Do not presume I am a fool waiting for an Auror to intervene. You have blood on your hands, and should I kill you, no one would protest, Bran said, casually casting a few stunning spells at the Death Eater before him. A considerable number of Muggles had gathered, prompting him to immediately inform the Order of the Phoenix and begin preparations to cast a large-scale Obliviate Charm. Chapter 104, Mr. Town and Auror, who had rushed over after receiving the notification, said to Bran. The personnel from the Irish Ministry of Magic have arrived at the scene and are beginning to modify the memories of the Muggles one by one. Due to the fatalities caused by Dolphine, the Ministry could only attempt to make them overlook any potential supernatural elements involved in the incident. All attempts to notify the Muggle police were redirected to the Ministry of Magic. I suppose the train cannot continue its journey now, can it? Bran inquired. Not to worry. We can arrange a portkey for you. You are headed to Mr. Town, correct? Just a moment. This requires approval. Realizing that this might take some time, Bran stepped aside for a bit and wandered around. He examined Dolphine's mind, and aside from a few fragmented thoughts from Lucius Malfoy, there was no information regarding the so-called Church of Knowledge. However, since it was an organization Voldemort sought to curry favor with, it was evident that this church was hardly benevolent. Although Bran was reluctant to involve himself further, he silently noted the name Church of Knowledge, intending to inquire with Owen and others when he had the opportunity. Another suspicious aspect lingered. Was Lucius Malfoy truly spineless enough to flee? Times had changed since over a decade ago when Voldemort faced a severe blow during his peak, leading to his reputation plummeting and public support dissipating, causing the masses to abandon him. Presently, the mainstream magical community still vehemently denied Voldemort's existence, as long as the core loyal Death Eaters could maintain control and seek Voldemort's resurrection. They could utilize the very veil created by the mainstream magical community to act as if nothing had transpired. After all, they had always operated from the shadows. In a sense, Voldemort's foundation was not only his Horcruxes but also his devoted Death Eaters. Despite his cowardice, Lucius Malfoy was astute enough to recognize this reality. He was unlikely to flee directly. He knew the fate that awaited him should Voldemort return. "Young man, you are still alive," the arrogant wealthy old man exclaimed upon seeing Bran, his tone filled with surprise. Noticing Bran turning away, the old man immediately attempted to stop him. "Hey, don't go. You are the one who contributed $30,000 to me, and I don't even know your name. It's a harsh world. And one misstep can lead to life and death. Everyone struggles in this world and must cherish their days." After experiencing a car accident, the old man seemed to have gained a sudden clarity about life, rambling on about profound truths. "My name is Douglas," Bran casually replied. Good name, good name," the old man praised repeatedly. "As for me, you can call me Eos. I wonder where young Douglas is headed on this trip? Isn't it obvious? The train has only one stop here." "I see. My apologies." The old man chuckled, "Since we are fated to meet and share the same destination. How about I have my private helicopter come to take us to Mr. Town? It won't take long from Dublin." "No, I have my own means of getting there." Bran declined Eos's offer. "All right, perhaps we will meet again in Mr. Town," Eos said regretfully, though he clearly did not wish to cease the conversation. "Douglas, tell me, how could such a fine vehicle explode?" "Everyone underwent security checks," Eos said suspiciously, trailing behind Bran. "I wonder, do you believe in magic?" At that moment, a group of Aurors approached to modify memories, causing Eos to fall silent and clear his throat. Bran crossed his arms, curious to observe the old man's antics. "Are you police officers?" Eos asked innocently, rubbing his sparse gray hair. "Have you determined who the culprit is?" "We have already apprehended him," an Auror responded nonchalantly. His companion raised a wand. "How is that possible?" Eos exclaimed. "One must maintain a sense of skepticism. This is utterly impossible, officer. I am a worldly man." He left the vehicle and was not afraid of being blown to bits. "Some people truly have no fear of death," Bran interjected. "My apologies." The obliviate charm took effect, and Eos's eyes immediately became vacant and hollow. The Aurors moved on to the next group of individuals. "Young man, you are still alive." Eos came to his senses, spotting Bran, and exclaimed, "Truly, the poor have their blessings, don't they?" "You are unharmed as well, which indicates you acknowledge your impoverished state," Bran replied. He noticed an Auror approaching with a plastic bottle in hand. "The portkey is ready. This is different. I call it fate smiling upon the fortunate." Eos responded joyfully. "What is your name, young man? After this incident, I have learned a valuable lesson. Life and death can change in an instant. Everyone struggles in this world and must cherish their days. Since we both survived, it must be fate." "Wait," the old man interjected. "You seem to have mentioned your name before. It's Douglas, right?" "Yes," Bran answered. The Auror approached him, whispering, "We leave in 1 minute," before departing. "Douglas, I remember I had $30,000 in cash on me. How could it have vanished?" Eos frantically rummaged through his pockets, seizing the opportunity to escape the old man. Bran quickly distanced himself, only for Eos to grab him anxiously. $30,000. To be honest, Douglas, I had intended to give this money to my brother after surviving this ordeal, but now it's gone. What happened? Oh no, Bran thought. It felt as if a hook had snagged at his navel, causing the world to spin. After a while, he and Eos found themselves on the ground. The weather was somber. Mr. Town lay not far off, shrouded in a layer of mist, with a few houses faintly visible. What just happened? Eos gasped, bewildered. How did I arrive here? Memory erased. Bran pointed his wand at Eos, rendering the old man's expression once again vacant and foolish. This place seems peculiar, Bran observed, taking in the small town before him. Just half an hour's drive away, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was a canvas of blue with fluffy clouds and lush greenery, a picturesque pastoral scene. Here, however, it was a dismal and bleak atmosphere, as if a sign declaring there is something wrong with me was erected outside. He retrieved the letter from his pocket and shook it. It spontaneously ignited, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that drifted into the depths of the town. Following the trail of smoke, Bran plunged into the mist. "Thank you, Big Orange, for your assistance." Chapter 105. The vanished which the town was also enveloped in a white haze, with few pedestrians and a chilly atmosphere. Having taken only a few steps, Bran heard someone calling anxiously from behind. "Hey, you there. Wait for me." It was undoubtedly the old man. Eos caught up with Bran, panting, "Young man, you walk so swiftly. You've exhausted these old bones of mine. I was just observing the town, feeling uneasy, and when I finally spotted a companion, I nearly couldn't catch up. I'm afraid I made a mistake. I momentarily forgot to bring this fellow's attendant back in corporeal form. I merely altered his memory regarding teleporting to Misttown. Now, taking him back and casting the forgetfulness spell again might only damage his mind." Bran found himself at a loss for words. Given the current situation in Misttown, he was reluctant to allow the defenseless muggle, Eos, to wander in freely. However, Recalling that Eos had his own helicopter, he decided to let go of his concerns, knowing he would come to the town regardless. Why does this young man seem so familiar? Eos inquired. Have we met somewhere before? I don't know, Bran replied. Eos appeared oblivious to the tendril of black smoke extending into the depths. Regardless, let us keep each other company. There isn't a soul in this town, Eos suggested. I'm Eos, and you are? Douglas, Bran replied. Very well, Douglas. What a splendid name. I've returned to bring money for my brother's medical treatment. And you? I'm just a backpacker traveling around. But I see no backpack, Eos remarked suspiciously, glancing behind Bran. In any case, the town isn't large. If you escort me to my brother's house, I'll pay you. $50? How does that sound? Quite generous, if I may say. Just for accompanying me a short distance. It won't conflict with your original route, will it? Sure. I'll walk with you, Bran agreed. Eos walked alongside Bran, directing him at every corner. Bran kept his gaze fixed on the black smoke, remaining wary of potential threats hidden within the fog. The town was small, with only a few streets, yet not a single pedestrian was in sight. They continued without deviating from the black smoke, while Eos kept chatting. You know, Douglas, I've come to a realization on my way back. Although I'm not quite sure why, the old man mused. I left this town, smuggled myself into America, and built my fortune from scratch. I once held disdain for my origins. They not only limited my perspective but also drew mockery toward me. In turn, I grew to resent my own brother, one of my few relatives. You wouldn't understand, young Douglas. I was once a miserly individual, looking down upon the impoverished. But now, that is no longer the case. Perhaps returning to my hometown has stirred something in me. Far removed from the glitz and glamour of New York, I suddenly see things differently. Money is merely a number. I feel that life and death are fleeting moments. That is the power of fate. Everyone struggles in life. Perhaps the forgetfulness spell has muddled his thoughts, Bran pondered. Excuse me, how old are you? He casually asked. 55, the old man confessed. Do I appear much older? My body has suffered from poor habits, young man. I may not have many years left. You youngsters ought to take heed. Look. That tree is one I planted with the girl next door during my childhood. He reminisced as they approached a spot. Bran glanced at the ordinary tree. I have no children, Douglas, the old man continued. After my business flourished, I went through numerous wives, but never had a legitimate child. Looking back, the pure emotions of childhood feel as if they happened yesterday. I still remember how I always sought her out after school while everyone called me soft. Have you arrived? Bran interrupted the old man. The black smoke vanished in front of a house, which he recognized as the residence of his client, Claire. Yes, we've arrived. Eos hurriedly exclaimed. He pulled out a thick wad of cash, counted out $100, and handed it to Bran. Bran raised an eyebrow. I appreciate your willingness to listen to my ramblings, Douglas. Here's an extra $50. You deserve it, Eos said. He wearily ran his fingers through his thinning gray hair and walked toward the house across from Claire's, thinking it was time to see if his brother could still answer the door. Bran watched as Eos fumbled for his keys and opened the door to that house before turning his attention back to Claire's door. Hello, Mrs. O'Neill, he called. No one responded. Bran patiently waited a moment and knocked again. Still no answer. He then drew his wand and with a flick, the door lock clicked open. Bran was not surprised by this outcome. The letter instructed him to burn it upon arrival in the town, and Claire would come promptly. However, upon arrival, he found himself following the smoke. Given the peculiarities of Miss Town, he had prepared himself mentally for such a scenario. Mrs. O'Neill? He called again, drawing out his great sword, which perhaps should be renamed the giant longsword, as he moved cautiously into the living room. Claire's home bore little distinction from other single-story houses. The living room was cluttered with various pieces of furniture and household items, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Bran glanced around, finding nothing amiss. The decor was cozy and homely. The living room adjoined the kitchen and dining area, which was tidy and spotless, while the dining table stood bare, devoid of half-eaten sandwiches. After inspecting the restroom, he heard a faint sobbing sound. Bran cautiously approached the source of the noise. It came from a bedroom with the door ajar. Squinting, he discerned a small girl dressed in red, sitting in the darkness with her back to him, weeping. Little one, are you Polly? Where has your mother gone? Bran asked as he slowly approached, wand still in hand. Polly was the name Angela had mentioned. The little girl continued to cry without turning her head. Bran braced himself for a potential surprise. Please, don't be sad, Polly, he said, attempting to soften his voice. My brother eats mommy, hee. The little girl suddenly giggled, her tears replaced by a silly grin. Is that true, Polly? Bran asked patiently. Of course not, the girl exclaimed, lifting her head to look at Bran, her eyes red-rimmed, before bursting into tears once more. Mommy is gone. My brother loves meat. He must have eaten mommy. Wah. To another person, Polly's words might seem nonsensical, akin to the ramblings of a madman. How could her brother's love for meat equate to him having devoured their mother? Yet, Bran understood her meaning. The priority was to locate Mrs. Claire and ascertain whether she had met with any misfortune. Polly, do you remember where mommy went? Bran inquired. Polly. Polly is preparing dinner for her brother. The little girl laughed. Bran sighed, realizing that extracting useful information from the child through conventional means would be futile. Just then, a frantic cry erupted from outside. Help! Murder! Help! Murder! Do you have any understanding of it? McGonagall inquired. Not much, I suppose, the headmaster replied slowly as he withdrew his ancient wand. The young boy seemed to sense something. Struggling desperately, his form rapidly expanded to over 2 meters in height, yet the chains tightened even further. The creature emitted a piercing roar, its body transforming into a repulsive, viscous substance that swiftly oozed through the gaps in the chains. Professor McGonagall acted swiftly, but Dumbledore was swifter still. He raised his wand, and the creature was ensnared in the air by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Not only was it highly resistant to magic, but its abilities also transcended the realm of sorcery. The anti-magic chains were ineffective against it. It has been bound here for several days, Dumbledore remarked to McGonagall. I am astonished, she responded. If it could escape, why did it only attempt to flee just now? I suspect it may have something to do with me. The headmaster said thoughtfully. I need to consider how to deal with this creature. Keeping it in the school is detrimental to the students. Has Sirius sent you any news? Seemingly confident that the headmaster could resolve the issue, McGonagall shifted the topic. He has, but I cannot accompany them personally. I have significant personal matters to attend to. Dumbledore sighed. Then I shall not disturb you further. Umbridge is still seeking me for a teacher evaluation. She specifically rescheduled my class to an hour later. Under the pretense of accommodating the schedule of Hogwarts senior investigator, McGonagall stated. She prepared to leave but suddenly turned back. Moreover, Albus, if you remain away from the school for too long, she could even strip you of your position as headmaster. I understand, Dumbledore replied. Watching McGonagall depart the room with heavy footsteps, he stood in the chamber, scrutinizing the creature frozen in midair, and then retrieved an ancient tome from his robes. Flipping it open, his gaze lingered on the inscription on the title page, which read, This book belongs to Slytherin. Douglas. Douglas. Help. Bran listened to the thunderous knocking of Eos and hurriedly told the little girl Polly to stay put as he rushed to open the door. The old man staggered in, slamming the door shut behind him and collapsing to the floor in relief. Wait for me to catch my breath, he panted, raising a hand as Bran opened his mouth to speak. Bran shrugged and returned to the little girl's room to bring her out. Polly stood silently, staring intently at Eos. Does she dislike me? Eos asked. First, tell me what happened on your end, Bran replied. Oh right, Eos exclaimed as if struck by a revelation. I knocked on the door, and no one answered. I had no choice but to open it myself. Upon entering, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. So I fumbled to turn on the light. Suddenly, I bumped into something soft. At this point, Eos began to pant heavily again. Bran silently walked to the kitchen, fetched a cup, and conjured some water, returning to offer it to him. The old man took the cup, his heart still racing, and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. You see, I was terrified because, well, young man, I've interacted with many women, people, and in that moment, I felt a human touch. I was so frightened. But I had to turn on the light, right? It had been 20 years since I was home, and I had no idea where the light switch was. Still, I mustered the courage to find it. When the light came on, the first thing I did was check the spot I had just passed through. Guess what? There was nothing there. Isn't that strange? I find everything that happened today rather peculiar. Eos paused, looking bewildered. I also remember I had $30,000. Please continue. Bran urged. All right. I thought perhaps I had bumped into a sofa or something, or maybe I was hallucinating, so I hurried to my brother's room. But instead of him, I found a corpse. Eos gasped for breath again, and Bran patted his back. At my age, I can't handle such shocks. After being frightened, I thought, could this be my brother? Upon closer inspection, it was not. It was someone I did not recognize. Having been away from town for 20 years, I couldn't identify many people anymore. I feared my brother might have met a similar fate. Just as I was contemplating this, the corpse moved on its own. The old man coughed, gasping for air. I was terrified. I screamed and ran out. He concluded his tale. I must go see. Bran declared as he stood up to leave. Eos, sitting on the floor, panicked at the prospect of Bran leaving and tugged on his pants, nearly pulling them down. Don't go. That's a ghost. If you go, you'll die. Eos exclaimed, struggling to rise but failing. Bran, unable to bear it, helped him up. Speak properly. And stop tugging at my pants, Bran said, exasperated. All right, I apologize, Eos quickly replied, but you still can't go. Young man, why don't we leave? Depart from this town? Take this little girl with us? You just said you had a change of heart and wanted to help your brother, Bran stated. This is different. Eos argued. Who could have predicted that corpses would move? Well, coincidentally, this house was originally where my landlord stayed during my holiday, and he is now missing too. Bran remarked. I plan to find her, not escape. If there's an issue, we can call the police. Just do your best. The old man insisted. Then you should call the police to come here, Bran said nonchalantly. The old man looked at him, pulled out a brick-like mobile phone, pressed several buttons. But to no avail. The electronic device is broken. Therefore, we must go by ourselves, Bran declared. It's not the same. Eos still tried to dissuade him. We can go outside, and then report to the police. Bran pondered for a moment, considering that escorting these two defenseless individuals from the perilous town was indeed the best choice, and thus he agreed. I will first take you and the little girl out," he stated, opening the door. Outside, the thin mist and chilly street awaited. "No. How can you stay in a place like this to meet your demise?" Eos protested. "I am capable of protecting myself. I am not heading to my demise," Bran replied, growing somewhat impatient. Eos stared at him, conflicted, before finally saying, "All right, Douglas. I will trust you this once. This is yours now." The old man rummaged through his clothing and produced a revolver, handing it to Bran. Stunned, Bran gazed at the firearm. "This is what I use for self-defense, Douglas. You are a good person. If you insist on staying, take this with you. It should suffice to deal with the moving corpse. There are 6 bullets inside." "What should I say? Times have changed, old man," Bran said, bemused, as he took the gun, unsure of where to place it. "Let us set off," the old man suggested, attempting to grasp Polly's hand, but she stubbornly ignored him. Bran exerted some effort to coax the troubled little girl, taking her hand in one and the gun in the other, as the old man walked beside him. Stepping out of the door. Chapter 107. All forgotten after several turns, the fog thickened, obscuring their sense of direction. Bran quietly employed magic, attempting to disperse the mist with the wind. Predictably, it soon enveloped them once more. After a while, Eos surrendered. "I'm not going out anymore. Is that all right?" he exclaimed, kicking an empty can by the roadside in frustration. "How about trying to walk a bit further?" Bran suggested. "It's impossible to see the path. Let us head back." Eos despondently replied, contemplating the corpses they had encountered on the way. "Then let us return," Bran decided, adding, "and you must stay together with me. Wherever I go, you follow. Don't stay behind alone. I'm not foolish. I've handed you the gun. Do you think I would wait alone in one place for death?" Eos retorted sharply. "As for where you intend to go, I, an old man, cannot prevent you, a young lad, from making your own choices." Thus, they turned back. Unsurprisingly, the fog thinned as they retraced their steps, transforming into a mere veil by the time they reached Claire's house. "I'm going to your brother's to see the moving corpse," Bran stated. "Hee," Polly giggled. "The moving corpse must be my brother." "You'd best stick close to me," Bran said, dismissing her laughter. "Is the child all right?" Eos asked, concern etched in his features. "She is fine for now," Bran reassured him. Without further ado, he scooped up Polly and strode purposefully across the street towards the house, with Eos hurrying to keep up. "Are you going to carry her inside?" "It might hinder your aim," the old man panted. "Of course not. She is quite heavy, must be over 6 years old." "It's exhausting to carry her all the time," Bran replied, feeling through his pockets for some basic defensive tools. He retrieved a ring and slipped it into the little girl's pocket. "Here is the key." Eos stared at him, and Bran reiterated, "The door is locked. We need your key to enter." "Oh, all right," the old man mumbled, fumbling for the key in his pocket. Bran quickly took it, inserted it into the lock, turned it to the right, and the door swung open with a creak. The glaring light illuminated everything within the house. Various trinkets cluttered the living room, and a clock swung lifelessly. "It's upstairs," Eos said, his face paler than the light itself. "Then we shall go upstairs," Bran declared. The three ascended the staircase in silence, photographs lining the walls. Bran glanced at them, noting most were personal portraits of a man, spanning from his middle age to his elderly years. "Your relationship with your brother isn't exactly close," Bran remarked. "Yes, pretty much," Eos replied, agitated. "Where is the bedroom?" Bran inquired. "That room there with the slightly open door," Eos pointed, his attention fixated on the indicated room. Bran checked his revolver, intrigued. "What do you know about your gun?" he asked. "What is there to know? The person who gave it to me said, just pull the trigger, and after firing all 6 shots, he would come to rescue me." "So if I fire all 6 shots now, will he come to rescue you?" Bran questioned, feigning jest. "You must be joking," Eos exclaimed in terror. Bran shrugged and pushed the door open. The room was pitch dark, with only a sliver of light seeping in from the hallway. Yet visibility remained poor. Bran fumbled for the light switch. As his fingers found it, a cold hand clasped over his palm. "Could you wealthy folks place the switch near the door when building houses?" Bran remarked, swatting the hand away and flipping the light on. "My brother is not." Eos's scream pierced the air. Polly wailed behind him. In the light stood a corpse, barely decomposed, its right hand resting on Bran's shoulder. With calm composure, Bran raised the gun and shot the creature, obliterating its head. "Your gun appears rather unreliable," he commented, stowing it in his pocket. The head of the corpse, now unrecognizable, was left with a ghastly semblance of a smile. "Do you like it, human?" the corpse rasped. Eos screamed even louder. Yet he remained rooted in place, while Polly, surprisingly, ceased crying and began to giggle. Bran produced a lighter, tossing it in the air before catching it deftly. "It could be made even more frightening," he said, tossing the lighter onto the corpse and stepping back. Flames erupted, the corpse reaching out as if to grasp Bran before collapsing into the inferno, slowly turning to ash. The old man witnessed the spectacle, suddenly screaming again. "What are you yelling about? It's deafening," Bran scolded. "Put it out. Put it out," Eos urged, glancing around in panic. "Put out the fire." The flames gradually extinguished under their gaze, not touching the surrounding furniture in the slightest. "What sort of lighter is this?" the old man asked. "A special lighter," Bran replied absently. The corpse yielded no useful clues. When he turned his back on Eos, he had observed it with his vision. It was merely a crude magical construct, ineffective beyond instilling fear. His investigation had reached an impasse, leaving him in the dark about how Claire had gone missing or how Mr. Town had transformed into its current state. Everything became a tangled web of uncertainty. However, he had an unconventional approach, to use legitimacy on little Polly. He had intended to do so, but Eos had interrupted him. Now, to regain a lead, he had to pursue this avenue. Eos, Bran began. Suddenly, something shot out from the ashes, darting towards Polly with blinding speed. The protective ring Bran had slipped into the girl's pocket activated, and a flash surrounded her, repelling the unidentified object. What was that? Eos asked, bewildered. Bran approached to inspect the object that had just attacked the girl. It was a gray orb, its purpose unclear. I'm not certain, Bran replied. No. I mean the thing on the girl. Just now, it flashed, and what was meant to hit her flew away. Eos exclaimed anxiously. Bran glanced at Eos, then at his watch, calculating the time, and regrettably concluded. The old man's mind could not withstand another forgetting spell in such a short span. It was time to reveal the truth. It's magic, Bran confessed. I knew it. Eos sighed in relief. I knew there was magic in this world. So this little girl is a magical girl? What magical girl? Bran momentarily struggled for a response. Can I learn magic? The old man asked eagerly. His expression filled with longing. Bran's eyes turned a stark white. A deep blue energy began to coalesce at the center of Eos's body, not dispersing outward. Similar to Felch's demeanor, he is a mere figurehead. You too are a magician. I mean, the typical image of a male magician is one who is refined and robed, not dressed as you are. You cannot expect modern society to have me don a robe while walking down the street, can you? Bran remarked regretfully that you cannot learn magic. It requires innate talent. Very well. Eos, lost in thought, gazed at Polly and suddenly exclaimed, No, I shouldn't be privy to this, should I? No one knows of magic's existence or that there are magicians like you. What will you do to me? We shall make you forget, Bran patiently replied. In fact, we have already cast a few forgetting spells on you. You will cast more on me? One to you? The old man inquired. Bran nodded slowly. Why not now? The old man lamented. You have already been subjected to several spells. Too many in a short span can damage your mind. I plan to wait until all of this concludes, to locate your brother, my landlord, who is also the mother of the little girl, and to unearth the true culprit before casting the forgetting spell on you. After experiencing such thrilling events, the old man said. Indeed. Guess what, Douglas? I think it's not a big deal, Eos replied. It's just that, I feel like I am not the same person I was a few hours ago. I can hardly fathom what I will become after all this, and that version of me cannot exist for long. You will make me forget everything. And I will revert to that avaricious old man who looks down on both Ireland and his brother. The Muggle elder leaned against the doorframe, looking at Bran with a bittersweet smile. I must thank you, Douglas, for continuously protecting those you do not know. I am uncertain of the effects of your forgetting spells. Son, he said slowly, but I believe that the significant things are those that cannot be forgotten. Even if I forget, you can always come to New York and join me for afternoon tea. Irish flavored, of course. Chapter 108. The God of Knowledge. At the table you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. I haven't cooked in ages, so please don't judge me. Eos said nervously. As long as it doesn't upset my stomach, I have no grounds for complaint, Bran replied. The portly old man busied himself in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Bran turned to the girl, Polly. Using the mind-reading spell on a child whose mind is still maturing carries certain side effects, so he intended to adopt a gentler approach. Polly, look at me, he said. The little girl squatted on the sofa, her head bowed, burying her face in her knees. Utterly still, Bran sat beside Polly, retrieving a piece of candy from his pocket. Your mother hasn't truly left you. She will return, he assured her. The girl looked up, her face devoid of expression. Mommy won't come back, she whispered. Just like Sasta, who was eaten by my brother. Just like Daddy. That day, I pieced together Sasta's feathers one by one. I called her name, but she didn't move. She went to a place I cannot reach, no matter how I call. She cannot return. You know, Polly, Bran continued, sometimes at night, you might see stars streaking across the sky. You may think that once those stars have flashed by, they will never return. But every star will come back. They orbit the Earth and will always return at some point, forever unchanged from the moment you first saw them. He turned to the little girl. Would you like some candy? He asked gently. Polly glanced at him, pursed her lips, and accepted the candy, chewing thoughtfully. This isn't candy. Is it? It's a piece of meat, a finger, a bug. It is merely candy, Bran insisted firmly. It is sweet, and it will make you happy. Although your mother would advise you to eat less of it. Swallowing the candy, the girl yawned and gradually lay down to sleep. Bran fetched a small stool, sat beside her, placed a damp cloth on her forehead, and then held her head gently. The world around him suddenly darkened, colors and shapes swirling rapidly before settling into a dismal afternoon. Bran stood up, silently traversing the door to the little girl's room. Mommy is leaving. A woman with fiery red hair said, her back turned as she packed her belongings. She appeared to be in her early 30s, still possessing her charm. Why does Mommy have to go? A young boy's high-pitched voice queried. revealing his sharp teeth as he spoke. Polly stood beside him, catching a glimpse of her brother's fangs. Bran approached, gently smoothing his hand over the boy's sharp teeth, dulled to leave two on either side as cute little canines. The world continued to morph, and Polly's memories were incessantly altered. This way, sister won't tell, right? Stop right there, Bran muttered to himself, pausing this memory. He framed the bloodied little boy and the headless owl with his fingers, discarding them like refuse, leaving behind a vast void. New elements began to grow along the edges of the void, filling it with a charming little boy standing by the window and a pair of indistinct parents. Sunlight poured over the boy, rendering everything wonderfully serene. Sister, I'm off with Uncle and Annie now. The little boy exclaimed joyfully, displaying his tiny canines. Will you come back to see me and Mommy? Polly asked anxiously. That depends on the opportunity, the tall man replied. The sunlight grew increasingly bright until it engulfed the entire memory. Time pressed onward. The bright, carefree atmosphere crafted by Bran suddenly vanished, and everything was again cloaked in a leaden gray. Claire, with her fiery red hair, returned home, weeping for about an hour and a half. She prepared a fragrant, warm sandwich, which Polly relished. She left home, claiming she would seek assistance, leaving Polly with a neighbor, who cried and begged her not to go. The fog in the town thickened, the neighbor vanished, and Claire never returned home. There's nothing of use here. Bran meticulously examined these memories, continuing to modify them. There were simpler methods, but they were either time-sensitive, like the spell Hermione Granger cast on her parents in the original timeline, or they would harm the girl's brain. Thus, under Bran's careful revision, all of Polly's nightmarish memories during this period faded away. Her brother did not flee revealing his monstrous form, but was instead adopted by a wealthier family. Her mother did not leave and never returned, but merely went out for a walk today. He concluded by reviewing the girl's original memories, preparing to discard them. Upon returning to the real world, he could directly extract these unpleasant recollections from the girl's forehead with his wand, preserving or destroying them. Yet, this inspection revealed something different. This is quite uncanny, Bran thought, unease creeping in as he accessed the problematic segment of memory. This way, sister won't tell. Stop. Polly's brother, standing at 6 feet tall, halted his actions, appearing somewhat absurd. A complex and striking deep blue mark was etched upon him, exceedingly conspicuous. Bran was convinced that this mark had not been there before. The instant he beheld this emblem, he committed its form to memory. It seemed to possess a form of magic that allowed one to recall intricate characters in a fleeting moment. His gaze rapidly retreated back to the realm of reality. And without a second thought, he inscribed the mark upon the table with his wand, a brief line of text emerging alongside the inscription. The moment Bran completed the etching, he found himself devoid of any recollection of the mark. This must be a valuable clue. Yet, this clue was not one I discovered through my own efforts. It resembled a reward mechanism triggered by my boredom in assisting the young girl Polly with her mental healing. Without that, I would have never acquired this lead. With this thought in mind, Bran effortlessly recalled a person, Slytherin. He had originally come for his courses, understood my modus operandi, encouraged my approach, and had embedded this small clue in such a place, confident that I would uncover it. The more Bran pondered, the more incredible it seemed, however. If he regarded Mr. Town as a preliminary task akin to an underwater relic, and viewed all current events as trials preordained by Slytherin, everything began to align, and all became coherent. Yet, there remained an inconsistency. The underwater relics were remnants from a millennium ago, set in place by a living Slytherin. Whereas Mr. Town could only be a temporary endeavor, for even Slytherin could not have foreseen the arrival of a person like Owen, who intruded upon the giant relics inhabited by the malevolent deity, where teammates were supplanted by the deity's progeny, and a son was born. Bran stared at the intricate patterns and indecipherable text on the table, ceasing his contemplation. He realized he could not find words to describe Slytherin beyond being astoundingly intelligent. Did he possess an omniscient awareness of everything? Had he truly survived to the present day? The answer to the first question eluded Bran, but regarding the second, he sensed he already had an answer. Lunch. Eos's voice pulled him back to reality. Bran blinked, observing the Muggle elder as he set various dishes upon the table: Irish lamb stew, Irish cheese, black pudding, boiled potatoes, fried eggs, and soft, fragrant bread. You're awake? I noticed you both dozing off, so I didn't disturb you and prepared some extra dishes, the jovial elder said. Do try them and let me know how they taste. Bran glanced at the clock. An hour had passed. He devoured the food ravenously. The flavors were delightful. I think, Bran mumbled, his mouth full of lamb. You cook exceptionally well. Eos gazed at the table, piled high with plates, and recited, Excuse me? What are you saying? I was reading the words on the table. The elder replied, It's Latin, meaning God of knowledge. Chapter 109, Knowledge and Power. Can you speak Latin? Bran inquired, astonished. Yes, I learned it in school and took an interest in it after acquiring some wealth. I've been studying ever since, Eos replied. What does it mean? Is it useful for you? I'm not a burden, am I? He asked cheerfully. Indeed, it is exceedingly useful, Bran replied, somewhat disingenuously. The God of Knowledge, Polly's brother, was the offspring of a malevolent deity, marked with the insignia of the God of Knowledge. One could easily infer that he was yet another malevolent entity. perhaps on par with or even surpassing the god of many faces. Thus, everything must be connected to the god of knowledge or his adherents. However, this did not provide any assistance regarding their current predicament. But you inscribed it yourself. How did you write a line of text you don't even recognize? The elder asked, taking a bite of bread, puzzled. Magic, Bran replied, while cautiously extracting those troubling memories from the girl's forehead with his wand. Do you see these? He pointed to the sticky residue on his wand. These are memories. This line of text, to be precise, is the mark above. It is something I witnessed in Polly's recollections. Incredible! Eos exclaimed. Why were you examining her memories? As you can see, her mental state is quite unstable, Bran stated, producing a small vial to contain the memories and wiping the sweat from the girl's brow, as she had encountered some rather frightful images. So I just modified her recollections, allowing her to grow up as a normal little girl. I see. Eos paused in his actions. What is it? Bran resumed eating, noticing Eos had stopped, and asked, she is a sorceress, correct? Yes, she will enter wizarding school after turning 11, and upon graduation, she will be a qualified witch. Then why would you casually alter her memories? To treat her mental issues, Bran found the question perplexing. So you chose her fate for her, Eos remarked. This has nothing to do with fate, Elder. It is a form of healing, Bran clarified. As long as she retains these memories, her mental state cannot improve. For a child, the things she has experienced are far too terrifying. Thus, I modified her memories, much like a muggle doctor would excise a tumor. Forgive me. I had some unfortunate associations. You are a good person, Douglas. I did not mean to target you, Eos said, spearing an egg and glancing at the words revealed on the table. So, back to our forthcoming actions. What is this god of knowledge? Are there individuals in the magical realm who worship deities? I don't know much about this god of knowledge, but indeed, there are those who believe in deities. Quite a few, in fact. Powerful sorcerers are akin to gods, are they not? If so, why worship a god? Eos inquired. His tone was remarkably neutral, lacking any significant confusion, as if he anticipated the answer. Everyone has their own choices. I cannot comment further, Bran replied, taking a sip of water. I am full. Eos began clearing the table, stating, I remember you mentioning another mark. It's right here on the table. I shall prepare a sandwich or something for Polly after this. The elder said, bustling about as he carried the dishes to the kitchen. The intricately complex pattern on the dining table emitted a faint blue glow. Bran scrutinized the mark carefully, attempting to redraw it, yet repeatedly failing, suddenly realizing he had made a complete mess of his drawing. Let me take a look. Perhaps I can recognize it, Eos returned, eager to assist. The elder leaned over the table, eyes wide, intently studying the design. I know nothing, he said, disappointment evident in his voice, as his fingers unconsciously traced circles on the table. So, what shall we do now? The clues are insufficient. We can only ascertain that the puppeteer behind all of this is a follower of the god of knowledge. Bran tapped the table. Why have they targeted the town? Clearly, the only anomaly in this town is Polly's brother. Since these individuals worship the god of knowledge, they likely possess an insatiable curiosity akin to that of scholars, making their presence in this small town entirely plausible. Yet, the peculiarities of Mr. Town will inevitably attract external attention. Lucius Malfoy remarked that the god of knowledge's followers could never collaborate with overtly foolish individuals. The blockade of Mr. Town contravened their code of conduct. There must be a reason for it. Is it that Polly's brother has exhibited more significant anomalies? Has the magic taught by the god of knowledge spiraled out of control? Here, the trail has run cold. He only knows who the puppeteer is, remaining oblivious to other matters. With a sudden thud, a figure abruptly appeared in the center of the living room. Who? Bran immediately drew his wand, while a longsword emerged in his left hand. The newcomer was cloaked in a robe, a hood shrouding their face. The hooded figure glanced at Eos before turning to Bran. Your lives end here, he rasped. A beam of green light shot directly towards Bran. Reacting faster than his adversary, Bran swiftly plunged his sword into the ground, simultaneously unleashing a red spell. The hooded figure effortlessly deflected the stunning spell, but a massive stone hand emerged from the ground, seizing him entirely, rendering him immobile. Bran unleashed 5 consecutive stunning spells upon the now vulnerable hooded figure before the hand relinquished its grip. I learned this from your future collaborator's master, he remarked, as he approached the motionless hooded figure and lifted the hood. Beneath it lay the face of a young man, eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Who is this? Eos stammered, as if just recovering from a speechless state. I believe our leads have delivered themselves to us, Bran replied, pressing down on the hooded man's head as he swiftly searched his memories. He began from the most recent, seeking any connection to Mr. Town. As anticipated, the hooded figure was indeed affiliated with the god of knowledge, seemingly of considerable rank. Our master grows increasingly enraged. We require more sacrifices to placate him. The scene shifted to a dim room where a group of hooded figures sat around a table. One spoke. More sacrifices will only incite his wrath. Yet we could offer the newly discovered monsters from Mr. Town, another suggested. Or sacrifice the entire town. The master should not possess emotions, nor should he exhibit them. Is the great sage beginning to waver? The bishop has not appeared for quite some time. At this juncture, Voldemort has sent someone to meet us. Enough. A voice silenced the chatter. The sage's council is not a venue for your disputes. Let us first deliberate on how to handle Mr. Town. Begin by sealing it off and gathering the muggles. First, sacrifice the monsters and observe how the master reacts, or rather, how the great sage responds, a voice subtly suggested. I concur. It appears to be the most prudent course of action. After all, it is not the first time we have sacrificed a village. Prepare yourselves. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. The assembly echoed in unison. The monster has escaped. A figure rushed into the meeting room, panic-stricken. Some stood to inquire about the commotion while others continued discussing the muggle's fate. Should we execute the god of knowledge's decree or not? The memories grew increasingly fragmented and illogical until Bran was thrust back into the realm of reality. He stood rooted in place as the hooded man swiftly morphed into a paper figure, turning yellow and brittle, before being scattered by an unseen gust of wind. Chapter 110. Too much given. You may search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Bayou. What just occurred? The scene fell silent for a moment as Eos asked, bewildered. A wizard suddenly appeared and attacked us, but I subdued him before he fled, Bran succinctly explained. You just held his head down, just like you did with Polly. Do you mean to say you were reading his mind? The elder inquired. More or less, Bran replied, somewhat surprised by Eos's deductive reasoning. So, what did you discover? I mean, can it assist us in locating my brother and Polly's mother? Eos asked with anticipation. To be honest, it hasn't been particularly useful. I merely confirmed that the town is indeed under siege by the followers of the God of Knowledge, and all the townsfolk have been abducted. Then let us find their hideout. The elder exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. This is certainly a significant breakthrough, isn't it? Where might they be? Do you need me to gather these papers so you can curse them? He said, eager. Those papers probably won't be of much use, Bran replied. But it was too late. The elder had already picked up the scattered yellow papers, and his hands began to decay rapidly, emitting a foul odor. Let go of it, Bran shouted. Eos, dazed, dropped the paper in his hand. Bran hastily rummaged through his pockets for possible potions that might aid. He retrieved some white paste and applied it to Eos's hand. Heal swiftly, he commanded, pointing his wand at the rotting flesh. The decayed skin was slowly replaced by newly grown tissue, a process that appeared quite grotesque. It itches terribly, Eos complained. The foremost rule of survival in the magical realm is to avoid touching what should not be touched, especially items left by your enemies, Bran scolded. You should be grateful this is a rather ordinary spell. A simple healing charm suffices. Elder, I am not adept in healing magic. You are a good person. The elder said, tears welling in his eyes. I even mocked your poverty. Do you need muggle money? I could give you some. Of course. I must write an official document for you, lest I forget this matter due to a memory charm. Then write it now, Bran instructed, without hesitation. Eos dashed towards the study. Well, Bran felt a bit awkward watching the elder's retreating figure. He tended to the damage caused by the earlier scuffle, destroying the yellow papers that could cause harm, pondering where the followers of the God of Knowledge might be hiding. Well, they could have numerous members or very few. But it is impossible to abduct so many muggles without leaving a trace. The Clare family is missing because she went out and did not return, surely. Other households would exhibit some signs. He resolved to search the houses in town as thoroughly as possible. Not only might there be clues, but there could also be survivors. In Polly's recollection, she had stayed at a neighbor's house the previous night and discovered that the entire family had vanished upon waking. She was a typical oversight. Although Bran did not fully grasp why such oversights existed. This was a situation where one had foreknowledge of the truth and the puppeteer behind it, but was unable to resolve it. Bran thought irritably. If this was Slytherin's preliminary task, had he crafted it too carelessly, or was it merely a test of his patience? He wondered if he had ever considered that Owen and the others could not possibly come. He reached the study door and knocked. Are you finished? He inquired. I'm done. The elder hurriedly replied. He set down his quill and rushed over, stuffing the paper into Bran's hands. You really went to such lengths to make it official? Bran glanced at the document, taken aback. Eos had written the amount of gratitude as $100,000. I wrote it formally. That way, when I forget everything later, I can still acknowledge it, the elder said earnestly. There's no need to go to such trouble. When the time comes, I won't disturb you, Bran replied, pocketing the paper. What if I were to add a zero? Eos inquired with a mischievous smile. Brandon hesitated, keen to continue his refusal, yet faltered. If you possess the audacity, I shall match it with my own. He glared at Eos, cautioning against testing human nature. Bring it forth, bring it forth. The old man waved his hand. Are you truly adding? Is your wealth so abundant? It only amounts to 1 million. What you are preserving is my life. I may not guarantee your survival, Brandon retorted brusquely. The old man fixed his gaze upon him and suddenly laughed. I have never encountered such an honest yet naive soul. Eos chuckled lightly. Speaking the truth. How does that render me naive? Eos did not respond but returned to his desk, fervently scribbling as if to draft a new contract. No. Spare yourself the effort of rewriting all that. Here you go. Brandon quickly interjected, handing over the original contract to the old man. The portly old man, with thinning hair, elegantly added an extra zero. And do not test human nature. I dare say, the women I've slept with far exceed those you've encountered. Eos scoffed, young man. Do not speak of human nature before a seasoned veteran. I speak the truth, old man. I cannot guarantee your life. That still seems a rather lucrative deal. Eos cunningly remarked. With this contract, you can only request funds from me, not from anyone in my company. Thus, if you fail to preserve my life, the $1 million remains unattainable. Agreed. A businessman is indeed a businessman, Brandon replied. I shall take that as a compliment. Subsequently, Brandon likely elucidated his thoughts to the old man, suggesting they take more time to search for houses within the town. Understood, it sounds reasonable, after all. There is no alternative, is there? Eos said. What about Polly? Should we bring her along? No need. Frequently entering others' homes may conflict with her memories. Wear this hat. It can shield against common spells. Brandon handed the old man a baseball cap produced by Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and adjusted another one to fit Polly's head. He gently roused the girl from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes and sat up from the sofa, due to Brandon's alteration of her memories. She appeared unfazed by the two men. What's the matter, brother, grandpa? Is mommy back? She inquired. We are going to find your mother to discuss something. You will soon return home with her, Brandon said, crouching down earnestly. But you must stay home alone. Do not trust strangers. Do not go outside. Do not open the door, all right? Do I have to be alone again? The girl expressed some disappointment. But what if you and mommy come back together? You can ask something only mommy and you know. If she answers correctly, we shall be allowed to enter. Brandon assured her. Now, we are leaving. There is food at home. If you are hungry, you may eat some. I can cook, Polly declared proudly. The two men exited the house, and Brandon began to cast protective spells around it. Why not bring her along? The old man queried. Leaving her here may place her in peril. Thus, I am casting spells to the best of my ability, Brandon explained. Even with her with us, I cannot ensure her safety, and she may witness frightening things, triggering her memories and causing adverse effects. The old man remained silent. After Brandon completed the spells, he turned to the old man, waiting for a moment. What is it? Eos asked curiously. I thought after my explanation, you would choose to stay. Brandon remarked. No, you see, Douglas, I am one who seeks thrills. Hence, I have always believed in the existence of magic. Even death holds no grave consequence. Moreover, I must witness my brother alive with my own eyes. Eos replied. I shall not remain here. Are you truly not staying? This might be more beneficial for you. I will not stay. Brandon regarded the old man with newfound respect for his bravery. Since you have made your choice, I shall not coerce you. Unless you alter my mind, I will proceed. Staying would only lead me to change my mind and sneak out. I am not one to succumb to fate, the old man remarked nonchalantly. Let us depart now. In light of your statement, I am not one to orchestrate everything under the guise of for others' benefit. So be it, Brandon replied. Do not regret your choice. I am not inept. After all, you are unfamiliar with Latin, Eos protested. Chapter 111. A direct approach, they commenced their journey to the old man's brother's residence. Brandon suddenly recalled he had left something behind there. That is indeed a dreadful oversight, is it not? Had I not reminded you, you would have overlooked a significant clue. The old man chattered on. I cannot fathom how I suddenly forgot. Brandon reflected incredulously. He recalled what he had been doing. After confessing the existence of magic, the old man had launched into a poignant monologue, causing him to forget entirely. This proves I am far more useful than you might imagine, Eos said with a grin. Crossing through the mist, they reached the opposite side of the road, opened the door, and ascended to the second floor, entering the bedroom. The fluorescent light flickered. Let us search for that peculiar gray sphere, Brandon murmured, tossing the light from the tip of his wand. The light hovered against the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. We must find where that strange gray ball has gone, he muttered, beginning to rummage through the space. To avoid wasting time, Brandon activated his vision. The small room was swiftly imbued with a myriad of colors. Within Eos's body, a deep blue hue began to swirl. You know, old man, had you not been a mute, you would make a formidable wizard, he remarked. Is that so? Ah, I am pleased to learn this, though it serves little purpose. Eos replied as Brandon surveyed the room. In the corner, a small cluster of ethereal blue flickered. I found you. I see it, they exclaimed in unison. Eos hurried to the corner, thoughtlessly grasping the small sphere. Did I not instruct you not to touch things? Brandon lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Yet indeed. A lifeless lead gray hue enveloped Eos, and in the next moment, it engulfed the entire room. Without time for contemplation, Brandon apparat outside the house. But the lead gray hue relentlessly pursued him. He attempted to apparate to the town, predictably failing. Thus, the lead gray hue consumed him. Brandon blinked and abruptly stood up, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in what appeared to be an underground cavern, where crimson rock passages extended into an unfathomable abyss. There was no retreat, no evident source of light, yet he could see clearly. Scalding steam gushed through the crevices of the rock. It was hot enough to peel skin. Damn it, Brandon cursed, feeling his pockets. His wand was still there. He also attempted to draw the giant sword from the air. The sword was present. The two most crucial items were intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief before hastily casting several spells upon himself to cool down. After all, he could no longer shed any clothing. He then checked whether the scene before him could possibly be an illusion. Was it Eos? He held a sword in his left hand and a wand in his right. Cautiously traversing the corridor as he called out tentatively, "Old man," realizing he might have completely lost track of the elder. Bran ceased his futile cries and tended to lure any potential foes. He pondered how a mere muggle, especially an elderly one, could survive in such a place. So, that small orb was akin to a teleportation device, much like a key? The old man had carelessly activated the magic it carried, transporting them here. After taking only a few steps, he heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching from below. "The intruder is above," a voice stated. "Why should we heed the bishop's command? He has betrayed God." The footsteps halted. "You are mad," the first voice hissed. "It was the bishop who trained you, but that was for the Lord, for our God. Listen, Killian, I do not wish to explain the machinations of the Grand Sage here. Defeating the intruder is our most basic duty, understand?" "Greetings," Bran said, appearing before the two men with a friendly demeanor. Both were clad in heavy red armor, which surprised Bran, given the oppressive heat underground. "Avada Kedavra!" the first man shouted fiercely. Bran lazily deflected the curse with his longsword, a feat easily accomplished at such close range, and swiftly drove the blade into the man's throat. The giant king's longsword sliced through the armor effortlessly, like piercing a mere sheet of paper. "What about you, Killian?" Bran inquired. Killian promptly discarded his wand. "Good. It seems you recognize your lack of advantage at such close quarters. Remove your helmet." Killian complied swiftly, revealing fiery red hair and a youthful visage. "Soul extraction," Bran commanded. Pointing at Killian, the latter obediently stepped aside. He stripped the armor from the fallen man, cleaned it, and clumsily donned it, grimacing. "Disgusting. Yet, it must be done for better disguise," he muttered to himself. The armor felt unusually cool against his skin. He shifted his body slightly, feeling somewhat constricted. The armor was a size too small, limiting his movements. "You cannot apparate while clad in armor, can you?" he asked, donning the helmet. Through the narrow gaps, he could discern the surroundings clearly, likely due to some enchantment. "Indeed," Killian replied mechanically. "We are trained as heavy artillery, and as undead soldiers, we cannot flee. However, the armor can shield us from most spells and physical attacks." "Yes, I noticed that, which is why I had you remove your helmet. So I could cast the soul extraction spell," Bran remarked casually. He found it hard to gauge the firepower of these two artillery pieces, but being able to cast the correct Avada Kedavra spell surpassed the capabilities of over 90% of the contemporary magical community. "Take me to your base," he instructed. Killian began to move mechanically downwards. Bran urged him to maintain a normal pace. The further they descended, the more steam erupted from the rocks, distorting the air with heat. However, he felt no discomfort in his armor. Concerned about potentially encountering others, Bran ceased verbally questioning Killian and instead utilized the connection established through the soul extraction spell to probe Killian's memories directly. Killian's mind appeared to have been tampered with. Starkly barren, Bran could find no recollections from his childhood or youth. He focused on Killian's impressions of the Church of the God of Knowledge, which were equally unremarkable. The church's power structure was loose, led by a bishop, the church's leader, another grand sage, who was supposed to be the bishop's deputy. Beneath them were 7 sages, each responsible for their own domains. The Council of Sages convened to make significant decisions. Individuals like Killian served as the bishop's private soldiers, known as the Red Knights. The designation of the Grand Sage as the supposed deputy of the bishop stemmed from a recent declaration by the Grand Sage, claiming to have received a divine revelation from the God of Knowledge, leading to a series of inexplicable actions, while the bishop mysteriously vanished, throwing the entire church into chaos. Killian was a zealous believer, his recent companion evidently perceiving the Grand Sage's actions as a power struggle under the guise of divine will. Bran marveled at the existence of such a vast organization hidden in Ireland. He sought additional information regarding the organization's purpose and past actions, but found nothing in Killian's mind. They proceeded deeper. The corridor branched out, and Killian turned left and right, with Bran closely following. He could not help but recall Eos. How could such a muggle elder possibly survive in such a place? Killian, Mike. 2 more individuals clad in red armor approached them, greeting stiffly. "Finn, Sean." Killian responded in a normal tone. "Mike, has the intruder been dealt with?" The Red Knight on the left asked flatly. "Dealt with," Killian replied. "I was asking Mike, not you," the Red Knight stated equally flatly. Bran and Killian slowly approached the 2 men, who instinctively took a step back. "Mike, respond, or prepare for attack," the left Red Knight warned, raising his wand. A long sword appeared in Bran's hand, rapidly elongating as he pierced the left knight, leaving him lifeless, simultaneously. Killian lunged at the right knight, pinning him down. "Wearing such armor renders the stunning spell ineffective," Bran remarked nonchalantly, driving his longsword into the remaining Red Knight's chest. The knight struggled briefly before succumbing. Furthermore, wearing armor while wielding a wand creates an overwhelming dissonance, he quipped, attempting to resize the longsword to a more suitable size, which took considerable effort. This was not Bran's first experience with killing, though most of his previous victims had been vampires and werewolves. The Church of the God of Knowledge, capable of sacrificing an entire town of muggles, likely employed equally nefarious individuals, making the deaths of a few unremarkable. Continue onward, he commanded. Killian guided him through the labyrinthine passages, encountering 2 more groups of red knights along the way. With Killian lacking any knowledge of the Muggle population in Mr. Town, Bran accessed another individual's mind to confirm that the Muggles were imprisoned in the most critical base as Killian remembered. While referred to as the most critical base, it was merely one of the many strongholds of the Church of the God of Knowledge. Nonetheless, it was the only location embedded in Killian's memory. How much longer? Bran inquired. It had been a while since any Red Knights had come to their demise. Perhaps someone had become aware of the situation. Just 3 more passages, Killian replied. Bran heightened his vigilance as he followed closely behind Killian, navigating through the final passages and entering a relatively spacious hall. As soon as Killian stepped into the hall, a barrage of spells rained down upon him, striking him relentlessly. The young Red Knight convulsed before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Bran felt as though he had succumbed to death. It seemed that the combined onslaught of spells had rendered even his armor futile. Aware that the Red Knight's armor now only brought him trouble, Bran swiftly disassembled it, and a wave of heat immediately enveloped him. He hastily cast several protective spells upon himself. It was Killian's armor, and there was another individual present. That must be Mike's armor. A chilling voice resonated through the hall. In the next moment, the red armor Bran had just removed exploded violently. The force of the explosion and the shrapnel triggered the basic defensive item he wore, enveloping him in a thin membrane that mitigated the expected damage. Bran shuddered in fear. It appeared that everyone else was gathered in the hall. He was at a loss as to how to blend in. A standard displacement spell would likely be detected. If only he had Harry's invisibility cloak. He would have no fear of being seen. Go, investigate, the cold voice commanded. What are you doing? A commanding voice unexpectedly rang out from the other side of the hall. Oh, isn't that our traitor? How dare you return? I have come today to announce the end of your reign, great sage, the cold voice scoffed. The days when you manipulated us all to our demise in the name of your false god are over. Your existence will only lead to the ruin of the church. Anyone with sense can see that. Bran cautiously inched closer, eavesdropping on the events unfolding in the hall. He sensed the commanding voice suddenly transform into something absurd, filled with a nervous energy. God is furious. God is enraged by your return, traitor. Enough with the jesting, great sage, the cold voice replied nonchalantly. You have arrived just in time. I declare your fate has reached its conclusion. How dare you speak of fate in the presence of the God of Knowledge? The great sage bellowed in fury. In less than a second, his tone shifted to one of desperation and humility. Please, Cormac, do not act foolishly. The deity is truly angry. He is roaring. You are but a fool, Cormac retorted from his elevated position. Take me away, my servants, the great sage implored. Crumbling under the weight of despair, I do not wish to witness my followers, the Lord's lambs, torn apart by his wrath. Do you think you can leave it well? Cormac sneered, his anger twisted into a mocking smile. In that instant, Bran felt a shift. It was as though he had returned to the ruins of the giants. A vast pit above him revealing flickers of starlight. Flesh and blood covered the hall, writhing tendrils in open eyes. In a fleeting moment, he saw mouths sprouting from his palms, filled with sharp teeth, tongues extending like hands. An ancient and profound essence had awakened. Amidst the piercing pain in his head, Bran struggled to confirm the identity of the God of Knowledge, a malevolent deity akin to the Lord of Many Faces. A cacophony of screams filled the hall. Bran, beset by this mental pressure and torment, took slow steps into the chaos. Everyone was screaming, frantically scattering without purpose. Through his blurred vision, the red armor of the Red Knights melded with the crimson rocks, as if the stones themselves had sprouted limbs, wishing to escape this horrifying place. Bran hesitated. His instinct for survival screamed at him to flee from this accursed domain occupied by the Dark God. Instinct soon triumphed, yet the pain dulled his thoughts, and it took him considerable time to resume his steps toward the exit. There is but one way, he heard the voice of the great sage say. The voice fluctuated, revealing an unfathomable madness. Sacrifice my beloved Red Knights to the Lord. Offer the traitor as a sacrifice to my Lord. A whispering voice emerged in Bran's mind. It was the great sage's fervent and frenzied incantation. No, he stammered. He could not chant along. Doing so would seal his own doom. One by one, the Red Knights were yanked into the air by an invisible force, suspended like marionettes. They were propelled toward the molten pit at the center of the hall. No, a voice screamed. The scream shattered everything. The whispering ceased. Then, a shockwave erupted from the hall's center, knocking Bran to the ground. The immense pressure in his mind vanished abruptly. The ancient and profound essence retreated swiftly. Bran lay on the ground, feeling as though he had suffered internal injuries from the force. Gasping for breath, he surveyed the other occupants of the hall. Not a single Red Knight remained. Even the followers of the God of Knowledge seemed to have vanished. In a small corner of the hall, hundreds of muggles lay bound, all unconscious. Is it over? He struggled to rise, patting his pockets. They were empty. No potions, no items. He cast a simple healing spell upon himself and staggered toward the muggles. Chapter 113. Things that will not be forgotten. You can search for We Graduated. On Baidu came a weak voice. It was Eos. You're still alive, Bran exclaimed in astonishment. Seems I have a hardier constitution, don't I? Eos coughed, blood speckling his lips. What just happened? Is this the end? How much gratitude will you offer me? Bran inquired. $1 million. Why? Just checking whether you were truly Eos. Bran helped him to his feet and cast a simple healing spell on him. What happened after you touched that gray orb? He asked as they approached the muggles. I don't know, the old man muttered, shaking his head in numbness. I just remember being tied up. Then my head hurt terribly, and I felt like I was dying. And then it ended. That must have been the god of knowledge. Bran said gravely. Is that what gods are like? Eos mused. I suppose I was naive. I once thought powerful wizards in your magical world might be akin to gods. It seems that is not the case, is it? Not necessarily. I know one, Bran replied, recalling Slytherin. Well, you must be impressive, Eos said, his expression nearly unreadable. They reached the unconscious muggles. Bran looked at them with concern. Those things we just faced, many wizards would go mad or perish from the experience. I can hardly believe how many of these people might die. Eos stood beside him, motionless, gazing at the muggles. Claire? Bran called, attempting to locate the woman with fiery red hair. Oh, the portly old man snapped back to reality. I need to find my brother. The two separated. Bran searched the crowd for a while and finally spotted his client. Claire O'Neill lay among a throng of others, bound together like poultry at a market. Bran blinked and used his wand to cut the ropes, carefully controlling the force to avoid harming her. Claire? He called, crouching to pat her head. This foolish gesture inexplicably roused the woman. Polly's mother shook her head and struggled to open her eyes. Who are you? She asked dreamily. The person you were looking for. I was supposed to find your son, remember? Bran replied, feeling a disorienting haze envelop him. Oh, let me think. What happened to us? It's a long story. I must first devise a way to return everyone from your town. Bran sighed, feeling as if he were a mere caretaker. He stood up and surveyed the scene. Noticing that no one had regained consciousness, Eos was crouched beside an elderly man, helplessly calling out something. How is your brother? Bran inquired as he approached. He hasn't woken up. I thought he was dead, but his pulse is still there, Eos replied numbly. Oh, it's fine, as long as he is alive. There will always be a way, Bran said, clearing his throat. I need to find a way to get you all out. He patted his pockets, only to remember that he had lost everything, including the gold coins from the Phoenix Society. Apart from his wand and sword, he was left with nothing but his bare self. Damn it. It seems I must rely on myself. I wonder if this place allows for apparition, Bran muttered. It's all over. I should forget all of this, Eos dreamily remarked. Oh, old man, I've lost your contract. Damn it. Bran rubbed his temples, feeling a persistent throb there. You want me to write it now? Eos asked incredulously. If I can't get you out, will you be hospitalized or what? Then you'll all have your memories modified. Bran wearily slumped to the ground. The warmth had dissipated, and the environment had returned to a normal temperature. 1 million. I remember that, he said, for the first time in his life, craving a smoke. Perhaps it was the nth time? Who cares? He glanced at the crimson ceiling, and then at the lava pool in the center of the hall. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from the pool. Unlike the pure, fleshy tentacles of the god of 1,000 faces, this one appeared ethereal at first glance, shimmering with a silvery light that ensnared the mind of anyone who beheld it. Thus, when Bran regained his senses, the tentacle had already coiled around the plump old man. Eos, he shouted, leaping up to grasp Eos. He managed to seize the old man's leg, but was dragged along the ground. No. Bran held on tightly to the old man's leg, exerting all his strength in this life and death tug of war. The tentacle, though seemingly insubstantial, possessed immense power, and he could not compete with it. Helplessly watching as he was pulled closer to the lava pool. Let me go, the old man said tiredly. No, you still owe me 1 million. You owe me an Irish-style afternoon tea. Let me go. I confess to fate. Only when I am dead will this stop. You cannot, Bran retorted furiously. All right. I will not confess. But that changes nothing. Whether I confess or not is irrelevant to it. The old man lowered his head, his face betraying no emotion. I am tired, Douglas. Let me die. I understand now that I am the sacrifice. You said just hours ago that you are not one to accept fate, but one to seek thrills, and that you would not hide in a safe place to let your life rot. This journey has taught me much, Douglas, he said slowly. I cannot imagine what would become of me if you made me forget all of this. But now, I need not forget. Bran felt his grip slip, without his resistance. The tentacles swiftly retreated, dragging the balding old man back into the lava without even a bubble rising. Everything fell silent. There were no maddening whispers, no ancient, profound presence. He stared numbly at the tranquil lava pool, remaining silent and motionless for a long while. You are mad, a figure in the shadows remarked. I am not. Dumbledore replied calmly. You are wagering the entire magical world. I have seen things, grander things. The shadowy figure scoffed. For a greater good? Dumbledore lowered his head, saying nothing. I hope you understand what you are doing, the shadowy figure said before abruptly vanishing. In the headmaster's office, only the headmaster remained. He slowly unfolded the Daily Prophet, glancing at the large headline featuring Harry Potter, and took a sip of tea. Chapter 114. Infiltrating Malfoy Manor. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Bayou. Tonks crouched in the grass, her head adorned with vibrant green hair. Although the green hair was unnecessary, The two of them were squeezed beneath an invisibility cloak, staring at the lavish mansion not far away. They had been waiting for nearly a day and had seen nothing. No one from the Malfoy family had emerged. She stifled a yawn. "Patience, Tonks," Lupin said, peering through an object resembling a telescope, remaining still as he scrutinized the mansion. "Lucius Malfoy didn't even appear at their grand assembly. He has fled. Sirius and I both believe that is impossible. What about Snape? Shouldn't he have intel on whether the Malfoy family still supports the Dark Lord? We won't know until we return. Could they already be using apparition to come and go?" Tonks asked boredly, contemplating leaving the house for caution. That would be rude. And even if someone was using apparition, we should be aware of it, Lupin replied, shaking a small mirror, exasperated. "I've answered this question 3 times already, Tonks. If we wait any longer, we must take the initiative. We cannot waste a moment. Let us wait a bit longer," Tonks insisted. They waited a while longer, but the Malfoy mansion remained utterly silent. The mirror reflected nothing unusual. "Let us take the initiative," Tonks urged. Lupin hesitated. Given that Snape can't currently enter Malfoy Manor, we might as well give it a try. Minutes later, Bellatrix Lestrange and Rodolphus Lestrange strode confidently along the cobblestone path of Malfoy Manor. Bella muttered, "You actually got the gender wrong, Tonks." "Oh, I said I forgot whose hair we collected at the assembly. I still suspect you did it on purpose, Lady Lestrange." The wizard in a black hooded robe standing at the entrance of the mansion spoke, bowing respectfully. "You are not supposed to be here in London." Lupin calmly awaited the wizard to finish speaking, and upon learning Bella's true location, he revealed a haughty expression. "McNeil, I shall appear wherever I please. The plan must not go awry." "Yes, ma'am," McNeil stammered as he stepped back. Bella laughed maniacally, taking Rodolphus's hand as they entered the mansion. "You are quite remarkable," Tonks whispered in awe. "Take me to the reception room," Lupin called out, interrupting Tonks' murmur. A stooped house elf suddenly appeared before them. "Master, reception room." Lupin's eyes widened. "Do I need to repeat that a 3rd time, or shall I chop off your head and hang it on the porch?" The house elf fell silent immediately. They followed the elf through the complex corridors. As they journeyed, Death Eaters clad in black hoods occasionally passed by, bowing their heads in deference to Lupin, who responded with a haughty demeanor reminiscent of Bellatrix. He was truly remarkable, thought Tonks. If I were to portray Bella, I would have been exposed long ago. It seems I have indeed chosen the right gender to assume. However, what unsettled her even more was the sheer number of Death Eaters they encountered along the way. Previously, during the ambush orchestrated by Sirius, there had only been a handful of Death Eaters visible to the naked eye, yet now she had already spotted at least 20 distinct ones. What had Bellatrix done to fortify the loyalty of the Death Eaters? The more Tonks pondered, the more perplexed she became, inevitably harboring some grievances against Dumbledore. If the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful white wizard in Europe, had intervened personally, those core Death Eaters would have surely found themselves imprisoned in Azkaban or worse, meeting their demise at his hands. Yet, the headmaster had not come, the operation faltered, and the Death Eaters had all fled. As Tonks continued her musings, Lupin suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, startling her. She glanced around and realized they were about to enter the conference room. As they passed through the doorway, Tonks felt as though she had traversed a thin veil. Moments later, she regained her senses, realizing that this veil might wash away the effects of their polyjuice potion. She nervously glanced at Bella, who remained unperturbed, responding leisurely to the astonished onlookers. Surely, Lupin understood that this was a ploy to extract more information before departing. "I merely came to observe. I shall take my leave shortly," Bella disdainfully replied. "Yes," the leader said, visibly anxious. All present wore hoods, except for a tall, gaunt old man who was unfamiliar to Tonks, leading her to deduce that he likely held a low rank. "Your task is to propagate our ideology. Strive to rally all wizards to our cause. Inform them of the Muggles' current capabilities and the crises we face as wizards. Only the Dark Lord can forge an orderly world, with wizards reigning over Muggles, each wielding their unique powers, akin to Plato's ideal republic where philosophers rule as kings. For his mightier return, for his godlike resurgence." The more Tonks listened, the more it resembled a cultish ritual. The gaunt old man, resembling a religious leader, concluded his speech in a brief manner, prompting applause from the gathered wizards. The man turned, only to be taken aback as he noticed the woman he referred to as Lady transforming before his eyes, her visage shifting to that of a man at a visible pace. Lupin seized Tonks' hand with his left and dropped a small bomb with his right. Immediate darkness enveloped the room as a thick plume of smoke obscured everyone's view. "Wind blast! Wind blast!" Someone screamed frantically. Their figures vanished from sight, only to reappear a short distance away. "No, the difficulty of apparition here is too great," Lupin gasped, rummaging through his pockets. A gust of wind suddenly surged, dispersing the smoke that filled the room. "Avada Kedavra!" A chorus of voices shrieked as they discerned the positions of the two impostors. Lupin swiftly shook a phoenix feather he had just retrieved. A phoenix claw materialized from thin air, which he grasped firmly. In a flash of flames, they disappeared without a trace. For Tonks, this experience was entirely different from apparition. She felt no sensation, and upon blinking, she found herself back at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Next time, She would need to request an enhanced version of the polyjuice potion from Snape, one that wouldn't reveal her identity or wear off. Lupin flung himself onto the bed, while Fawkes perched on the nearby wardrobe, tilting his head curiously at the two. However, that which consumes your vitality is best avoided, Tonks said, lying down beside him, not particularly keen to discuss the intelligence they had just overheard, but rather inclined towards lighter conversation. Chapter 115, The Broken Mission. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. I feel that mere monetary compensation is insufficient to express my gratitude, Claire said, grasping Polly's hand and bowing deeply. There's no need for such formalities. Simply do as you see fit, Bran replied wearily. I understand this may seem rude, but regarding the original commission, you must find a place with a pensive. Once you see it, you will comprehend, Bran said, pressing a bottle containing Polly's dreadful memories into Claire's hands. This bottle had always been kept at Claire's home. If a pensive could not be found elsewhere, Hogwarts would be the next option. The tardy personnel from the Irish Ministry of Magic had already returned all the muggles to Mr. Town and were currently administering memory charms. Claire, being a witch, had come back early. Bran found it puzzling that not a single muggle had perished amid such a terrifying scene. He could only attribute it to their good fortune. Now, if there are no further matters, I must take my leave. Without waiting for Claire's response, he apparat directly to the town square. Hundreds of muggles had been gathered there, most of whom were in a state of unconsciousness. A small portion of those who had regained consciousness were under a calming charm, sitting motionlessly on the ground with vacant expressions. Bran took some time to locate Eos's brother, eager to learn more about Eos. It was not until the old muggle, who had once scorned him for his poverty and lack of insight, had passed away that he realized how little he truly knew about him. Hello? He said, gently patting the old man's shoulder. The elderly man, with his hair white and his stature somewhat frail, was in stark contrast to the rotund Eos, who had indulged in a life of excess. Eos's brother, who needed 3,000 pounds for his severe illness, lifted his gaze, expressionless. I apologize for interrupting your rest, but may I inquire about your brother, Eos? My brother? The old man replied slowly. Yes, Eos. He was supposed to bring you 3,000 pounds. He is a most interesting individual. 3,000 pounds? Where would I find 3,000 pounds? Bran questioned, suspecting that the old man's mind had become muddled. He felt compelled to repeat himself. Your brother, Eos, was meant to bring you 3,000 pounds. The old man stared at him for a long while before finally saying, Where is he? He may not come. The old man sighed, rubbed his eyes, and then vacantly stared into the air for a moment. I have no brother, he eventually said. Bran's initial reaction was to think he had mistaken the man. He awkwardly glanced around, touched his nose, and scrutinized the old man again. Yet he had not erred. This was indeed the elderly man who had knelt beside him moments ago, checking for a pulse. You cannot simply forget your own brother after 20 years of separation, Bran exclaimed, even finding it absurdly amusing. The old man continued to stare vacantly into the air. After a pause, he seemed to regain his composure, furrowing his brow as if straining to recall something. I truly have no brother. This was the result of his fading memories. Observing the helpless old man, Bran was suddenly overcome with anger. Hey, you over there. He called out loudly to the Ministry of Magic staff. The Ministry personnel remained oblivious. I'm talking to you. From the Ministry. Who is it? So rude. The staff member, visibly enraged, turned away. Tell me, did you just alter this person's memory? I did not. Still trying to deny it? How could he possibly forget his own brother? He is not my responsibility. The woman interjected. Sir, please calm down and refrain from discussing such matters so openly. Several personnel from the Ministry of Magic arrived quickly. Bran instinctively drew his giant sword, silencing everyone immediately. I apologize. I am unaccustomed to being surrounded by so many people, Bran muttered, making the sword disappear from his grasp. Sir, do you have any questions? A woman boldly approached, speaking softly. Well, this elderly gentleman here has forgotten his own brother. Is it that serious? She appeared surprised, turning to glare at the Ministry employees. Who was responsible for him? A thin, bespectacled wizard trembled as he stepped forward. It's all right. Peek, let us check first, the woman said gently before raising her voice. The rest of you, return to your duties. The three approached the frail elder. The woman retrieved a peculiar box from her robes, opened it, and applied some substance to her finger before pressing it against the elder's forehead. No issues, she stated. Impossible, Bran replied. Are you skilled in mental magic? Perhaps you could examine him personally. The woman responded patiently. Without hesitation, Bran entered the old man's mind. The elder's memories were disordered. This was likely a side effect of a recent memory charm. He found traces of Eos, but his brother seemed entirely unaware of his current address or life. But he clearly remembers. How could he claim otherwise? Bran asked incredulously. The elder slowly gazed at him, his expression unchanged. This does not concern us, I assure you. The woman replied politely. Our staff simply did their duty. They lack the capability for more significant alterations. I see, Bran said, suddenly feeling a sense of disillusionment. You may continue with your work. Under the starry sky of rural Ireland, devoid of light pollution, he ambled back, uncertain of his destination. In that moment, he wished to disregard everything, The Slytherin mission, the newly emerged deity of knowledge, even the fleeing Voldemort, and the activities of the Order of the Phoenix. He wished to concern himself with nothing. The Slytherin mission culminated without his appearance, and no new clues had surfaced. The entire Mr. Town incident felt like a farcical joke, abruptly beginning, proceeding haphazardly, and concluding just as abruptly. Were it not for his unwavering belief in Ed's son as the monstrous initial clue, he might have begun to question the connection of it all to Slytherin. Rational thoughts in his mind suggested that perhaps the hints for his next task lay elsewhere, akin to how Dumbledore had obtained the key after the underwater ruins were completed. Yet, he was unwilling to ponder further. All he desired was a place to rest and sleep soundly. Mr. Reed. He felt as though he collided with someone. And upon regaining his senses, he discovered it was Claire. I found a piece of paper in the study. Is it yours? Bran took the paper and realized it was the unfinished second contract from EOS, prominently titled, Property Transfer Agreement. Yes, he replied, pocketing the paper. Now, do you have a place where I could catch some sleep? Certainly. We have a dedicated guest room. Beneath the starlight, the two entered the low-roofed cottage, closed the door, and illuminated the space once more. Chapter 116. Return to routine. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Hi. Tracy entered the internet CAF, greeting the front desk. Oh, hi. Rebecca smiled upon seeing her, stepping out from behind the counter to share a brief embrace. Are we going today? I hope I haven't misremembered the date. The red-haired girl asked enthusiastically. Yes, indeed, Rebecca replied, taking Tracy's hand as they walked outside. Can you apparate? Not very well, Tracy confessed, looking troubled. I thought we had other means to get there? Of course, Rebecca exclaimed joyfully, pulling out several scrolls. These are apparition scrolls. With them, we only need to transfer a few times to reach Hogsmeade without troubling anyone or wasting too much time. Oh, how fascinating. Where did you procure them? From a salesman named Frank. Frank, is it? Tracy pondered. Such things must be quite expensive. We could try applying for your family's Flu Network permissions next time. We could use the Flu Network to get there. But applying for Flu Network permissions requires waiting in line for a lottery. Rebecca replied dejectedly. Let us apply first and wait. In fact, there aren't many people in line. Some just deliberately hold things up, Tracy said indignantly. Fine. We can discuss it when we return. The two girls used several scrolls and finally appeared on the streets of Hogsmeade. They purchased drinks, with Tracy paying, and then headed towards Hogwarts. So, you visit Samuel every few days? Not really. I don't want his classmates to look down on him. Speaking of her brother, Rebecca transformed from her previous timid demeanor. Is it true that Slytherin has such customs? I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. Tracy quickly amended. It's all right. Rebecca waved her hand dismissively. In any case, once the professors tell me that his condition has stabilized, I won't be coming to Hogwarts anymore. The situation is tense. With reports of dark wizards attacking, it disrupts the school. That is true, Tracy acknowledged. Do you have a good relationship with the headmaster? Why was your application to attend school so effortless? I haven't seen the headmaster many times, Rebecca replied. I think it's mainly because Samuel's issues are quite serious. So my coming to check on him is understandable. I see. He certainly needs his sister around, Tracy remarked with admiration. I don't have siblings, so I cannot relate to the bonds you all share. The entry process took a little while. Filch scrutinized Tracy for an extended period before allowing her to pass. Is Professor Snape still teaching potions? Tracy inquired. Yes, he should continue teaching indefinitely. Is Samuel still in the infirmary? No, I informed him via owl. We are meeting in the room behind the first floor hall. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Rebecca knocked on the door, which opened automatically. Professor Snape stood behind it, his deep black eyes fixed on the two girls, silent. Come in, he commanded, striding inside with a rustle of ropes. Sister. Upon seeing Rebecca, Samuel rushed into her embrace, visibly elated. This is Tracy, a friend of my sister's. Rebecca gently stroked Samuel's head, smiling as she said, Hello, Sister Tracy. Samuel obediently replied. Miss Wolf, may I take a moment of your time? Snape said in a low voice. Rebecca nodded, giving her brother a few instructions before following the professor out the door. How are you? Do you miss your sister? Tracy asked as she settled into a chair. I want to see my sister every day, but I don't want to trouble her, Samuel replied earnestly. I brought some delicious treats for you and your sister, Tracy said, rummaging through her pockets. Oh dear, they might be with your sister. I'm back, Rebecca exclaimed joyfully, pulling a chair next to Tracy. Snape quietly observed from a distance. Would you like some snacks? Some of them I made myself, she said, producing a large bag and selecting a cookie, which she popped into Samuel's mouth. It's made by your sister. How is it? Rebecca exclaimed excitedly. It's delicious. Sister is amazing. Samuel mumbled with a mouthful of food. The bell rang. But this time there was no accompanying greeting from the little girl. Bran casually took a seat. Victoria remained behind the counter, focused intently on her writing. Where has Annie gone? He asked, leaning back against the booth. She's in her room studying. In a few days. I'm sending her off to a Muggle primary school, Victoria replied without looking up. Living like a mother at such a young age, Bran commented. Who are you calling a mother? Victoria shot back, setting down her pen and glaring at him. Bran chuckled just as the bell rang again, announcing another new arrival to the CAF. Ah, Burke, Bran said enthusiastically. I've been wanting to find some books to read. Anthropology, sociology, philosophy, art, literature, anything. Do you have any recommendations? Bran read. Burke nodded at him, seemingly unfazed by Bran's sudden enthusiasm. If you're just looking to pass the time, you might as well read some literature. You can come to my house to borrow books, as long as you don't mind my doodles. That way, you can save on buying books. That sounds great. In fact, I'm quite interested in your doodles. Bran replied. This was the truth. He was eager to immerse himself in the stacks of books and explore what seemed trivial. Thank you. Burke nodded lightly, turning to Victoria. The court date has been set for October 8th, which means we have just over a week to prepare. Victoria responded nervously. Who did the Malfoy family hire for defense? As far as I know, the Haven team made any moves. They seem indifferent to the trial, Burke said. Has Dumbledore mentioned anything to you? Bran interjected, turning to Burke. No, Burke shook his head. In fact, we don't meet often. It's mostly through letters. Even then, it's been a while since I've communicated with him. Nevertheless, I still have to win this case. Chapter 117. Burke's happy house. They did not linger long at the Hope CAF. Burke and Victoria felt prepared enough. There was little left to refine in their arguments. Thus, Bran suggested a visit to Burke's home, to which Burke readily agreed. I prefer to walk and then take the subway home. Do you mind? The man with the long hair asked as they walked along Diagon Alley. Not at all. Just passing the time, Bran replied. You know, I really admire people like you who genuinely love reading. Back in school, I only read for learning. Interesting. Most people I know think reading is a futile endeavor. Believing it has made me foolish, Burke remarked, holding a black umbrella against the sunlight. I feel there is a distinction between hobbies. The more you read, the more enlightened you become, much like how playing basketball can improve your physical fitness. Enlightenment isn't necessarily tied to how many books you've read, Bran read. When you've read as many as I have, you'll understand. If we're to compare it to basketball, books merely provide a plethora of knowledge that may or may not be useful at any given time. Don't ascribe an imaginary sacred significance to books, Burke calmly stated as he stopped to buy an ice cream from a street vendor. All right, as you wish, Bran retorted. But I'll stick to my viewpoint. By your logic, how many books can you read in a year? Purely numerical value is meaningless, as it can lead to comparisons and quantification, which shouldn't be the case. Bran felt a sense of nostalgia for the time when he first met Burke. I'm just genuinely curious. Excluding work-related books, I read 211 in 1997. Is that many? Based on advanced academic reading speed, that's merely average, Burke confirmed. That's something I could never achieve in my lifetime, Bran said, awestruck. Most people like me end up just being walking bookshelves, Burke remarked, suddenly turning to Bran. What kind of person did you think I was when you first met me? Probably someone very articulate? If you're that articulate, why not write a book? Quite a humorous remark, Burke laughed, shaking his head. They had entered the subway, which caused Bran to suppress his thoughts on magic-related topics and engage in more mundane conversation. I tend to speak to strangers that way, just as some people reveal their true selves only in the presence of strangers, Burke said, politely offering his seat to an elderly person standing nearby, which made Bran feel a bit awkward. Fortunately, the elderly person indicated they would reach their stop soon and didn't mind standing for a while. This manner of speaking was intriguing, and Bran felt his own intellect and sophistication elevated. He pretended nothing had happened and joked. Interesting as it is, most people don't appreciate it. Moreover, such a way of conversing can complicate communication, Burke replied calmly. Bran concluded that Burke was somewhat difficult to get along with. Of course. I'm not saying you're being insincere, Burke clarified. How about this? Would you like to discuss your favorite philosophers or authors? Consequently, they spent the remainder of their time discussing the late poets, with Bran mostly listening to Burke. As they were about to exit the subway, two women on the opposite side approached them. The leading woman with blue eyeshadow whispered to Bran, I also like the late poets. Would you be interested in going out on a date? We four could go together. The other woman leaned close to Burke's ear as well. No thanks. I'm interested. Bran stared at Burke. Burke cleared his throat and said, We've arrived. You can find someone else. Don't tell me you're interested. After they disembarked from the subway, Bran remarked this, still astonished by Burke's earlier response. What was I just saying? Burke replied nonchalantly, was it Yeats or William Wordsworth? You just mentioned your interest in dating that woman, Bran retorted. Really? Perhaps such a thing might occur in some alternate dimension, Burke feigned ignorance, widening his eyes. I'm not particularly fond of the natural sciences, but I've recently read some popular science, which has sparked some associations with my work, such as parallel universes. Exiting the subway station and walking a short distance, they arrived at Burke's residence. He inserted the key into the door, turned it, and opened a world that Bran had never seen before. Bright white sunlight filtered through the heavy black curtains, illuminating the room. The walls had been transformed into bookshelves, filled to the brim with volumes. Sunlight danced upon the shelves, resembling a painting. The entire room exuded a tranquil, serene ambience, echoing Burke's own quiet melancholy. Please, have a seat. If you need any books, I can fetch them for you. Would you care for a beverage? Burke inquired. A cup of black tea would be lovely. Bran replied, moving closer to one of the walls. Burke stepped further inside. Bran pulled out a book on the Azanda people's witchcraft. To his slight disappointment, it was a scholarly work written by a Muggle, examining the folklore and taboos of a primitive tribe known as the Azanda. Quite different from the magical tomes he had envisioned. What do the customs of a primitive tribe have to do with me? He pondered. Yet he had no intention of seeking anything particularly useful. He extracted the book and found a small cushion to sit upon. The tea has arrived. I hope it's not too inferior to Miss Gomez's brew, Burke commented, placing the tea before Bran. Ah, you're reading an anthropology book. The magic of primitive tribes is quite fascinating. Isn't it? For those of us who truly possess magic, he added. Indeed. I wonder if you've ever tried any of this magic? Bran took a sip of tea. The flavor was pleasant. I have. It is effective. Bran looked up, somewhat astonished. Really? This touches upon my field of study. I have made numerous intriguing discoveries regarding the magic and spells of various cultures worldwide, including some rather paradoxical creation theories. However, it appears you merely seek a quiet place to pass the time, so I shall not disturb you further. With that, Burke drew the curtain around Bran's seating area. Your home could easily pass for a bookstore, Bran quipped, though his interest in discussing such matters had waned. He lifted his tea, sipping while perusing the book. Chapter 118, The Invitation from the Department of Mysteries. You can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Burke's home possessed an unexpectedly enchanting quality. As if stepping inside rendered the outside world irrelevant, only serene sunlight and gentle breezes were permitted to enter through the windows. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Burke lifted the curtain, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to rouse Bran from his literary reverie. Sure. Let us see how your cooking fares, Bran replied, putting down the book only to pick it back up again. You don't mind if I read at the dining table, do you? Not at all. The cleaning charm works wonders. Any grease stains can be easily removed. Burke waved his hand dismissively. It's been 3 hours. How is your progress? I've read over 100 pages, but it's a bit challenging, Bran admitted. No worries. Considering you've never read this type of book before, that's quite commendable, Burke reassured him. I'll go prepare dinner. Feel free to find something else to occupy yourself. You may explore my room. Bran yawned, standing up to inspect the bookshelves more closely. He had not heard of any of the titles. Some he didn't even recognize by name. He felt somewhat fortunate that the book he had chosen was relatively comprehensible and engaging. As he lifted the curtain, the aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted through the air. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of eggs. Rather than interrupting Burke in the kitchen, he wandered to the other side, continuing to survey the bookshelves. Most of them were Muggle literature, ranging from anthropology and sociology to philosophy and literature. The last few shelves held popular science reading and foundational physics texts. Burke's apartment was L-shaped. Bran began to meander from the corner where he had entered, now arriving at the end of a corridor. It appeared to be Burke's bedroom, the doors slightly ajar, revealing that the walls inside had also been converted into bookshelves, densely packed with volumes. Adhering to the principle of respecting others' privacy, Bran turned away, following the enticing aroma toward the kitchen. Wow, you can actually cook stir-fry. I traveled in East Asia for a while, Burke replied, scooping the cooked eggs onto a plate. I suddenly recalled this flavor today and decided to give it a try. I still need to cook the noodles, which I specifically bought from a Chinese supermarket. There aren't many Chinese supermarkets in London, are there? Bran inquired. You know quite well, Burke smiled. Indeed, but the portkey system is quite convenient. Bran settled at the small table in the kitchen. The apartment was dominated by books, leaving little room to create a proper dining area, so they would have to eat in the kitchen. Even in the kitchen, some books were placed about. A small bookshelf by the table seemed to contain novels. Bran casually pulled one out to read. All right, clear broth noodles served with stir-fried eggs. Burke set 2 large bowls on the small table and took a seat on a small stool. This tastes quite delightful. You could easily transition to the culinary industry while expanding your bookstore, Bran remarked sincerely. Well, I do enjoy what I'm currently doing. But if I ever had to depart from the magical world, becoming a restaurant owner could be an option, Burke replied with a light chuckle. You work at the Department of Mysteries, right? Bran asked between bites. That is correct. What do they generally do there? As you say, peering into the truth of the world? Let us just say research is a more fitting term. I recall you once expressed disdain for using research to describe your work, Bran countered. That was merely to provoke you. Burke couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, all this talk about revealing oneself to strangers is nonsense. It was just to see how you would react. Bran exclaimed animatedly. Would you be interested in visiting the Department of Mysteries? Burke asked nonchalantly. Isn't that place off limits to ordinary people? With me as your guide. It's quite accessible, Burke replied. Bran suddenly recalled that in the original timeline, Harry and his friends had also gained unrestricted access to the Department of Mysteries. It must have been due to a mole placed there by Voldemort. Won't that violate any workplace regulations? Bran asked with a hint of curiosity. If it does, then so be it. In fact, they would struggle without me, Burke shrugged. So what do you say? Are you interested in a visit to witness it for yourself? That's entirely unlike you, Burke. It doesn't seem like something you would typically do. Do you remember what I mentioned a few hours ago? We were on the verge of discussing rather heavy topics regarding the magic and spells of various ethnicities around the globe, including some rather peculiar creation theories. You would gain a clearer understanding upon my arrival at the research site. Goodness, must I not enjoy a few days of pure bliss? Why must everything be imbued with purpose? Bran lamented. Yet, curiosity had already made its choice for him. Very well, he acquiesced. First, let us dine, Burke suggested. The Burke household lacked chopsticks, thus they resorted to forks, which Bran surmised he would also be ill-equipped to wield. Their conversation at the table revolved around literature. Primarily because Bran was entirely at a loss for topics. Burke was fervently expounding on his views regarding the burgeoning genre of cyberpunk science fiction. Science fiction has entered a cul-de-sac, my friend, he exclaimed, astonishingly using the term my friend. Consequently, I have even taken it upon myself to delve into physics. Perhaps I shall not need to run a restaurant in the future, but instead become a science fiction author. Or you could manage a restaurant while penning science fiction. Bran interjected. After dinner, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Burke personally washed the dishes while Bran sat idly by. Why do you not employ magic? With all these books at home, you could easily use a vanishing spell to create more space, he ultimately inquired. I've grown accustomed to it, Burke replied. They stepped out into the darkness of post-dusk London, vanishing into the desolate streets and reappearing on the other side of the city. This way, Burke instructed. One can only apparate from designated locations. Isn't it permissible for me to do so as well? Bran questioned. You may follow my lead. By the time Bran opened his eyes from the familiar sensation of apparition, he found himself in the Ministry of Magic. The hall was deserted after hours, dimly lit. Even the wand registration desk was unattended. Bran recalled the girl who had once invited him to dine here. Burke strode purposefully towards the elevator. It appeared that the Ministry of Magic had considerable security vulnerabilities. Capturing a single employee could allow one to infiltrate the premises. There are indeed defensive measures in place. Burke explained, though I concede that the defenses here are somewhat laughable. With a chime, they entered the elevator, which descended noisily. Chapter 119, Genesis. You may search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On bas you do. You did not venture into my bedroom. Burke broke the silence. Ah. It is rather impolite to enter someone else's bedroom without permission, is it not? Bran replied, somewhat taken aback. Do you truly wish for me to see your bedroom? To be frank, yes. Your magical prowess ranks second among those I have encountered, surpassed only by Albus Dumbledore, Burke remarked, glancing at the descending elevator. I hope to gain your insights on certain matters, which is one of the reasons I invited you here. I am merely a brawler. I am not particularly adept in that regard. Is that so? Miss Gomez informed me that you achieved outstanding in 6 NEWTS. It has been quite some time since graduation. I have long forgotten any theoretical knowledge. It is not about theory, Burke asserted. They exited the elevator into a dimly lit corridor lined with torches, devoid of any presence. This is indeed peculiar. You beckoned me here, and I complied. And yet, entering the Department of Mysteries feels as effortless as stepping into my own home. Bran couldn't help but remark. Our world is rife with strange occurrences. The things you are about to witness will be even more extraordinary. Burke's eyes gleamed with excitement. Do refrain from responding in such a manner. They entered the hall of the Department of Mysteries, selecting a door from the revolving entrance and stepping inside. It was an unremarkable study, furnished with books and armchairs. Contemplate. Bran read, contemplate, Burke enthused as he strode further in. Bran frowned, sensing that Burke's demeanor was somewhat off. They exited the study, passing through a closed white door. This won't take long, will it? Bran inquired. Not at all, I assure you. Burke laughed heartily. They traversed through various rooms, moving rapidly through one door after another. Their pace quickened, blurring the surroundings into indistinctness. Yet, they continued onward. Then, Bran felt himself vanish, enveloped in absolute void. There was nothing around him, nothing existed, no color, no substance. Where am I? He pondered in bewilderment. As he began to contemplate his existence, his form swiftly emerged from the void, resembling a hastily sketched drawing. He cast his gaze downward upon himself, feeling a sense of disorientation. Looking around, it appeared to be an expanse of darkness. Thus, the concept of darkness, the closest semblance to nothingness, was born. His surroundings were no longer a mere void. Am I floating or standing? It feels as though I am adrift in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Amidst the myriad thoughts colliding within him, this notion emerged. Suddenly, the darkness was illuminated by a multitude of stars, and in an instant, the sky was filled with a dazzling array of celestial bodies. This no longer resembled the universe. It felt akin to gazing at stars from the earth. The landscape gradually took shape, followed by lush lawns, towering trees, blooming flowers, and the soothing sounds of insects on a summer night. Bran stood upon the grass, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers as he observed Burke approaching him. This is my research, stated the man with artistically long hair. He leaned back, and a reclining chair materialized behind him, catching him with a gentle embrace. Extending his right hand, a drink appeared within his grasp. God said, "Let there be light," and thus, light came into existence, Burke recited while sipping his beverage. Is this a creation myth? Bran inquired, attempting to locate his wand. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he felt a weight in his pocket. The wand was there. As Bran drew out the wand, Burke seized his arm. Do not use magic. Think, Bran. It is your thoughts that have brought us here to admire the beautiful summer night sky. inhaling the scent of the grass on the hillside. I understand now. You mean that here, my thoughts manifest into reality. Bran realized. Let me see. Hagrid's hut? Yet, nothing resembling Hagrid's hut materialized. Perhaps my powers are insufficient? Bran shrugged. It is not about thoughts becoming reality, it is about contemplation. Your thoughts shape matter. It is through the collision of ideas that our world was born. Burke corrected him. Bran gazed at him and asked, are we discussing philosophical matters? Idealism or materialism? It is quite natural. Once the earth, the stars, the grass. And I coalesced, your subconscious began to perceive this as the real world, as a familiar place. Your subconscious does not believe it. Hence you cannot experience it as I do. Then what magic did you use to transform this place so that I could decide with my consciousness? It is not magic. You are attempting to explain everything through an external concept, but this does not require explanation. Burke asserted. Observing Bran's expression, he sighed. Very well. Sit down, and I shall elucidate my research. All right, Bran replied earnestly. Burke rose, relinquishing the reclining chair to Bran and pulling out another chair for himself. My research seeks to uncover the essence of magic. What do you believe it to be? Magic is a force existing within every wizard, varying subtly in strength. It is the utilization of this power to reshape the reality around us. All spells were crafted by our ancestors, establishing mystical connections between specific syllables and their corresponding magical effects for future generations to learn and employ. This is a rather materialistic interpretation, Burke remarked dreamily. There exists another perspective suggesting that the essence of magic is idealistic. However, my explanation aligns most closely with practical reality. Bran replied. Another viewpoint posits that your perspective is merely a construct shaped by the historical context of the magical realm, particularly the European magical tradition spanning millennia, leading you to believe that reciting specific Latin incantations can invoke magic and that your learning is the means to acquire it. In China, they recite ancient Chinese incantations, equally capable of invoking magic. Why? Because they chose their own language to create spells. Why must the killing curse derive from an inner malice? Because that was the requirement of its creator. Why does the summoning charm, which necessitates a positive mindset, yield positive outcomes? Because that was the intention of its inventor. So why can one not cast a positive spell with malevolent intent? You are free to create, Bran asserted confidently. No, I have failed. Countless predecessors have failed. This is why I turned to the second exploration, investigating the possibilities of idealistic magic. Thus, I delineated this space to study how human pure conscious thought interacts with all things. So you still achieved all this through magic. The peculiar part is that one day, I neglected to infuse this place's magical array, akin to the ancient runes, with power, and it functioned successfully. Bran was taken aback. Then how do you explain the countless muggles outside who mistakenly believe they can distort reality with mere thought and have failed? He countered. Because they lack magical power. Magic is a force wielded to reshape matter, much like primitive humans crafted tools from stone. Magic is essential. This is the direction of my research, Burke exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I ponder if I can comprehend what is peculiar about magic. Perhaps I will grasp the essence of this world. Chapter 120. Gringotts, you can search for Harry Potter. We have graduated. On Baidu. Burke and Bran conversed for an extended period, during which Burke made numerous attempts to help Bran experience the sensation of consciousness shaping matter, all of which ended in failure. It appears I cannot grasp the feeling of being a creator, Bran remarked after his sixth failure. You succeeded at first. Otherwise, how could we be here enjoying a summer night? Burke exclaimed, abruptly rising from the reclining chair. What do you mean? Everything here is a creation of your consciousness. You are the original creator of this place, Burke declared with fervor, adding, and you do not truly believe that your current form is the authentic you, do you? When you contemplate only then does you manifest here. Burke's form began to distort. Within moments, the melancholic artist with long hair standing before Bran transformed into a bald man with red eyes and a serpent-like nose. Bran was taken aback, swiftly drawing his wand. However, Voldemort was much quicker, the irrationality of the situation reflected in Bran's eyes as the green light drew near, leaving him unable to evade it. Awaken. He heard Burke's voice. Is he dead? Is this really Burke? Apologies, Bran. I should not have made such a jest. It might affect your mental state. Like a drowning person surfacing. Bran suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright in bed, gasping for air. His entire body ached, and he felt exceedingly disoriented. As if his head had just suffered a tremendous blow. Burke, what just happened? Can you explain? Bran coughed several times as he pondered slowly. Clearly, he was not dead. And his current condition was dire. If the Burke before him were an adversary in disguise, he would have perished countless times already. Thus, he chose to trust Burke's explanation. The earlier attack by Voldemort was an ill-conceived joke. Drink this, Burke instructed, pouring a sweet liquid into Bran's mouth. A warm sensation enveloped him, alleviating much of his pain, yet he remained foggy. What on earth just transpired? Bran questioned, unable to clearly discern what lay before him. Only aware of a vague silhouette standing by his bedside. I was thinking our time was drawing near to depart that world. So I transformed into Voldemort and cast the killing curse upon you, Burke admitted awkwardly. Depart that world? Can we not leave? How to explain? Have you heard of a creation myth where everyone dreams? Dream? What dream? In the creation myths of various cultures, our world is often portrayed as a mere dream of the supreme deity. This notion is undeniably a reflection of idealism. To delve into the idealistic essence of magic, the place we recently visited was constructed upon similar principles. While Bran struggled to comprehend this profound statement, Bert continued to speak, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. The location we just inhabited could be accessed through physical means. However, once the act of creation commenced, it became impossible to depart through such means. It was you who assumed the role of the creator, and the entire realm was but a manifestation of your dreams. I had a dream. And you could have simply awakened me, couldn't you? This differs from mere dream magic. Burke asserted that everything was a product of your dream, crafted by your consciousness. Yet, you find yourself within it, where all that exists is undeniably real. I feel dizzy. My mind is still clouded, struggling to navigate your lengthy discourse, Bran admitted, barely managing to discern Burke's appearance. In any case, you understand that we cannot simply walk out of that place. Burke shrugged, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Yet I should not have so rudely departed that world, by slaying the creator. So, I have perished then? Yes, you met your demise in that realm, taking with you all that you created and dreamt, which has now crumbled. Hence, you are experiencing a sense of malaise. I cannot fathom it, Burke, that you have ventured into the realm of the creator's artistry, Bran lamented in a daze. I employed some clever methods, Burke replied, lowering his gaze. My research remains insufficient. All I have articulated is a construct of my own making. The singular breakthrough occurred as a serendipitous discovery amidst prolonged experimentation. Is that the occasion you mentioned, where the magical array and the runes did not activate, yet the experiment succeeded? You should rest now, Bran read, Burke said softly. Sleep, rest, and become the cosmic sovereign of your dreams. It seems you have read Hawking's works, to claim the title of cosmic sovereign. Bran jested, engaging in light banter. Indeed, thoughts transcend the speed of light. Just blend Voldemort and Dumbledore, and you shall summon a colossal owl named Burke. Harry donned the invisibility cloak, trailing behind Ron. He had heard of Voldemort's demise in Finland, yet it had not altered his existence. He remained confined indoors, barred from participating in the Order of the Phoenix's efforts to hunt down the remaining Death Eaters. Even training sessions had ceased, as Sirius had not returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place, for quite some time. Voldemort may be dead, but as long as the Horcruxes remain intact, he cannot be entirely vanquished. Harry recalled Bran's hint. The last Horcrux, Hufflepuff's cup, resides in Gringotts. Thus, he arrived under the pretense of retrieving money from his vault to gather information. Vault 687. Do you have the key? The goblin inquired. Yes, I do, Ron replied calmly. Harry anticipated the goblin would question why he was not present, yet the goblin remained silent. Ron appeared somewhat perplexed as well. The goblin accepted the key without further inquiry, merely conducting a cursory check before proceeding inside. Come along, the goblin urged impatiently. Oh, right, Ron hurriedly followed. Chapter 121, Dragons and Goblins. You may search for we graduated. On Baidu. Within the caverns beneath Gringotts, Harry whispered, First, take us to Vault 687. The goblin, under the influence of the imperious curse, obediently nodded. Ron and Harry squeezed into the cart. Out of caution, Harry kept the invisibility cloak on. Has the number of visitors to Gringotts dwindled? I was the only one in the hall just now. It felt so conspicuous. Ron similarly grumbled. Perhaps due to the ongoing attacks by dark wizards, Harry suggested. In the stillness of the cavern, even the sound of his own swallowing seemed amplified. He recalled the empty Gringotts hall, which had only a few goblin employees, and felt a vague unease. The cart began to glide steadily. Ron, unwilling to remain silent, soon shattered the stillness. With the Dark Lord dead, why are there still so many attacks by dark wizards? Because the Death Eaters have not scattered, but are seeking to resurrect him, just as Peter did months ago. Harry replied. Only then did he realize how close Voldemort's last resurrection had been, yet it felt as though an eternity had passed since he had dwelled at Grimmauld Place. If I were in their shoes, I would lay low and prepare for my grand resurrection rather than brazenly wreak havoc, Ron retorted, reminiscent of the recent bombings in Dublin. I wonder how Seamus is faring. I share your sentiments, Harry nodded. Should we investigate what defenses might be in place? Ron asked. Of course. We cannot complete the mission while merely gathering information. The cart accelerated. Both gripped the handles tightly. Do you know how progress is faring with Sirius and the others? Ron eagerly queried. Do you not sense that the Dark Lord's faction is at a distinct disadvantage? I wish to know how many Death Eaters remain. Oh, it is certainly not the case, Harry exclaimed, astounded. They have been lurking in the shadows. Once Voldemort, the Dark Lord, is resurrected, they will once again wreak havoc. In truth, it is we who are at a disadvantage, unaware of their plans. We must have some glimmer of hope, Ron mumbled. Why are we in the dark regarding their schemes? Isn't Snape acting as a spy? Tonks explained that Snape had informed us of the time and location of the first Death Eater gathering, yet the operation failed, and we were unable to capture them all, leading to Bellatrix's escape and subsequent suspicion that Snape had leaked information. Now Snape has been excluded from the inner circle of the Death Eaters. It appears I must return to Grimmauld Place, Ron remarked, to stay updated. However, one thing does strike me as odd, Harry contemplated. I recall how Peter resurrected the Dark Lord. My blood, his hand, and the ashes of the Dark Lord's father. I would assume they have exhausted the father's remains by now. How then do they intend to resurrect the Dark Lord? According to your reasoning, resurrecting the Dark Lord should be quite simple. The blood of an enemy, any ordinary wizard could be deemed as adversary, right? So, considering how much time has elapsed without the Dark Lord's return, they might very well be searching for the father's ashes, Ron suggested. I suspect someone is likely watching over the graveyard in Hangleton. Dumbledore truly considered every possibility, Ron remarked with admiration. Then why doesn't he personally confront the Death Eaters and apprehend them all? Harry asked sharply. Ron fell silent. The cart came to a halt with a ding. Harry symbolically commanded the goblin to open the vault, took a small amount of money, and then returned to the cart. We need to visit my vault. There should be records of when it was last opened, Harry explained. Now, take us to the lower levels, near the Lestrange vault, he ordered. The goblin, with vacant eyes, steered the cart downward. Have you heard any rumors about what lies beneath Gringotts, Harry? Ron felt a surge of anxiety as they were informed that a dragon was confined below. Let us just observe from a distance, Harry reassured him, adding that even if a dragon were present, the goblin should possess a method to manage the situation. Ron scrutinized the goblin maneuvering the cart with skepticism. I don't know, mate. He doesn't seem particularly bright, he remarked. Upon rounding a bend, the cart suddenly accelerated, racing along the track like a roller coaster. Harry decisively yanked off the invisibility cloak and stuffed it into his pocket, reasoning that one of them was bound to fall from the cart if he didn't tee. What was that? Ron shouted. Harry heard a rumbling sound of water, instinctively sensing it was something ominous. Before he could react, the cart hurtled toward a waterfall. Ron briefly screamed. They plunged through the waterfall, and the cart gradually stabilized. What's a waterfall doing here? Ron asked, still shaken. I have no idea, Harry replied, realizing that if they emerged soaked, it could compromise their cover. In a flurry, he attempted to dry their drenched garments with his wand. No, wait. I'll do it later. We still need to get out. Harry muttered to himself, then corrected. But wet clothes need to be dried regardless of whether it reveals us. Ron regarded Harry with a look of disbelief. At that moment, the goblin at the controls shook his head as if awakening from a dream and muttered, Vault 687. Harry Potter, so loud. Harry shouted. The goblin resumed its task, obediently steering the cart. That waterfall washes away magical effects, Harry concluded. What else lies ahead? Ron asked, growing increasingly anxious. Are we nearing the Lestrange vault? Harry inquired. We'll be there shortly, the goblin humbly replied. There shouldn't be many traps left, Harry reassured Ron. In the next instant, the cart entered a vast cavern where a gray dragon lay sleeping on the ground. I take back what I just said, Harry whispered. Sensing their presence, the dragon swiftly opened its eyes, rising to bellow at them as the cart continued to advance. The dragon seemed poised to unleash flames, ready to incinerate them as they approached. Think of a way to deal with this dragon, Harry shouted. The goblin frantically rummaged through its pockets but found nothing. It appeared unprepared for such a deep excursion, lacking any means to confront the dragon. It seems there's no remedy, Ron despaired. Turn around, Harry urged the goblin. The goblin strained to pull the brake, and the cart gradually came to a halt. The dragon grew impatient, inhaling deeply before settling into a tense silence. The sound of coins clinking in a bag filled the air, causing the dragon to curl up in fear. Amidst the overwhelming panic, tension, and confusion, Harry realized that the noise indicated the presence of others in addition to the three of them. Chapter 122. A fortunate escape. You can search for Harry Potter. We graduated. On Baidu. Turn back. Hurry. Harry mentally commanded the goblin, simultaneously donning the invisibility cloak. What is happening? Ron still seemed bewildered. The goblin strained to increase the cart's speed. Yet it moved at a preset pace, returning steadily while the goblin's efforts proved futile. Why is the message taking so long? What if he escapes? A woman's irate voice echoed from below. Harry felt his heart leap to his throat. It was Bellatrix's voice. He had heard it in Dumbledore's pensive, haughty, imperious, and tinged with madness. Madam, it's our fault. We absolutely want to let it happen again. Another, somewhat shrill voice responded fearfully. Then can you make this damned cart go faster? Bella shouted. Madam, the speed of the cart is preset, the goblin lamented. Useless. Bella berated. Ron, Harry whispered desperately, drawing closer under the cloak. Ron understood their precarious position, his face turning pale. Their cart struggled to ascend, but the cavern was expansive. Harry knew that as soon as Bella's cart rounded the corner, she would spy their cart. I'll handle the goblin's lies, Harry hissed to Ron. Let S remain still. As long as she doesn't personally investigate our cart, we won't be exposed. He had unwavering faith in his invisibility cloak, renowned for its perfection and lack of flaws. He swiftly concocted a lie, instructing the goblin to halt the cart and descend gradually. A cart turned the corner, entering their line of sight. Harry feared his heartbeat would betray them, pounding loudly in his ears. Goblin, what are you doing here? Bella called from a distance. The goblin, seemingly dazed, replied, I am responsible for delivering messages. The message has been conveyed. Ron Weasley has foolishly come to retrieve Harry Potter's money. The master believes Harry Potter is right beside him. Harry held his breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Madam," the goblin, now overly respectful, declared. "The message I need to convey is that Ron Weasley has escaped." Harry felt Ron grip his hand tightly. "Escaped?" Bella's face twisted with rage. "You tell me. You who should be preventing anyone from exiting Gringotts, that Ron Weasley has escaped. We will be exposed." "Madam," the goblin under Harry's control knelt. "It is our fault." "He escaped? How could that happen?" Bella's goblin in the cart questioned suspiciously. "We searched everywhere and found nothing. We could only conclude that they escaped." The goblin controlled by Harry wept. "That is Ron Weasley. They should have captured him the moment they saw him." Bella's goblin retorted. A wave of relief and fear washed over Harry. It turned out that the Death Eaters had already taken control of Gringotts. Fortunately, they were not merely there to retrieve money. Hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, he had acted first to seize control of the goblin. Otherwise, who knew what this goblin might do to them? A more terrifying thought emerged. Could Voldemort be lurking underground? Perhaps right beside Bella's vault, next to the cup? "You speak so lightly," the goblin under Harry's control shrieked. Who could have anticipated that Harry Potter would be beside the foolish, nondescript Ron Weasley? And if you capture Ron Weasley, Harry Potter will escape. Harry knew he needed to incite chaos, to elevate the volume, and to push the already furious Bella over the edge, preventing her from regaining her composure and contemplating the current situation. The creature across from us is a perilous entity, perpetually shrouded in suspicion, seemingly unaffected by the emotions of those present. The Dark Lord proclaimed that anyone affiliated with the Order of the Phoenix should be subjected to the soul-binding curse upon entering Gringotts. Moreover, Ron Weasley, being Harry Potter's closest companion, undoubtedly presents an ideal target, another goblin hastily asserted, eager to deflect blame onto others. "This matter pertains to Potter. It is of utmost significance." A sudden epiphany struck Harry as he discerned the true reason behind the goblin's initial hesitance to attack them. "Enough," Bella bellowed. "Lift the apparition restrictions in this place. I have had it with this foolish vehicle. Let me ascend." "Madam," the goblin across was taken aback. "This is not solely within my purview. Follow the lady's command." The goblin on Harry's side shrieked sharply. Harry slightly relinquished his control, allowing the goblin some autonomy. "I know you possess the authority, cunning long-fingered one. You." The goblin's expression shifted dramatically. "Gringotts nonsense." Bella seemed to have completely lost her composure, her rage palpable. The goblin in her vehicle levitated into the air, beginning to scream frantically. "Release the restrictions," Bella screamed. The goblin descended to the ground, casting a venomous glare at Harry's side, laboriously producing a piece of parchment. Ripping it apart. In an instant, Bella vanished. Harry recognized that the moment had arrived. He exchanged a glance with Ron and immediately activated apparition. The next second, they found themselves in the foyer of number 12, Grimmauld Place. The sound of their arrival startled Sirius's mother, who flung aside the curtain and began hurling invectives at them. Yet Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That was close," Ron gasped, a mix of shock and fear in his voice. "What happened?" Lupin, having heard the commotion, descended the stairs hurriedly. He and Tonks had recently concluded their assignment and had been residing at headquarters without venturing out. Without a second thought, Harry contemplated donning the invisibility cloak to ensure his clandestine departure went unnoticed. However, he quickly realized that there were far more pressing and urgent matters to address. At that moment, Harry felt the soul-binding curse's connection sever. It was a disappearance, not merely a disconnection due to distance. This signified one thing: the goblin had perished, and they were aware of it. At that instant, he fervently wished he could lose consciousness and re-enter Voldemort's mind to ascertain their actions. Yet, since Voldemort's demise, such occurrences had ceased. "Lupin," he interjected, halting at the astonishment evident on Lupin's face, relaying the events at Gringotts in a rapid-fire manner. Chapter 123. The raid on Gringotts at noon. Bran awoke with a yawn, dressed, and sat at the table to commit a letter. "My dear classmate Owen, please inform me if Joy and Harlan from your old team have offspring. This is crucial. Please respond promptly. Bran, October 3rd. A small orange cat ambled over, nuzzling Bran's hand. He reluctantly set it aside and returned to sealing the letter. "I forgot to inquire whether Victoria has named you," he mused, stroking the plump orange head. He had entirely abandoned the effort to discern the cat's purpose, treating it as merely a domestic feline. The cat, too, seemed to conform, displaying no peculiarities. In the days following his return from the Burks, he had immersed himself in the internet CAF, neglecting other matters. Since returning from Ireland, he felt utterly drained, yearning for a few days of unrestrained enjoyment. Bran tucked away the letter, intending to freshen up before venturing out to borrow an owl from acquaintances. He had no desire to encounter that peculiar Tracy again at the Diagon Alley outpost. As he entered the restroom, preparing to relieve himself, a silver-white wolf abruptly appeared before him. "We implore all members of the Order of the Phoenix to converge at Gringotts immediately to pursue the mysterious figure." Tonks's voice urged urgently. No sooner had she spoken than the wolf vanished. Bran stared at the spot where the wolf had been. "Good thing you're sending out a mass message, I suppose?" he muttered, yet he wasted no time, brushing his teeth in haste, grabbing his wand and giant sword before operating to the entrance of Gringotts and Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was in disarray, engulfed in flames, shattered windows littering the ground. Chaos reigning, Gringotts' white columns charred black. Bran. Kingsley sprinted toward him, his expression grave. The situation is not yet resolved, but the ministry has dispatched personnel. If you intend to assist, do so swiftly. I will ensure trustworthy individuals from the ministry arrive to help, while also making sure Fudge recognizes reality. Board a cart and descend to the depths. Bran nodded, sword in his left hand, wand in his right, and hastily entered the Gringotts Hall. The tumult within the hall rivaled that outside. Several goblins lay strewn on the ground, their fates unknown. Gold ingots and coins were scattered everywhere. Exquisite scales and monocles discarded and shattered. He navigated past the debris and rushed to the entrance leading to the underground vaults. A few carts awaited on the tracks. Bran casually hopped into one, gripping the handrail as it hurtled downward. Even in the subterranean depths, it seemed impervious to the chaos above. The scorching air mingled with a nauseating stench wafting up from deeper within. The further he descended, the more the surrounding rocks became fragmented, with enormous gaping holes in the walls. To Bran's astonishment, the track abruptly ended at a bend, while the cart continued its reckless descent. He quickly leaped from the cart, casting a cushioning charm on himself. He drifted down slowly, the air around him growing increasingly oppressive, the space expanding. It felt as though a force had excavated this vast, inverted, bowl-shaped expanse beneath the ground. The cavern provided little room to stand, most areas cloaked in molten rock. "You will perish," Bella shrieked, directing a black curse at Tonks. Without hesitation, Bran operated beside Tonks, planting his sword in the ground. Bella's dark energy struck the barrier, causing it to flicker and shatter. Tonks seized the opportunity, rapidly reciting a spell, causing the stone floor beneath Bella to dissolve instantly. Bella cackled shrilly as she soared into the air. "Dare you wield your master's might against me? Behold the ground beneath you, scum. It is my master who renders you wretches without a foothold." Bran surveyed his surroundings, witnessing a scene that nearly left him agape. On the other side, Lupin, Sirius, McGonagall, Moody, Bill, and Fleur, 6 immensely powerful wizards, were besieging Peter Pettigrew, who appeared unfazed amidst the onslaught. Clutched in his embrace was Voldemort. "Tonks," she urged at breakneck speed. "You assist them. Bella is sufficient for me." "Arrogance. Little girl. Your hubris." Bella cackled at those words, her laughter echoing. She floated above, her black robes billowing in the wind, resembling a bat. The female bat raised her hands, instantly imprisoning Tonks in an invisible force. "Avada Kedavra," Bella screamed. Bran quickly raised his sword to block the strike, while Tonks managed to recover from her immobilized state just in time. "It's you, the murderer of Nagini." Bella seemed to finally recognize Bran, shouting in anger. Her hands moved more slowly now,